Chapter 1. Arrival on the Orc Planet. Ah, White Cat, you've got new arrivals in your shop, and it's a human cub? Jiang Xingyue found herself confined within a pet cage, surrounded by a group of towering orcs, her fur standing on end in trepidation. She had been transported to this orc planet 3 days prior. Due to the peculiarities of the magnetic field, her 20-year-old self had suddenly been reduced to the size of a 3-year-old child. Fortunately, her appearance resembled that of a charming snowball, with doll-like big eyes and a cherubic face. Even her hair was delightfully curly. The patrons of the pet shop gazed at her with curiosity. "Boss, is this human pet for sale?" It was noteworthy that humans appeared on this orc planet only once every few centuries, causing much intrigue among the orcs. The White Cat owner waved his hand dismissively. "No, this human cub is to be handed over to the Interstellar Research Institute. The person coming to collect her will arrive shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a sleek black car descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. As the car door opened, a tall, imposing man with a stern visage emerged. The orcs instinctively took a step back, their respect evident as they parted to allow him passage. The orc owner greeted him with a beaming smile. "Lord Hei's has arrived? The human cub has already been prepared for you. Will you take her now?" Shi Hei's, with his icy demeanor, merely uttered a faint hum in response. "Hand her over." Jiang Xingyue was suddenly lifted, startled by the abrupt motion. The man towering before her was at least 6 feet tall, his cold expression exuding an intimidating aura. Jiang Xingyue feared that he might harm a human cub. Desperate for help, she pleaded with the owner, "Boss, save me. I don't want to go with him." The owner, unable to comprehend her language but sensing her fear, mustered his courage and addressed Shi Hei's. "Lord Hei's, the human cub is quite timid. Please be gentle with her. It would be too tragic if she were to be frightened to death." Shi Hei's, still expressionless, cast a glance at the trembling human within the cage, perplexed. Was he truly that frightening? He believed he was quite gentle. Jiang Xingyue, unable to understand his language, was aware only that this man intended to take her away. She was placed in the passenger seat, her curiosity piqued by the high-tech cockpit. Shi Hei's activated a floating vehicle screen, and upon starting the car, it ascended swiftly into the air. With a whoosh, the vehicle shot forward like lightning. Jiang Xingyue was thrust back against her seat, her soul nearly departing this realm. This vehicle was faster than any roller coaster she had ever encountered. Shi Hei's noted the quivering of the human cub's pupils, assuming she was terrified, and peeked into the cage to check on her. Fortunately, she hadn't wet herself. If that had happened to his car, he would have been thoroughly displeased. Jiang Xingyue couldn't help but think. Did this man actually believe she was frightened enough to lose control? Despite her transformation into a cub, she could still hold her bladder. "Thank you very much." Upon reaching their destination, Shi Hei's carried her into a high-tech building. The orcs they passed greeted Shi Hei's with utmost respect. Jiang Xingyue observed that although these orcs appeared human, they retained subtle animalistic traits. For instance, the feline orc, despite being dressed in a suit, sported a cat tail that swayed as he walked. Only Shi Hei's seemed devoid of any animalistic features, or perhaps his strength was such that he could completely conceal his primal form. Jiang Xingyue was taken up in the elevator, anxiously surveying her surroundings. What exactly did this man intend to do with her? Gripping the bars of the cage, she gazed up at Shi Hei's with wide, innocent eyes and inquired, "Hey, mister, what are you bringing me here for?" Shi Hei's, noticing her little face turned askew as she called out with that sweet, childlike voice, felt an urge to pet her. Yet, he maintained a facade of cold superiority. "What are you calling for? Do you wish for me to hold you?" He was a stoic individual, unaccustomed to cradling adorable beings. Jiang Xingyue. She didn't comprehend his language. She merely feared he intended to subject her to some experiment, and thus let out a pitiful ing. This sound was akin to a little puppy whining for attention. Shi Hei's frowned. "Must I hold you?" He set down the cage, appearing quite disdainful. "He'll hold you, just once no more." Yet, his hands obediently lifted her. However, due to his inexperience, he fumbled slightly, causing Jiang Xingyue's head to bump against the cage with a thud. Shi Hei's. He had been careless. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he hurriedly picked Jiang Xingyue up to inspect her, noticing a bump forming on her forehead, and quickly placed a band-aid over it. Jiang Xingyue, did he think a mere band-aid could cover her injury? Shi He eyes felt a twinge of guilt, but feigned calmness as he returned to his office. His superior had instructed him to raise this cub properly. Ideally, she would be cultivated into a human female warrior who could contribute to the Orc planet. Yet, Shi He eyes had never raised a pet, let alone a human, and found himself at a loss for what to do. He pointed to the air, opening his contact list, and initiated a video call. His friend answered immediately. What brings Lord He Eyes here? Shi He Eyes angled the camera downward, revealing Jiang Xingyue in the frame. Bai Moyan's eyes widened in surprise. It really is a human cub. This is my first time seeing one alive. Shi He Eyes furrowed his brow. How does one care for a human cub? He had never raised any youngling and was uncertain how to proceed. Bai Moyan chuckled. Caring for a cub involves feeding, cleaning, and teaching her where to relieve herself. Once she grows a bit, she can even attend or kindergarten. That was the process he followed for his pets. Shi He Eyes understood if it was merely feeding and cleaning, that seemed manageable. However, what do human cubs eat? Milk? Meat? Surely they wouldn't indulge in the same unsavory habits as puppies, right? Jiang Xingyue. Why did his gaze seem so peculiar? Shi He Eyes resolved to consult the interstellar database. After all, there was scant documentation regarding humans on the Orc planet. Jiang Xingyue listened to their rapid-fire conversation, entirely lost in translation. With a resigned sigh, she realized that she would need to learn the local language to communicate with them. Noticing her drooping expression, Shi He Eyes felt a pang of concern. Are you hungry? Or is something bothering you? Though he had never raised any youngling, he was acutely aware that the most vulnerable age for a cub, especially a human one, was early childhood. In a flurry, he dialed for an Orc doctor to come. Soon, a beautiful woman clad in a white coat entered. Seeing Jiang Xingyue lying listlessly, she swiftly reached out to check her forehead. Her fingers felt like a thermometer. Beep, human temperature, 37 degrees. The reading was normal. Jiang Xingyue found the doctor's touch gentle and did not resist. Instead, she instinctively clung to the Orc doctor's neck. This endeared the Orc doctor immensely. Without thinking, she patted Jiang Xingyue's little back, exclaiming, "What a well-behaved human cub, far superior to her own unruly child." Chapter 2. Purchasing toys for humanity, Shi He Eyes observed his human cub being cradled by the Orc doctor and cast an irritated glance in the doctor's direction. He extended his arm to reclaim Jiang Xingyue. As she was suddenly shifted into his embrace, she looked up, locking eyes with him. The man was strikingly handsome, his features sharp and impactful, exuding an undeniable charm. His pupils were a deep azure, with flecks of gold that reminiscent of a wolf king's gaze. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Xingyue reached out her tiny hand to tug at his lips, eager to discover if he possessed fangs. When her fingers brushed against his lips, both were momentarily taken aback. Shi He narrowed his enchanting blue eyes. A soft hum escaping his lips, akin to a warning. Jiang Xingyue instantly understood, retracting her hand sheepishly, feigning innocence as she nibbled on her fingers, then nestled her little head against his shoulder, burrowing closer. This was precisely how she would charm her mischievous kitten when it got into trouble, an adorable act that instantly dissolved any annoyance. Indeed, Shi He's previously frosty countenance softened in an instant, the corners of his mouth curving into a reluctant smile. The Orc doctor, witnessing Shi He's smile for the first time, was taken aback that, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so fond of this little human cub," he remarked, initially planning to take her for research for a few days. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a chilling aura envelop him. His heart skipped a beat. "I was just joking. Your human cub is perfectly healthy. She's merely hungry." With that, he hurriedly retreated. Jiang Xingyue sensed the sudden drop in temperature, realizing this man possessed considerable strength, with the knowledge that the little one was unharmed. Shi He exhaled a sigh of relief. He accessed the Beast Alliance's delivery service, ordering a selection of cub-friendly food in no time. A robot arrived with a neatly arranged lunch. "Lunch has been delivered. Please consume promptly," the robot announced before zipping away like a small spacecraft. Jiang Xingyue marveled at the advanced technology of this planet. She gazed at the table, laden with a variety of tin dishes, resembling baby food but looking exceptionally clean. Noticing her swallow, Shihizi smirked slightly, inquiring without words if she desired to eat. Jiang Xingyue seemed to understand his unspoken question, tilting her head and responding with a chirpy yes. This phrase sounded as endearing to Shihizi as a kitten's purr, causing his stern brows to arch in surprise. Another display of affection? He had never enjoyed such displays in the past. Yet, when this little human tilted her head and called out to him cutely, he found himself oddly unbothered. Perhaps he was simply too kind-hearted, in a good mood. He fastened a bib around Jiang Xingyue and placed a bowl of milk before her. Encouragingly stating, "Eat." Jiang Xingyue stared at him in confusion. How could she eat without a spoon? Shihizi assumed she was still learning to eat independently and gently pressed her head down, signaling her to lower herself and eat. Jiang Xingyue thought, "Not like this, my friend. We humans do not eat this way." Seeing her refusal to eat, Shihizi frowned, perplexed. Wasn't he had said that humans were intelligent? How could she not even manage to eat? He knew that orc cubs instinctively sought food upon birth, frustrated by their inability to communicate. Jiang Xingyue climbed onto the table and retrieved a tiny spoon from the packaging with her chubby little hands. She scooped up some fruit puree and tentatively tasted it. The flavor was of apples, clean and fragrant. Shihizi was taken aback by her ability to use a spoon, and she was savoring it bite by bite. He glanced at the chopsticks on the table and offered them to her as she was about to eat some vegetables. She accepted the chopsticks and skillfully picked up the food, but Shihizi was astonished. It seemed humans were indeed quite clever. Most orc cubs, during their infancy, would be incapable of using utensils, and even if they could, they would end up making a mess. Jiang Xingyue enjoyed the pumpkin soup and sampled the lunch meat. She realized that the variety of food here was abundant, likely due to the diversity of orc species, which allowed for a wide range of edibles, including things she could eat. This reassured her. After satisfying her hunger, she patted her round little belly, beaming with contentment. Shihizi watched as her mouth became smeared with soup, and he handed her a wet wipe to clean her face. However, he applied too much pressure, causing Jiang Xingyue to tumble backward onto the table with a thud. Jiang Xingyue. Shihizi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't exerted that much force. Why was the human cub so fragile, so prone to falling? Furrowing his brow, he jotted down a note. When handling human cubs, use minimal force. Jiang Xingyue figured that since she was already lying down, she might as well take a nap. There was no escaping. She couldn't understand, so she opted for sleep. The Shihizi, noticing her drowsiness, akin to a young orc cub, chose not to disturb her. Instead, he purchased a crib from the Beast Alliance. He gently placed the cub version of Jiang Xingyue into the crib, thoughtfully lowering the gauzy curtain. During the afternoon nap, colleagues from the research facility gathered around to observe. Bai Mo Yin was the first to approach. Leaning down to peer into the crib, there lay a plump little human cub, sleeping on her side. Her profile was adorably chubby, her lips a rosy pout, and her abundant curly hair added to her charm. So small, and yet more adorable than the pet cub he had recently acquired. Bai Mo Yan's maternal instincts surged forth. This little human cub is simply too cute. Could I borrow her for a couple of days? Shihizi shot him a frosty glare, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Bai Mo Yan, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, nervously replied, "That's not because you've never raised a cub before. I am just worried you might accidentally harm her. I thought I'd help out for a couple of days." Recalling the time when Bai Mo Yan had first acquired a pet cub, which had fallen ill incessantly, Shihizi frowned. "What conclusions have you drawn from raising pets?" Bai Mo Yan elaborated. "When a cub first arrives in a new environment, they tend to be frightened or even urinate themselves. At this point, you must interact with them more to help them feel at ease. Once they become familiar with you, teaching them anything will be a breeze." Shihizi understood, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave now," Bai Mo Yan grumbled. "You're burning bridges. Let me at least interact with the human cub. I haven't even held her yet. Just look at how soft and squishy she is. She must feel delightful to hold." Shihizi's azure gaze bore into him, and Bai Mo Yan promptly surrendered. "All right, I'm going. Just remember to be gentle with your human cub. Not everyone can withstand your icy demeanor." Shihizi scoffed, silently thinking, "You're the one who's cold." He, in fact, was warm and capable of sleeping in the snow. He glanced down at the peacefully sleeping human cub, extending his hand to brush against her face. Jiang Xingyue instinctively nuzzled against his hand. Shi Heezy's austere expression tinged with a hint of warmth that he scoffed softly, realizing that human cubs certainly had a knack for charming others. Yet, he would not be so easily swayed. Nevertheless, he opened the Beast Treasure website and began selecting toys for the human cub: dolls, dresses, hair clips. He ordered them all. By Chapter 3. Training the cub to use the toilet. Jiang Xingyue awoke from her slumber to find a multitude of plush toys surrounding her. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and noticed that her environment had changed once more. Where was she? And where was that strikingly handsome man? Hearing the soft, kitten-like sounds, Shi Heezy knew his human cub had awakened. He approached her, finding her with a head full of fluffy curls and a rosy, pudgy face that sparked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Unable to resist, he gently tousled her voluminous curls, this time with a lighter touch, ensuring she didn't topple backward. Jiang Xingyue observed that despite his stern appearance, his touch was surprisingly gentle, suggesting he was not a bad person. Shi Heezy, noticing her wide-eyed gaze, couldn't help but smile. He leaned down and extended his arms toward Jiang Xingyue. After a moment of hesitation, she instinctively nestled into his embrace. With a smile spreading across his face, Shi Heezy lifted her, resisting the urge to sink his teeth into her chubby cheek, opting instead to pinch her cheeks, transforming her into a little pouting goldfish. Jiang Xiaojinyu. She retracted her earlier assumption that he might be a good person. But she had caught a glimpse of the fangs lurking in his mouth. Fangs reminiscent of a wolf. It was said that wolf kings expressed affection by biting the heads of their cubs. The way this man looked at her felt akin to how a wolf king would regard its offspring. Jiang Xingyue felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively leaned away. She had no desire to be draped in drool. The old yellow cow butler greeted their arrival with a smile. Lord Heezy, the cub supplies have been thoroughly cleaned. Would you like to use them now? Shi Heezy responded affirmatively, requesting some toys first. He intended to cultivate a sense of familiarity with this human cub, wishing to alleviate her fears of him. Jiang Xingyue curiously surveyed the room, marveling at the high-tech decor. The television floated in midair, and all the furniture operated like robots. Shi Heezy gently placed Jiang Xingyue on the soft carpet, producing a box of candy and several toys. He settled down, extending his hand toward the cub version of Jiang Xingyue. Confused, she wondered what he intended to do. Did he want her to place her tiny hand upon his? As she fondly reached out to the kittens during their upbringing, she tentatively placed her small hand upon Shi Heezy's. To her delight, she noticed the corners of his mouth curve upward slightly. He extended his other hand, prompting Jiang Xingyue to place her other tiny hand atop it as well. Shi Heezy nodded in satisfaction, rewarding her with a piece of candy. Truly remarkable that it was as if he was on the verge of uttering the words "good girl." Jiang Xingyue, it seemed he truly regarded her as a pet in training. Yet, she dared not resist, for she was uncertain of his intentions in bringing her home and maintained a degree of wariness. Observing her high level of cooperation, Shi Heezy decided to instruct her on using the toilet properly. After all, if she were to mess about in the house, he might even consider relinquishing it altogether. He activated a floating screen and played a video demonstrating how to toilet train young ones, urging Jiang Xingyue to pay close attention. Come, look here, and learn how to use the toilet. Following his gaze, Jiang Xingyue beheld an animated film where several young beastmen were being taught by their teacher how to use the toilet and how to wipe themselves afterward. Jiang Xingyue, rest assured, this was something she was already adept at. Unbeknownst to Shi Heezy, she already possessed this knowledge, yet he proceeded to guide her to a miniature restroom, introducing her to the toilet. This is the toilet. From now on, you shall use it for your needs. Initially, he had intended to provide her with cat litter, but upon reviewing the information, he realized that humans utilize toilets, so he had arranged one for her. Jiang Xingyue found the diminutive restroom quite suitable for her height. Otherwise, she feared she might tumble into the toilet given the oversized furniture surrounding her. Noticing her lack of resistance, Shi Heezy began his instructions. Now, let me see you use it. Jiang Xingyue, no way. How could she relieve herself in front of a strange man? She shook her head at Shi Heezy and gestured towards the door, indicating that he should step outside. Shi Heezy was taken aback, surprised that she understood the concept of privacy at such a young age. He respected her wishes and advised, remember to wipe yourself afterward. If you need assistance, just call the butler. He will help you. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the amiable old ox butler who was smiling at her from a distance and politely declined the offer. Once the restroom door closed, she hurriedly took care of her business. In the 2 days since her arrival, she had not used the restroom because the pet store owner treated her like a young one and only provided her with diapers. Now that there was a bathroom, she longed for a shower. However, how does one operate this showerhead? Jiang Xingyue pressed and poked at various buttons until she finally triggered the sensor area. A robotic voice chimed. Human body temperature 37 degrees, suitable water temperature 40 degrees, commencing operation. A cascade of warm water poured down upon her. Jiang Xingyue found the temperature just right and quickly washed herself. She eyes, hearing the sound of the shower, was astonished to see that she had learned how to bathe after just one viewing of the animated video. It appeared that human beings were quite intelligent from a young age. After finishing her shower, Jiang Xingyue donned a pink mini bathrobe prepared by the old butler. As she opened the door, Shi Hei's was greeted by the sight of the little one scampering out. Her height barely reaching his calf, and adorning her head was an adorable shower cap. She even pointed at her damp hair with her chubby little hand, her actions undeniably endearing. Previously, Shi Hei's had never considered himself fond of cute creatures. He believed they were overly noisy and preferred cold, detached beings. Yet, this little one before him was so charming that he found himself willing to linger a few extra moments, even crouching down to meet her gaze. Seeing his unwavering attention, Jiang Xingyue thought he did not comprehend her intentions, so she took his large hand and gestured to her hair, panting, "Blow dryer, dry my hair." Although Shi Hei's did not understand human language, her gestures were unmistakable. She desired to dry her hair. The smirk crept onto his lips as he replied, "All right, I'll dry your hair." He had never before dried anyone's hair. The old ox butler, ever perceptive, brought forth a child-sized hairdryer and inquired, "Shall I assist the little one with her hair?" Shi Hei's coldly replied, "No need." Holding the diminutive hairdryer, smaller than his palm, he began to dry Jiang Xingyue's hair. The pleasantly warm air allowed her to comfortably lean against his leg, reveling in the Tony treatment. In no time, her damp hair transformed into a fluffy mane resembling that of a little lion. Shi Hei's tousled her voluminous curls. Contemplating how remarkably abundant a human child's hair could be, though their bodies were quite bare, lacking any insulating fur, he pondered whether she would grow thick fur as an adult. Jiang Xingyue, thank you, but I can manage. Chapter 4. Craving. Entreat me. After her hair was dried, the butler presented an entire array of juvenile sleepwear, along with evening diapers. Jiang Xingyue politely declined the diapers and chose a pristine white onesie adorned with a little tail to change into in the bathroom. She even styled her hair into 2 playful pigtails. With her already Jiang Xingyue had tasted beef, and she pointed at the creamy mushroom pasta before Shi Hei's, along with some dim sum and beverages. She wished to indulge in all of them. Shi Hei's was taken aback, noticing her seemingly newfound boldness. Initially timid around him, she now dared to directly request the delectable dishes before her. It appeared that dining served as a bridge to strengthen their bond. He let out a soft chuckle, feigning difficulty, as if to say, "Want to eat? Then beg me." Jiang Xingyue was puzzled by his words. Shi Hei's felt a twinge of guilt as her clear eyes gazed at him. And he cleared his throat, pushing the food toward her. "Go ahead and eat." Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you." It seemed this man was not so bad after all. At least he provided her with ample food and warmth. Moreover, he was quite handsome and in a good mood. She began to slice the beef, but finding the utensils too small, she resorted to using her hands. This was simply too delicious. Heaven knows that for the past 3 days, her meals had consisted of cat food, tiny morsels that, while fragrant, were far from satisfying. Now, being able to savor real beef, she was bound to indulge to the point of gluttony. Shi Hei's observed her small hands grasping the steak, a slight frown forming on his brow. He thought to himself that a young one was indeed a young one, lacking any sense of hygiene. However, this little creature had quite an appetite, devouring meat, vegetables, fruits, and even drinks. It appeared that the human diet was remarkably diverse. After feasting to her heart's content, Jiang Xingyue patted her round little belly, radiating satisfaction. Shi Hei's noticed her fullness and approached, lifting her as he made his way to the bathroom. Jiang Xingyue, resembling a timid kitten, clutched her legs tightly, not daring to move. Shi Hei's placed her in the sink and activated the bathroom machinery. "Little beast, let's get you cleaned up." "Okay, cleaning mode has been activated for you." responded the machine. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. Suddenly, mechanical hands emerged from the sink, applying foam to her face while another hand attended to her hands. Jiang Xingyue widened her eyes in astonishment, never having imagined a sink could possess such functionality. This was astonishingly high-tech. After the robot had cleaned her, it kindly gave her a shower, dried her off, and even dressed her in a fresh set of pajamas. A fragrant little creature was now all cleaned up. The cub has finished washing. Please collect her. Shi Eyes, satisfied with her transformed appearance, nodded approvingly and instructed her. You must wash your hands and face after every meal, understand? Jiang Xingyue tilted her head in confusion, not comprehending. Shi Eyes observed her naive expression, feeling that her intelligence fluctuated greatly. Chapter 5. She is timid. Do not touch her. Shi Eyes placed the freshly cleaned human cub onto the bed, deciding to read her a bedtime story while also teaching her the language of the Beastman planet. He selected several preschool-themed videos to show Jiang Xingyue. Welcome to Little Beast Flower class. Please learn Pinyin with me. Jiang Xingyue watched the animation on the tablet with delight, realizing this was the Pinyin of the Beastman. If she mastered this, learning the Beastman language would become simple. Shi Eyes nodded in satisfaction as he noted her earnestness in learning. After changing into his sleepwear, he retreated to his study to handle work. Returning past 11 o'clock, upon entering the bedroom, he found that the suspended tablet had stopped playing, and the little human cub had already fallen asleep on the bed. She was so small that if one did not look closely, they would hardly notice a little creature nestled under the covers. Shi Eyes tiptoed over and gently pulled back the covers, revealing her adorable little face. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he hesitated, contemplating whether to place her in a crib. After all, he was not accustomed to sharing a bed with anyone. However, he worried that lifting her might wake her. She had already endured a long day, so he decided against it. Ultimately, he moved to the other side of the bed, gently lifting the covers and lying down. Observing the high bed edge, he noticed the possibility of the cub rolling off. He carefully shifted Jiang Xingyue to rest on top of his pillow, ensuring he would notice if she rolled over, and his long limbs would not encroach upon her. Perfect. Satisfied, Shi Eyes drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Jiang Xingyue awoke with a pressing need to relieve herself. Likely due to the excessive beverages she had consumed, she climbed out of bed in the dark, and the machine lights detected her movement, automatically switching to night mode. Jiang Xingyue, still half asleep, attempted to navigate down the bed. Suddenly, her small foot landed on something warm and slightly uncomfortable. What on earth did she step on? At that moment, Shi Eyes, feeling attacked, awoke. His vigilance at night was always heightened, and he instinctively released a chilling aura, causing the air around him to grow frosty, even freezing the lights on the walls. Jiang Xingyue instantly became alert, realizing she had stepped on his face. Trembling, she quickly retracted her chubby little foot, bending down to apologize. I'm sorry, I just needed to use the bathroom. This was the vocabulary she had learned from the Beastman class the previous night. Shi Eyes' gaze gradually cleared. He recognized who had just attacked him and relaxed his body and mind. Seeing the frightened expression on the cub's face, he felt a pang of concern. It was a delicate situation. He had finally established a rapport with her, and he could not let her fear him again. He forced a smile, asking, You need to go to the bathroom, right? Shall I carry you? To Jiang Xingyue. This smile resembled that of a wolf preparing to devour a little lamb, causing her to shake her head in fright. I can go by myself. With that, she leaped off the bed and dashed to the bathroom, urgently attending to her needs. Afterward, she climbed into the crib in the living room, too frightened to return. After all, that man exuded a formidable aura. She feared he might unintentionally freeze her into a popsicle. It was safer to sleep alone. Shi Eyes waited for 5 minutes, yet she had not returned. Finally, he got out of bed to check the bathroom, only to find it empty. His icy blue eyes scanned the dimly lit living room, quickly spotting the little cub shivering in the crib. Relieved to see her still there, he approached quietly, noticing she had hidden beneath the covers, so he gently touched the little head peeking out. I mean you no harm, he whispered softly. Jiang Xingyue understood only partially, yet she could sense that this man harbored no murderous intent towards her. She cautiously loosened her grip on the blanket, revealing her large, frightened eyes. Watching him warily, Shi Eyes crouched down to meet her gaze. The two separated by the crib's railing, He extended his finger and lightly snapped, conjuring a spark of flame before her. Jiang Xingyue was astonished, never having anticipated that this man could summon fire from a distance. Yet, wasn't his energy primarily icy? She could distinctly feel the chill emanating from him. Observing her baffled expression, Shi Hiai's chuckled softly, explaining, "My innate superpower is ice, but I have also trained in fire. Essentially, I can wield both elements." Jiang Xingyue, half listening and half guessing, began to grasp the concept. She had not realized that the beastmen of this planet possessed superpowers. She wondered if other beastmen also shared such abilities. Noticing her confusion, Shi Hiai's gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Different types of beastmen have different superpowers. Those with dual abilities, like me, are quite rare. Most beastmen possess only one." Jiang Xingyue, intrigued, pondered whether she might also develop superpowers if she stayed on the beastman planet long enough. Once she learned the beastman language, she would surely ask this man for guidance. After exchanging a few more words, the atmosphere between them lightened. Shi Hiai's was relieved to see her willing to interact. As long as the little one was not afraid of him, that was all that mattered. Otherwise, the research facility would send someone else over. She was still so young, and not all researchers would treat her with such gentleness. It was safer for her to remain by his side. Shi Hiai's extended his hand toward Jiang Xingyue, asking, "Shall we go back to sleep?" Jiang Xingyue thought for a moment, patting the crib, indicating that she wished to bring it along. Shi Hiai's, who was already not accustomed to sharing a bed, found it surprising that the little cub was even more reluctant. He felt a bit unsettled. It seemed the little cub still harbored reservations about him. He took a step back, conceding, "All right, then let us bring your crib into the room." Thus, they each had their own bed, finally sleeping peacefully through the night. The following morning, Jiang Xingyue awoke to the sound of voices in the living room. She quietly opened the door and peeked out. Shi Hiai's, sensing her wakefulness, glanced in her direction, gesturing for her to come over. Reluctantly, Jiang Xingyue padded over. In the living room sat two men, one with wolf-like ears and the other adorned with cheetah-patterned arms. Both men found Jiang Xingyue quite fascinating. Bai Moi remarked, "I watched the video yesterday, but it didn't truly convey how adorable the human cub is in person." He reached out to pick Jiang Xingyue up for a cuddle, only to be thwarted by Shi Hiai's large hand. She is timid and does not like to be touched. Bai Moi was skeptical, knowing his friend was notoriously protective. Had he really come to claim the human cub as his own after just one day of care? Hiai's, weren't you always disdainful of cute creatures? He teased. Shi Hiai's replied without missing a beat, "She is not cute at all." Bai Moi surrendered, suggesting, "If she is not cute, then let us take her to the examination room for a checkup. A blood test and some vaccinations." Shi Hiai's furrowed his brow slightly. Although these were merely the initial steps of research, his young cub was timid and quite young. How could he possibly undergo so many examinations right away? Let us start with an intelligence test, and we can address the other matters later. Chapter 6. Assessing the intelligence of human cubs. Jiang Xingyue sat on the carpet, listening to the chattering of several beastmen speaking a foreign language. Utterly bewildered. After a simple breakfast, Shi Hiai's picked her up and headed towards the hospital. Upon seeing the hospital, Jiang Xingyue was, of course, filled with trepidation, her little head burrowing into Shi Hiai's embrace. She couldn't comprehend why they had brought her here. Surely, they wouldn't conduct research on her, would they? Noticing her fear, Shi Hiai's furrowed his brow more tightly. Suddenly regretting his decision to bring her to the hospital, he gently patted her back, reassuring her that it was all right. No injections would be given today. Young cubs often fear needles, so today, they would only conduct an intelligence test to see if humans were as clever as documented in their database. Jiang Xingyue was taken to the office of a doctor clad in a white coat. Upon seeing that the office was devoid of frightening instruments, she let out a sigh of relief. Shi Hiai's set her down on the floor, his voice considerably softer than the day before. "You stay here and take the test with the doctor. I will wait for you outside." He gestured towards the door, and Jiang Xingyue understood. The doctor smiled gently at her. "Little cub, shall we play a game?" She first engaged Jiang Xingyue with a few simple commands, asking her to pick up balls or shoot hoops. Then, she increased the difficulty, placing snacks on a shelf to see how Jiang Xingyue would retrieve them. Jiang Xingyue thought to herself, was this what they referred to as an intelligence test? It seemed rather trivial. She fetched a chair to elevate herself, and then grabbed a broom, using it to knock down the chips from the top. Outside, Shi Hiai's and Bai Moi observed. Bai Moi remarked, "The little one is indeed quite clever. Shihizi suppressed the urge to smile, replying nonchalantly, "Yes, all right." Bai Moyan could easily discern the pride creeping into Shihizi's demeanor. He often claimed to dislike adorable creatures, yet it was evident he was quite fond of them. The doctor then presented Jiang Xingyue with a few elementary-level questions. On a sheet, 10 apples were drawn, and she was asked how many would remain if 2 were eaten. Jiang Xingyue promptly drew 8 circles. This was child's play. The doctor nodded in satisfaction and increased the difficulty if there are 10 apples. 2 bags of chips and 3 ice creams. And you eat 5 apples, 1 bag of chips, and 1 ice cream. How many apples are left? Typically, beast cubs would answer that 5 apples remained, but only the exceptionally bright ones would consider the remaining chips and ice cream as well. As beast cubs generally struggled with arithmetic, Jiang Xingyue naturally included the chips and ice cream in her calculations. The doctor nodded with satisfaction at the 2 men peeking from the doorway. Shihizi, witnessing his human cub answer correctly, felt a flicker of pride on his typically stoic face. He inquired of Bai Moyan, "Does the pink cat you raised take tests?" Bai Moyan retorted, "Of course not. My cat is only a month old and hasn't even lost its baby teeth. What could it possibly know about tests? Besides, can pets be compared to humans?" Shihizi found joy in Bai Moyan's exasperation. He had often heard Bai Moyan brag about his cat's brilliance, yet it now seemed rather ordinary, falling short of his human cub's capabilities. When the doctor emerged, she addressed Shihizi. "Lord Hizi, your human cub is very intelligent, quick to grasp concepts. She is an excellent candidate for the gifted cub class." Shihizi had contemplated enrolling the human cub in kindergarten to learn some beast language for easier communication in the future. However, given her timid nature, he worried about her being bullied in the gifted class. After some deliberation, he decided to first place Jiang Xingyue in a regular class. After all, those ordinary cubs were rather simple-minded. Being together with them would lessen the chances of her being bullied. Yet, it seemed that vaccinations were required before attending kindergarten to prevent the spread of various infections among cubs. If Jiang Xingyue wished to attend kindergarten, she would need to receive her vaccinations. Shihizi picked her up, frowning as he asked, "Shall I take you for your vaccination?" Upon realizing he was carrying her towards the vaccination area, Jiang Xingyue's fur bristled in fear. Although she felt mature inside, the sight of a needle terrified her. She looked pitifully at Shihizi, shaking her head. "Can we skip it?" In that moment, their foreign language seemed to merge, and Shihizi understood her reluctance. He pulled out some candy from her backpack to encourage her. "Getting vaccinated is beneficial for your immune system." It1T heard it all. He demonstrated on his own arm, making a gesture of "it's no big deal." At that moment, a 200-pound baby elephant let out a wail. "Ah, it hurts so much." Jiang Xingyue, "Was this what you meant by it doesn't hurt?" She struggled to escape, but found herself unable to break free from Shihizi's embrace. Bai Moyan, observing the scene with a resigned expression, offered, "Shall I hold her?" "I have experience." He had learned how to restrain a little cub during vaccinations with his nephew. Shihizi shot him a glance. No need. He had no intention of leaving a psychological scar on the little human. Despite Jiang Xingyue's reluctance, it was soon her turn. The elephant nurse smiled warmly at her. "What a lovely baby. Come, Auntie will give you a shot." Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the needle, which was the size of chopsticks, and she felt as though she might faint. Fortunately, the nurse quickly replaced it with a miniature needle, grinning mischievously. "Oops, Auntie grabbed the wrong one. That was for the baby elephant. This one is for you." Jiang Xingyue and Shihizi both sighed in relief. Shihizi hadn't received a shot in many years, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of such a large needle. But it was merely a mix-up. The tiny needle pricked Jiang Xingyue's arm, indeed feeling like a pinprick, just a slight sting. Shihizi felt relieved and proceeded to obtain Jiang Xingyue's vaccination certificate, a necessary document for kindergarten enrollment. Bai Moyan drove them to a kindergarten known for its excellent foreign language program. There, cubs from various tribes gathered to learn the unified beast language. The principal warmly guided them on a tour and inquired about Jiang Xingyue's situation. She informed Shihizi, "If your cub has no knowledge of beast language at all, I suggest she start in the beginner class. It's better to learn from the ground up." Shihizi agreed that starting from scratch was wise and took Jiang Xingyue to observe the beginner class. At that moment, many parents were present, exchanging greetings. Upon seeing Shihizi enter, they instinctively wished to approach him, but as they drew near, they felt an overwhelming aura, causing them to retreat a step. Beastmen are highly sensitive to danger, especially from the strong. Once they sense the presence of a powerful individual, they dare not come close. Shihizi was accustomed to such displays of fear. He squatted down to Jiang Xingyue and said, "From now on, you will come to the language school to learn beast language. If you do well, I will reward you." Chapter 7. Sending the human cub to kindergarten. Jiang Xingyue understood his intention. He was going to send her to kindergarten. She thought this was a good idea, for learning in kindergarten was quick, and she would soon grasp the beast language. Thus, she nodded, her small demeanor appearing exceedingly obedient. Yet, Shihizi suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. It seemed as if he had raised her for many years, despite it only being a short while. Seeing her so well behaved, Shihizi decided to take her to a children's South amusement park afterward. Bai Moyan immediately raised his hand. "I know which amusement park is the most fun." Shihizi motioned for him to lead the way. Upon arriving at the amusement park, Bai Moyan went to exchange for game tokens. He handed Shihizi a basket full of tokens. "Why don't you take your little human to ride the bumper cars?" Shihizi initially intended to refuse, but Bai Moyan added, "You're not going? Then I'll take your human cub instead." Zaihiz promptly dismissed his reluctance to participate, embracing Jiang Xingyue as he approached the bumper cars, inserting a coin to begin their adventure. Jiang Xingyue gazed curiously at the hovering bumper cars, astonished to discover that these contraptions could actually soar, albeit only within their designated arena. Numerous parents collided with one another, while the little ones erupted in joyous laughter. Jiang Xingyue found the experience delightful. She had always relished riding bumper cars in her youth and continued to do so as she grew older. Excitedly tugging at Zaihiz's sleeve, she urged him to hasten. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Zaihiz concluded that she was genuinely enjoying herself, and with his long legs, he stepped into a pink bumper car that a coin was inserted, and with a single press, the ride commenced. Safety belts automatically fastened around them. As Zaihiz pressed the accelerator, the bumper car zipped upward with a whoosh. He deftly avoided numerous oncoming vehicles, impressively maneuvering through the chaos. Jiang Xingyue, brimming with enthusiasm, seized the steering wheel with her tiny hands. And Zaihiz willingly relinquished control. It was her inaugural experience operating a hovering bumper car, her small feet gently pressing the accelerator on the passenger side. The vehicle soared swiftly into the sky, catching her by surprise with its speed. As they neared a wall, Zaihiz instinctively moved to assist her, but she swiftly executed a turn, narrowly avoiding the impending collision. Zaihiz marveled at her quick reflexes, acknowledging that while the little ones may be young, their responsiveness was remarkable. Thereafter, he allowed Jiang Xingyue to drive freely, and she reveled in the exhilarating ride. Only when the time was up did she tug at Zaihiz, expressing her desire to explore other attractions. Zaihiz frowned slightly. Did they truly need to continue? Were such childish amusements truly that captivating? Sensing his reluctance, Jiang Xingyue extended her small hand toward him, insisting, "Then give me the coin, and I'll go by myself." Her assertive demeanor, reminiscent of a little gorilla requesting something from her father, elicited a chuckle from Zaihiz. "Very well, enjoy yourself," he replied. He and Bai Moyan then sought a nearby CAF, sipping beverages while keeping an eye on Jiang Xingyue's escapades. Bai Moyan inquired, "Tomorrow, will you be sending your human cub to foreign language kindergarten? Do you think she will cry?" He recalled his nephew's tears on his first day, which had only ceased after a stern reprimand from his mother. Would Zaihiz's human cub exhibit the same behavior? Zaihiz had yet to encounter such a dilemma. His family's young ones were always resilient. He had never witnessed any of them weeping on their first day of kindergarten. Additionally, he noted that Jiang Xingyue had exhibited no fear when arriving at the kindergarten, so he assumed she would remain composed. Bai Moyan wagered a sports car, stating, "I bet she might not cry during the day, but she will surely sob secretly under the covers at night." Zaihiz furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility. The kindergarten was hardly a perilous environment. So why would she cry? He wagered that Jiang Xingyue would not shed a tear, for she had not cried since the moment they met, despite his imposing presence, which instinctively instilled fear in the little ones. Jiang Xingyue had never wept when he held her, indicating her strength of character. Thus, he placed his bet on Bai Moyan's spacecraft. With their wager set, they awaited the next day's outcome. The following morning, Zaihiz rose early. The kindergarten teacher had added him on VChat the previous day, detailing the items needed for the first day of school. He selected a pink backpack and filled it with numerous snacks, knowing his human cub had a penchant for food. Next, He included a sizable water bottle, as young ones tend to get thirsty during their activities. After some deliberation, he also tucked in the diapers the teacher had mentioned for midday naps. Next came the task of advising the young cub, but since Jiang Xingyue could not yet comprehend his language, he had to postpone that endeavor. Upon waking, Jiang Xingyue was greeted by a sumptuous breakfast spread before her. A delightful array of dishes, including meat buns, captivated her attention. Her eyes sparkled as she took a bite of the meat bun, exclaiming, "Oh, this is absolutely delicious." To her surprise, authentic Chinese cuisine could be found even on the Beastman planet. The buns were simply exquisite. Zaihees observed her delight as her little feet swung joyfully, indicating her contentment. After breakfast, he helped Jiang Xingyue into her kindergarten uniform, a yellow sweatshirt paired with a pleated skirt and adorable yellow duck sneakers. Her hair was styled in curly twin ponytails, and with her backpack secured, she appeared even more charming. Zaihees found her irresistibly cute, 1,000 times more so than the dolls in the toy store. Once again, he pulled out his camera, snapping 100 quick shots as Jiang Xingyue playfully posed. Both were in high spirits until they arrived at the foreign language kindergarten, at which point Zaihees felt a twinge of anxiety. He held Jiang Xingyue's hand as they approached the school gate, pointing to a clock and indicating, "I will pick you up at 4 o'clock sharp." Jiang Xingyue understood and nodded in affirmation. Satisfied that she comprehended, he allowed her to enter with the teacher. Jiang Xingyue glanced back at him, her lips pursed. Suddenly, memories of her parents dropping her off at kindergarten flooded her mind, and she felt a pang of longing for them. Observing her distressed expression, Zaihees' heart tightened, and he instinctively moved to follow her inside. However, the principal smiled and stopped him. "Lord Zaihees, all young ones must face this challenge. They need to grow independently." Zaihees halted, recognizing the truth in her words. Although she was an unexpected guest on this planet, if she lacked the necessary skills, she could be abandoned by the higher-ups. Should that happen, her fate would be perilous. Therefore, she needed to take this step on her own. Reluctantly, Zaihees retreated a step and waved goodbye to Jiang Xingyue. She composed herself and waved back. Though separated by an electronic gate, their hearts remained intertwined. Zaihees kept his gaze fixed on her silhouette until she entered the small class. He considered this a minor matter. Being overly sentimental was not in his nature, and he should leave with a cool detachment. Thus, he drove to his studio, planning to complete 3 days' worth of work simultaneously. Yet, upon opening his computer, he found himself unable to focus. Ultimately, he inexplicably found himself back at the kindergarten. Expecting to feel foolish for sacrificing his aloof image, he was instead met with a scene of tightly packed Beastman parents crowding the kindergarten railing. Chapter 8. Sudden eruption of superpowers. One parent even kindly offered him half of their space, saying, "Buddy, let us squeeze in here." Zaihees, initially reluctant to mingle, could not resist the pull of his own feet, finding himself drawn closer to the gathering. His position coincidentally aligned with Jiang Xingyue's small class. With his excellent vision, he quickly spotted her among the children. Inside the small class, Jiang Xingyue had initially felt a touch of sadness upon entering, but now she was happily mingling with the little beastmen. These younglings, comparable in age to human toddlers of 3 or 4 years, were utterly adorable. Some sported soft horns atop their heads, while others had small tails that wagged joyfully upon seeing Jiang Xingyue. "My name is Ha. What's yours?" one little beastman inquired, his resemblance to a husky endearing him to her. "I am Jiang Xingyue," she replied. Though they could not understand each other's languages, they quickly began to play together. Despite her smaller stature, Jiang Xingyue was undeterred in her affection for animals, especially the delightful little husky with its bright eyes and fluffy ears that begged to be petted. Other young beastmen joined in their fun, as their innocence allowed for carefree play. Jiang Xingyue even witnessed a small cat beastman frolicking with a mouse beastman. Once the teacher arrived, the children settled onto their tiny benches. "Good morning, little ones. Today, we will begin our lesson on the phonetics of the Beastman planet. Repeat after me. Ah, O, E. Jiang Xingyue followed along, and by the end of the first lesson, she had memorized 60 letters. The teacher even played animated clips of the Beastman language. And by the end of 2 lessons, they had learned the verbs featured in the cartoons. Jiang Xingyue's remarkable learning ability allowed her to grasp the grammar and gerunds within moments, and with the teacher's pronunciation, she was soon able to articulate simple phrases in Beastman language. The teacher was taken aback by her astonishing speed of comprehension. Previously, She had heard from the principal that Lord Zaihes had brought a human cub to learn and had praised their intelligence. But she had been skeptical. Now, however, she was a believer. During lunchtime, the teacher invited Jiang Xingyue to take on the role of class monitor, responsible for overseeing the meal. This was necessary, as young ones sometimes exhibited greedy behavior that could lead to squabbles over food. She was eager to see how smart the human cub was not only in learning but also in management. Jiang Xingyue embarked on her inaugural venture as a supervisor for the orc cubs. And at first, everything proceeded smoothly. However, the little husky was the first to finish his meal and immediately attempted to snatch food from the tabby kitten. The tabby was not easily intimidated and retaliated with a swift slap. Despite enduring several blows, the little husky continued to voraciously devour the kitten's lunch. Jiang Xingyue seized him by the collar and flung him outside. Just as she managed that situation, little Simba engaged in a scuffle with a baby antelope. Jiang Xingyue felt overwhelmed. The classroom descended into chaos, and she could feel the veins in her forehead throbbing with frustration. Finally, she shouted, "Enough! Everyone, cease this ruckus." In that moment, an inexplicable energy surged forth, rendering the room silent. The cubs seemed momentarily frozen in place, even the toppled tables suspended in midair. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback, staring incredulously at her hands. Could it be that she possessed the ability to immobilize? It appeared that her arrival on the orc planet had granted her superpowers. However, this immobilization lasted only a minute before it dissipated, and the cubs resumed their clamor. Jiang Xingyue wished to test her ability once more, but this time it yielded no results. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of her power, rendering her inexperienced in its application. Meanwhile, Shi Hei's, leaning against the school gate, was similarly astonished by the earlier scene. Had his human cub just manifested a superpower, moreover, an exceedingly rare immobilization ability? It was known that such powers were scarce on the orc planet. Even he had only been able to freeze others after mastering advanced freezing techniques. To think that his young human cub possessed this ability at such a tender age filled him with pride. That it seemed the upper management had spoken the truth. Humans were indeed formidable. Yet, this ability must remain concealed from other orcs to prevent any potential disruptions. He needed to educate the human cub not to use her powers indiscriminately in public. Soon, dismissal time arrived. The Shi Hei's maintained his composed and elegant demeanor as he approached the kindergarten entrance. Unexpectedly, other parents rushed forward in a frenzy, seemingly eager for their little ones to spot them first. Shi He scoffed, unwilling to jostle with the other parents. But why did his long legs move so swiftly against his will? Ultimately, he found himself arriving at the kindergarten entrance first. Jiang Xingyue was also the first to burst out, overwhelmed by the incessant noise of the cubs. After struggling to manage them during lunch, she had given up entirely. When afternoon classes resumed, they remained inattentive, chattering, and fidgeting. Jiang Xingyue resolved to ask Shi Hei's to transfer her to elementary school upon their return, as the kindergarten was simply too chaotic. Shi He had not anticipated that she would be the first to dash out. Could it be that she was eager to see him? Indeed, human cubs were quite dependent on him. He opened his arms, begrudgingly allowing her to embrace him. Upon spotting Shi He, Jiang Xingyue felt a rush of joy. Though he appeared cold and aloof, his heart was not unkind. Children are adept at sensing kindness, and as a child herself, she could easily perceive Shi He's benevolence. She leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming in the orc language, "Brother, I missed you so much." The words caused Shi He's mouth to twitch in surprise. "Brother? Who taught you to say that?" Only those with a penchant for exaggeration would refer to others in such a manner. What on earth had this little girl learned at kindergarten? Jiang Xingyue giggled. "We had lunch, napped, and played with Dodo." Although Shi He was taken aback by her rapid acquisition of the orc language, he became curious about Dodo's identity. Dodo was a sheep with a notably plump backside. So much so that it was irresistible for classmates to give it a playful slap. While it didn't hurt much, it was enough to make Dodo cry. Shi He, exasperated, corrected her. "Strong individuals do not bully the weak. You, too, will be strong one day, so refrain from picking on those who are weaker." Jiang Xingyue grasped half of his words, gazing at him in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that this man possessed such wisdom. It was her mistake. She should not have hit Dodo in the end. Shi He took Jiang Xingyue to apologize to Dodo, bringing along a large box of grass biscuits as a peace offering. Dodo beamed with joy, instantly forgiving everyone. On the way back, Jiang Xingyue used her newly learned orc language to express to Shihizi, "I wish to change classes." Given the uniqueness of her superpower, Shihizi planned to transfer her to the gifted class. "All right, I'll arrange the transfer for you tomorrow." After getting into the car, Jiang Xingyue assumed they would head straight home, but to her surprise, he drove to a children's shopping mall. The mall was filled with items designed for children, toys, stationery, and various snack shops, all in miniature versions. Jiang Xingyue found it delightful and looked up at Shihizi with excitement, asking, "Can I buy something?" Seeing her joyful demeanor, Shihizi's lips curled into a smile. "Of course. Choose whatever you like." He was not short on funds. Jiang Xingyue dashed in to explore the children's toys, and Shihizi observed her cheerful figure, contemplating the merits of reward-based education as suggested by his friend. His little cub seemed genuinely happy. Jiang Xingyue selected some cute stationery and a few unique snacks, ultimately purchasing a piece of chocolate for Shihizi. Presenting the adorable shopping bag as if it were a precious treasure, she offered him the chocolate, saying, "Here, please have some." Shihizi was taken aback. He had assumed she would only buy toys for herself. To his astonishment, she had bought him something as well. This was the first time someone had given him chocolate, especially beef-flavored chocolate. He couldn't help but smile, though he felt an inexplicable sensation within him. "Thank you, but I don't particularly enjoy chocolate." Jiang Xingyue responded with a casual, "Oh, then I'll eat it," and began to put the chocolate back into the shopping bag. Shihizi's expression darkened. How could she take back something he had given her? He swiftly snatched the chocolate away and tucked it into his suit pocket, casting a disapproving glance at the little cub. "Children shouldn't eat chocolate. Snacks are off-limits too." Jiang Xingyue protested. "No, I was just joking." She immediately clung to Shihizi's arm, pouting, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Initially reluctant to engage with her, Shihizi found his resolve waning as she burrowed into his embrace, her playful nudges dissipating his annoyance. "You can't eat snacks before meals." Jiang Xingyue's eyes brightened. "Then can I have them after dinner?" Shihizi, unable to stifle a chuckle at her eager expression, replied, "As long as you finish your meal first." Upon returning home, the butler had prepared a sumptuous dinner, even including a small cake to celebrate her first day at kindergarten. Jiang Xingyue felt a surge of gratitude, though they all seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. Their efforts were heartfelt. She looked up at Shihizi with a genuine smile, saying, "Thank you, butler." "Thank you, Hizi." She had heard the butler refer to him in this manner. Shihizi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the little one to address him by name. And without any honorifics, no less, he lifted her up to meet his gaze, stating, "You should call me Lord Hizi." Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "Hizi, I'm not your subordinate, so I won't call you Lord." Shihizi chuckled helplessly, pinching her chubby cheek before conceding, "Very well, as you wish." Jiang Xingyue beamed, nestling against his shoulder and playfully tugging at his earlobe. As they reached the dining room, Shihizi noticed that the little cub had suddenly fallen silent. Her unusual stillness raised alarm bells in his mind. He quickly set her down to check on her. He lifted her little hand, but it hung limply, unable to hold itself upright. He gently shook her shoulder, calling, "Human, wake up." After trying for some time with no response, he feared something was amiss and was about to urgently contact the Research Institute's doctor when the butler interjected, "She might be asleep." It's common for cubs to expend a lot of energy on their first day of kindergarten. If they Haven-T napped at noon, they often fall asleep as soon as they return. Shihizi asleep? He placed his hand over her heart. It was indeed still beating. Furthermore, her slightly open mouth indicated that she was not unwell. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief, albeit somewhat exasperated. Had she really fallen asleep after just a few steps? What a sloth, the butler chuckled. When you were young and came back from training, you would fall asleep as soon as you reached the sofa, without even changing your clothes. Shihizi recalled how he had indeed done the same after training sessions. So, the little cub was simply exhausted from kindergarten. It was also likely related to her recent surge of superpowers. While relieved, he couldn't help but ask the butler, "How long do you think she'll sleep?" The butler replied, "She'll wake up shortly." With 30 years of experience in caring for cubs, he was confident that regardless of the species, a brief nap would lead to hunger. Shihizi remained somewhat skeptical until 1 hour later, Jiang Xingyue indeed woke up, immediately clutching her stomach and whining to the butler that she was hungry. The butler raised an eyebrow at Shihizi, a triumphant expression on his face. As if to say, "I told you so," Shihizi was taken aback. He had never before realized that the butler possessed such capabilities. However, once Jiang Xingyue awoke, he too felt a sense of relief. The two of them sat together at the dining table. Jiang Xingyue remained in her high chair, and her hunger was so intense that she could devour a whole cow. With her tiny chopsticks, she was adeptly picking up both meat and vegetables, as if she hadn't eaten in ages. Shihizi, while eating, watched her fervently consume her meal, and surprisingly felt a sense of relief. He even took out his camera to record the moment, intending to revisit it whenever he needed to unwind. After Jiang Xingyue had eaten until she was nearly full, she set down her chopsticks. Shihizi thought she was done, but to his astonishment, she turned to the butler and said, "My cake." Shihizi. This girl seemed to have an insatiable appetite. He suspected that humans must possess two stomachs, one for meals and another for desserts. The butler cut her a small piece of cake, and only then did Jiang Xingyue leisurely begin to eat. Shihizi, while feigning disdain, continued to capture the moment on film. After they had their fill, Jiang Xingyue was taken to wash up. Meanwhile, Shihizi retreated to his study to handle work matters. He had not attended to his professional duties all day, and now he needed to catch up. However, he did not forget to assign Jiang Xingyue some homework. Watch this video on utilizing your superpowers and practice controlling them. I will check your progress later. Jiang Xingyue gazed at the large screen before her, which featured a Professor Elephant explaining the usage of superpowers. She listened with partial comprehension, attempting to concentrate her energy in her palm. Focusing her mind, she managed to freeze the entire room, leaving only herself able to move, while the clock stood still. This freeze lasted for over 10 seconds. When Shihizi came downstairs, he was greeted by this spectacle. Jiang Xingyue, seeing him enter, excitedly asked, "How was that? Am I impressive?" Shihizi, although he wanted to praise her, he could not allow her ego to inflate too much. He replied, "If you could freeze the entire planet, that would be truly remarkable. Merely immobilizing a small area is hardly a feat worthy of celebration." Chapter 10. No exploding children. Jiang Xingyue found his words to be quite reasonable. She realized that being able to freeze a limited area was indeed rather weak. If she could immobilize the entire planet, that would be something to boast about. Noticing her head droop in disappointment, Shihizi, wanting to protect her confidence, added, "However, possessing such a superpower at your age is already quite impressive. With more practice, you could become truly formidable." Jiang Xingyue lifted her head to look at him. "Dio, you think I can do it?" After all, she was not from this planet, and no one could predict how her abilities might develop in the future. Shihizi encouraged her, saying, "Girls should never say they can't." Jiang Xingyue, curious, asked, "Are the expectations for girls on the Beastman planet this high too?" Shihizi raised his hand and snapped his fingers in front of her. With a crack, the entire room froze instantly. Even the cleaning butler, old Huang Niu, was caught in the freeze. Jiang Xingyue gazed in astonishment. Was this the power of ice? How amazing! Shihizi snapped his fingers again, and the room returned to normal. Jiang Xingyue gasped, realizing that this ice could be controlled to avoid causing harm, effectively freezing people without injury. It was truly impressive. She looked at Shihizi with admiration and asked, "Can you teach me?" She too wanted to be that powerful. Shihizi, feeling a slight swell of pride at her admiration, ruffled her hair and said, "Our superpowers may differ, but I will study your abilities and teach you when the time comes." Upon hearing his willingness to teach her, Jiang Xingyue joyfully hugged Shihizi and spun around. In the past, Shihizi would never have allowed a little beast man to hold his hand and spin. It seemed too childish and undermined his authoritative image. Yet, as this little one tugged at him, he found himself unable to resist joining in for a few spins. Well, he thought, let us consider it a reward for her good behavior. After all, no one was watching. That evening, both of them were in high spirits and fell asleep in their respective beds. The next day, Shihizi was to take Jiang Xingyue to the genius kindergarten for registration. On the way, he cautioned her, the temperament of the little beast men in the genius class can be quite volatile. If anyone bullies you, just fight back. If you can't win, resort to sneak attacks. Although he believed the girl should experience some hardships to grow. Seeing her small limbs and innocent demeanor made him feel that such hardships were unnecessary. Therefore, he took Jiang Xingyue directly to the principal's office. The principal was excited upon learning that Lord Heezy would personally bring a gifted child. After all, Lord Heezy was exceptionally powerful, and any child he brought along must be equally impressive. When she saw Jiang Xingyue, her face lit up with anticipation. "Come here, little darling. Show me your superpowers." Jiang Xingyue glanced at Shi Heezy, and upon receiving a nod of encouragement from him, she extended her tiny index finger towards the clock on the wall. With a ping, the clock ceased to tick. Everyone blinked in disbelief, thinking, "Is that it?" Yet the very next moment, the clock exploded into a cloud of dust. The principal's eyes widened in shock. What is this ability? Although many gifted youngsters attended their kindergarten, most possessed elemental powers such as fire, water, earth, and metal. It was her first time witnessing the combination of immobilization and explosion. Truly, this child brought by Lord Heezy was extraordinary. Jiang Xingyue herself was baffled. She had merely amplified her intent, fearing that the principal might think her abilities were too weak. And unexpectedly, she had obliterated the object into powder. It appeared that her powers were quite impressive after all. Shi Heezy was pleasantly surprised by her progress, but just as he was about to commend her, he noticed her expression beaming with pride. Perhaps it was best not to praise her, lest her ego soar even higher. He reminded Jiang Xingyue, "Remember to get along well with the other little beast men. If anyone bullies you," he intended to tell her to seek his assistance, but after witnessing her destruction of the clock, he amended his words. "You mustn't indiscriminately turn others into dust." Jiang Xingyue giggled. "I would only blow up a rock to teach them a lesson. I wouldn't harm any innocent little beast men." Shi Heezy affectionately patted her cheek and ushered her into the principal's office. He had to head to the research institute today and could no longer linger. Thus, he turned back multiple times before finally leaving for work. Jiang Xingyue followed the principal to the genius class. Upon entering, she was greeted by a variety of little beast men of all shapes and sizes. There was a baby giraffe, not very old, but already over 2 meters tall, that a little firebird, though small, was capable of breathing fire. When the little firebird spotted her, it swaggered over and said menacingly, "I heard you are a human. You don't seem that impressive." With a face still round with baby fat, Jiang Xingyue decided to play the part of a little ruffian and chuckled. "You re the one who isn't that great. I'm way stronger than you." The little firebird scoffed. "You? Looking so weak, how dare you claim to be strong? I'm the boss of this class. And from today onwards, you will listen to me. Otherwise," Jiang Xingyue, unwilling to back down, placed her hands on her hips and replied, "Otherwise, what will you do?" The little firebird huffed coldly and unleashed a stream of fire towards her. The flames were scorching, and Jiang Xingyue quickly stepped back to avoid them. The little firebird, thinking she was frightened, smirked. "Now that you're scared, just admit defeat." Jiang Xingyue realized that it was necessary to teach this little tyrant a lesson. Otherwise, her days at kindergarten would be far from pleasant. She stared at the little firebird and challenged, "Does being the boss mean you have to fight? Are you brave enough to have a contest with me?" 1 minute. The little firebird had been challenged before and readily accepted. "Sure, let us make it 3 minutes that I can breathe fire for at least that long, so I'm not afraid of this newcomer." Jiang Xingyue pulled out a minute glass, and the classmates eagerly gathered to act as judges, recording the event to prevent any disputes. Everyone was on edge, waiting for the start. As the hourglass fell, the little firebird opened its mouth wide and shot flames at Jiang Xingyue. The scorching fire surged directly towards her hair. Jiang Xingyue pointed her finger at the little firebird's mouth and thought, "Freeze!" To her surprise, the little firebird's fire breathing halted instantly, and even the flames themselves froze in midair. All the little beast men were left dumbfounded. Wow, this little human's superpower is incredible. Though they too had superpowers, they lacked the explosive force of the little firebird, making them feel utterly overwhelmed. Now, with someone even more powerful in their midst, they gazed at Jiang Xingyue with admiration. Jiang Xingyue was busy keeping track of the time. She could currently freeze her opponent for just over a minute. Any longer, and she risked revealing her true capabilities. As the minute elapsed, the little beast men erupted in cheers. "We won! The little human has won!" The little firebird, momentarily confused, could only comprehend that its flames had somehow failed to harm this newcomer. Infuriated, it exclaimed, "Are you cheating? My flames are invincible. At least in this class, I'm the strongest." Chapter 11. "I think I've grown taller." Jiang Xingyue had no intention of reliving the experience. Who could predict whether the next opportunity would last as long? She pointed at the bento on the table of the little firebird. and with a swift motion, it exploded, reducing its contents to mere powder. The little firebird gazed at the heap of powder on the table, nearly brought to tears by frustration. He had not anticipated that the newcomer would be so formidable. It was simply outrageous woo-woo. I shall inform the teacher. In truth, there was no need for him to report it. The teacher had already witnessed the entire event via surveillance. The reason for not intervening was to observe how Jiang Xingyue would handle the situation. To everyone's astonishment, this little human had managed to bring the class troublemaker to tears so effortlessly. Jiang Xingyue lifted her chin with pride and declared to her classmates, "From now on, I will protect this class." The other little beastmen joyfully rushed over, eager to serve her tea and water, exclaiming, "Boss, from now on, you are our new leader." Finally, someone was standing up to the little firebird, and it felt incredibly satisfying. Jiang Xingyue smiled triumphantly, assuring them, "Rest assured, if he bullies you again, just come to me, and I will take care of him." The little beastmen were overjoyed, each pulling out their snacks to share with her. Jiang Xingyue felt elated. Indeed, strength commanded respect. She understood the necessity of honing her extraordinary abilities to protect herself and others. The headmaster convened a meeting with the teachers regarding Jiang Xingyue's powers, urging them to focus on her development. The teachers, recognizing her potential, became enthusiastic about teaching her during class. Initially, Jiang Xingyue feared she might struggle with the technical language of beastmen, but the headmaster provided her with their prized possession, a translator. Upon donning the device, Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. She had not expected the translator to be so advanced. Whatever was said was instantly translated into Chinese for her. According to the headmaster, this translator had originally been left by human warrior women who had assisted in its translation. They seldom brought it out, but recognizing Jiang Xingyue as a promising talent, they decided to let her use it to facilitate her rapid growth. Jiang Xingyue had always been a quick learner on Earth, and her ability to absorb knowledge continued to flourish on the Beastman's planet. Within just a month, she made significant progress, not only able to articulate lengthy passages in Beastman language, but also comprehending much of the specialized vocabulary used in classes. She stayed after school daily to study Beastman language, making progress almost inevitable, even on weekends. Shi Hiai supported her endeavors. He had not experienced holidays as a child, having been in training, so allowing Jiang Xingyue to study a few extra hours was a considerable luxury. Eager to finish her studies and return home to rest, Jiang Xingyue dedicated herself to her lessons, practicing her spoken language with Shi Hiai's. "Hiai's, today I practiced my eyesight and can see mosquitoes from 10 meters away." Their curriculum included methods to enhance the five senses, and her vision had improved remarkably since her arrival. Shi Hiai's gazed down at her sparkling eyes, feeling a swell of pride. "Given your diligence in studying, I shall grant you half a day off tomorrow." Jiang Xingyue cheered. "Yay! Can I go out and play?" After a month of continuous studying, she was more than ready for some fun. Shi Hiai's mused that she was indeed still a child. Primarily interested in play, he had assumed that she would prefer to spend her break with him, as he observed other younglings clinging to their parents during vacations, but to his surprise, all she wanted was to go out. Nonetheless, he agreed. "Very well, you may go." Jiang Xingyue, elated, took his hand and said, "Then you must accompany me tomorrow." Shi Hiai's was taken aback. He had not expected her to want his company. All his earlier disappointment vanished in an instant. It seemed his little human was quite attached to him, wanting him by her side even when going out. A smile crept onto his lips, unable to be suppressed. The butler, witnessing this, remarked, "It has been a long time since I've seen the young master smile so joyfully." Jiang Xingyue. It appeared that the Beastmen also enjoyed reading stories about domineering CEOs. That night, as Jiang Xingyue lay in her crib, she noticed it had become smaller. Her feet were already brushing against the railings. Shi Hiai's, seeing she was still awake, approached and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? Are you hungry?" Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "Hiai's, I think I've grown taller." Shi Hiai's looked at her height, confirming she indeed matched the length of the crib. He was astonished. "Let me measure you." "Almost a meter? It seems you have truly grown." From such a small size, she had gained considerable height in just a month. Jiang Xingyue speculated that perhaps her body was slowly adapting to this planet. Allowing her stature to return to normal, Shi Hiai's took notes and measured her weight as well. Surprisingly, she had not gained much, despite her seemingly insatiable appetite. Jiang Xingyue beamed. "You see, I have a physique that does not easily gain weight." Since childhood, she had eaten abundantly without gaining much at all, not even suffering from acne. A physique that inspired envy. Shi Hei's meticulously documented her growth, planning to buy her a new small bed the following day. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xingyue proposed, "Now that I've grown, may I have a separate little room?" Shi Hei's paused, taken aback. Was she requesting to sleep in a different room so soon? Wasn't it customary for younglings to wait until adulthood to leave their parents? His little human had just reached 1 meter. She was still a child. Why the sudden desire to separate? Noticing his frown and silence, Jiang Xingyue wondered if she had said something wrong. She speculated that perhaps he was reluctant to have her sleep apart from him. But then again, if she had a little kitten, she too would find it difficult to part ways. However, sharing a room with a young man was not ideal, despite his handsome features, long legs, and charming physique with well-defined muscles. His face, sculpted and striking, rivaled that of anime heartthrobs. With that in mind, sharing a room didn't seem so bad after all. Then I want a pink bed. Even at her age, she still adored pink. Finding it warm and uplifting, Shi Hei's surveyed the dark decor of the room, imagining how odd a pink bed would look amidst it. Nevertheless, he took note of her request and sent it to the furniture company. "I need a pink princess bed with pink bedding." The furniture company promptly replied, "Received. Dear, we will treat it tonight for formaldehyde. It will arrive tomorrow." The following morning, upon waking, Jiang Xingyue was greeted by a pale pink princess bed adorned with pink embroidered linens, complete with a doll nestled atop it. She joyfully leaped onto it, exclaiming, "Hei's, thank you." Shi Hei smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Chapter 12. An asteroid threatens Shi Hei's. After finishing breakfast, Shi Hei's drove Jiang Xingyue to an amusement park. This newly constructed park boasted cutting-edge technology, featuring numerous 8D immersive games, allowing the little beastmen to experience battles in outer space. It was Jiang Xingyue's first encounter with a game set in the cosmos, and she was eager to try it. "Hei's, I want to play this." Shi Hei's nodded, handing her a game card. "Use this. It allows unlimited playtime." Jiang Xingyue gazed at the diamond black card, feeling it must be the highest tier of membership available. She gratefully accepted it, playfully inquiring, "Hei's, is this card very expensive?" She sensed that every card he produced was a super premium one, suggesting he must be quite wealthy. It appeared she had indeed encountered a person of means. Seeing her treasure the gold card, Shi Hei's felt reassured, patting her head gently. "The card isn't expensive. Feel free to use it. You can use it for shopping and dining as well, when you come of age. I'll arrange for a facial recognition card, so you won't need to carry a card with you." Due to beastmen parents being wary of their children overspending, they typically only issued family cards. Jiang Xingyue's was also a family card, albeit with a staggering amount inside, something she was unaware of. Jiang Xingyue was delighted by his generosity, hugging his leg and flashing a grateful smile. "Thank you, Lord Hei's." She was finally experiencing the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy second-generation individual. Observing her little money-loving demeanor, Shi Hei's chuckled. However, he cautioned her not to misuse the card, lest it be confiscated. Jiang Xingyue tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by bad things?" She was still unfamiliar with what mischief one could engage in on this planet, and seized the opportunity to inquire. Shi Hei's. Perhaps he had spoken too freely. "Just go and enjoy yourself." He was reluctant to discuss the matter, fearing that she might absorb the negativity and stray onto a bad path, so he urged her to enter and indulge in the games. Jiang Xingyue sighed and immediately bounced inside. Upon seeing her diamond black card, the staff promptly escorted her to the premium experience room to learn the game controls and change her outfit. Dressed as a little warrior, Jiang Xingyue was taken to the Cosmic Experience Pod. This game provided a realistic immersive experience, and once inside the pod, Jiang Xingyue donned 8D glasses and beheld the vastness of the universe. The immense cosmos rendered the planets insignificant. She felt as if she were floating in space, experiencing the movements of the celestial bodies. Previously, she had watched videos of the universe on Earth and found them fascinating. Now, experiencing it firsthand was even more breathtaking. Just as she was engrossed in the experience, a small asteroid suddenly sped toward her. Startled, Jiang Xingyue quickly dodged it. Another asteroid followed suit, hurtling toward her. Shi Hei's observed from outside the glass. His intention in bringing Jiang Xingyue here was to assess her reflexes. Although her superior had instructed him to nurture the little human into a female warrior, he had no desire to put her in danger if she lacked the requisite talent. Remaining on the ground as a researcher was also commendable. However, The little human inside the pod exhibited remarkable reaction speed and intelligence. She managed to attract several threatening asteroids together, causing them to collide and annihilate one another. Shi-Hei's manipulated the visuals, introducing an orc planet into the mix, and initiated a collision with the asteroids to see how she would respond. Inside the game pod, Jiang Xingyue noticed the impending impact of the asteroids on the orc planet. As she soared through space, she even caught sight of Shi-Hei's enjoying coffee at a CAF on the planet. Just as the asteroids were about to collide, Jiang Xingyue was startled and rushed to intervene. Yet, her small stature was no match for the colossal asteroids. Ultimately, she had to use her telekinetic powers to freeze them in place in an instant. The flaming asteroid was immobilized. However, this state only lasted a moment before the asteroid resumed its trajectory towards Shi-Hei's. Jiang Xingyue dashed forward, targeting the small asteroid, and with a thought, she unleashed an explosion. The fiery asteroid erupted with a resounding bang, scattering debris and creating craters on the ground. Seeing that Shi-Hei's was unharmed, Jiang Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief. However, having overexerted her powers, she suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward. Shi-Hei's swiftly appeared to catch her, lifting her effortlessly. Stars? Jiang Xingyue gazed at him in a daze, relieved to see he was unharmed. With that, she fainted. Shi-Hei's furrowed his brow, suddenly regretting having subjected her to such an intense experience. The cosmic pod was designed to stimulate the latent powers of little orcs, and it was evident that Jiang Xingyue had expended considerable energy, leading to her fainting. Nonetheless, her potential was evident. Possessing the ability to obliterate planets at such a young age hinted at even greater power in her future. Yet, he hesitated to submit this report. If their superior learned of her powers, he would undoubtedly be pleased. But it would also mean Jiang Xingyue would be taken for closed training. He had experienced this himself as a child. Although his current achievements were linked to his training, the journey had been arduous. He selfishly wished to spare the little human from such hardships. Therefore, he chose not to include this segment in today's report. Jiang Xingyue lay in bed, her head throbbing painfully. She had not anticipated that overexerting her powers would lead to such discomfort. It seemed she would need to use her abilities more cautiously in the future. Suddenly, a chill swept through her mind, soothing the heat within. Feeling considerably better, she fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes, only to find Shi-Hei's asleep on her bed. She gazed down at the strikingly handsome man, her small hand reaching out to touch his face. If only she were not so small, she would certainly take a bite out of such a handsome figure. Shi-Hei's awoke as she touched him, his long hand grasping her fidgeting one. Stop it. Your hands are dirty and unwashed. Jiang Xingyue chuckled. Hei's, it seems my powers have strengthened a bit. She had just realized she could now freeze anything she desired. At that moment, the butler outside was also immobilized. However, Shi-Hei's frowned, seemingly unpleased by her newfound strength. Aren't you happy? Jiang Xingyue asked, puzzled. Shi-Hei's shook his head, gently ruffling her hair, cautioning her, from now on, conceal your superpowers. Sometimes being too strong can be disadvantageous. Jiang Xingyue was confused. Aren't orc planets ruled by strength? As long as my powers are formidable enough, no one would dare bully me. Shi-Hei's nodded, acknowledging her point, but added, however, possessing power can lead to burdens. The stronger you are, the more hardships you may face. You wouldn't want to be taken for closed training for a decade, would you? At that point, not only would you be unable to play, but even simple desires like eating would require approval. You would have no freedom at all. Chapter 13. I want to ride on your head. Jiang Xingyue, sensing the gravity of his words, suddenly understood. You were taken for closed training as a child because of your overwhelming powers. Shi-Hei's nodded, affirming her suspicion. However, he believed that the hardships he faced were beyond what the little human could endure. Jiang Xingyue felt the same. She was merely an accidental visitor to this place, fortunate enough to be taken in by this man. The pain of being unable to return home was sufficient. She would not endure any additional suffering. Then I will conceal my abilities, showcasing them only when necessary. This way, those in power will remain unaware of my true strength and will not take me for training. Shi-Hei's, relieved, chuckled at her cleverness. What a little trickster! No wonder humans are said to be intelligent. You're quite cunning. In the afternoon, the principal sent a message, instructing Shi-Hei's to take Jiang Xingyue to select a battle pet. Jiang Xingyue was curious. What is a battle pet? Is it a pet for combat? Shi-Hei's nodded. Yes, it is a pet that will accompany you in battle. The orc planet had a history of warfare, and each orc warrior possessed a powerful battle pet. However, during this peaceful era, only those with exceptional abilities could have a battle pet, and the pet must also be willing to recognize its owner. The principal wanted Shi Heis to take Jiang Xingyue to try her luck, given her impressive abilities. Jiang Xingyue was eager, feeling that having a battle pet would be quite cool. She asked Shi Heis about the types of battle pets available and what they look like. Are they robots or little beast pets? Shi Heis smiled mysteriously. They could be both. This piqued Jiang Xingyue's curiosity even further. Upon arriving at the battle pet selection area, they encountered several teachers from prestigious schools, accompanied by their students. Upon noticing Shi Heis' arrival, the principal beamed with enthusiasm. Lord Heis, I have already called your number. It will be your turn shortly. Shi Heis acknowledged with a hum, taking Jiang Xingyue's hand to the front to view the battle pets. Due to her shorter stature, she tugged at Shi Heis, pouting slightly. I can't see. Shi Heis lifted her into his arms. Her view improved, yet she still struggled to see clearly. She pointed to his neck. I want to ride on your head. Shi Heis furrowed his brow. Such audacious words were quite unexpected. As the leader of the national defense team of the orc planet, how could he allow someone to ride on his head? Noticing his stern expression, Jiang Xingyue quickly changed her approach. Then I can ride on the security uncle's head. Their kindergarten security guard was a 5-meter-tall giraffe orc. During physical education classes, the little orcs often enjoyed riding on the giraffe guard's back. Jiang Xingyue thought that if Shi Heis would not permit her to ride, then riding the giraffe would suffice. The giraffe guard promptly extended a hand. Lord Heis, I will take care of little Xingxing. Because Jiang Xingyue was sweet-tongued, bringing the giraffe guard treats every day, he had developed quite a fondness for her. However, before the giraffe guard could scoop Jiang Xingyue up, Shi Heis hoisted her to his shoulders, spreading her legs apart to allow her to sit on his neck. Jiang Xingyue was momentarily stunned, but then her face lit up with joy. Heis, you're so nice. Shi Heis found her amusing and exasperating. The little human was quite charming. Having received such a benefit, she even called him by a nickname. In fact, no one close to him had ever called him by that name before. She was the first. Jiang Xingyue felt that his willingness to let her ride on his head showcased his immense tolerance for her. Overjoyed and touched, she leaned down to plant a kiss on the top of his head. Thank you, Heis. The gentle peck on his head caused Shi Heis to momentarily pause. Aside from being patted on the head by elders in his childhood, no one had ever kissed him. This little human seemed to repeatedly break through his boundaries. However, he found the sensation rather pleasant. Let her ride. After all, she's just a little human, and no one will mock me for it. Once Jiang Xingyue's view improved, she noticed 2 rows of small cages in front of her, each housing bizarre battle pets. There was a husky with 8 legs and a ragdoll cat with 12 tails, all resembling mutated pets. Shi Heis explained to her, the battle pets of the orc planet are all genetically modified creatures. These battle pets possess varying abilities, some even surpassing those of orcs. However, their low intelligence limits them to auxiliary roles. Jiang Xingyue pondered, what about the combat prowess of the Siberian husky? Destruction of property. Shi Heis chuckled helplessly. Not only can it wreak havoc, but it can also obliterate entire buildings. The mutated Siberian husky boasts remarkable strength, capable of demolishing a wall with a single paw. Moreover, it possesses 8 legs. Is it truly that formidable? Jiang Xingyue inquired. And what of the ragdoll with 12 tails? Shi Heis explained that its 12 tails could conjure 12 ragdoll cats, enhancing its combat capability. Intrigued, Jiang Xingyue asked, which battle pet is the strongest? Shi Heis pointed to a frail little golden tiger in the corner, stating, have you noticed that small golden tiger? Its survival rate is low during its youth. But once matured, it can grow to 10 meters tall and unleash powerful flames. Its fire can incinerate an entire street and persist for a long time. Especially formidable is the bite force of the golden tiger, capable of effortlessly shattering hard weapons. Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to raise it. Shi Heis agreed but expressed concern. There's a 50% chance that the little golden tiger will turn into an ordinary one. Are you certain you want to choose it? Jiang Xingyue nodded. I believe it will become powerful. Even if it doesn't, I still have you. With him around, any difficulty could surely be overcome. Shi Heis found her cleverness both amusing and exasperating. Typically, orcs resolved issues by their own means, while his little human relied on external assistance. Jiang Xingyue smiled with pride. Of course, if there is help available, one should seek it. Offering and repaying assistance is not a challenge. Shihizi laughed. Very well. However, when the time comes, there may be numerous competitors for the little golden tiger, and securing it is not guaranteed. Usually, acquiring battle pets involves competition. The initial method of competition is monetary. If the other party is not particularly eager, the highest bidder prevails. But if both parties desire it fervently, conflict inevitably ensues. Jiang Xingyue surveyed the small orcs present vying for spirit pets, uncertain whether she could outmatch them. If I can't, are there alternative spirit pets? Shihizi affirmed. Yes, if the options here do not suffice, we can seek others. However, that little golden tiger shows great potential. It would be ideal to acquire it. Jiang Xingyue understood. Then I shall strive to succeed. Shihizi encouraged her. Just do your best. Soon, the bidding for battle pets commenced. The first group featured 2 young orcs, a crocodile boy and an electric eel boy. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback, having never witnessed an electric eel transform into a human before. The electric eel crackled with energy, and as the boy stepped forward, sparks danced across his body. Chapter 14. Battling the bear boy. Jiang Xingyue rode atop Shihizi's shoulders. Watching with keen interest, Z's, shouldn't electric eels be in the water? How did he come up here? Shihizi, flattered by her sweet call of Z's, initially intended to correct her but decided to let it slide, perceiving it as her fondness for him. With a smirk, he replied, on the orc planet, as long as one possesses sufficient ability, any creature can evolve into an orc. Those that fly in the sky or swim in the sea can come ashore and adapt to life. However, electric eels, being aquatic creatures, typically dig a pool at home and even sleep in water. The electric eel before them carried a water container on his belt, sufficient to meet his daily needs. Jiang Xingyue gazed at the small water container, wondering if it had a spatial quality, capable of holding a vast amount of water. Shihizi confirmed, indeed, that water container serves as his storage device. With an interior size akin to a pool, Jiang Xingyue was astonished. I had no idea such storage spaces existed here. Where can one acquire one? I want one too, Shihizi explained. Such storage spaces are typically reserved for the orc military. Ordinary orcs must venture to exploration planets to seek them out. However, those planets are fraught with dangers, yet treasures abound. Most orcs refrain from venturing there unless they possess significant strength. Curious, Jiang Xingyue inquired. Do you possess a storage space? As she rummaged through Shihizi's belongings, she asked, is it in your watch? Shihizi caught her hand, intending to swat it away but paused when he saw her pouty expression. With a stern glance, he warned, no mischief. He pointed to the earring on his ear, stating, my storage space is within this earring, large enough to contain a plaza. Jiang Xingyue gasped, why is your space so vast? Is it proportional to your abilities? Shihizi nodded, precisely. The greater the ability, the larger the space. Jiang Xingyue gazed at him with admiration. Z's, you are remarkable. Shihizi maintained a composed demeanor, allowing a slight smile to play on his lips. The electric eel orc and the crocodile orc engaged in a fierce battle. The crocodile orc attempted to use a death spiral to sever the electric eel's head, only for the electric eel to unleash its entire electrical charge, sending the crocodile orc soaring. The referee promptly declared the electric eel the victor. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, the electric eel orc chose a battle pet it favored, selecting a mutated alligator gar, known for its destructive power, indicating that one must exercise caution in the water moving forward. When it was Jiang Xingyue's turn, she felt a surge of nerves. She had a clear target and boldly declared her desire for the little golden tiger. 2 other young orcs, a brown bear boy and a polar bear boy, also sought after the little golden tiger. Upon their arrival on stage, the bear boys towered over Jiang Xingyue, forcing her to look up at them. This marked her first encounter in battle against bear orcs, leaving her feeling uncertain and tempted to withdraw. However, the brown bear boy mockingly taunted her, what a weakling. You look like a peculiar breed. The orcs of the planet rarely encountered humans, and since Shihizi had not disclosed Jiang Xingyue's identity, the bear boys were unaware of her true nature. They merely perceived her as diminutive and weak. Expressing disdain. So, how do you wish to perish? Shall I crush you with a slap or stomp you with my foot? Jiang Xingyue. Just as she contemplated withdrawing, the boy's arrogance ignited her determination. She extended her hand, immobilizing him, and seized the moment to deliver a swift kick to his face before rushing to claim the little golden tiger. However, The two bear boys quickly regained their composure. Realizing they had been hurt, they transformed their anger into fierce bear paws aimed at Jiang Xingyue. Die, little shrimp. The bear paw, now the size of a small mountain, descended upon her, leaving Jiang Xingyue with no avenue of escape unless she could leap away. Startled by the impending bear paw, she instinctively unleashed her jumping ability, narrowly evading the crushing blow. She then leaped onto the heads of the two bear boys, delivering another kick that sent them reeling. Ow! The two bear boys clutched their faces, their pain evident. Faces were their most vulnerable spots, and after enduring 2 kicks, they were left in tears. What kind of beast are you? So small yet your kicks hurt so much. In the audience, Shihizi, hidden beneath his suit, felt a surge of icy flames building in his hand, astonished by the speed of Jiang Xingyue's jumps. Not only did she manage to fend for herself, but she also took her revenge. He felt a swell of pride and admiration for her, clapping in encouragement. The crowd followed suit, applauding the display. Jiang Xingyue believed the ordeal had concluded, only to find the two boys exchanging. Jiang Xingyue harbored doubts. For this little pong bird was not only filthy at the moment, but also stood merely at the height of her calf. Could such a diminutive creature truly grow to such great heights? She glanced at Shihizi, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that it could indeed be nurtured. Trusting him, Jiang Xingyue lifted the cage containing the little golden tiger and addressed the pong bird. Very well. You may accompany me. The pong bird, elated, followed her with a skip in its step, exclaiming, All right, sister, from now on, you shall be my only sister. Chapter 15. Claiming 2 battle pets as Jiang Xingyue triumphed in a 1-2 match. She was permitted to leave with both the little golden tiger and the pong bird. Shihizi escorted them to register, and after paying the claiming fee, he took them to a pet shop. Their first stop was a wash. The little golden tiger and the pong bird appeared as though they had just been caught in an adventurous forest. They were dirty and reeked unpleasantly. Jiang Xingyue, noting the foul odor, seized the opportunity to educate them, insisting on their need to maintain cleanliness daily, lest she refused to hold them. The little golden tiger lay in the cage with a disdainful expression, internally scoffing, Who cares for your embrace? Meanwhile, the pong bird, eager to please, exhibited a rather servile demeanor, proclaiming, Sister, I will wash and make myself fragrant. You must hold me. Jiang Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle at the pong bird's antics, remarking, You resemble a cockatoo. Could it be that you're related? The pong bird retorted, I hail from the formidable lineage of the great pong bird, not some trivial parrot. It boasted, One day, I shall grow to the size of a house. Even an elephant will seem insignificant to me. Do not underestimate me, master. Moreover, I am proficient in several languages. Surprised, Jiang Xingyue inquired, Are you truly that remarkable? She had indeed encountered the mythical great pong bird, which was described in grandiose terms, and was astonished to discover its existence on the Beastman planet. She felt fortunate to have come across such a treasure. Shihizi, somewhat taken aback, recalled having seen a great pong bird once during a conflict between 2 planets, where the opposing general rode upon one. However, since great pong birds had never been sighted on their planet, he had never seen one in its juvenile form, let alone in its current filthy state. Jiang Xingyue queried the pong bird, in comparison to the little golden tiger, who is mightier? The pong bird confidently declared, Of course, it is I. I can fly. Can that little tiger? The little golden tiger lazily lifted its gaze, casting a disdainful glance at the bird. It too would awaken its superpower upon maturity and sprout wings, becoming not only the mightiest land battle pet, but also a formidable force in space. Jiang Xingyue was unaware of this, but Shihizi enlightened her, suggesting that if the little golden tiger's superpower were to manifest, it might indeed grow wings. Jiang Xingyue found this fascinating. A tiger sprouting wings seemed incredibly impressive, almost mythical. However, she noted its current frail appearance, questioning whether it was inherently ill. Shihizi nodded, explaining that typically, a golden tiger would only give birth to 3 cubs, with the third being the weakest, often abandoned by the mother shortly after birth. This little golden tiger was clearly the abandoned one, which made survival exceedingly difficult for such cubs. The little golden tiger felt uneasy at this revelation, displeased that its vulnerabilities were being highlighted. Sensing its fragility, Jiang Xingyue gently stroked its small head, offering comfort. Do not worry. We will not abandon you. Since fate has brought us together, We shall become a family that fights side by side. No matter what challenges we face in the future, I will never forsake you." Just as humans care for their kittens and puppies, she vowed to be a steadfast guardian for her pets. The little golden tiger paused, finally lifting its head to regard the small human before it. Seemed that the golden tiger's genes held a familiarity with humans, likely stemming from ancestral encounters, allowing it to understand their language. This diminutive human appeared not particularly strong, yet her resolve seemed unwavering. Uncertain of its own future, it contemplated offering this human some assistance if it were to survive and grow. The Peng bird, witnessing Jiang Xingyue's continued affection for the little golden tiger, squeezed in to vie for attention, chirping, "Master, pet me. I want to be petted too." Its eager demeanor amused Jiang Xingyue, who replied, all right, I shall pet you as well." Though dirty, its personality was simply too delightful to resist. Upon arriving at the pet shop, the staff ushered the little golden tiger and the Peng bird inside for examinations. Shi Hei's then took Jiang Xingyue to the adjacent bathhouse for a wash. It was Jiang Xingyue's first visit to a Beastman bathhouse. Shi Hei's provided her with a token for the women's bath, still feeling somewhat uneasy. "If a stranger tries to take you away, you must not go with them, understand?" Jiang Xingyue nodded, assuring him, "I will not go with anyone." Yet, Shi Hei's remained unconvinced. "Perhaps we should wash at home instead?" Originally, he had thought washing the two pets would take a considerable time, and it would be more efficient to bring the small human along to scrub off the sweat. However, upon arriving, he felt apprehensive, knowing that he could not accompany her into the women's bathhouse. The staff, sensing the tension, though slightly intimidated by Shi Hei's presence, reassured him, "Sir, this is a civilized bathhouse. There are no human traffickers here. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on your little girl." After observing the staff's earnestness, Shi Hei's reluctantly agreed, saying, "Then please look after her." The staff led Jiang Xingyue to the women's bathhouse, where upon entering, they inquired, "Is that your father?" Given that Shi Hei's bore no beastman traits, she could not discern his species. Jiang Xingyue smiled, explaining, "He is not my father, but he is my guardian." Currently, her identity was registered under Shi Hei's name, establishing a sort of adoptive relationship. The staff, curious, probed further. "Is he unable to bear children? How could such a young person adopt a child?" Jiang Xingyue suppressed a smile, thinking the woman was rather nosy. However, she clarified, "No, I got separated from my parents and had no one to care for me. So he kindly took me in." With this explanation, the staff's perception of Shi Hei's shifted positively. "He treats you quite well." Jiang Xingyue agreed, acknowledging that Shi Hei's had indeed been kind to her. Despite his intentions to study her, he had never inflicted any harm upon her and had consistently cared for her. As long as he treated her well, he would be regarded as her friend, and she would repay his kindness in the future. After changing into appropriate attire for the women's bathhouse, Jiang Xingyue anticipated seeing a sea of bare skin. Instead, she was met with the sight of peculiar beastman forms. The glamorous women transformed into their true forms upon entering the bathhouse. One particularly robust white bear beauty lay languidly, making it difficult for the attendant to wash her back. "Hey, gorgeous, can't you turn into a human form? Your thick skin is a challenge." The white bear beauty chuckled before shifting back into her beastman form. Other ladies of various species, including mice, cows, tigers, and rabbits, lounged comfortably in the pools. Jiang Xingyue felt as though she had entered a zoo. Seeking a corner to clean herself, she hoped the attendant would scrub her back. However, the attendant remarked, "Children don't have backs to wash. Once you're done, you can go drink some milk. Children under 1.6 meters can have milk for free." Jiang Xingyue, "Children under 1.6 meters? Auntie, that's a bit much." Chapter 16. Two battle pets compete for affection in the end. Jiang Xingyue was unable to get her back scrubbed and, after changing her clothes, headed to the front desk to collect her milk. The front desk was quite high, and the attendant failed to notice her. She had to climb up on tiptoe, exclaiming, "Miss, I'm here." The attendant, looking somewhat embarrassed, apologized, "I'm so sorry, little one. I didn't see you because you're too short. Here, take 2 bottles of milk. Drink plenty to help you grow taller." Beastmen generally stand quite tall after evolution, except for small species like the mouse beastman. Giraffes and elephants, for instance, are still quite tall. Jiang Xingyue, being so petite, was naturally perceived as short. Puffing with indignation, she accepted the 2 large bottles of milk. Pondering how tall she might someday become. On Earth, she stood at 1.68 meters, a fairly average height. With the atmospheric changes on the Beastman planet, she might even grow taller than before. Shi Hei's had already emerged early to wait for her. Seeing her tiny figure carrying two 2-liter bottles of milk, he guessed they were gifts from the attendant and chuckled, shaking his head. Did they think you were short? Jiang Xingyue looked up at him, suspecting he stood well over 1.9 meters to Shi Hei's. How tall are you? He took the 2 bottles of milk from her hands and lifted her up, teasing. Guess. Jiang Xingyue tilted her head, observing his long legs. You must be at least 1.99 meters. Shi Hai smiled mysteriously. I could be even taller. Considering his true form, he could indeed be much taller. However, being excessively tall would draw attention, so he kept his height just above 1.9 meters. Jiang Xingyue thought to herself that this was quite an intriguing response. Could he really control his height at will? Shi Hai nodded. Those with strong abilities can certainly do so. Jiang Xingyue felt he was being rather boastful. Will I also be able to control my height freely in the future? Shi Hai shook his head. Unless your true form is tall. If you're like a little squirrel, you won't grow very tall as an adult. Jiang Xingyue understood and figured that she was still approximately 1.68 meters tall. That was acceptable. After all, 1.68 meters was still slightly taller than a mouse orc. Shi Hai, under the impression that she was lamenting her height, affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, "It's perfectly fine if you don't grow any taller. I would never think less of you." Jiang Xingyue responded with a playful huff and a smile. "Rest assured, I truly do not mind how tall I am." Yet, despite her words, she had already consumed nearly half a bottle of milk. Shi Hai, seeing through her feigned indifference but choosing not to comment, took her to the pet store to collect the little golden tiger and the small penguin bird. After being washed, the little golden tiger and the small penguin bird appeared fluffy and utterly adorable. Jiang Xingyue exclaimed, "Indeed, cubs are the cutest when they are young. I absolutely adore them." She picked up the little golden tiger and gently patted its fluffy head. Then she stroked the small penguin bird, which was delightfully plump and irresistibly charming. The little penguin bird relished the attention from its young master, flapping its underdeveloped wings in excitement, as if to say, "Pet me, pet me." The little golden tiger, however, looked on with disdain, thinking to itself how silly it was to be so excited over such trivial attention. A mere licking dog bird. The small penguin bird retorted, "If you don't like it, then don't come near. Let the master only pet me." The little golden tiger was unyielding, replying, "I will not." Being from the rebellious golden tiger clan, it refused to heed the whims of this foolish bird. In retaliation, the small penguin bird pecked at it, but being still a cub, its beak lacked any real power. It was the little golden tiger that delivered a swat, sending the penguin bird rolling a couple of times on the ground, prompting it to cry out, "Wah, master, it hurts. I want a hug." Jiang Xingyue found the small penguin bird's cub phase reminiscent of a fluffy little penguin, simply too adorable, especially since it was so good at seeking affection. She couldn't help but embrace it, saying, There, don't cry, I'll take you both to buy some food." Due to the hurried adoption, they had yet to purchase any essentials for their combat pets. Shi Hai led them to a large pet store where food specifically designed for combat pets was sold. The little golden tiger favored meat and enjoyed gnawing on bones. Jiang Xingyue bought it plenty of meaty bones to help it regain strength. Additionally, she purchased numerous plush toys and a U-shaped sleeping nest. The little golden tiger felt a peculiar sensation in its heart as it realized that everything Jiang Xingyue bought was to its liking. With a soft grunt, it thought to itself, "I shall repay you for all this in the future." Jiang Xingyue chuckled, "All right, as long as you protect me well in the future, you can consider it repayment." The little golden tiger nodded earnestly. Okayed. As a high-level combat pet, it possessed a keen intellect. If the little human treated it well, it would ensure her safety in return. The small penguin bird, on the other hand, was rather carefree, wanting to purchase everything it saw. Eventually, Jiang Xingyue informed it that it could only choose 3 items. It was not disheartened, bouncing joyfully as it skipped off to select its favorites. After making its selections, it happily pecked around, embodying a cheerful spirit. The little golden tiger regarded the plump bird as rather foolish, thinking to itself that it had no intention of partnering with it in the future. On the way home, Jiang Xingyue asked Shi Hai, "Now that we've adopted them, is the procedure complete? Do we need to perform a blood oath or anything of the sort?" Shi Hei's replied thoughtfully. Yes, a blood oath is necessary, but it must wait until you both grow stronger. Currently, both combat pets are particularly weak. If they don't develop any extraordinary abilities in the future, they would only be a burden to their master. Thus, it is customary to raise them first to see if they possess any superpowers before establishing a bond. Jiang Xingyue understood and gently patted the little golden tiger and the small penguin bird, declaring, even if they don't develop any extraordinary abilities in the future, I would never abandon them. Keeping them as pets is perfectly fine. The little golden tiger and the small penguin bird exchanged glances, feeling fortunate to have such a kind master. If they had been given to another owner, they would have likely been discarded for being useless and replaced with new ones, but not with their little master. Upon arriving home, Shi Hei's arranged rooms for the two combat pets. He also invited a professional veterinarian to examine the little golden tiger. The veterinarian remarked, this golden tiger has an excellent pedigree, but it was weak in the womb and requires careful nurturing. First, we must raise it well before testing for any superpowers. Shi Hei's took note of this and inquired about the small penguin bird. The veterinarian replied, the small penguin bird is in good health. However, I did not sense any extraordinary abilities within it. May be that the growth cycle of the large penguin bird is longer. So you should raise it and see. Upon hearing that it lacked any extraordinary abilities, the small penguin bird nervously glanced at Shi Hei's and Jiang Xingyue. Once the veterinarian departed, it timidly approached Jiang Xingyue and said, Master, I'm not sure if I'll be able to take you to space in the future. Will you dislike me? The reason it had boasted about itself was mainly out of fear that it was too weak and unwanted, ultimately ending up as a skewered treat. Thus, it had shamelessly begged Jiang Xingyue to take it home. Now that its young master treated it so well, it felt a sense of guilt at the thought of being useless. Jiang Xingyue lovingly patted its little head, reassuring it, it's all right. At least you are very cute. Being cute can be deadly, the small penguin bird exclaimed, its eyes widening as it absorbed this new concept. It had never realized that cuteness could be lethal. Determined, it decided it must become the cutest large penguin bird on the Orc planet, aiming to charm its enemies to death. Jiang Xingyue, it was genuinely convinced by this notion. Shi Hei's shook his head and chuckled. Truly, a master attracts a pet that mirrors their own charm and eccentricity. Chapter 17. Bringing the little human back to the family home during dinner that evening, Shi Hai served Jiang Xingyue some dishes and mentioned, there's a family gathering tomorrow. I need to return home for a bit. This was the first time Jiang Xingyue had heard him speak of family, and her curiosity piqued as she asked, who was in your family? Throughout the month they had spent together, she had not yet met any of his family members, and she had assumed he was a solitary individual. Shi Hai sighed, I do have family. We just don't live together regularly. His true form was that of the Ice Flame Black Wolf, the strongest in combat on the Orc planet. Upon reaching adulthood, he could grow to over 20 meters in length and stand more than 10 meters tall. He possessed not only the ability to freeze, but also to ignite, capable of freezing everything and igniting everything. It was rare for a member of the Ice Flame Black Wolf family to be born with dual superpowers, occurring only once every century. Thus, after being detected with dual abilities during his cub stage, he was taken to the highest security training facility on the Orc planet. Consequently, he had spent his life within the security team, only returning home during holidays. Tomorrow marked the annual gathering of the Black Wolf family, where all family members would be present. Jiang Xingyue nodded obediently, asking, how many days will you be gone? Shi Hai pondered for a moment. Typically, I stay for 3 days. The first day is for gathering with the elders, the second with the younger generation, and the third with friends from my hometown to share a drink. This had been the routine for years. However, this year, with the addition of a little human, he found himself conflicted about whether to bring her along. He worried that if he took her, the elders might scrutinize her, potentially scaring her. Conversely, if he left her at home alone, he felt uneasy, especially since she appeared quite dependent on him, not seeming like someone who could easily be apart from him. Sighing, he wrestled with his dilemma. Jiang Xingyue, noticing his troubled expression for the first time, gently asked, are you worried about leaving me at home alone? Reassuringly, she added, don't worry. I'll behave, if only that were true. The moment he left, she would likely dash outside to play. Heaven knew she was about to go mad from the relentless studying. However, she maintained her facade of compliance. Seeing her so agreeable, Shi Hai neither confirmed nor denied, merely responding vaguely, let us eat first. Jiang Xingyue took this as a tacit agreement and began to contemplate where she would play while Shi Heis was away. Little did he know, her life of continuous classes without holidays was driving her to the brink of insanity. Every day, in addition to enhancing her superpowers, she had to learn the Orc language. And when she returned home, Shi Heis would tutor her in her studies, leaving her utterly exhausted. If he were away for 3 days, she could finally relax. Yet, the following day, Shi Heis did not take her to school. Instead, he packed a small suitcase for her, saying, "Let us go. You're coming home with me." Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. "I'm going too." She had originally planned to hang out with her classmates after school that day. Observing her astonished expression, Shi Heis smiled indulgently. "Aren't you happy?" He hadn't intended to take her back, but having seen her mumbling in her sleep the previous night, as if she were crying in a dream, he guessed she must be reluctant to see him go. Thus, he decided to bring her along. Judging by her expression, she appeared overjoyed. Shi Heis, understanding, patted her head and said, "Let us go. I've arranged for you to have 3 days off school. You can make up the lessons afterward." Jiang Xingyue, her joy had dissipated. How had this man concluded that she was reluctant to part with him? She had been cheerfully humming a tune. What was his comprehension ability? Nevertheless, after some thought, she realized that a 3-day break could be considered a small vacation for herself. Once in the vehicle, Jiang Xingyue asked, "How far is your home?" Shi Heis replied, "Approximately 10,000 kilometers." Jiang Xingyue exclaimed, "So far? How long will our car take to get there?" Since vehicles on the Orc planet traveled through the air, short distances were usually covered in a flash. She wondered how many flashes would take for 10,000 kilometers. Shi Heis chuckled, "We won't be taking a car. We'll switch to a spaceship shortly." Jiang Xingyue was astonished. A spaceship? What is that like? She had never been on a spaceship before and was curious if it resembled a UFO. Shi Heis explained, "It's a hovercraft, the type we commonly use for long-distance travel on the Orc planet." He purchased 2 first-class tickets, and upon arriving at the spaceship station, they were promptly guided to the first-class cabin by a dedicated attendant. Jiang Xingyue gazed in wonder throughout the journey. This spaceship station resembled an airport, yet the spacecraft themselves were colossal, akin to massive spinning stainless steel tops. The central section served as the cabin, while the entire circular perimeter was designated for flight. Once Jiang Xingyue and Shi Heis boarded the first-class cabin, she curiously leaned against the glass to observe. "Ziz, how long will it take to reach your home on this spaceship?" "About an hour and a half," he replied. Jiang Xingyue was astonished. Is it really possible to cover 10,000 kilometers in just an hour and a half? That's astonishing. No wonder this is a high-tech planet. Once the spaceship ignited its engines, Shi Heis gently urged her to sit down and fastened her seatbelt with a tender touch. Then, a series of beeping sounds echoed, and Jiang Xingyue, eager to stand and take a look, felt the entire spaceship shoot upward into the sky in an instant, bypassing any gliding. The rapid ascent made her head spin, and she found herself toppling toward Shi Heis. He, both exasperated and amused, caught her in his arms, using his ice abilities to alleviate her dizziness by applying a cool sensation to her temples, all while admonishing her, "Next time, be still." As the icy touch soothed her queasy head, she finally regained her composure. "You didn't mention that the spaceship ascends in a spiral motion. It's just like a bamboo dragonfly. With a simple twist of the hand, it soars into the sky, albeit at a speed 1,000,000 times faster." Feeling unwell and somewhat aggrieved, she nestled against Shi Heis. "Carry me." Shi Heis wanted to scold her, but realized it was his fault for not informing her beforehand. Observing her dizzy state, he softened his approach, saying, "Then I'll hold you. Sleep for a while, and I'll wake you when we arrive." Jiang Xingyue obediently murmured a response, resting her eyes against him. Before long, she was fast asleep. Shi Heis, watching her small, pouting lips and her pitiful expression, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. How delicate and prone to tears she was. He could only imagine how she would react upon encountering the stern elders of his family. A sudden sense of regret washed over him for bringing her along. But now that they had embarked on this journey, he could only ensure her protection. Upon arriving at the Black Wolf Castle, Shi Heis gently roused Jiang Xingyue. "Xing, we're here." Jiang Xingyue, still drowsy, blinked in surprise. "So soon?" Shi Heis guided her off the spaceship. The moment they touched down, Jiang Xingyue felt a wave of reassurance. She looked up to behold a castle that was the size of a city. her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is all of this your home?" The sight before her was filled with majestic ancient castles, exuding an air of both solemnity and opulence. Shihizi affirmed, "Yes, this Ice Flame Wolf Castle is my ancestral home." At the entrance stood 2 rows of armored guards, who, upon seeing Shihizi approach with a young girl in tow, immediately saluted him with utmost respect. "Lord Hiai's, welcome home." Chapter 18. The family of Shihizi Jiang Xingyue was taken aback by their synchronized and respectful salutation. She whispered to Shihizi, "Is your reputation in the family so grand?" Back in the Beastman capital, Shihizi was indeed respected, but that respect felt more like a wary distance due to his formidable presence. Here, however, the admiration and the guards' respect was palpable, infused with warmth and reverence. Shihizi quietly informed her, "They are all wolf soldiers I trained. They have fought alongside me on the battlefield and emerged victorious." It was Jiang Xingyue's first time hearing him speak of the battlefield, and she eagerly reached out for him to hold her. Shihizi obliged, and she began to chatter excitedly, "What is the battlefield like on your planet? Is it all high-tech?" She imagined that since the vehicles here could fly, the machines used in battle must be even more impressive. Shihizi met her sparkling, curious gaze and sighed. "War is merciless. Even with advanced technology, many brothers will perish. Thus, I do not favor conflict." Jiang Xingyue nodded in agreement. "Our greatest wish as humans is also for world peace. Just like your thoughts," a smile crept onto Shihizi's lips. "When we meet the elders, remember to greet them. Don't wander off or look around indiscriminately, understood?" Jiang Xingyue nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Don't worry, I promise to behave." However, she hesitated, "But no one will bully me, right?" Logically, since this was Shihizi's ancestral home, she should be safe from harm. Shihizi frowned, "Not necessarily. But if anyone dares to bully you, feel free to retaliate. Our family values strength above all, as long as your abilities are formidable enough. Others will not dare to mistreat you." With his reassurance, Jiang Xingyue felt emboldened. "Then I won't hold back." She believed that those who treated her sincerely would receive her kindness in return, while those who wronged her would face her wrath. Shihizi was not particularly worried. The children in his family were mostly just mischievous and would not dare to inflict harm. He carried Jiang Xingyue inside, only setting her down at the entrance of his parents' residence. He held her hand as they walked in. The moment they entered, a palpable pressure filled the air. Jiang Xingyue sensed it and quietly inquired, "Is the air conditioning set low in here? Why does it feel so cold?" Shihizi shook his head. "My grandparents and parents all possess ice abilities. Since they have gathered here today, the temperature naturally drops." Just then, the castle steward approached. "Young Master Hiais, the master and mistress are already here. Please follow me," Shihizi acknowledged with a nod, guiding Jiang Xingyue alongside the steward. Upon entering the expansive second-floor living room, Jiang Xingyue felt the temperature plummet further. She instinctively shrank her neck against the chill. Shihizi retrieved a scarf from his bag and wrapped it around her neck. His grandmother was the first to notice him, greeting him with a warm smile. "Ah, little Hiais has arrived. Come and sit." Shihizi nodded and returned the greeting. "It's been a while, Grandma." His grandmother, with her graying hair and reading glasses, appeared dignified yet astute. She looked down at Jiang Xingyue with a sly smile. "Is this the little human you've been nurturing recently?" Shihizi nodded, introducing Jiang Xingyue. "Her name is Xingxing. She is still a cub and possesses dual super abilities." Mentioning Jiang Xingyue's dual attributes was a subtle way to ensure the elders did not underestimate her. Jiang Xingyue looked up, meeting the warm smile of Shi's grandmother. She politely greeted, "Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Uncle and Aunt." She made sure to acknowledge each elder, as courtesy is never unwelcome. Although Shi's grandfather appeared stern, he politely nodded. "You too." Shi's father followed suit with a nod, yet Shi's mother wore a discontented expression. She turned to Shihizi. "Why didn't you inform us in advance about this little girl you were raising? As the captain of the Beastman Nation's guard, how can you be preoccupied with caring for a cub?" Shihizi's brows furrowed, feeling displeased. He was now grown and did not appreciate being spoken to in such a questioning tone by his mother. "I've heard that humans are incredibly intelligent creatures. Raising her might benefit your future battles," Shi's father quickly interjected. "The child has just returned. Don't be so harsh on him." Shi's mother shot her husband a glare. "I'm merely concerned about his future." She was acutely aware that the Beastman planet was not solely comprised of the Black Wolf family. There was also the Snow Wolf family in another city. If Shihizi were to be surpassed by someone, His position would be at stake, Shi's father replied. Then you should express your concern more gently. The child has just returned and doesn't he appreciate such a harsh tone? Shi's mother fell silent, her lifelong assertiveness making her overly strict, especially since she held high hopes for Shihizi. Though the words had been spoken, she could not bring herself to apologize. Therefore, she redirected her frustration toward the little human. Come here, let me take a look. Jiang Xingyue thought to herself, wait, why is this my problem? Just because you can't best your son, you want to take it out on me? I refuse to comply. Jiang Xingyue pretended not to understand and began to spin in place. Shi's mother frowned, her patience wearing thin. What does she mean? Is she actually defying my command? It was known that members of the Wolf Castle City treated her with utmost respect. This little human, however, dared to disregard her authority. Jiang Xingyue playfully hid behind Shihizi, sticking her tongue out at Shi's mother. You old wolf lady, don't think you can intimidate me. You. Shi's mother, with her keen eyesight, immediately noticed the little human's cheeky gesture. Furious, she unleashed a blast of ice energy, intending to freeze Jiang Xingyue in place. However, before the icy blast could reach her, Shihizi swiftly deflected it with his hand. Shi's mother stared at him in disbelief. He eyes. You? Shihizi's expression darkened. You are the elder. I hope you act like one. It is unworthy of a princess of the Wolf Castle to threaten a young cub. He took Jiang Xingyue's hand and turned to leave. Grandpa, I'll come back to see you later. Shi's grandfather did not object. Go and catch up with your brothers. Shihizi acknowledged and led Jiang Xingyue to his brothers' homes. Jiang Xingyue noticed his sullen demeanor and pointed. Did I cause trouble? Shihizi shook his head. It's not your fault. His bond with his mother was rather shallow, despite being the strongest among the 5 brothers. She favored the others instead. Each time he returned home, he was met with a frosty demeanor, which made him reluctant to visit. Jiang Xingyue, filled with compassion, gently caressed his hand, her small palm pressed against his to offer warmth. With her adorable little face, she comforted him, saying, Don't worry. I will treat you well. As Shihi's eyes gazed into her large, dark eyes, which sparkled with sincerity and kindness. His gloomy mood lifted slightly. He smiled faintly, replying, All right, then you must keep your promise. Jiang Xingyue mirrored his smile, affirming, Yes, I will. Chapter 19. Shihizi's struggle. Shihizi took Jiang Xingyue to the home of his 4 brothers. Today, they had just returned from afar and were currently engaged in casual conversation in the living room. Upon hearing Shihizi's footsteps, the 4 brothers turned to look. Hizi, you're back? They exclaimed joyfully. Second brother, they called, approaching him with smiles and exchanging warm embraces. Shihizi reciprocated, pressing his forehead against theirs in a gesture of familial closeness. The youngest brother, sharp-eyed, noticed Jiang Xingyue beside Shihizi and asked in surprise, Who are you? Since they belonged to different cities' guard teams, they were unaware of Shihizi's decision to adopt a human child. Shihizi introduced her, saying, This is Xingxing, a very well-behaved human child. Jiang Xingyue gazed starry-eyed at the 4 handsome faces before her, utterly smitten, and chirped, Hi, handsome guys. She had initially thought Shihizi was exceptionally good-looking. But to her surprise, his brothers were equally striking. Their handsome visages were truly a feast for the eyes, and she found herself utterly enamored. It was the first time Shihizi had witnessed such a flirtatious expression on her face. And he furrowed his brow. He quickly pulled her behind him, whispering, They dislike children, so keep your distance. Be careful they don't bully you. Jiang Xingyue replied, Are you sure? Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that these 4 dashing gentlemen seemed rather amiable. Shihizi snorted, They typically detest kids. You'd best not get too close. The 4 brothers nearby overheard and looked exasperated. Second brother, how can you spread such slander about us? We are kind and handsome. We would never bully a human child. The eldest brother leaned closer to Jiang Xingyue, saying, Little one, don't listen to him. I adore adorable children. Jiang Xingyue noticed the sharp canines peeking from his lips and felt he might not be as fond as he claimed. The second brother joined in, his golden blue eyes glinting mischievously. We not only enjoy playing with children, but we also like to eat them. How about letting us have a taste? Suddenly, his handsome face morphed into that of a wolf's grandmother. His mouth wide open, looming over Jiang Xingyue, as if to frighten her. However, Jiang Xingyue merely giggled. You're also childish. Not scary at all. With a sly smile, she pointed her little finger at the fruit platter on the table. And with a resounding bang, It exploded into pieces, startling the four handsome brothers. "Goodness, this little human has such power," they muttered, recalling how at her age, they were still drinking milk from bottles and hadn't he possessed such explosive abilities. Jiang Xingyue then pointed her little finger at their heads and slowly lowered it. The four brothers panicked. "No, no, no, little sister. We know we were wronged. We won't bully you again." They broke into a sweat. Glancing at Shihizi for reassurance, Shihizi hadn't anticipated that his little human would be so unyielding. Feeling a swell of pride, he gently reassured her, "All right, don't bully the fools." Jiang Xingyue withdrew her hand, conceding, "Okay, I won't bully the little kids." Shihizi chuckled heartily, while the four brothers slumped their shoulders in defeat. It was truly a sight to behold. They had never been scared by a human child before. And the rumors were evidently true. They had heard tales of humans, including the story of a female warrior from 500 years ago. It seemed Jiang Xingyue was a reflection of that warrior in her youth. The four brothers took a keen interest in Jiang Xingyue, offering her tea, snacks, and asking, "Can you share some stories about humans?" They were far from Earth and knew little about humanity. Jiang Xingyue sighed as she thought of Earth. "Our Earth is quite fun, especially with all the delicious food. I wonder when I'll be able to return." It all began when she was playing an interstellar game. A spaceship appeared in the sky, and in her excitement, she reached out, only to be drawn up by a mysterious force. When she awoke, she found herself on the Beastman planet, away from her beloved parents. She couldn't imagine how heartbroken they must be after her disappearance. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Xingyue's head drooped in sadness. Shihizi, noticing her expression, realized she was reminiscing about her original home and shot a glare at his brothers. He sat down and lifted Jiang Xingyue onto his lap, tenderly brushing her loose strands of hair away from her face. "If given the opportunity, I will inquire about Earth for you." Jiang Xingyue's eyes lit up. "Really? With Shihizi working in the guard team?" She felt hopeful. She clutched his hand sincerely, saying, "You must help me, if there was a chance." She genuinely wished to return. Shihizi nodded, understanding that children yearn to be with their parents, and he didn't want her to be sad. However, he couldn't let their leaders know. He would have to investigate discreetly. Seeing they had upset the little human, the four brothers quickly ordered takeout. They had been raised under strict family rules, but as they grew older, they had been granted the freedom to eat whatever they wished. "Here, little human, we ordered fries, hamburgers, and fried chicken for you. I'm sure you'll love them." Jiang Xingyue indeed adored such junk food and smiled brightly, thanking them. Seeing her happy again relieved the four brothers. "We also ordered milk tea and ice cream." "Which one do you want?" Jiang Xingyue raised both hands, declaring, "I want them all." Shihizi pressed her hands down, insisting she could only choose one, that he was not fond of letting the little human indulge in junk food, believing it would hinder her growth and lead to weight gain. Nevertheless, seeing her in low spirits, he made an exception for this meal. Jiang Xingyue relished the food, and so did Shihizi's brothers. However, Shihizi abstained from the takeout, opting for a healthy beef dish instead. He had strict dietary requirements, as he underwent monthly health checks, which prevented him from indulging in junk food. Witnessing Shihizi's struggles, his brothers expressed their sentiments. "Second brother, if you had joined us in the city guard team back then, you wouldn't have to endure such hardship." The difference between the city guard team and the National Guard team was substantial. Although the former held a higher status, it came with far more challenges. They couldn't imagine living under such constraints. Jiang Xingyue, upon hearing their conversation, empathized with Shihizi's burdens. It wasn't just a physical toll. He must also bear emotional weight. No wonder he always appeared so calm, viewing life and death with such indifference. His life didn't even belong to him, but was entirely dedicated to the National Guard team. If only she could bring him a little happiness. When Shihizi noticed her gazing at her half-eaten hamburger with teary eyes, warmth filled his heart, mixed with amusement. "I'm perfectly fine. Don't listen to their nonsense." Chapter 20. Do you want me to cry for you? Jiang Xingyue looked into his gentle and steady azure eyes and suddenly recalled a saying. "From now on, you don't need to put on a brave front, because your strength is here." Shihizi found himself baffled. Where did this little one learn such charming phrases? The other four brothers erupted into laughter. "Hizi, your little human is too amusing. Indeed, she is going to make me laugh to death." Jiang Xingyue felt embarrassed by their laughter but couldn't help but join in the merriment. Seeing her smile, Shihizi couldn't suppress his laughter either, and the room was filled with joy. In the main house, Mama she observed this scene with a blend of pride and annoyance. She beamed at the little human, yet couldn't muster a kind expression for her own son. Papa she, feeling exasperated, remarked, "You can't expect affection from the child if you don't treat him well. Love is reciprocal. You should reflect on your own behavior." Mama she paused, but sometimes she didn't wish to act this way. Yet she couldn't help but scold Shihizi whenever she saw how exceptional he was and how he rarely heeded her advice. This had led to a strained relationship between mother and son. Papa she encouraged her to reflect as he prepared to join his sons. After all, the Ice Flame Black Wolf family valued familial ties. He, too, wished to bond with his sons. With Papa Shi's presence, the atmosphere remained pleasant among Shihizi and his brothers. Mama she wanted to join them but felt the atmosphere shift negatively upon her arrival. Refusing to acknowledge her unpopularity, she simply took Jiang Xingyue's hand, saying, "Come, let us go to the room of the female elders for some snacks." Jiang Xingyue found herself grasped by the hand, attempting to break free, only to discover that her companion possessed considerable strength, rendering her efforts futile. Observing this, Shihi's eyes rose to intervene. Mama furrowed her brow and inquired, "I am merely taking her to enjoy some snacks. What is it that you find concerning? Furthermore, there are many little girls in that room with whom she can play. Or is it that you do not trust me?" Shihi's indeed harbored doubts about his mother's ability to care for children, recalling her impatience during his own upbringing. Thus, he feared that Jiang Xingyue might be subjected to discomfort in her company. Mama, incensed by the evident distrust in his expression, felt her face flush with indignation. "I sit that in your eyes. I am nothing but a wicked woman?" "I do not," Shihi's denied, as Jiang Xingyue witnessed the escalating tension between them. She wriggled free from Mama's grip and rushed to Shihi's side, whispering, "You need not worry about me. I shall simply go to see your family's little girls and will not be bullied." While Shihi's understood that his mother would not intentionally harm his little companion, he remained uneasy about her capacity to care for her. He cautioned Jiang Xingyue, "If something happens, do not hesitate to call for me. And do not endure any grievances." Jiang Xingyue nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I will." She then approached Mama again, extending her hand. "Embrace me." Mama was taken aback. What? A mere child daring to request her embrace? As a dignified princess of a fortress, how could she stoop so low as to embrace a being of indeterminate status? Noticing her reluctance, Jiang Xingyue promptly turned away, declaring, "Then I shan't go." Mama, gritting her teeth in frustration, acquiesced, "Fine, I shall embrace you." This little creature, demanding to be carried a mere few steps. It was utterly outrageous. Were it not for the watchful eyes of her sons, she would not deign to play the role of a good mother. She reluctantly lifted Jiang Xingyue, realizing that despite her small stature, the child was surprisingly plump and soft. Upon closer inspection, her round face and sparkling eyes were undeniably charming. It was no wonder her son was fond of her. He must have been beguiled by her adorable facade. As she carried Jiang Xingyue outside, she feigned the role of a wolf grandmother, stating, "Once we pass through this door, should I strike you, no one shall know. If you beg for mercy, I may spare your life." Jiang Xingyue looked at her in disbelief, cupping her delicate face with her small hands, and retorted, "If you dare to touch me, I shall wail at your bedside for 3 days and nights, driving you to distraction." Mama she could scarcely believe her ears. Typically, little wolf cubs would cower in her presence, instinctively fearing the strong. Yet this tiny human dared to pinch her face and threaten her. It was simply preposterous. She promptly set Jiang Xingyue down, crossing her arms defiantly as she confronted her. "This is my domain. Are you not afraid of me?" Jiang Xingyue mirrored her stance, her round face scrunching in defiance. "You have yet to witness my weeping prowess. Would you like me to demonstrate and awaken your senses?" With that, she opened her mouth and began to wail. The decibel level of a child's cries is already quite loud, and her clear, piercing voice was a torment to the ears. A wolf beast man. Mama's acute hearing felt as though it was about to shatter. She clasped her hands over her ears. "Cease this noise. You are not permitted to cry." She reached out, intending to swat Jiang Xingyue's bottom, but Shihi's swiftly positioned himself in front of her, his expression darkening. "You truly intend to strike her?" His disbelief was palpable. Could a woman of such stature truly strike a child? She Mama found herself at a loss for words. I did not strike her. She had not even had the chance to act before the child had started her ruckus. He eyes remained unconvinced, asserting, she is usually well-behaved and never cries out. Surely it is you who is bullying her. She Mama felt as though she could not clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She gestured towards Jiang Xingyue. Tell him, did I bully you? Jiang Xingyue nodded. Indeed, you did. Shi Yi's gaze swiftly turned to Shi Mama. Shi Mama, exasperated, stamped her foot. I did not. If I truly intended to strike her, she would have no opportunity to speak. Jiang Xingyue chimed in. She did not hit me, but she did threaten me, which I found quite displeasing. Hearing her admission, Shi Mama exhaled in relief. See, I told you I did not strike her. While Shi Yi's believed she had not physically harmed Jiang Xingyue, he was certain she had verbally bullied her, for otherwise, his little companion would not have resisted. With a stern expression, he declared, if you are not welcoming us back, I shall take her home immediately. Shi Mama's heart sank. Is this how you perceive me? Shi Yi's, feeling a chasm between them, replied, what would you have me think? The rift between mother and son had long been profound, only masked by Shi Yi's learned decorum as he matured, preventing open discord. Now, Jiang Xingyue's presence served as a catalyst for that tension to erupt, just as Shi Yi's prepared to carry Jiang Xingyue away. She suddenly addressed Shi Mama. Will you not ask us to stay? Shi Mama shot her a fierce glare. This is all you're doing. Jiang Xingyue corrected her. If you did not bully me, we would not be in this predicament. Ultimately, the fault lies with you. Caught off guard, Shi Mama stammered. You deep down. She recognized her culpability, yet her pride prevented her from admitting fault, particularly to those closest to her. This stubbornness had driven a wedge between her and her son. Jiang Xingyue sought to temper her arrogance, aiming to alleviate some of Shi Yi's distress. More importantly, she wished to establish a firm stance, preventing Shi Mama from continually attempting to impose lessons upon her. She requested Shi Yi's to set her down, then approached Shi Mama with earnestness. How about this? If you apologize to us, we shall let this matter go. Chapter 21. How brazen she is. Shi Mama's eyes widened in disbelief. Apologize to you? On what grounds? As a princess of a fortress, how could she stoop to apologize to a mere child? Jiang Xingyue reasoned. You threatened me with your words and displayed disrespect towards your son. Thus, an apology to us is warranted. Did not the teacher in class say that a good child must apologize when wrong? If you do not apologize to us, then you are not a good child, but a bad one. Shi Mama's eyes nearly bulged from her head. You speak nonsense. Yet she understood that if she did not apologize today, Shi Yi's might never speak to her again. Caught in a dilemma, she muttered. Jiang Xingyue tugged at Shi Yi's hand, looking up with a mischievous grin. Ziz, your mother is about to apologize to you. Pay close attention. Shi Yi's previously displeased expression softened into one of reluctant amusement. He recognized that the little one was attempting to stand up for him. That a warmth surged within him, as he experienced for the first time what it felt like to be protected by someone. It was rather delightful. Jiang Xingyue then approached Shi Mama once more, offering gentle guidance. Apologizing to your own son is not so difficult. Simply give it a try. She was the kind of child whose parents would apologize when they were in the wrong. Having grown up in love, she understood well the warmth of parental affection. In contrast, Shi Yi's demeanor suggested he had not been afforded such nurturing. She felt compassion for him and wished for him to receive an apology. Shi Mama listened to their exchange, her heart ignited with regret. Yet, to lower her head and admit her mistakes was still beyond her. Ultimately, she awkwardly muttered, do not expect this little brat to seek me out again. With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Xingyue observed her retreating figure, shaking her head in commentary. What a tangled mess it seems that parents are not all the same. Her own parents loved and respected her, whereas Shi Mama clearly did not share that disposition. Perhaps she did love Shi Yi's, but it seemed she loved herself even more. Shi Yi's watched his mother's departing silhouette, his previously kindled hopes dimming once more. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that his mother was simply the way she was, and he had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Xingyue reached out to him, offering a comforting embrace. Is your mother like this with your other brothers as well? Has she ever apologized to them? Shi Yi's recalled. She once apologized to the fifth brother. Though it was in a joking manner, it was still an apology. It seemed she had also relented with some of his other brothers. This realization stung all the more. Jiang Xingyue reassured him, "It is all right. Not every child encounters parents who meet their expectations. Therefore, you will surely find satisfaction in other aspects of life, for heaven compensates those who lack." Shi Heis was taken aback by her words. "Did your teacher teach you these things?" Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "No, these are lessons from my parents. They understand many truths. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises." Shi Heis nodded. Very well. He felt that with her admirable character, her parents must be equally wonderful. "Let us proceed to the banquet hall. Why now? The other family members should have arrived. A tea this hour." Several of the Shi family brothers approached Shi Heis, announcing, "Second brother, the aunts and uncles have arrived. They are all in the banquet hall. Let us go together." Shi Heis turned to Jiang Xingyue. "Would you like to come?" "It is perfectly fine if you choose not to." Jiang Xingyue perceived a stark contrast between him and Shi Mama. He genuinely considered the feelings of others. She beamed up at him, "Of course. Why wouldn't I go?" It was an opportune moment to witness the members of his family and to observe the gathering of the Bingyan Black Wolf clan. Upon entering the banquet hall, it was bustling with a throng of people. The gentlemen were attired in sharp suits, their tall and handsome figures commanding attention, while the ladies donned elegant gowns, adorned with exquisite makeup. Jiang Xingyue noticed that each of them bore certain wolf-like traits, suggesting that their beastly physique could not be entirely concealed, and their abilities likely paled in comparison to Shi Heis. As Shi Heis and his entourage made their entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to them. Relatives greeted Shi Heis with warm enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, Heis has returned." A plump aunt with a fox-like appearance approached him with a sycophantic smile, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young lady. The girl's features were delicately sculpted, her chin pointed, and while her figure was curvaceous, there was an unmistakable scent about her. Jiang Xingyue quickly discerned that her true form was that of a fox, with a fragrance so potent that even her perfume could not mask it. Nevertheless, she was undeniably attractive, with a bosom so prominent that it drew the gaze of any woman. Shi Heis noticed the little one staring at the young lady's ample cleavage. Her eyes filled with longing as she swallowed hard like a little rascal, prompting him to admonish her. "Young ladies shouldn't fixate on other young ladies," he cautioned. "Although there exists love among beast men, it is a rarity." Concerned that his little human might be led astray, he urged her. "When you grow up, find yourself a handsome gentleman. They are far more appealing than beautiful ladies." Jiang Xingyue responded with a mischievous grin. "Oh, come on, why be so rigid with gender? As long as someone is good-looking, why not broaden the criteria a little?" Shi Heis playfully rapped her on the head, teasingly saying, "You must have picked that up from that little firebird in your class, haven't you?" He was aware of the recent conflict between Jiang Xingyue and the little firebird and knew they had since reconciled. The firebird spoke with a streetwise bravado, and he worried that his innocent little human might have been influenced negatively. Aunt Hu, seeing Shi Heis engrossed in conversation with the seemingly unremarkable little girl, squeezed her way over. "Heis, dear, I am your Aunt Hu." Shi Heis coolly nodded. "Hello, Aunt Hu." She promptly introduced her stunning daughter. "This is my daughter." Hu Meili cast a flirtatious glance at Shi Heis, her sultry voice calling out, "Lord Heis," causing both Shi Heis and Jiang Xingyue to instinctively recoil. Shi Heis quickly covered Jiang Xingyue's ears, fearing that the child might pick up something inappropriate. Yet Jiang Xingyue chuckled, "She is so bold." Shi Heis sighed, "Great. She is already learning bad habits." He shot a disapproving glance at Hu Meili. "Miss Hu, perhaps you should consider getting your throat checked. It seems your vocal cords are a tad too long." Hu Meili appeared taken aback, her expression one of indignation as she twisted her body closer to Shi Heis. "But, Lord Heis, could you take a look at my vocal cords?" Normally, her charming demeanor would earn her sympathy from all the gentlemen. But Shi Heis remained unfazed. Hu Meili called out again. Lord Heis Shi Heis, however, only had eyes for Jiang Xingyue, who was imitating Hu Meili's swaying hips, calling out, "Lord Heis." His expression darkened as he decided against further discussion, opting instead to guide her towards the children's area. Chapter 22. I wish to give every beautiful soul a home. The children's section was significantly more vibrant. Not only was there a medium-sized amusement park, but there was also an entire buffet of snacks. Shi Heis set Jiang Xingyue down and earnestly instructed her, "Play with the other children here, and it's fine if you get into a tussle. But do not allow yourself to be injured. If you miss me, just send me a message." But do not wander off on your OWN. At her age, she was far too impressionable and curious. He worried that should she overhear the gossip of the aunts and uncles, she might adopt undesirable habits. It was better for her to remain among the innocent children where she could retain her charm. Jiang Xingyue, feeling somewhat disgruntled, pouted. Oh, all right. In truth, she was far more interested in eavesdropping on the aunts' gossip, for that was where the real excitement lay. Playing with the children seemed rather dull, however, given that He likely intended to engage with the elders. She reluctantly decided to stay in the children's area, aiming not to be a bother to him. As she entered the amusement park, a group of 7 or 8 little wolf beastmen approached her. Each had an adorable doll-like face, complete with furry wolf ears and fluffy tails adorning their trousers. They were undeniably cute. Jiang Xingyue greeted them. Hello there. The little wolf beastmen scrutinized her from head to toe, sniffing at her scent, ultimately concluding that they could not determine what kind of beastman she was. One little girl asked, What kind of beastman are you? Jiang Xingyue appeared petite and bore no fur or other distinguishing animal traits, making it difficult to ascertain her kind. With an air of mystery, she replied, I hail from a distant land, and while my kind differs from yours, I am still a girl. The little wolf beastmen nodded. Intrigued, what is your superpower? Jiang Xingyue pointed at a cup, slowly levitating it into the air. This was her newly discovered skill. The little wolf beastmen gasped in awe. Wow, you can make things float in the air? Jiang Xingyue nodded, deeming it a satisfactory demonstration. As He had advised her to keep a low profile, she refrained from showcasing her more advanced skills such as immobilization or explosion, opting instead for a modest display of her newly evolved abilities. At that moment, a group of rowdy children swaggered over, exuding arrogance. One of the brash boys suddenly spat out a bubble balloon towards Jiang Xingyue. The other little wolf beastmen shouted, Look out, quick, get away. They quickly scattered, however. Jiang Xingyue stood her ground, pointing her finger at the bubble and freezing it in midair. With deft control, she sent it ricocheting back at the boy, causing it to burst with a pop, splattering corrosive liquid all over his face. How dare you? The bubble, seemingly made of corrosive liquid, landed on the boy's face, causing a stinging sensation, though it was not severe. The other little wolf cubs watched with delight, gathering behind Jiang Xingyue to explain that the cub of the brown bear family. He is reputed to be the favored grandson and has always been pampered. Jiang Xingyue inquired, Then why did they invite him? A little girl replied, Typically, the brown bear family wouldn't be invited. Who would have thought this little brat would show up uninvited and dare to cause trouble? Fortunately, you weren't hurt. Curious, Jiang Xingyue asked. So, you don't get along with the brown bear family? The girl nodded. Indeed, we have always been at odds. Initially, it was a matter of natural enemies, and as we evolved into beastmen, it transformed into disputes over territory. Over time, our relationship soured. However, both families possess considerable strength, so we maintain a cordial distance from one another. That little brat's presence today is likely an attempt to gather intel on Uncle Hei's. Jiang Xingyue's interest peaked at the hint of gossip. Does Uncle Hei's have many enemies? The girl nodded. Quite a few, given that many aspire to claim his position. However, Uncle Hei's is formidable, and they are no match for him. Jiang Xingyue glanced over at Hei's, who was engaged in a lively conversation with a group of elders, all while numerous beautiful women approached him to toast. One after another, they sought his attention. The little girl watched with admiration. Uncle Hei's is incredibly popular. So many ladies are drawn to him. It's a pity that black wolves only choose one mate for life. If only he were like those with polygamous tendencies, he could wed all the lovely ladies. Jiang Xingyue remarked, Wait, what are you envious of, little girl? The girl blushed slightly and chuckled. I'm just a sucker for looks. I adore handsome men and beautiful women. But alas, I too will only be able to choose one husband in the future. Otherwise, I would love to give every beautiful person a home. Jiang Xingyue raised her thumb. You're awesome. The little girl was indeed quite charming, and they exchanged contact information. I'm Shi Diandian, the daughter of Uncle Hei's cousin's sister-in-law. I'm Jiang Xingyue. You can call me Xing Xing. I'm a friend of your Uncle Hei's. Shi Diandian's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? A friend? She scrutinized the small girl. Jiang Xingyue, from top to bottom. You can't be serious. There's no way my uncle has that kind of preference. Jiang Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I'm an adult. It's just that due to physical reasons, I've become small. I will grow up eventually. Shi Diandian remained skeptical. I know many girls admire my Uncle Hei's, but you're so young. Your family surely wouldn't agree, she suggested. Perhaps it's best if you just consider yourself as Uncle Hei's child. At least then you could inherit quite a bit of wealth in the future. Jiang Xingyue, you possess the ability to engage in conversation. However, this proposal seems quite appealing as well. Should she be unable to return to Earth, relying on Shi Hei's care here could indeed be quite pleasant. After all, he treats her exceedingly well. Moreover, he appears to be quite affluent. Thus, embracing the life of a wealthy second-generation heir might not be such a bad idea. Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grasping Shi Diandian's hand, she chuckled. Then I shall be a wealthy second-generation heir from now on. Shi Diandian was equally elated. When you inherit Uncle Hei's fortune, you must treat me to lavish feasts. Jiang Xingyue eagerly agreed. Of course. It's only fitting for good friends to spend money together. In truth, Shi Hei's had been keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Xingyue. Observing her merriment with Shi Diandian, he felt a sense of relief and continued to mingle with other relatives. Just as Jiang Xingyue was discussing future expenditures with Shi Diandian, the young master of the Brown Bear family had tidied himself up and approached them menacingly. Earlier, he had been dirted by Jiang Xingyue's antics, but now, freshly cleaned, he strode over with an air of indignation. Hey, little brat, you hurt me earlier. Apologize, Jiang Xingyue replied with innocence. I hurt you? Where did I hurt you? Shi Diandian chimed in. Exactly. Where's your evidence? The young master of the Brown Bear family struggled to find his words, pointing at Jiang Xingyue. She attacked me earlier and got me all dirty. Isn't that bullying? Jiang Xingyue retorted. Come on, big brother. You attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. Are you saying I'm not allowed to fight back? The young boy, with an air of entitlement, replied. Of course, you can't fight back. In my world, I am the most esteemed, and everyone else must bow to me. Jiang Xingyue remarked. No wonder they call you a brat. You clearly haven't faced enough consequences. You truly think you're a prince. The young boy stared at her in disbelief. You dare insult me? Do you even know who I am? I am the most gifted descendant of the Brown Bear family. Be careful, or I might scratch you to death. Jiang Xingyue inquired. What is your talent? With pride, he declared, I am a dual-talented genius. Not only can I use corrosive saliva, but I can also grow enormous bear claws that can pierce your body in an instant. With that, he brandished a 1-meter-long curved bear claw, jabbing it into a chair, creating a gaping hole. See that? If you don't apologize today, your fate will be as grim as this chair. Jiang Xingyue feigned surprise. Turning to Shi Diandian, are you afraid of him? Shi Diandian shook her head. I am strong too. Besides, the Ice Flame Black Wolf has a character of unwavering defiance. There's no way I would apologize to someone I despise. Moreover, he is the one in the wrong. He should be the one to apologize. Stepping protectively in front of Jiang Xingyue, Shi Diandian's expression turned cold. You little bear, this is my home. If you dare act up again, I will have you thrown out. He had not been invited to begin with. His audacity to create a scene was utterly outrageous. Suddenly, an ice spear formed in Shi Diandian's hand, shooting towards the young boy like raindrops. Seeing this, the young boy frantically swiped at the ice spears with his claws, only to find they pierced right through. Enraged, he shouted, Shi Diandian, how dare you strike me? Take this. He opened his mouth wide, transforming his highly corrosive saliva into a massive bubble and launched it at Shi Diandian. Shi Diandian jumped away in disgust, forgetting that Jiang Xingyue was right behind her. Jiang Xingyue was equally revolted. With a flick of her finger, she froze the bubble in midair and then detonated it towards the young boy. Unprepared for her to employ the same tactic twice, he instinctively turned to flee, followed by his few lackeys. Yet, as they reached the door, the bubble exploded, showering them with saliva. Everyone was utterly repulsed, not only disgusted but also stinging from the corrosive effect of the evolved saliva. Boss, it hurts. Quickly heal us. A few lackeys clamored for the young boy to lick their wounds, as only the bare humanoid saliva could remedy the situation. The young boy, indignant, retorted, What are you to demand that I lick your wounds? Dream on. He was, after all, the exalted bear prince and would never stoop to such a level. His companions, now furious, protested, We have helped you so much, yet you won't even assist us in healing with that. They stormed off, leaving the young boy fuming in place. You wait for me. He then shouted towards Jiang Xingyue, And you too. Jiang Xingyue chuckled. All right, I look forward to your next visit. Without his lackeys, the young boy had no choice but to leave in frustration. Shi Jiandian applauded her. Your superpower is quite impressive, far superior to that brat's. What a disgusting corrosive saliva. Jiang Xingyue agreed, feeling equally nauseated. She glanced towards the gathering of adults, puzzled. Why is it that with all this commotion, the adults haven't come to check on us? Shi Jiandian explained. They have soundproof barriers up. During gatherings, adults find children noisy and activate these barriers, so they remain oblivious to our noise. Even if they did know, they wouldn't intervene. Typically, adults refrain from getting involved in children's disputes as long as no one is harmed. Parents allow them to sort it out. The key is not to lose. Jiang Xingyue nodded, acknowledging the practicality of this approach. She then glanced toward Shi Hiai's, only to discover he was no longer among the guests. Uncertain of his whereabouts, she decided to seek him out, with Shi Jiandian accompanying her. In previous years, Uncle Hiai's would retire to the second-floor lounge after his social engagements. He is likely there now, she noted, leading Jiang Xingyue upstairs. Upon arrival, they overheard a conversation from the lounge. Hiai's, I see that you have reached a suitable age for marriage. Do you have someone special in mind? Shi Hiai's, with his azure eyes cast downward, understood their intent and paused for a moment before responding, yes. Jiang Xingyue, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Shi Jiandian, equally astonished, whispered, wow, it's the first time I've heard Uncle Hiai's admit he has someone he likes. I wonder who she is. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Jiang Xingyue. She couldn't quite understand why, but the notion of Shi Hiai's having feelings for someone else made her heart ache. Perhaps it was the fear that he might distance himself from her, or the anxiety of facing a solitary future on the Beastman planet. Lost in these thoughts, her mood darkened further. Shi Jiandian noticed her distress and quietly asked, yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a lack of security. Although she was gradually adapting to life on the Beastman planet, she was still not one of them. If she lost Shi Hiai's, she would truly be alone. Shi Jiandian suddenly grasped the situation. Are you worried that Uncle Hiai's might abandon you? Jiang Xingyue shook her head but nodded at the same time. Feeling somewhat confused, to her, Shi Hiai's was both a friend and a protector, embodying a sense of responsibility. Over the past month, they had spent every day together, sharing meals and sleeping side by side, fostering a strong bond. These feelings were undoubtedly complex, yet she had grown increasingly reliant on him. She was aware of her dependency, having been warned by her parents that excessive reliance on a man could lead to the gradual loss of one's identity. A relationship must foster independence, allowing each partner the courage to withdraw if needed. Otherwise, one risks becoming weak and losing oneself. She recognized that she had been relying too heavily on Shi Hiai's. Perhaps due to her own lack of strength, combined with his constant protection, she had grown accustomed to sheltering beneath his wings. But what if one day he chose to protect someone else? Where would she turn in this unfamiliar place? Jiang Xingyue felt the pang of distance marriage for the first time. It was no wonder people said that being far from home would leave one without relatives or friends, and devoid of parental support. She found herself yearning for someone to confide in. Yet there was no one to offer her comfort. In that moment, she felt the weight of isolation. Earth felt so distant, and she was at a loss as to how to return. A cloud of despair enveloped her. Shi Jiandian, alarmed by her sudden pallor, asked, "Are you all right? Your complexion has turned pale." Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "I'm fine." Perhaps she needed to reassess her emotions and contemplate her future plans for returning to Earth. For now, feeling down was permissible. She would allow herself this moment of sorrow before regrouping tomorrow. Shi Jiandian, concerned that Jiang Xingyue feared being cast out by a stepmother after Uncle Hiai's marriage, hurried to reassure her. Uncle Hiai's is not a cold-hearted person. He would never disregard you. Even if he were to marry 10 wives and father 20 children, he would never neglect you. Jiang Xingyue, after hearing this, she felt even more frustrated. Shi Jiandian anxiously paced back and forth. Fortunately, voices could be heard from within. Hiai's, which noble family's young lady do you fancy? Shi Hiai's remained silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Even Shi Jiandian dragged Jiang Xingyue to eavesdrop. Jiang Xingyue appeared utterly disheartened, showing no desire to listen. After a moment of silence, Shi Hiai's finally spoke, saying it was inconvenient to disclose at present. The members of the Bingyan Hailang family, believing themselves to be a very mysterious clan, nodded in satisfaction. All right, make sure to get along well with her. If it becomes public, bring her back for us to see. They all held high hopes for Shi Hiyai's, naturally wishing for him to find an exceptional partner for marriage. Shi Hiyai's did not refute. He merely responded with a soft He sniffed the air and caught a whiff of human scent. Promptly, he found an excuse to step outside for some fresh air, saying, "I'll go out for a moment." The elders nodded in agreement. "Go ahead." Shi Hiyai's walked towards Jiang Xingyue. Upon seeing him emerge, Shi Diandian hurriedly pulled Jiang Xingyue into a corner. However, as soon as Shi Hiyai's came out, he scooped them both up. With a serious tone, he asked, "Eavesdropping?" Shi Diandian shook her head and immediately pointed at Jiang Xingyue, insisting, "It's Ye who misses you." Shi Hiyai's looked at Jiang Xingyue, only to find her face somewhat haggard, exuding an air of disillusionment, as if she were saying that life was not worth living and expressing a desire to give up. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong with her? Did you bully her?" Shi Diandian quickly waved her hands. No. She just heard that you were getting married and is afraid of being cast aside, which is why she feels so down." Shi Hiyai's, familiar with these internet terms, couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the small human's pouty face, which conveyed a sense of profound sadness as she tried not to cry. He released Shi Diandian, saying, "Go play." After that, he took Jiang Xingyue back to the room where he had spent his childhood. Closing the door, Jiang Xingyue continued to sulk. Shi Hiyai's found her demeanor both amusing and perplexing. He raised his slender fingers to lift her chin, asking gently, "Are you so afraid that I would cast you away?" Jiang Xingyue finally opened her eyes to meet his captivating azure gaze. She murmured, "It's not entirely that. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to return home." Having felt uneasy about coming here in the first place, the thought of not being able to go back made her even sadder. "Moreover, you said you would help me find my way home. I'm afraid you might forget once you get married. After all, once you marry, you will have your own life to live. Who would still care about me?" The more she thought about it, the more despondent she became. Yet she didn't want to cry in front of him, so she pouted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her lips quivering but refusing to let a sound escape. Shi Hiyai's was amused by her expression. "Silly girl, how could I ever cast you away? You can stay in my home for as long as you wished. I would never send you away." Jiang Xingyue was skeptical. "But you're getting married. How could you possibly let me stay?" She expressed concern that his future wife would not agree. After all, not many would want to step into a role akin to that of a stepmother right from the start. His wife would surely not permit her to remain. At most, she would be sent to a boarding school, not to disturb their romantic world. That's how novels depicted such scenarios. Shi Hiyai's shook his head helplessly. "You've read too many novels. I won't be getting married anytime soon, and even in the future, it's not a certainty." Those words I spoke earlier were merely to placate the elders. After all, a harmless lie can bring several years of peace, which is quite a bargain. Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? All of that was a lie? You don't have someone you like?" Shi Hiyai's nodded. No, he had long been part of the guard squad, surrounded by men. Where would he find someone to fancy? Even if he did, he had never felt a spark of attraction. The Bingyan Hailang family had high standards for their partners and would not easily fall for someone. So, there's no need to worry about being cast aside. Even if I marry, I wouldn't send you away. If the other party cannot accept you, then that marriage is not worth pursuing. Jiang Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she felt a stirring of emotion. Just moments ago, she had contemplated where she would work to support herself after being cast out, yet she had not anticipated that he would say he would never cast her away. Her previous gloomy thoughts instantly shifted to a brighter outlook. "Really? You won't cast me away until I reach adulthood?" Shi Hiyai's was taken aback by her apparent insecurity. Initially, when he brought her home, she seemed uneasy yet displayed a brave front. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of the situation that had made her feel slightly dazed. As time passed and she gradually let her guard down, genuinely communicating with him, he hadn't noticed her underlying anxiety. It was surprising that a small piece of news could leave her feeling so apprehensive, revealing that he hadn't provided her with enough security. He reached out, lifting Jiang Xingyue onto his lap, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and whispered, "I will never abandon you. Do not be afraid." He rarely made promises to others. Once he did, he would uphold it for eternity. His azure gaze fixed on Jiang Xingyue, he stated with conviction, "As long as you do not wish to leave, there will always be a place for you in my home." Jiang Xingyue gazed into his earnest eyes, her lips curling into a smile. "Okay," she replied, her heart lightening. She cupped Shi Hei's handsome face and said, "You are truly wonderful." Zized, Shi Hei's rested his forehead against hers, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Your life should be filled with sunlight and joy. I hope you remain happy forever." Initially, he didn't harbor such profound feelings for her. However, as time passed, the nature of the black wolf compelled him to consider those close to him as his own. He had nurtured her, and thus he would take responsibility for her for a lifetime. Jiang Xingyue had regained her former spirits and began to reflect. Actually, I shouldn't become so easily disheartened. She resolved to uplift herself. Just as her mother had said, no one could accompany her for a lifetime. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. She recognized that she had been too weak. If she were strong enough, no matter who left her, she could still thrive. Thus, her current task was to grow stronger. I've come to a realization. I need to practice diligently and become strong. Chapter 25. She kissed Shi Hei's. Upon witnessing her sudden epiphany, Shi Hei's chuckled wryly. "Once you become strong, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Xingyue's eyes darted around, suddenly feeling guilty and unable to meet his gaze. She certainly couldn't say that after becoming strong. If he decided to leave, she wouldn't care. But since he had just declared that he would never abandon her, how could she dare to utter such words? Wouldn't that seem heartless? Shi Hei's noticed her large eyes flitting anxiously and instantly understood. His brows furrowed slightly, and the atmosphere around them became tense. Jiang Xingyue shivered in the cold air. Zay, she stammered, realizing that Shi Hei's might be getting angry, and quickly explained, "Once I become strong, I can protect you." Shi Hei's narrowed his eyes. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Jiang Xingyue earnestly assured him, "Of course not. I can't let you protect me for a lifetime. I must protect you as well. You treat me well, so I naturally want to treat you well in return. Moreover, if I become strong, if anyone bullies you, I can help you fight back. It's all for your benefit." While such words might have seemed unbelievable to an average person, Shi Hei's took them to heart. "You want to grow stronger to protect me?" Jiang Xingyue nodded, her expression earnest. "Yes, I want to protect you." This was not a lie. She could sense Shi Hei's sincerity, and naturally, she wished to reciprocate. She reached out, cradling Shi Hei's handsome face, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. The sound of the kiss startled them both. Jiang Xingyue herself was taken aback. She had acted on impulse, just like when she was a child and would cling to her parents, showering them with kisses after mischief, thereby dissipating any lingering anger. This sudden urge to kiss Shi Hei's was unexpected, yet he was not her parent, and it felt somewhat out of place. Jiang Xingyue stuttered, unsure how to explain, though he often embraced her. He had never engaged in any intimate gestures before. This was the first time she had kissed him. Jiang Xingyue felt a wave of anxiety, fearing he might dislike it. Shi Hei's noticed her retreating, not daring to look at him, and wondered if he truly seemed that intimidating. It was just a kiss. He wouldn't eat her, after all. Yet this experience was indeed new for him. Throughout his life, no one had ever kissed him, apart from the fleeting affection of his parents when he was an infant. As he grew stronger, those around him became too intimidated to approach him, let alone kiss him. This was his first time being kissed on the cheek, especially by a small human. This little creature displayed remarkable courage. It was worth noting that the Black Wolf Beastmen were not fond of being touched by outsiders, unless they were the chosen partner. Shi Hei's recalled what the elders had mentioned earlier about him reaching the age suitable for marriage. However, he had never contemplated the matter of seeking a partner. Firstly, he found it challenging to develop feelings for outsiders. Secondly, he was unaccustomed to intimacy. Whenever a woman drew near, he instinctively felt a sense of repulsion and resistance. Thus, he had turned down many relatives who sought to introduce potential matches for him. In truth, he preferred solitude to the prospect of marriage, save for the presence of this little human. Initially, he regarded her merely as a subject of study. Yet, as time passed, he discovered her endearing qualities. She was clever and mischievous, and when she made mistakes, she would resort to charming antics. Although he would feel anger, he never entertained the thought of striking her. Moreover, he grew increasingly fond of her peculiar charm. Most importantly, she showed genuine concern for him, empathizing with him when his mother scolded him, and even stood up for him. With such kindness directed towards him, he felt no justification to dismiss her. As for a partner, he glanced down at Jiang Xingyue, still a mere child, and shook his head with a smile. The little one was so young. At most, he could regard her as family, showering her with abundant love and wealth. Should she marry in the future, he would bestow upon her a substantial dowry. His feelings for her were akin to those shared among relatives. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, Jiang Xing timidly inquired, "He-Eyes, are you angry? If you dislike my affection, I shall refrain from showing it." He-Eyes shook his head. "No, I was merely pondering whether you are in need of affection. For at your age, such kisses generally signify a child's love for their parents. Perhaps you view me as a parental figure." Although this thought brought him a sense of solace, it simultaneously felt peculiar. After all, he believed he was still too young to assume the role of a father. He was merely her caretaker. Observing the absence of anger in his demeanor, Jiang Xingyue felt relieved. As long as he remained single before her maturation, she could feel at ease. Otherwise, if he were to marry while she lingered in the household, it would undoubtedly intrude upon their marital life. "Promise to inform me if you ever have a partner," she urged, "so I can give you both some space." He-Eyes nodded. "All right." After their conversation, Jiang Xingyue felt her hunger pangs intensify. After a day of play, her little belly was quite empty. "Let's go. I will take you to dine." The banquet downstairs had concluded, and the servants had already arranged the meal. He-Eyes held Jiang Xingyue's hand and descended to the dining hall. The members of the Shi family had also arrived. "Second brother, we were just looking for you. Come sit." The seating at the Shi family dining table was organized according to seniority. He-Eyes and Jiang Xingyue took their places among the siblings. Shi's mother noticed that he brought the little one to dinner and expressed her discontent she should sit at the children's table. Before Jiang Xingyue could respond, He-Eyes lifted her onto his lap, declaring, "No, she cannot be separated from me." Shi's mother was momentarily taken aback. "You, a distinguished captain of the Planetary National Guard, how can you carry a child around every day? What would others think?" To which He-Eyes retorted, "If you don't talk about it, who will know? Besides, let them talk. I care not for their opinions." Having reached a certain level of capability, he was indifferent to the judgments of others. Shi's mother blushed with indignation. "I speak one word, and you respond with 10. You no longer heed my words, do you?" He-Eyes replied coolly, "Indeed, I do not at this." Not only Shi's mother but the entire gathering was momentarily stunned. After all, in his youth, He-Eyes had been notably obedient to his mother, a child who was exceptionally well behaved. Even when she spoke harshly, he would not counter her. It was surprising to witness such a transformation after years apart. Shi's mother, in disbelief, stammered, "You do," struggling to articulate her thoughts. Given that her previously obedient child was now openly defiant, it was evident he had grown stronger. Chapter 26. "Did my brother hurt you?" Shi's mother abruptly stood, ready to confront He-Eyes. "I am your mother. You once held me in the highest regard. Why the resistance now? Has someone been stirring discord between us?" He-Eyes continued to slice his steak, dipping it in ketchup before offering it to Jiang Xingyue. Responding nonchalantly, "No one convinced," Shi's mother pressed. "If no one is instigating you, why do you speak to me thus?" In his childhood, he had been the most compliant. He-Eyes fell silent. His obedience had stemmed from a desire for attention, yearning for his mother's care, rather than being a mere puppet. Yet, his mother evidently did not grasp this. He sensed an ever-widening generation gap between them, preferring silence over confrontation. Thus, he remained mute, continuing to feed Jiang Xingyue. She opened her mouth to receive the food. He-Eyes chuckled softly, "Eat less. There will be fruit later." Jiang Xingyue nodded enthusiastically. "I still have room for a snack." Witnessing their seemingly oblivious exchange, Shi's mother grew more irate. He-Eyes. He did not even glance in her direction. Shi's mother felt her anger boiling, but was restrained by Shi's father, who admonished, "Eat your meal. What are you causing a ruckus for?" "What a disgrace!" Shi's mother, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "You do not support me at all." Shi's father sighed. "He is simply eating. Why are you causing such a commotion? You are behaving irrationally." Shi's mother, with tears in her eyes, stormed off. "Fine, you all conspire against me." The other siblings exchanged glances, choosing not to pursue her. They recognized that their mother was being rather unreasonable regarding He-Eyes. Thus, no one attempted to intervene. Jiang Xingyue observed the dynamics within the Shi family, noting that aside from Shi's mother, the others seemed quite normal. Shi's father even expressed his remorse towards his son. Apologizing, "Your mother can be a bit neurotic. Please do not take it to heart." Your father will always love you. Shi Hei's responded with a nonchalant his emotions remaining largely unchanged. It appeared he had grown accustomed to this pattern of being mistreated and then receiving apologies. Jiang Xingyue felt a pang of sympathy. In every family with multiple children, there are often one or two who receive less affection. These children tend to be the most dutiful, enduring the most grievances. She wished for Shi Hei's to suffer less. Gently squeezing his hand, she advised, in the future, if you have any dissatisfaction, do not hesitate to voice it. Being overly compliant is a form of illness that needs remedying. A man must be resolute. Shi Hei's, bemused, questioned, where did you learn such misguided notions? Who taught you this? Jiang Xingyue firmly believed she was correct. It is simply true, an overly compliant person either explodes in silence or fades away in silence. Do you wish to explode or fade away? Shi Hai smiled helplessly, reassured by Jiang Xingyue's concern for him. I will not fade away. You need not worry. After all, had he not just made his mother cry? That was his strength, stoic resilience. Jiang Xingyue smiled. You are quite the quick learner. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that he did not appear easy to bully. Although he seemed to be on the receiving end, he appeared to retaliate in a rather clever manner. So no one noticed. Jiang Xingyue silently gave him a thumbs up. She believed wolves to be exceptionally intelligent creatures, especially this evolved black wolf, who exuded a certain depth and coolness that intrigued her. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered in the tea room for conversation. Shi Hei's elder brother asked, Are you busy with work lately? Shi Hei's nodded, as usual, though now there is a little one to care for. So it is a bit busier. Although she is quite well behaved, there are still many concerns. Jiang Xingyue sat nearby, playing with the toys given to her by Shi Hei's fifth brother. This fifth brother appeared lively. Clearly a spirited individual, he even sat down to chat with Jiang Xingyue, asking little one, Are you enjoying your time at my second brother's house? Jiang Xingyue nodded, Yes, I am happy. Ziz is very kind to me. Shi Yanfeng was slightly taken aback. He had always known Shi Hei's to be an unapproachable figure. Particularly in their childhood, Shi Hei's had frequently been harsh towards him. Only in recent years had Shi Hei's demeanor become more composed, no longer treating him with hostility. However, he was curious about how such a formidable man could manage a child, as he certainly did not seem like the nurturing type. He inquired of Jiang Xingyue, How do you usually interact with my second brother? Jiang Xingyue tilted her head in thought before responding, We have normal interactions. During the day, we attend our respective classes, and in the evening we return home to dine together and share stories about our day. Just like a family, ordinary yet warm. Shi Yanfeng appeared skeptical. He has never hit you or anything. Jiang Xingyue replied incredulously, Why would he hit me? He's not a lunatic. Shi Yanfeng wore an expression of disbelief. He treats you so well? You must remember how, in our youth, when he was mischievous, second brother would punish him quite severely. The hierarchy among wolves is inherently stringent. While it was unlikely to lead to serious harm, a few punches were certainly within the realm of possibility. Why hasn't this little human faced any reprimand? Shi Yanfeng felt a surge of indignation. Did he scold you at least? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. No, he has been incredibly kind to me. Shi Yanfeng felt a pang of jealousy. Why is that? Why does second brother not scold this little human, nor strike her? It's so biased. He was always the one who received the harshest treatment. Jiang Xingyue found the situation amusing. Did you perhaps provoke Ziz? Otherwise, he wouldn't have struck you. Despite the rigid structure of the Black Wolf clan, as long as one does not cause trouble, those of higher rank typically refrain from aggression. It was evident that Shi Yanfeng must have erred. Otherwise, Shi Hei's would not have targeted him. Feeling slightly guilty, Shi Yanfeng shrugged it off. It's nothing really. Just some playful antics among children. Jiang Xingyue was not convinced. She immediately rushed to find Shi Hei's, whispering, Ziz, did Shi Yanfeng annoy you when he was younger? Shi Hei's nodded. Did he complain to you? Jiang Xingyue shook her head that he said you hit him. But I believe in you. You wouldn't strike him without reason. He must have done something to anger you first. That a smile crept onto Shi Hei's lips. Not denying her words, Little Five was indeed quite mischievous as a child. There were times he would deliberately snatch my food or sneakily steal a bite when I wasn't looking. When caught, he would run to our parents for protection. Naturally, he would end up receiving a beating. Jiang Xingyue chuckled that you're quite the character. She had thought Shi Hei's to be a person of strict principles, one who believed in the notion of an eye for an eye. To her surprise, he too would vent his frustrations on Shi Yanfeng, recalling humorous childhood memories. Shi Hei's laughed that I'm not as virtuous as you think. If you don't behave, be wary, for I might just strike you too. Chapter 27. Shi Laowu seeks assistance from Shi Hei's. Jiang Xingyue gazed at his handsome face, unable to believe he would ever hit her. If you strike me, I shall no longer consider myself your family and will seek another. Shi Hei's expression darkened. Do you dare? The moment this little one entered his care, she became bound to his identity. The black wolves are deeply emotional and possessive. Once she belongs to him, no one can take her away. Jiang Xingyue, with her mischievous black eyes, retorted, then you'd better treat me well, or I shall give you a poor rating. She understood that Shi Hei's intention in raising her stemmed from a higher authority's directive, yet he genuinely cared for her. Moreover, officials from the higher-ups would visit monthly to assess how Shi Hei's treated her. Should he treat her poorly, she would have grounds for a complaint. Seeing her audacious demeanor, Shi Hei's helplessly pinched her cheek. You little ingrate, are you really going to rate me poorly? This little one was still too naive. Utterly unaware of how good he truly was. One must recognize that many in the research institute possessed fiery tempers. If you were to switch guardians, you would genuinely face consequences. Although she was a valued guest on the planet, without absolute strength, others regarded her merely as an experiment, so it is best for you to stay by my side, understand? This is not a threat, but sincere concern for your well-being. Jiang Xingyue, no longer a child, was acutely aware of the world's treachery. Even among beast men, there existed good and bad individuals. Fortuitously encountering someone as good-hearted as Shi Hei's, she would never recklessly seek another guardian. Thus, she obediently nodded. Understood, I will only follow Z's. Pleased, Shi Hei's affectionately tousled her hair. Go play now. Jiang Xingyue dashed back to Shi Yanfeng. Witnessing the cold demeanor of his second brother transform into gentle affection for the little human, Shi Yanfeng felt an intense pang of jealousy. With a huff, he glared at Jiang Xingyue. Why is he so nice to you? Jiang Xingyue beamed with pride. Because I'm well-behaved. If you were as obedient as I, you too might receive such rewards. But can you? Shi Yanfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. When did I stop being obedient? It's just that I broke second brother's toy as a child, soaked his homework, and snuck his snacks. IVE changed, Jiang Xingyue rolled her eyes. If I were your second brother, I would have hit you too. Feeling a bit sheepish, Shi Yanfeng chuckled. I've matured now. I wouldn't do such childish things again. How about you speak a few good words for me to my second brother? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Jiang Xingyue extended her hand. What's in it for me? Shi Yanfeng widened his eyes. That I'm treating you to a meal. Isn't that a good offer? Jiang Xingyue brandished her black card. That I possess a diamond black card. Do I really need your meal? You think such trivial offerings would sway me? Not a chance. Shi Yanfeng was taken aback. Are you really that greedy at such a young age? It's not right. Jiang Xingyue chuckled. Then I'll pass. I want to help you. Realizing she was not easily swayed, Shi Yanfeng reluctantly produced a sharp dagger. Here, this icy dagger is a first-class weapon. If you possess sufficient skill, you could even use it to fell a house. Jiang Xingyue took it. Examining the keen-edged, it indeed exuded a chilling aura, adorned with gemstones, suggesting it was of high quality. However, she wondered why Shi Yanfeng would offer such a valuable item to win her over. Are you seeking your second brother's assistance? Shi Yanfeng, taken aback by her astuteness, sighed. Are all humans as clever as you? Our ice flame black wolves are already quite intelligent, yet I never expected a human cub to be so sharp. He glanced nervously toward Shi Hei's and whispered to Jiang Xingyue. I do have a favor to ask of my second brother. My mother wishes for me to run for the Lord of Ice City. However, to do so, I must marry the Lord's daughter, which I do not desire. Jiang Xingyue was puzzled. Why not? What's wrong with that girl? Frustration clouded Shi Yanfeng's face. The Lord's daughter has a terrible temper. She is spoiled and willful. I cannot accept such a wicked woman as my wife. She pretends to be dignified in front of my mother, but it's all a fade. I have witnessed her mercilessly slaughter innocent beastmen without a hint of remorse. Understanding dawned on Jiang Xingyue. So, you wish for your second brother to transfer you? To the National Guard? Shi Yanfeng's eyes lit up. Exactly. If I am reassigned to the National Guard, my mother's influence would be curtailed. Moreover, once I sign with the National Guard, they cannot interfere recklessly. After all, there is a difference in status between city lords and national leaders. The highest authority on the Beastman planet is the national leader. The lords of smaller cities must heed the National Guard. Jiang Xingyue comprehended the intricacies. But if your second brother helps you, won't that incur your mother's wrath? Have you considered his predicament? Shi Yanfeng's previously vibrant demeanor dimmed. The relationship between my mother and second brother is irreparably strained. There's little I can do. If he had a better solution, I wouldn't trouble him. However, my mother is adamant about me marrying the Ice City Lord's daughter, leaving me no choice but to seek my second brother's aid. None of my other brothers stand a chance against my mother. Jiang Xingyue frowned, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Shi He's. Why don't you speak to him directly? Are you feeling guilty? Shi Yanfeng nodded honestly. Yes, in my youth, I was thoughtless, taking advantage of my parents' affection to bully Shi He's. It's only now that I realize how far I went. Naturally, I feel embarrassed to ask him for help. Jiang Xingyue sighed, advocating for Shi He's. Ziz has always been kind. Your family harbors too many misunderstandings. Communication is essential for resolution. I will inquire on your behalf. If it succeeds, you must express your gratitude to Ziz. If it doesn't, you cannot blame him. He owes you nothing. Shi Yanfeng nodded. Yes, I understand. I won't blame him. Jiang Xingyue shot him a knowing glance, mentally noting the matter. That night, Jiang Xingyue was shown to the guest room, but Shi He's still felt a tinge of concern. Are you sure you can sleep alone? Jiang Xingyue replied confidently, of course. It's a piece of cake. Though her body had shrunk, her essence remained that of an adult. How could she fear sleeping alone? Shi He's chuckled at her childish bravado. Shaking his head. You truly don't need me to accompany you? According to the norms, she was still young enough to share a room with him. However, given family traditions, he felt it improper to bring her into his quarters. So he allowed her to stay by herself. Once Jiang Xingyue closed the door, she felt a sense of privacy envelop her. Since arriving on the Beastman planet, she had never slept alone in a room. Tonight, she intended to revel in the luxury of solitude. She bounced on the bed a few times, then sang a few notes. When she grew tired, she lay down, ready for a delightful slumber. Yet, after tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. Chapter 28. Do you like her? In that room, Shi He had just taken a quick shower and changed into his pajamas before reclining on the bed to peruse some documents. Although he had taken a leave of absence, he had not neglected his duties in the slightest. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 11. He wondered whether the little one had fallen asleep. Straining his ears, he listened to the adjacent guest room. Alas, it was the sound of the girl's sighs, a sound he had already lost count of. He could even hear her tossing and turning. Unable to find rest, Shi He couldn't help but chuckle. How could she possibly sleep? Look at that. Once separated from him, sleep eluded her. He estimated that she would soon come seeking his comfort. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyue had been lying in bed for an hour. Yet sleep remained elusive. Her mind was weary, yet she could not succumb to slumber, leaving her feeling fatigued, uncomfortable, and irritable. Ultimately, she wrapped herself in her blanket, donned her nightgown, and stealthily twisted the doorknob at this hour. Everyone else was resting. She tiptoed, barefoot and cautious, toward Shi He's room. Pressing her mouth to the door crack, she called out softly, Ziz. Though her voice was faint, Shi He heard her clearly. A knowing smile crept across his face. With long strides, he approached the door and opened it. Upon seeing him awake, Jiang Xingyue's eyes lit up. Instinctively, she reached out to him. Ziz, Shi He lifted her into his arms, shutting the door behind them. Why aren't you sleeping? He inquired. Jiang Xingyue pouted. I can't sleep. Perhaps it's because of the new environment. Shi He chose not to confront her. If she could just endure another night. They would return tomorrow. Jiang Xingyue nodded. Although she was thrilled to be on vacation, she felt far safer sleeping in her own familiar space. He placed her on the bed, and she instinctively rolled into the covers beside him. Before long, she had drifted into a deep sleep. Watching her serene face, Shi He's lips curled into a gentle smile. His long fingers delicately brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead. In truth, he too was restless. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the absence of this little creature left his world feeling starkly hollow. As long as they occupied the same space, his mood stabilized considerably. Conversely, when she was out of sight, his heart would grow agitated. Now, seeing her returned, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Setting aside his documents, he switched on the night light, adjusted her position on the pillow, and nudged her gently to ensure she wouldn't be stolen away. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. Jiang Xingyue dreamt sweetly. yet she felt as though a dark wolf was incessantly nudging her. This wolf seemed intent on hiding her away in a thicket. She wanted to struggle, but the wolf was too forceful, forbidding her escape. Ultimately, she surrendered to the situation, allowing it to proceed as it would. When she awoke the next morning, daylight flooded the room. Following the evolution of beastmen, they had adopted a lifestyle akin to humans, rising early and returning late at this hour. Everyone was already awake when Jiang Xingyue got up. A maid entered to attend to her. Scanning the room, she noted that Shi Heezy was no longer present. Where Z's? She inquired. The maid replied respectfully, Lord Heezy has gone for a run with several other young masters. As Shi Heezy was the only one in the family to hold an official position bestowed by the national team, everyone referred to him as Lord. Jiang Xingyue changed into an adorable outfit and had the maid escort her to find Shi Heezy. The maid was thrilled to see her in a white bunny sweater, paired with shorts that had a bunny tail and fluffy socks. Even her shoes were little bunnies, and when complimented by her twinkling big eyes, she was utterly enchanting. The maid, a connoisseur of cuteness, was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to kiss Jiang Xingyue, but managed to restrain herself. Seeing the maid's excitement, Jiang Xingyue patted her hand. Don't be so excited, I can let you hold me for a little while longer. The maid's enthusiasm only intensified. Miss, may I smell you? She longed to kiss this adorable child, but knowing she belonged to Lord Heezy, she feared inciting his wrath and settled for a small whiff instead. Jiang Xingyue, amused, graciously extended her tiny hand. You can squeeze my hand if you'd like. The maid gazed at the soft, chubby little hand and trembled as she gently squeezed it. Oh my, it's so soft, so lovely. In her household, all the children were rather plain, and she had never encountered such a delightful child. Even this tiny hand was irresistibly cute. She yearned to take her home. Regrettably, that was not an option. Not far away, Shi Heezy's ears perked up at the sound of Jiang Xingyue's giggles. A smile crept across his lips as he made his way toward her. However, before he could approach, he was dismayed to see the maid actually touching Jiang Xingyue's hand and even bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Instantly, Shi Heezy's azure eyes darkened at a sharp icicle shot toward the maid. Startled, she forgot to dodge. Fortunately, the icicle halted before her. Not proceeding further, it seemed he was concerned that frightening her might cause her to drop Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue spotted Shi Heezy and waved cheerfully. Z's, upon seeing her, Shi Heezy's icy demeanor softened into a smile, causing the icicles to vanish from before the maid. Trembling, the maid set Jiang Xingyue down. Still convinced she might perish, she hurriedly approached to plead for forgiveness. Lord Heezy, spare my life. I realize my mistake. She understood that Shi Heezy, with his wolf-like nature, was particularly possessive regarding his belongings. Having secretly squeezed the little human's hand was akin to infringing upon his personal property, and it was no wonder he was furious. The maid quickly knelt before Shi Heezy, fearing her morning had gone well, but now she might not make it back. Jiang Xingyue perceived Shi Heezy's displeasure and dashed over. Flinging herself into his arms, Z's, where have you been? I missed you so much. Shi Heezy regarded her with a stern expression, thinking, you little deceiver, you seem to be having a splendid time with the maid. How could you possibly miss me? Jiang Xingyue clung to him, continuing to pout. Sister maid only played with me because she feared I might be scared. I like her. Please don't frighten her. Shi Heezy's brow furrowed at her words. You like her? The atmosphere around them grew tense. The maid thought to herself, oh no, this is it. Jiang Xingyue sensed Shi Heezy's growing ire and pondered which of her words had gone awry. You don't want me to like her, do you? She was the type to clarify misunderstandings rather than remain silent. Tilting her head to look up at Shi Heezy, she asked, you don't want me to like her, do you? Shi Heezy huffed in response, remaining silent. Unlike Jiang Xingyue, who voiced her thoughts, he kept everything bottled inside, refusing to speak. When he didn't respond, Jiang Xingyue could only guess, if you don't want me to like her, then how about I like you instead? Shi Heezy let out a soft huff, muttering, little deceiver. Yet, his mood visibly lightened. The atmosphere around them became less frigid. The maid sensed the tension dissipate and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Relieved to have survived another day, Jiang Xingyue gestured for her to leave quickly. The maid cast a grateful glance at her and scurried away, clutching her skirt. Shi Heezy found the entire situation both amusing and exasperating. His gaze fixed on the interaction between her and the maid. He turned to leave. Jiang Xingyue hurried after him. Z's, Wait for me. Chapter 29. The Innocent Fifth. With long legs, Shi Heezy covered ground swiftly, each step equating to several of Jiang Xingyue's. Breathless, she eventually stopped pursuing him. What a temperamental man, she thought. As Shi Heezy continued walking, he noticed the absence of her footsteps and assumed she could not keep up. So he slowed his pace. However, after a moment of waiting, he turned back to see her sitting on the ground, panting from the heat. She was fanning herself, sweating profusely, and even began to remove her thick sweater. Shi Heezy frowned and strode over, halting her from shedding the sweater. No, you can't take that off. He extended his hand, releasing a wave of cool air that instantly lowered the surrounding temperature. Jiang Xingyue's previously overheated skin felt a refreshing relief. She shot him a disgruntled glare. Why do you walk so fast? Before she could finish, she pouted. How annoying. Shi Heezy's forehead twitched in irritation. She was the one who had provoked him first. You're the one who made me jealous, Jiang Xingyue retorted defiantly. The maid is just a cute girl. I have no idea why you're so jealous. Shi Heezy let out an uncharacteristic grunt. Unwilling to confess his jealousy, he simply disliked others touching what belonged to him. Jiang Xingyue stretched out her hand. Then carry me. Shi Heezy turned his face away. Rejecting her request, Jiang Xingyue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You claim you're not jealous, yet you're clearly in a jealous frenzy. She looked up at Shi Heezy's slightly pouting demeanor. She found his sulky expression rather endearing. She noticed that he seemed to possess a certain possessiveness over her. Perhaps from the moment she was entrusted to him, she had been marked as part of his domain. Whenever someone approached her, he would bare his teeth in warning. This must be the nature of a wolf's possessiveness. He allowed her to play within his circle, but if she ventured beyond, he would grow anxious. She couldn't determine whether this possessiveness was a good or bad thing. After waiting a considerable time without her rushing to him, he cast a sidelong glance, his eyes subtly peeking at her. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyue stifled a giggle. She stood up, patting her backside, and playfully teased him. Oh, if Ziz doesn't want to hold me, I'll have to find someone else to hold me. As she spoke, she lifted her foot, making a gesture as if to leave. The Shi Heezy immediately turned around, declaring, You shall not go. Jiang Xingyue met his gaze head-on, testing the limits of his patience. Then will you not hold me? Shi Heezy's fingers twitched, caught in a struggle, unwilling to concede. He believed that if he gave in, this little human would repeatedly cross his boundaries, so he remained steadfastly still. Seeing his inaction, Jiang Xingyue promptly turned to flee. Then I shall take my leave. Shi Heezy was taken aback. Jiang Xingyue, come back. He sprang into pursuit. In truth, with his abilities, he could easily retrieve her with a mere flick of his finger. Yet, he momentarily forgot about his superpowers. Striding forward with determination, Jiang Xingyue, however, with her shorter legs, did not manage to escape far before being lifted off the ground. Her sweater was hoisted, leaving her dangling in midair. Upon looking up, she was met with a pair of furious, wolf-like black eyes. Jiang Xingyue stuck out her tongue, teasing, It's your fault for not holding me, and now you're angry. You stubborn king. Shi Heezy took a deep breath, for the first time feeling a twinge of annoyance towards his little human. She had been so obedient before. Why was she suddenly so vexing? Was it possible that Shi Yanfeng had led her astray? As Shi Yanfeng passed by, he intended to greet Shi Heezy's second brother. You! Before he could finish, an icy chill enveloped him, freezing him in place. Shi Heezy's powers were far superior, rendering Shi Yanfeng unable to break free, becoming a mere popsicle, with only his eyes able to move. His gaze was innocent, as if to ask, Second brother, what did I do to you? Shi Heezy huffed coldly, venting his frustration on him. Not corrupt my little human again. It was because his little human had been playing with Shi Yanfeng that she had behaved poorly yesterday. It was all Shi Yanfeng's fault. Frozen in place, Shi Yanfeng felt wrong. I swear, I have not led her astray. It is clearly you who cannot control her, yet you take your anger out on me. He lamented, feeling more aggrieved than Jiang Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle at Shi Yanfeng's misfortune. When Shi Heezy noticed her amusement, he shot her a glare. Shi Yanfeng then received another punch, shattering part of the ice and exposing his head, while the rest of his body remained encased. Shi Heezy lifted Jiang Xingyue and headed towards the house, leaving Shi Yanfeng half frozen behind. Second brother, come back. Shi Heezy ignored him entirely, allowing him to scream until his throat was sore without offering assistance. Jiang Xingyue found the situation both amusing and terrifying. Indeed, Those with power could act as they pleased. Fortunately, this power was not directed at her. Seeing her still laughing, Shi Hei's glanced at her with his azure eyes. Would you like to be frozen too? Jiang Xingyue quickly shook her head. You're the best. Z's. You wouldn't freeze me. Shi Hei's was both exasperated and amused, playfully swatting her fluffy pants. Next time you misbehave, I'll make you attend 3 extra classes. Jiang Xingyue fell silent, her resolve faltering. She already had enough classes. She did not wish to add more. When Shi Hai saw her subdued, he let out a huff. Do you understand your mistake now? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. You have to tell me for me to know. She did not want to live in a world where they communicated solely through guesswork. IT was essential to express one's thoughts openly to maintain clarity and longevity in their relationship. If neither spoke, misunderstandings would only grow. Yet, Shi Hei's was clearly too stubborn to admit his faults. Seeing her aware of her mistake yet refusing to acknowledge it only made him more irritable. You'll be attending 3 extra classes when we return. With that, he set her down and turned towards the bathroom. Jiang Xingyue sighed, thinking that this stubbornness likely came from his equally unlikable mother. Shimama had already witnessed their earlier quarrel from the 3rd floor and, upon seeing Shi Hei's abandon the little human, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Oh, has my son decided he no longer wants you? Her words were as cruel as saying a mother no longer wanted her child. Jiang Xingyue looked at her in disbelief. Your son doesn't he want you? Shimama you. This little brat had such a sharp tongue. Jiang Xingyue shot her a glare. Who doesn't he want whom is yet to be determined? With a haughty demeanor, she returned to change into clean clothes, having rolled in the grass earlier. Upon entering her room, she discovered that her child-sized suitcase was missing. She had no choice but to search Shi Hei's room, where she indeed found it. However, the suitcase had a password, and she could not unlock it. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the shadow peeking from the bathroom doorframe, and suddenly understood that he was waiting for her here. He probably wouldn't reveal the suitcase's password unless she asked him. But she refused to do so. Chapter 30. Shimama is not actually bad. Shi Hei's had long since finished his shower and changed his clothes, leaning by the door to listen for the little human's movements. He knew she was cleanliness conscious and would likely return to shower and change, so he had deliberately taken her suitcase to his room and changed the combination. His intention was to coax her into softening her stance. He didn't want to scold her, yet he yearned for reconciliation. Thus, he devised this plan that as long as she approached him to speak, he would forgive her immediately. Jiang Xingyue, meanwhile, thought to herself, Big brother, you could come a bit closer. The shadow on the door was so clear that she could see his ear pressed against it. Amused, she deliberately called out towards the bathroom. Oh dear, why can't I open my suitcase? Shi Hai smirked, thinking, here it comes, she's definitely considering asking for my help now. Jiang Xingyue smiled to herself. If only Ziz were here, he would definitely help me open my suitcase. But Ziz seems angry with me. His angry face is so scary that I don't dare talk to him. Shi Hei's felt a jolt of alarm. Had his anger frightened her? No wonder she and sought him out earlier. She must have been too intimidated if she truly was scared to speak to him. What should he do? He began to panic, contemplating opening the door. Yet, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. He waited for Jiang Xingyue to initiate the conversation. But it was clear that she was too timid. Thus, he resolved to speak first. After a brief internal struggle, he texted his friend Bai Moyen. Do you ever argue with your little nephew? Bai Moyen replied. Of course. What is up? Did you argue with your little human? Shi Hei's continued. How do you make up after an argument? Bai Moyen answered. Just hug them and tickle them a bit, then take them out for ice cream. Shi Hei's was taken aback. It's that simple? Bai Moyen responded. They're just kids. A few kind words will suffice. Shi Hei's understood now. Taking a deep breath, he turned the doorknob and stepped outside. Only to find that the little human was no longer in the room. He hurriedly made his way outside, heading towards the guest room, but discovered she was not there either. Panic gripped him. He was about to use his superpowers to scan the entire castle. Shimama noticed and quickly intervened. Are you out of your mind? Tracking consumes a lot of energy. Just check the surveillance. There's no need to exhaust yourself. The castle was vast, and even with his abilities, he couldn't search such a large area without harming himself. Fearing he might act rashly, Shimama promptly opened the castle surveillance. With a wave of her hand, 1,000 cameras appeared before Shi Hei's. She accessed the main house's footage and discovered that Jiang Xingyue had not left Shi Hei's room at all. Strange, she hasn't left the room. Shi Hei's immediately returned inside. After searching the room, he finally found the little human sprawled on the floor, asleep. Perhaps he had taken too long earlier, causing her to grow drowsy while waiting. And she had simply lain down at the edge of the bed. In his earlier panic, he had not looked closely enough. Thinking she had escaped, to his relief, she was still there, seeing her peacefully asleep. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was safe. Ishimama was taken aback by how much he seemed to care for this little human. What was so special about her that warranted such attention? Even his family had never made him lose his composure like this. What extraordinary qualities did this little human possess? Could it be that she witnessed him commit a crime? His eyes did not respond to Ishimama's musings. Instead, he walked over and picked Jiang Xingyue up. Despite feeling a lingering frustration, he found he couldn't bring himself to punish her. Ultimately, he decided to have the caretaker in the castle give her a bath and change her clothes. Initially, he had wanted to wash her himself, but when they were at home, the little human had expressed that girls deserved privacy, so he had refrained from doing so. Now, he could only rely on the caretaker's assistance. When Jiang Xingyue awoke after her bath, she found herself in new clothes, with his eyes drying her hair. She blinked her drowsy eyes at him. His eyes, finding himself at a loss, decided to abandon his stubbornness and spoke up. You were quite disobedient today that I'll have to give you a poor evaluation during next week's home visit. Jiang Xingyue responded. The good news is that he is willing to speak to me first. The bad news is that after his poor evaluation, I won't receive any little red flowers. Children without little red flowers would be mocked by their peers. She pouted in retaliation. Then during next month's lab home visit, I will give you a poor evaluation too. Shihizi. All right, he is indeed someone who believes in repaying grievances with vengeance, a trait he favors. The two exchanged glances, and the morning's tension dissipated, with a resigned shake of his head. Shihizi seemed to yield. From now on, do not allow strangers to embrace you. It poses a danger. Jiang Xingyue was delighted to hear him express his true feelings and immediately threw herself into his arms. Then you must communicate with me. Only by articulating your thoughts can I truly understand that if you continue to suppress your feelings, we will only end up in a melodramatic chase. Shihizi, typically uninterested in television dramas, tilted his head in confusion. The tale of a criminal and a police officer? Jiang Xingyue replied. Your comprehension skills are rather impressive. In any case, refrain from overthinking. If something is amiss, speak up. Do not render yourself mute. After all, she wasn't a deity capable of reading his mind. Shihizi grasped her point. After contemplating, he nodded. I shall do my utmost. He had never been one to share his innermost thoughts easily. It was a challenge for him to express his feelings on the spot, but he would strive to improve. Jiang Xingyue believed that his willingness to take this step was commendable. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Pressing her small forehead against his larger one, a smile crept onto Shihizi's lips, and his mood lightened. Hand in hand, they proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. Ishimama's eyes widened in astonishment. Have they reconciled so swiftly? Just moments ago, he seemed ready to kill, yet now they appear harmonious after only a few minutes. What kind of magic does this little creature possess that can so easily sway my son? Ishimama yearned to inquire further but hesitated, unwilling to lose face. With a huff, she glanced at Jiang Xingyue and remarked coldly, do not throw tantrums next time. It causes the guardian to worry. You are truly incorrigible. Jiang Xingyue nodded, this time refraining from retort, acknowledging her words. Her sudden compliance took Ishimama aback. She had expected the girl to be more defiant. Instead, she was surprisingly agreeable. It seemed the intricacies of human emotions were indeed difficult to decipher. Unable to probe further for fear of disrupting the family's dining atmosphere, she opted for silence. After their meal, Shihizi prepared to escort Jiang Xingyue back. Ishimama was reluctant. Isn't it only the second day? Aren't you supposed to stay for 3 days? Shihizi replied. Xingxing has assignments to complete. I must take her back. Ishimama understood that he was working while accompanying Jiang Xingyue and dared not impede him. She presented him with 3 large suitcases. Inside are your favorite beef jerky and beef sauce. I've prepared them for you. And there's also your beloved lamb stew, vacuum-sealed and ready for you to warm up and enjoy. These were all dishes Shihizi relished in his youth. Moreover, I heard you adopted a little human girl, so I prepared some daily necessities for her. Take them back and see if she likes them. If not, you can exchange them. As she spoke, she handed Jiang Xingyue a large red envelope containing a card worth 1 million. Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Shi Mama is incredibly wealthy to bestow such a sum so casually. The currency of the Beastman planet held a value similar to that of Huagua, making 1 million capable of purchasing a substantial amount, perhaps even a house in the countryside next time. Though she lacked for nothing, receiving such a generous gift brought her innate joy. Shihizi, noticing her delight, nodded and reminded her to express her gratitude. Jiang Xingyue happily accepted the gift, sweetly thanking Shi Mama. Thank you, Auntie. Having witnessed her earlier disobedience, Shi Mama found her newfound compliance slightly more endearing. Perhaps parting moments were always the most tender. The Shi family even accompanied them to the spaceship station. Travel safely, and remember to return home when you have the chance, Shihizi acknowledged with a grunt, bidding them farewell as he took Jiang Xingyue aboard the ship. She could still see them lingering as the ship departed. It seemed the Shi family wasn't so bad after all. Despite their minor conflicts, there was a palpable bond of care and affection among them. Shihizi likely recognized this, which is why he willingly returned for family gatherings. As for Shi Mama, Jiang Xingyue observed the 2 bento boxes in her hands, one filled with her favorite Chinese dishes and the other with Shihizi's preferred Western cuisine. Only those who truly cared would pay attention to their likes and prepare meals for them to enjoy on their journey. Thus, it could be said that Shi Mama wasn't entirely unkind. "Ziz, your mother truly loves you," she remarked. Shihizi let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, sometimes love, at other times, it can be quite irritating. His feelings towards his mother were indeed complex. When he loved her, he would do anything to protect her. When he resented her, he wished to sever ties. He often felt that parental love was more intricate than other forms of affection, bringing both headaches and helplessness. The two ate in silence. Once home, they discovered guests had arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shihizi instinctively concealed Jiang Xingyue behind him. "Professor Wu, what brings you here?" The visitor, though not tall, bore a shrewd expression, resembling a middle-aged uncle, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xingyue, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Is this the little human your superiors provided you?" Shihizi chose not to respond and redirected the conversation. "Professor Wu, do you have business here?" Professor Wu, amused by Shihizi's defensiveness, chuckled. "I come bearing a message. Dean Sun has gone missing in the exploration forest, and the higher-ups have instructed you to search for him. This matter should not be made public. It is best you go alone." Shihizi scrutinized him warily. What was Dean Sun seeking in the exploration forest? In which direction? Professor Wu gestured towards the house, indicating they should speak inside. Shihizi led the way to the study. The two conversed about matters Jiang Xingyue could not partake in, leaving her to return indoors to complete her homework. It wasn't until half an hour later that Professor Wu departed. Jiang Xingyue hurried to the study, concerned. "Ziz, what did Professor Wu discuss with you?" That Professor Wu had an appearance reminiscent of a treacherous minister left her feeling uneasy. Shihizi hadn't anticipated her keen insight and replied, "Indeed, Professor Wu is quite cunning. Do you recall when I first joined the guard team? He tricked me several times. Yet, he executed his schemes without leaving a trace, making it impossible to gather evidence against him. Since then, he had remained cautious of Professor Wu." Jiang Xingyue inquired, "What did he do to you?" Shihizi recounted, "Previously, when my superiors dispatched me to the exploration planet to retrieve raw materials for a secret weapon, they clearly indicated a southeastern direction, yet he misled me into believing it was northeast. As a result, I not only became lost but also ended up in a marsh. If it weren't for my agility, I might have become trapped." Jiang Xingyue frowned. "Why would he wish to harm you? Did you encroach upon his interests?" Shihizi nodded. "He originally intended to place his son in the position of team leader, but the higher-ups unexpectedly appointed me instead, which naturally incited his animosity." Jiang Xingyue felt there was more to it. "He might also fear that your position surpasses his. Perhaps he has committed some wrongdoing and fears you might uncover it, prompting him to want you out of the picture." Shihizi's eyes darkened at this notion. Reflecting on malevolence, he recalled an incident from a night shift. He had inadvertently patrolled near a secret entrance and, sensing danger, intended to retreat, aware that such entrances could lead to black holes, leaving one uncertain of where they might end up, possibly suffocated by an oxygen-deprived vortex. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Professor Wu's shadow. Professor Wu, in his true form, was a cunning cuckoo bird. Shihizi recognized him immediately due to their prior encounters, but he was unaware of whom Professor Wu was conversing with. Shi Heezy only caught sight of a dark silhouette, which he instinctively felt did not belong to the Beastman planet. However, he lacked evidence and refrained from reporting the incident, fearing he might alert the snake in the grass. But then one of his subordinates called out, "Captain, what are you doing here?" That voice inadvertently revealed his position. From that moment on, Professor Wu's gaze towards him had shifted. Jiang Xingyue understood. "I surmise that Shadow may have been your enemy." Typically, only undercover agents collaborating with the enemy would seek to eliminate witnesses. Shi Heezy concurred, but again lamented the lack of evidence. Given Professor Wu's long-standing contributions to the research institute, he enjoyed the higher-ups' trust. As a newcomer, Shi Heezy's words would carry little weight, so he chose to remain silent. Now, with Professor Wu instructing him to venture into the exploration forest to find Dean Sun, it was evident he did not wish for Shi Heezy to return. Jiang Xingyue expressed concern. "Are you going?" Shi Heezy nodded. "I just confirmed with my superior. I am indeed to head to the exploration forest." Jiang Xingyue worried aloud. This journey will surely be fraught with danger. Shi Heezy was acutely aware of this reality. Yet, he had a mission. Protecting the Beastman planet was his responsibility, and he was prepared to face any peril that lay ahead. Even if Professor Wu had set traps in the forest, he would brave them. Jiang Xingyue, recognizing his resolve as a member of the guard team, devised a plan. "Let us gather those who wish to venture into the exploration forest for treasured AT that time. Ensure to bring along more filming equipment. Once the crowd gathers and the live broadcast commences, I have faith that those nefarious individuals will hesitate to act." Chapter 32. Capturing the traitor requires a plan. Shi Heezy initially disagreed with Jiang Xingyue's approach that if too many people arrived for the adventure live stream, it would only serve to alert the snakes in the grass. However, Jiang Xingyue waved her hand dismissively, suggesting that we could stagger the timing. The villains would undoubtedly infiltrate the forest beforehand to scout the area, and at that moment, you could disrupt their signal devices. This way, the wrongdoers would be unable to receive outside signals and remain oblivious to the influx of live streamers. Moreover, some matters need to be amplified. Only when the masses are aware will those in authority take notice. The power of the crowd is immense. Relying solely on oneself to uncover all the evidence against the adversary is a formidable task. Yet, with the vast population of the world uniting to seek evidence, it becomes considerably easier. Furthermore, those individuals are certainly resolute in their intent to eliminate Shi Heezy, should someone capture their actions on film. It would serve as undeniable proof, and they would have no means of escape. Shi Heezy was taken aback by her intelligence. "Were these insights also imparted by your parents?" Jiang Xingyue shook her head, stating that she learned them from watching television dramas. "Isn't it the typical pattern in murder cases? Lure the victim to a secluded location and proceed discreetly. If there are no witnesses or evidence, the matter will naturally fade away. However, if someone captures the event on film, especially with a large audience, it would escalate significantly." She was quite familiar with this script. Shi Heezy, astonished, inquired if such plots were commonplace in Earth's dramas. Jiang Xingyue shook her head, clarifying that they are not fictional but adapted from real news stories. However, the news tends to be far more shocking, while dramas often soften the blow. That Shi Heezy questioned her, asking if she wasn't afraid of such news. Jiang Xingyue nodded, admitting her fear. During the day, her feeds were filled with travel, gourmet food, and attractive individuals, but once night fell, it was all about dismemberment, ghosts, and kidnappings. Although terrified, she still watched them on mute. Shi Heezy, "If you are that frightened, perhaps you should stop watching?" Jiang Xingyue chuckled, stating that there is an old saying in Huagua, "Since one is already here, one might as well see it through to the end." Shi Heezy admired her spirit, remarking, "You're impressive. Nevertheless, this plan is indeed feasible. However, it must not be reported to superiors, lest the villains catch wind of it." Jiang Xingyue suggested that if they wished to catch the traitor, they could leak information to the suspected individual just before the live stream begins. This would reveal whether they would urgently contact the villains lying in wait in the forest. Shi Heezy shared this sentiment. He affectionately ruffled Jiang Xingyue's hair, saying, "You are quite clever, but do not exhibit such intelligence in front of the villains. Until you have fully developed your wings, it is wise to act discreetly." Jiang Xingyue nodded in understanding it. Shi Heezy instructed her to go downstairs to complete her homework, as he intended to begin preparations for this matter. Jiang Xingyue obediently went downstairs to do her assignments. After finishing, she went to check on Xiao Jinhua. and Xiao Pingyao, that Shihizi had specially designed a small pet loft for them, filled with spiritual plants beneficial for their growth, and their food was meticulously crafted by a professional beastmaster. After just 2 days apart, Jiang Xingyue noticed a significant improvement in their vitality. Xiao Pingyao, whose feathers had previously appeared dull, now looked much whiter and had shed considerably less. Xiao Jinhua had also regained its spirits. Recovering from its lethargy of the previous days, upon her arrival, both animals turned to her in unison. Xiao Pingyao was the first to scamper over, exclaiming, "Master, Master, you've come to see me." It hopped and flapped its chubby little wings, resembling a baby penguin. Jiang Xingyue found it endearing and scooped it up for a cuddle, even taking a whiff. "Not bad. You smell delightful and are quite clean. No trace of any unpleasant odors." Xiao Pingyao beamed with pride, declaring, "Of course, I am a clean little lady." Jiang Xingyue, taken aback, asked, "Peng Peng is a girl? No wonder she is so sweet." Flattered, Xiao Pingyao blushed shyly and asked, "Master, have you missed me these past few days?" Jiang Xingyue responded without hesitation, "Of course. If you weren't so small, I would have taken you out for some fun." That Shihizi had mentioned that it was inadvisable to take juvenile battle pets outside, as they were easily vulnerable to attacks from grown battle pets. If the owner wasn't strong enough, taking juvenile battle pets out could lead to injuries. Hence Jiang Xingyue refrained from doing so. Xiao Pingyao, being obedient, nuzzled her palm, indicating that as long as the master thought of her, it mattered not whether they went out. Its little voice was simply adorable, especially with its fluffy appearance. Jiang Xingyue gave it a kiss on its small face, saying, "Peng Peng, you are too good." Xiao Pingyao joyfully flapped its wings, proudly flaunting its little expression to the nearby Xiao Jinhua. Xiao Jinhua scoffed, muttering, "So pretentious." Jiang Xingyue, not forgetting about it, petted Xiao Jinhua's head after finishing with Xiao Pingyao. The little tiger was also on its best behavior today. She lifted the kitten-sized Xiao Jinhua, took out a newly purchased comb, and began grooming from its head to its tail. Initially resistant, Xiao Jinhua started to relent due to Jiang Xingyue's skilled handling. It proudly held its head high at first, but soon, overwhelmed by the pleasant sensation, its head began to tilt. Jiang Xingyue found it utterly adorable. Xiao Jinhua, being roughly the size of a young tiger, was simply too cute. She cupped its little face and gave it a soft mama. "You are just too cute." Xiao Jinhua huffed, thinking to itself, "I'm the king of battle pets. How could I possibly be cute?" Moreover, it didn't even like being called Tiger, as that felt too juvenile. It wasn't until Jiang Xingyue explained that Tiger signified a powerful presence in the forest that it reluctantly accepted the name. If it were to grow up, it would indeed be formidable. Tiger it shall be, for this little human doesn't seem uneducated, so it might as well humor her this once. Upon hearing that Tiger sounded more formidable than Peng Peng, Xiao Pingyao immediately demanded that Jiang Xingyue bestow upon it a name of equal grandeur. Jiang Xingyue, however, retorted that Peng Peng was her exclusive term of endearment, one that no other bird possessed. Xiao Pingyao was instantly delighted, exclaiming, Peng Peng is the Master's special name. It is the Master's favorite bird." Giggling happily, Xiao Jinhua, fooled at thought, how could one believe everything they hear? Sooner or later, they will be left with nothing. The master clearly stated that it was her favorite. Jiang Xingyue, you aren't any better. It became evident that battle pets were merely slightly smarter than ordinary pets, but they were far from being exceptionally intelligent. At least, they were not as clever as humans. The following day, as Shihizi accompanied Jiang Xingyue to kindergarten, he informed her in the car, "I will venture into the adventure forest tonight, and I won't be able to pick you up after school. If someone from the research institute comes for you, do not go with them. I will have Bai Moyan come to collect you instead. You can stay at his place for a few days." He handed Jiang Xingyue a planetary phone, assuring her that he would send her updates. Should she encounter any difficulties, she could reach out to him, and he would rush back to her aid. Jiang Xingyue sensed the underlying danger in his words, her worry evident as she asked, "Will no one accompany you?" Chapter 33. Shihizi prepares to depart. Noticing the concern in her eyes, Shihizi gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's actually more convenient for me to go alone. If I bring my subordinates, I would have to protect them in case of danger, which complicates matters." Although Jiang Xingyue was anxious, she nodded in understanding. "How many days will you be away?" Having never been apart from him since she arrived on the Beastman planet, she was unsure how long it would be until their next meeting. Shi Hezi recognized her fear and pulled her into an embrace, stroking her hair as he comforted her. At least 10 days, possibly a month if things go slow. If I'm not back in a month. You can take a spaceship to my hometown and find my mother. She can adopt you in my stead. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback that he had already considered her contingency plan, which only heightened her fear. Is it really that perilous? Can I not accompany you instead? We could battle together, avoiding the anxiety of waiting at home. However, Shi Hezi shook his head, stating firmly, no, you are too weak. You would only hinder me. For this month, stay at Bai Moyan's house that if you're bored, go out and play with the other children. The card I gave you has no spending limit. It's enough for a lifetime of food and drink. Should he perish, all his assets would be bequeathed to her. Jiang Xingyue did not hear those words. Had she would have likely been in tears that Shi Hezi wished to spare her from fear. Yet some truths could not remain unspoken. After all, in their line of work, the risk of sacrifice was ever present. He himself did not find the notion of sacrifice frightening, but the presence of attachments brought about a sense of reluctance. Thus, for this mission, he hoped for a safe return. Jiang Xingyue, though worried for him, understood her own limitations. If only she could grow strong like him, she would be able to protect him. With her head bowed in contemplation, she replied softly, I understand. I will wait at home for you. Shi Hezi, observing her reddened eyes as she feigned strength, felt a pang in his heart, yet he smiled gently. Tell Bai Moyan what you wish to eat tonight. He has a kind disposition and gets along well with children. You can trust him. Jiang Xingyue nodded and waved goodbye to him. She walked into the kindergarten with her backpack. This time, Shi Hezi did not wait for her to enter completely and drove away immediately. It seemed quite urgent indeed. Jiang Xingyue felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She wished to lend a helping hand. Little Firebird, noticing her sighing early in the morning, looked puzzled and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Why are you so downcast this morning? Jiang Xingyue rested her head on the table, feeling drained. Little Firebird, have you ever lived apart from your parents? Little Firebird nodded. Yes, I have. My parents divorced and remarried. So I was shuffled around and even attended a boarding school. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of sadness. The reason he acted like a little delinquent in class was due to having been bullied before. When the teacher contacted his parents, they did not show up, and his classmates bullied him even more. Eventually, he grew stronger and became a little troublemaker so that no one dared to bully him anymore. He never expected Jiang Xingyue to be tougher than him, and yet she never bullied him, which made him willing to acknowledge her as his boss. However, did it seem like his boss was feeling abandoned? Boss, do your parents not want you either? Jiang Xingyue replied. If you can't chat, then don't. Just as little Firebird was about to say something else, the school bell rang that he thought his boss wouldn't pay attention in class today. As it was hard to focus when one was feeling sad to his surprise, Jiang Xingyue listened intently, even more so than usual. She even pulled the teacher aside after class to ask for detailed information. Little Firebird wondered, why was the boss so emo yet so eager to learn? Was it true that the more heartbroken one was, the stronger their motivation to study? No wonder her abilities surpassed his. He was impressed. Jiang Xingyue believed that learning and emotions were two separate matters. One should focus on class during lessons and save the sadness for after school. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Feeling down would mean no learning was taking place, thus wasting an entire day's worth of lessons. She truly wanted to study hard. Little Firebird exclaimed once more, Boss, you're amazing. When school was over, it was indeed Bai Moyan who came to pick her up. Bai Moyan looked like a popular idol, tall and handsome, but rather slender compared to Shi Hezi, who had a muscular build. Moreover, Bai Moyan dressed flamboyantly, donning a pink shirt, white suit pants, and leather shoes. His hair was styled in a trendy Korean perm, with 3 buttons of his collar undone, smiling in a rather greasy and ostentatious manner. Jiang Xingyue could hardly bear to look. To make matters worse, Bai Moyan whistled at her. Hey, little star, come on, let's get in the car. Jiang Xingyue hurried over, opened the car door, and quickly closed it to avoid being laughed at by her classmates. Yet, Bai Moyan was still outside greeting other students. Hurry up, Jiang Xingyue urged him. Bai Moyan chuckled as he got into the car. Look at you. Can't wait to go home with me, huh? Little girl, you must like me. Jiang Xingyue clenched her fists. Throughout the drive, Bai Moyan was all smiles, chatting with her. You'll stay at my house for a month. And I've already decorated your room. You'll love it. Jiang Xingyue could hardly imagine. You decorated my room? I wonder if it's gaudy. Bai Moyan grinned confidently. I personally designed it. Although time was limited, it will definitely be visually appealing. Once you see it, you'll be so overjoyed you'll faint. Based on his knowledge of girls, he was certain she would be moved to tears. Jiang Xingyue felt paralyzed, contemplating turning back to live on her own. After all, with the old butler at home, she could manage just fine alone. However, Bai Moyan's demeanor made it clear he would not allow that. One glance at the pile of toys and clothes in the back seat confirmed he had no intention of letting her return home. Sure enough, upon arriving at Bai Moyan's house, a group of children jumped out, tossing confetti at Jiang Xingyue, welcoming the little princess home, with a flurry of confetti bursting over her head and face. She waved it away helplessly. Bai Moyan cheerfully introduced her. These are my nephews and nieces. Some are in elementary school, others in kindergarten. You should be able to play together. Jiang Xingyue looked up and found the children to be quite adorable. Their faces radiant with innocent smiles. Little star, let's play together from now on. Jiang Xingyue smiled back. Sure, she was delighted to make more friends. Seeing her smile, Bai Moyan felt a sense of accomplishment. He claimed to have the most experience with children. And now the once gloomy little girl was beaming with joy. He eagerly led Jiang Xingyue. Come, let me show you your room. Jiang Xingyue followed a string of little friends. Bai Moyan opened the door. And a room decorated in an overwhelming, gaudy death Barbie pink, Barbie purple, and even fluorescent pink burst into view before Jiang Xingyue's eyes. Chapter 34. Temporarily staying at Bai Moyan's house, Jiang Xingyue's lips twitched as she gazed at the fluorescent Barbie pink curtains, the Barbie purple walls, and the glowing pink bed, feeling as though she might faint. She liked pink, but not to such an overwhelming and hideous extent. There were certainly softer shades of pink. How did he pick this? Bai Moyan, noticing her woeful expression, remained unfazed. Are you moved to tears? He eyes told me you liked pink, and I figured all little girls love pink, so I specifically sourced the rarest Death Barbie pink in the world for you. Do you know why it's called Death Barbie pink? Because this shade can make someone love to the point of death. Jiang Xingyue, that's not how that phrase is interpreted. Bai Moyan's little nephews and nieces looked at the ghastly pink with disdain. Uncle, this pink is ugly. They had expected something beautiful, but were sorely disappointed. They would rather have an all-white or all-black room. Other little nephews echoed their sentiments. It's hideously ugly. They definitely did not want to play in a room painted Death Barbie pink. Fearing they might meet their demise there, Bai Moyan appeared perplexed. Isn't this beautiful? Why doesn't anyone like it? It's so vibrant. Any color pales in comparison to this Death Barbie pink. That's what the waitress said. And I believed her. Why don't the kids like it? Could it be that they're too young to appreciate it? Jiang Xingyue turned to leave. That I'd rather go home. Now, looking back at Hai's dark-themed room, it seemed much more appealing. Wait. Bai Moyan hurriedly stopped her. I'll change it. I'll get you a different room. Jiang Xingyue raised her foot to leave. I want to go home. I can manage just fine with the butler. Bai Moyan, however, would not allow it. The butler can't protect you like I can. Besides, Hai's entrusted you to me, so he could focus on his own matters. If you go back, how will he concentrate in the forest? Jiang Xingyue found his reasoning sound and paused. Then give me a regular guest room. Bai Moyan felt a bit regretful, but tried to negotiate. How about you stay for one night? Maybe you'll like it by tomorrow. Jiang Xingyue firmly refused. No. Bai Moyan looked defeated. All right, the guest room is over here. Jiang Xingyue assumed the guest room would be a standard white. To her surprise, when she opened the door, it was entirely earth-toned. This was her first encounter with a room painted in such a color. The walls were coated in a shade reminiscent of dirt, and honestly, it was rather hard to describe. Jiang Xingyue sighed, looking at Bai Moyan with disillusionment. Does your house not have a more normal room? Bai Moyan awkwardly chuckled. Our wolf clan's natural color is a mix of earthy yellow and brown, so if the environment is earth-toned, it serves as our camouflage. Jiang Xingyue felt that such a color in a confined space could be somewhat oppressive, so she inquired, do you have a white room? At least that would be more normal. Bai Moyan nodded. Yes, but that room isn't decorated yet. It only has white walls. Jiang Xingyue raised her hand. I'll take that one. The bed could be brought over by the old butler, avoiding Bai Moyan buying her strange beds again. Bai Moyan, about to place an order, became somewhat despondent. Hai's gave me a generous amount for your upkeep. If you don't spend any of it, it will make me look quite stingy. Jiang Xingyue extended her hand. Then give me $1 million. Bai Moyan's eyes widened. Are you a fortune god? Asking for $1 million on the first day? How will we get by in the future? Jiang Xingyue laughed. Then make me a grand dinner tonight. Bai Moyan sighed in relief. All right, as long as it doesn't involve money that he wanted to save his funds for buying all sorts of peculiar items. He loved collecting interesting things. The old butler brought in the bed and some snacks, reminding her to eat well to grow taller, before reluctantly leaving. Jiang Xingyue felt a bit reluctant too. However, the two houses were not far apart. She could bike there easily. That evening, Bai Moyan organized a barbecue party. His nephews and nieces were thrilled, and Jiang Xingyue joined in. Bai Moyan's eldest nephew handed her a skewer of grilled meat. Star, can I call you that? Jiang Xingyue nodded. Sure. Are you in elementary school? Bai Kai nodded. I just started elementary school this year, and the homework is quite overwhelming. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. Isn't elementary school supposed to have less homework? I thought it was the high school assignments that were burdensome. Bai Kai sighed. My dad enrolled me in the elite elementary school, where the tasks are exceedingly numerous. If I were in a regular school, the days would be far more relaxed. However, the intensity at the elite school is quite high, and I find myself utterly exhausted every day. Bai Moyan explained. His superpower is the strongest among the grandchildren in the family, which is why his grandfather took the initiative to send him to the elite school for double training. Just like human families, the Beastmen place great importance on the education of their offspring. Especially since the Bai family is still under the authority of the old patriarch, his decisions are unchangeable. Thus, Bai Kai has no choice but to endure triple learning at the elite school. Jiang Xingyue expressed her sympathy. Then you should strive to become a strong individual. That way, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Bai Kai contemplated this, but the students in my class are also very strong. Jiang Xingyue inquired curiously. How strong? Bai Kai replied. Their superpowers can unleash 3 times the power compared to others of the same age. Jiang Xingyue gasped. That is indeed impressive. Bai Kai then asked her, what about your superpower? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. Mine is rather ordinary. She felt that those who could exert their superpowers threefold were undoubtedly superior to her, making her feel rather average. Bai Kai paid it no mind. After all, Jiang Xingyue had only just begun preschool. However, Bai Moyan suggested, why don't you two have a competition? Bai Kai shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. She just started preschool. Bai Moyan smiled mysteriously. Being in preschool doesn't necessarily mean she's inferior. He sensed that Jiang Xingyue's superpower was not to be underestimated, especially since she was taught by Shi Heis, who would not have instructed her poorly. Bai Moyan led them to the backyard, where he presented a whole roasted lamb, instructing the children, use your superpowers to chop the lamb into pieces. Bai Cai's superpower was the shadow claw. Without hesitation, she used her sharp claws to slice through the roasted lamb from a distance, causing the once intact lamb to shatter into perfectly cut pieces. Bai Moyan nodded in satisfaction, encouraging Jiang Xingyue. Star, it's your turn. Jiang Xingyue hesitated. I can't do that. She believed she could only turn the roasted lamb into powder at most. Since it had just been roasted, she had no intention of pulverizing it. The others assumed her reluctance stemmed from a lack of ability and comforted her. It's all right. Many cubs don't have superpowers either. Our abilities are quite average too. Jiang Xingyue nodded, not taking it to heart, and sat down to enjoy a roasted lamb leg with everyone. The leg was charred and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Taking a bite was utterly delightful. Chapter 35. Do not feed her too much. Bai Moyan observed their enjoyment and took a photo of Jiang Xingyue munching on the lamb leg, sending it to Shi Heis at that moment. Shi Heis was on his way to the adventure forest. Upon receiving Bai Moyan's photo, a smile crept onto his face, alleviating his tension that it seemed the little human was being well taken care of. However, was that lamb leg too large? He quickly messaged Bai Moyan, advising him not to let her eat overly greasy food at night, or she might suffer from indigestion. Bai Moyan was taken aback. It's just one lamb leg. It can't be that serious, can it? Shi Heis frowned. She doesn't know how to control her eating. Her stomach isn't large, but her appetite is. When she likes something, she eats it voraciously, leading to stomach aches and vomiting. He instructed Bai Moyan, you should limit her meals to 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup, along with a bowl of rice, with portions only the size of a children's bowl. After meals, only give her half a fruit, no more. She tends to snack afterward, so leave some space for that. Otherwise, she might feel too full. Bai Moyan thought to himself, do humans really need such meticulous feeding? His nephews could devour half a lamb each without any fuss. They certainly didn't require such a structured diet. He believed Shi Heis was being overly meticulous. Children would thrive better with a more relaxed approach. Observing how slim the little human was, with delicate arms and legs, he surmised she was being overly refined in her feeding. However, Shi Hiai spoke with conviction, "Feed her according to my instructions," or else Bai Moyan found himself amused by his friend's rigidity. Even in raising a cub, he was so formal. Nevertheless, he replied, "Understood. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup will suffice." Although Shi Hiai's remained uneasy, he had no one better suited than Bai Moyan to care for the little human. So he reluctantly entrusted her to him. After putting down his phone, Bai Moyan couldn't help but smile. Every beastman had their own way of raising children, and he had no intention of being a rigid parent. Thus, he placed a large plate of chicken on the table for Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue protested, "I can't eat anymore." While her appetite was quite good, her stomach wasn't a bottomless pit. Bai Moyan assumed she was worried about Shi Hiai's reprimand and reassured her. "I'm not a strict parent. Eat as much as you like. I won't scold you." Seeing the sparkle in his eyes, Jiang Xingyue realized he was genuinely encouraging her to eat more, but she truly couldn't manage it. With a large lamb leg and skewers of roasted meat, she was already feeling quite full. "Thank you, but I'll just have a couple more pieces of fruit and then stop." Normally, Shi Hiai's only allowed her to eat until she was 7/10 full. Otherwise, she would suffer from bloating at night. She had developed the habit of stopping when she felt slightly full and had no intention of continuing. Bai Moyan felt a pang of regret. "It's a rare occasion without your housekeeper around. Shouldn't you indulge a little?" Jiang Xingyue smiled helplessly. "I really can't eat anymore. If it were Shi Hiai's, he wouldn't let me have so much lamb. Tonight, I've already eaten more than usual." Seeing she was genuinely not going to eat more, Bai Moyan didn't press her. "All right, there's still ice cream over there. If you feel full, you can have some ice cream." Jiang Xingyue nodded. "Okay." She went to check the freezer and was pleasantly surprised to find 12 flavors of ice cream, including chocolate, strawberry, blueberry, and vanilla, all available for self-serving. Unable to resist, she grabbed a small container and took a little of each flavor. Bai Kai and the others joined her in scooping ice cream. Bai Moyan watched them enjoy their treat. Feeling satisfied himself, he recalled wanting to eat ice cream like this during his childhood, but his family had never permitted it. Now that he had the means, he generously provided for the younger generation, buying a whole freezer full of ice cream for them to indulge in. After finishing their ice cream, everyone dutifully returned to their homework. Jiang Xingyue also went upstairs. Today she had learned new methods for enhancing her abilities and began practicing in her room. Gathering all her energy into her hands, her fair fingers emitted a blue glow in the dim light. Jiang Xingyue controlled all the furniture in the room, making them float in the air. Previously, she could only manipulate 1 or 2 pieces, but now she could levitate all the furniture at once, even gently placing them back down. She felt elated. It seemed that the method Shi Hiai's and her teacher devised to help her enhance her superpowers was indeed effective. At this moment, she wanted to try the effects outside. Thus, she dashed to the yard, using her powers to lift all the leftover meat bones into the air. With a thought, she caused them to shatter into powder with a loud bang. Bai Moyan, watching from the second-floor balcony, was astounded at my goodness. This little human possesses such power. Although his nephews were also strong, their destructive capabilities paled in comparison. He had never witnessed a preschool child capable of reducing objects to powder. This was a first. If she were to grow up, what kind of power would she wield? Bai Moyan envied Shi Hiai's. His friend's judgment was always exceptional, choosing only the best. Looking at this little human, it was not beyond possibility that she might become a female warrior for the national team in the future. However, he noted that in the reports Shi Hiai's uploaded regarding humans, there was no mention of this little human possessing explosive abilities. Could it be that he? Bai Moyan fell silent, seemingly understanding his friend's intentions. Since his friend wished to keep it concealed, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Bai Moyan applied a facial mask while expanding the protective barrier around the yard, ensuring outsiders could not detect the situation within, before heading inside for a beauty sleep. After finishing her practice, Jiang Xingyue also prepared for bed. However, in the middle of the night, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach and rushed to the bathroom. Clutching her abdomen, she squatted on the toilet, sweating profusely from the discomfort. Damn it, could it be from eating too much lamb? Or too much ice cream? Her calves trembled as she felt a burning sensation. Ultimately, she crawled back to her room because her legs had gone numbed in the dead of night. She didn't want to trouble anyone, So she opened her planetary phone to check for a 24-hour pharmacy nearby. Just as she was ordering antidiarrheal medication for delivery, Shi Hei's called. Why was he calling at such a late hour? Was something wrong? Jiang Xingyue hurriedly answered, her voice weak. Hello? Shi Hei's frowned, detecting her discomfort. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xingyue, fearing he would worry, cleared her throat and replied, I'm fine. Shi Hei's was not convinced and directly concluded, You have diarrhea, don't you? Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. How did you know? Realizing she had slipped up, she became curious about how he had figured it out. Did he have a surveillance device on her? Shi Hei's frustration was both amusing and exasperating. He recalled a time when his insatiable appetite had led to a similar state of weakness after a bout of diarrhea. Did you indulge yourself again last night? He inquired. Jiang Xingyue pondered. I don't think so. My dinner was quite monotonous, consisting solely of meat, with dessert being 12 different flavors of ice cream. In Chapter 36. Jiang Xingyue found herself afflicted with diarrhea, leaving Shi Heizi at a loss for words. That he lowered his voice. Did you really consume 12 ice creams? Jiang Xingyue, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. I didn't eat 12. I merely sampled a few flavors, just a bite of each. It couldn't possibly add up to 12. Shi Heizi closed his eyes, stifling the urge to scold the impish child. He took a deep breath and pressed on. What else did you eat? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. Nothing much, just meat for dinner. Grilled meat, fried meat, stir-fried meat, and roasted lamb leg. All meat. I became so weary of it that I couldn't resist the ice cream. Little did she know, hours later, she would be running to the restroom incessantly. Shi Heizi felt an overwhelming desire to return and confront Bai Moyan. Was this how he cared for humans? Bai Moyan? Just you wait. Meanwhile, Bai Moyan, lost in pleasant dreams, was jolted awake by a sudden chill, nearly startling him from his slumber. He smacked his lips and drifted back to sleep. Shi Heizi sighed in resignation. You're not a strict carnivore. You need a balanced diet. Starting tomorrow, I'll have the butler deliver your meals, and you shall eat what he prepares. Jiang Xingyue, feeling a bit intimidated, nodded obediently. Understood. By the way. How are things on your end? Shi Heizi glanced at the tranquil forest, devoid of human presence. As he hid within a tree hollow. I followed the enemy's tracks deep into the woods and set up traps here. Tomorrow, I need to venture further into the forest. There may be no signal, so if you can't reach me, don't worry. It's likely due to the lack of reception. He had called her at midnight to convey this message. Initially just to check if she was asleep, but was surprised to learn she was awake and unwell. Clearly, Bai Moyan was not reliable when it came to caring for humans. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. She needed to take care of herself until he returned. Feeling his concern, Jiang Xingyue's heart ached. I will. You take care of yourself too. Remember to leave a route for those who will be live streaming. Shi Heizi acknowledged her with a grunt, preparing to end the call. Get some rest. Jiang Xingyue sniffled. All right. Yet neither of them hung up. Shi Heizi gazed at the luminous moon and suddenly said, Make a wish. When I return, I will help you fulfill it. Jiang Xingyue felt a warm flutter in her chest. Then I wish for you to take me back to Earth. Shi Heizi's expression turned serious. Very well. I may not know where Earth is, but I will assist you in finding it. With that, he ended the call, determined to fulfill his promise to the little human and complete his mission swiftly. As he delved deeper into the forest, the signal faded. Jiang Xingyue heard the familiar sound of disconnection. Realizing he had reached a signal-less area, she clasped her hands in prayer for his safe return. The following day, Bai Moyan knocked on the door. Xing, time to wake up. The Bai household lacked a butler, and after a restful night, Bai Moyan rushed to wake his niece, remembering she was still at home. Xing, you'll be late for school. Hurry up. Jiang Xingyue, having gone to bed late, struggled to rise. How about taking a leave today? She suggested, yearning for more sleep. Under normal circumstances, Bai Moyan would have readily obliged. However, last night, Shi Heizi had sent him a stern message forbidding him from allowing Jiang Xingyue to arrive late or leave early, nor could he let her consume anything inappropriate, or else he would expose his embarrassing middle school photos to his crush. Bai Moyan gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he had no choice but to wake Jiang Xingyue. With dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Xingyue looked like she had aged 10 years. Bai Moyan was taken aback. Why do you look so worn out? She sighed. I had diarrhea last night and only managed to sleep at 4. Now, nearly 8 o'clock, she had barely gotten 3 hours of rest and felt utterly exhausted. Bai Moyan, feeling guilty, vowed, No more ice cream for you in the future. Jiang Xingyue wasn't blaming him. She was just tired. Time was running short, and Bai Moyan hastily threw her school uniform on her without even fixing her hair. They grabbed breakfast on the way, arriving at school in a whirlwind with her clothes askew. The homeroom teacher frowned upon seeing her disheveled appearance. Mr. Bai, did you keep her up all night? The dark circles under her eyes were glaringly obvious. And she was dressed haphazardly, with mismatched shoes. Bai Moyan, feeling guilty, explained, she had diarrhea last night. He quickly produced some medicine and breakfast, asking the teacher to let her eat before taking her medication. The teacher sighed. Understood. Please be more attentive next time. Raising a child requires diligence. Bai Moyan dared not argue. He knew he had been negligent. He hurried off, leaving the teacher to mutter to herself about Mr. Bai's good looks, but questionable reliability. It would be best if his future wife didn't let him take care of the children. After all, even the cold and aloof Shi Hezi managed to raise a sprightly child, while Jiang Xingyue appeared utterly deflated. Slumped over her desk, all she wanted was to sleep. The homeroom teacher offered her some nourishing porridge and promptly fed it to her. Half asleep, she managed to eat, and as she swallowed a pill, her stomach felt significantly better. Just as class was about to start, the teacher, seeing her still struggling to wake, decided to let her sleep instead, promising she could catch up later. Jiang Xingyue slept soundly until the afternoon, and by the time classes ended, she felt rejuvenated. However, just as she was about to leave, the teacher called out, Jiang Xingyue, please stay for extra lessons. Jiang Xingyue felt a pang of despair. Calling my mom won't help, she thought. Recognizing the situation, she resigned herself to the extra 3 hours of ability enhancement class. The outcome was satisfactory, but she still endured a 20-minute lecture about maintaining a proper schedule to avoid harming her health. Jiang Xingyue nodded obediently. I understand that I will sleep earlier tonight and wake up on time tomorrow. The teacher, fond of her, ruffled her hair. Go home and have a good meal if you encounter any difficulties. Feel free to reach out. Jiang Xingyue smiled. Okay. In truth, her experiences on this planet had been quite pleasant. Most of the beastmen she met were kind-hearted, much like the good people on Earth, with only a few exceptions. In high spirits, she exited the school, only to find Bai Kai waiting for her. Xing, over here. Bai Kai, riding a child-sized bike, beckoned her to hop on. I'll give you a ride home. Jiang Xingyue was puzzled. Why are you here to pick me up? Where's Bai Moyan? Bai Kai explained. Uncle got called away for an urgent matter at the research facility. I can't drive, so I had to ride my bike. Young beastmen were not allowed to operate flying vehicles. They could only ride bicycles home. In Chapter 37, Jiang Xingyue noticed the child safety seat attached to Bai's sized bike. That a child's safety seat? She asked incredulously. Bai Kai beamed. I bought it on the way. Clever, right? Jiang Xingyue thought. But isn't this a child's bike? Do you really need a safety seat for it? I'm not a child anymore. I am already 1.2 meters tall, Bai Kai argued. This is a youth bike, not a child's bike. Children's bikes have 3 wheels. This one has 2. Seeing his childish demeanor, she decided not to argue further and simply requested. Can you remove the safety seat? I can sit securely without it. Bai Kai refused. No way. If there is no safety seat, we could get in trouble. Jiang Xingyue was skeptical. Really, I'm not 2 or 3 years old. I am tall enough to be in elementary school. I doubt they would care. Bai Kai hesitated. Should I take it off? Yes, please. She was determined not to sit in a child's safety seat. Feeling it would be too juvenile for her, Bai Kai complied. Removing the seat, Jiang Xingyue hopped on, her small backpack secured, gripping Bai Kai's shirt. He stepped on the pedals. All set. In a good mood. He stood up to pedal. Jiang Xingyue, holding onto his back, was lifted higher. Initially, she thought Bai Kai would be steady, but soon realized he was just as reckless as any middle schooler. He sped along, standing the entire time, and when they passed classmates on their bikes, he immediately challenged them to races. Jiang Xingyue swayed precariously on the back, almost toppling off. As they approached a downhill stretch, she cautioned. Be careful going down. But Bai Kai only sped up. Here we go. Jiang Xingyue screamed in terror. Heaven knows how terrifying it is to race downhill on a bicycle, especially when Bai Kai weaves in an S shape. Just ahead looms a utility pole. As the bicycle hurtles towards it, Jiang Xingyue screams in panic. Turn. Meanwhile, Bai Kai is exhilarated, proclaiming, I look so cool today. Jiang Xingyue thinks to herself. What a weirdo. The bicycle zipped past the pole with a whoosh, miraculously avoiding a collision. Unfortunately, They were soon halted by a police officer. "Hey, you two little ones, you're speeding." Jiang Xingyue and Baikai exchanged bewildered glances. "Speeding? Can one even speed on a bicycle?" The officer, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Of course, children should not ride so fast, and you don't even have a child safety seat in the back. Where are your parents? How are they educating you? Hurry, call them over to pay the fine." Both Baikai and Jiang Xingyue lowered their heads in embarrassment, unaware that the traffic regulations on Beastman Planet were so strict. After receiving a thorough lecture, it was ultimately the old steward who came to settle the fine. Jiang Xingyue's heart swelled with affection upon seeing the steward, and she clung to him, feigning tears. "Steward, take me back with you. I don't want to return to the Bai family, such a spirited family." The steward, with a mixture of indulgence and amusement, replied, "Very well. Last night, I received a message from the young master. If you can't go back, then you shall accompany me." Due to Jiang Xingyue's stomach troubles at Bai Moyan's residence, Shi Hiai's had sent a message to the steward instructing him to bring her back. The capital is relatively safe. No enemy would dare to brazenly snatch her away at most. They might apply to adopt a little human from a higher authority. But as long as he does not sign, no one can take her away. Thus, Jiang Xingyue happily returned with the old steward, and Baikai followed suit, eager to see Jiang Xingyue's battle pets. Upon arriving home and stepping through the familiar door, Jiang Xingyue felt as though she had not been there in years. Although she had only left the night before, it felt like a lifetime had passed. She led Baikai inside like a little hostess. "Come in. Make yourself at home." Baikai, unfazed, entered and curiously surveyed the surroundings. He rarely ventured here, as Shi Hiai's was not fond of children, finding them bothersome. Consequently, they usually kept their distance. Today, with Shi Hiai's absent, Baikai felt emboldened to explore. Jiang Xingyue fetched him a drink and some snacks, leading him to see the little Peng bird and the little golden tiger. The little Peng bird chirped with joy upon seeing Jiang Xingyue, exclaiming, "Master, you're back?" Jiang Xingyue cradled it, stroking its fluffy feathers. "Did you miss me?" "Yes, Peng missed the master." Jiang Xingyue chuckled, petting its head and feeding it some treats. She then picked up the little golden tiger, asking, "Did you miss me, tiger?" The little golden tiger huffed, turning its head away, refusing to respond. Its aloof demeanor resembled Shi Hiai's, stubborn yet proud. Jiang Xingyue continued feeding it treats, and it reluctantly opened its mouth to accept them. Baikai watched in wonder. "Your battle pets are so small." Since he had only seen fully grown battle pets, he was unaccustomed to such tiny creatures that seemed barely out of infancy. He curiously inquired about the little Peng bird's potential battle capabilities. "Will it breathe fire?" Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "I don't know. We'll have to wait until it grows up." Baikai then examined the little golden tiger, which bore some resemblance to a tiger but was still quite different. Regrettably, he did not have a battle pet himself, or else he would have liked to raise two. Jiang Xingyue, puzzled, asked, "You don't have a battle pet? Why not? Didn't they say that those with strong abilities could adopt one?" Baikai shook his head. "I haven't seen any battle pet that I liked before, so I didn't participate in the competitions. Occasionally, I would spot one I liked, but it was snatched away by someone stronger. Thus, wanting a battle pet is not an easy feat. Only the two you raised, which seem rather harmless, have a chance. If they were fully grown battle pets, we kids wouldn't stand a chance." Thus, he had yet to acquire his own battle pet. Jiang Xingyue was astonished, realizing for the first time that it was like this. She had assumed everyone had one. She then invited him down for dinner. That evening, the steward had prepared a lavish spread of Chinese cuisine, and Jiang Xingyue relished every bite. However, the steward had restricted her portions, so she only managed to eat until she was 6/10 full. Baikai, on the other hand, devoured his meal heartily, as he always did. After finishing, he asked, "Doesn't the steward know how to cook?" The steward smiled mysteriously. "I can cook, but you might not like what I make." Baikai, with childlike innocence, replied, "How could that be? I'm not picky at all." The steward's lips curled into a smirk. "Then how about I prepare some desserts for you after dinner?" Baikai eagerly responded, "Yes, yes." Jiang Xingyue tried to intervene but was too late, merely managing to say, "You will regret it." Baikai, perplexed, wondered what there was to regret. "I really am not picky." He was full of enthusiasm and confidence in his palate until the steward brought out a platter of green delicacies. Bite-sized face fell. "What is this?" The old steward chuckled. "My green grass cake, green grass cookies, green grass coffee, and green grass donuts. Please enjoy." Baikai, "Wait, Why is everything made from grass? Chapter 38. The young lady from the Research Institute seeks. Jiang Xingyue Baikai frowned. Utterly disinterested in eating, he looked to Jiang Xingyue for help. You didn't he mention that everything the steward makes is grass-flavored? Jiang Xingyue whispered back, this is not just grass-flavored. The main ingredient is grass. Baikai. Now he truly felt like crying. He was a carnivore and detested grass. However, the steward smiled benignly. Little young Master Baikai, please eat up, that it's all in small portions. Remember to finish it, don't waste it. The last part felt distinctly like a threat, as if he wouldn't be allowed to leave the room unless he finished everything. Baikai, on the verge of tears, picked up a grass cookie and tentatively took a bite. Ugh! He had hoped for a twist of fate, but alas, it did not come. This is so awful. How could anyone make snacks from grass? At least add some cream or something. Jiang Xingyue stifled a laugh. Explaining, the steward has an old-fashioned taste. He only enjoys things in their purest form. Besides grass, he adds nothing else. At most, a little flour. That's why Shihizi prefers to let robots cook instead of the old steward. The robot merely requires the name of a dish to prepare it according to the recipe, unlike the old steward, who cooks solely according to his own preferences. Baikai, undeterred, took another bite of the grass cake. To his astonishment, the grass cake was as hard as a rock. What on earth is this cake? It could literally kill someone. Jiang Xingyue chuckled. I told you, he doesn't add cream or anything. If you don't want to eat it, just hide it away. Otherwise, if you don't finish it, the steward won't let you leave. Baikai grimaced. Really? The steward seems quite amiable. Jiang Xingyue kindly warned. The grass snacks are the steward's bottom line. If he goes to the trouble of making them for you and you waste them, he will be quite upset. Baikai asked, what happens if he gets angry? He might use his horns to toss you out, she replied. Once, a delivery person quarreled with the steward after mishandling a package, blaming the steward for the damage. In an instant, the steward transformed, and his horns sent the delivery person soaring into the air. That delivery person was a deer and couldn't fly. He nearly broke his legs when he fell. Baikai. In that case, I might as well eat. He struggled to consume the grass cake, but ultimately couldn't swallow it. In the end, he had to hide it in his backpack, declaring to the steward, I want to take the leftovers home for my younger siblings. They would surely love to eat them. The steward, initially displeased with bite-sized unfinished plate, brightened at the mention of his siblings. Very well, if that's not enough, just tell me, and I'll make more for you. Baikai hastily waved his hands, even if it's delicious. One shouldn't overindulge, or else I'll get scolded when I get home. The old steward, innocent and trusting, believed him. Jiang Xingyue, how could this possibly work? Why hadn't she thought of that excuse before? Last time, she had assumed the old steward would make delicious cakes, only to encounter those dreadful grass bricks, which she had to endure finishing under the watchful eyes of the steward's sharp horns. If only she had said she wanted to take them to school for her classmates. After all, some kids loved grass snacks. She had truly missed out. Baikai, clutching his backpack, didn't dare linger and hurriedly made his escape. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the time and realized it was quite late. She quickly washed up and prepared for bed, as she had to attend classes normally the next day. Early the following morning, Bai Moyan came to pick her up for school. On the way, he informed her, someone from the Research Institute might come looking for you tonight. Remember not to go with them. He handed her a hair tie, which had a square crystal embellishment, indicating the locator was inside the crystal. She replaced her old hair tie with the one containing the locating crystal and asked, who will come looking for me? Bai Moyan replied, her name is Jinbai. She is the young lady of the Hyena Beastman family and also part of the National Guard. Currently, she serves as the vice director at the Research Institute. With a mysterious tone, he added, do you know what relationship Jinbai has with Shihizi? Jiang Xingyue shook her head, intrigued. What kind of relationship? Surely it can't be a romantic one. Bai Moyan chuckled softly. Indeed, there had been rumors circulating about the two of them. However, Jinbai harbored unrequited feelings, as Shihizi showed no interest in her. Jiang Xingyue, curious, inquired why he was uninterested. Was it because she lacked beauty? Bai Moyan shook his head, asserting that this was not the case. Jinbai was widely acknowledged as a stunning beauty within the Research Institute, boasting an enviable figure. She resembled a foreign model, with long legs, a slender waist, and a generous bust. Her strong teamwork skills made her popular not only among the Institute staff, but also with the male members of the security team. As for why Shihei did not reciprocate her feelings, it was likely due to a lack of chemistry. After all, that fellow seemed to lack any sort of attraction towards anyone. Jiang Xingyu believed this to be true. Shihei indeed showed little interest in the opposite sex. Bai Mo Yin continued. Yet, Jin Ba possesses a rather difficult temperament, exhibiting some traits of a spoiled young lady. Quite capricious and willful. Yesterday, she submitted a request to temporarily adopt you, but it was rejected by the higher-ups. However, they did agree that if you were willing to go with her, she could take you. Jiang Xingyu was perplexed, asking why she wished to adopt her. Was it merely for research purposes? Bai Mo Yin replied. It's a bit of both. However, the primary reason is likely that she hopes to use you to rekindle her connection with Shihei. After all, she has been turned down by him twice, and naturally, she wishes to make amends. Thus, she intends to adopt Jiang Xingyu, hoping that you might speak favorably of her. Jiang Xingyu felt a sense of embarrassment. Couldn't the adults resolve their own issues without involving her? Bai Mo Yin, equally helpless, remarked, I have a feeling this matter is far from straightforward. Just remember, do not go with her if she insists on taking you. Simply shout for help, and the police will intervene. The security in the capital of the Beastmen is quite reliable, no matter one's status. As long as someone calls for help, even the most powerful cannot bully others on the street. Jiang Xingyu understood, saying, all right, I got it. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Xingyu attended her classes as usual. When the bell rang, her teacher informed her that, given her capabilities, she could transfer to elementary school next week. If Shihei was unable to return by then, the principal would accompany her. Jiang Xingyu nodded, expressing her gratitude to the teacher. The teacher smiled and instructed her to head home first. As soon as school was dismissed, Jiang Xingyu walked out with her backpack, only to be confronted by a gleaming gold sports car parked in front of her. Inside sat a stunning beauty, adorned in high-end designer attire that clearly signified her affluent background. Jiang Xingyu furrowed her brows, thinking, could this possibly be the esteemed young lady of the Jin family? The golden sports car honked lightly at her, prompting her to instinctively step back. Suddenly, two bodyguards approached her, looking down from their imposing height, stating, Miss Jiang, our young lady requests your presence in the car. Despite the word request, their demeanor suggested they would forcibly take her if she refused. Chapter 39. The despicable woman's disdain for humanity. Jiang Xingyu recalled Bai Mo Yin's warning not to go with Jin Bai, and thus she shook her head at the bodyguards. I don't know you, nor do I intend to go with you. If you try anything reckless, I will call my teacher. Shihei had informed her that the kindergarten teachers were fiercely protective and quite capable. As long as she sought her teacher's assistance, these men posed no threat to her. The two bodyguards halted in their tracks. With an air of menace, they declared, our young lady is the wealthiest heiress in Jin City. If you accompany us, you may demand any amount of money you desire. However, Jiang Xingyu remained unfazed, retorting, I don't even know her. Why would I get into her car? If she wishes to see me, let her come here herself. The bodyguards, visibly displeased, were constrained by the public setting and had no choice but to report back. Miss, she refuses to come and insists that you go to her. Jin Bai frowned, adjusting her sunglasses with annoyance. How dare she expect me to go to her? The bodyguards dared not speak, heads bowed low. What shall we do? Should we forcibly bring her? Jin Bai shot them an exasperated glance. Fools, kidnapping a child in broad daylight at a kindergarten. Do you wish to jeopardize your jobs? Although the Jin family is wealthy, entry into the planetary security team is not a mere matter of wealth. Without the requisite skills and family background, it is exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Her admission into the national security team is a point of pride for the Jin family. How could she tarnish that reputation with such actions? She cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive human nearby, huffed softly, and exited the vehicle. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, her model figure attracted the attention of numerous parents. Who is she? What a stunning figure. Indeed, dressed in designer brands, she must belong to a wealthy family. Jin Bai sashayed toward Jiang Xingyu, her small waist swaying provocatively, raising her diamond-studded nails to push her sunglasses onto her forehead. She looked down at Jiang Xingyu. You are the human being raised by Shihei? She scrutinized Jiang Xingyu from head to toe with a hint of disdain. Is that all there is to you? You rather unimpressive, frail even, hardly comparable to the average beastman cub. Jiang Xingyu returned her gaze, also finding Jin Bai to be rather ordinary. While her figure was indeed alluring, Her facial features seemed rather common, giving off an impression that her looks did not match her figure. She was not as beautiful as Bai Yin had claimed. Merely taller, thinner, and with a larger bust, her facial features were quite average. The makeup was decent, leaning toward a Western style, but she simply did not appeal to Jiang Xingyu. Seeing Jiang Xingyu scrutinizing her with what appeared to be a foolish expression, Jin Bai's disdain only deepened. Do you know who I am? Jiang Xingyu shook her head. Who are you? Jin Bai, puffing with pride, proclaimed, I am the vice director of the Research Institute. With Shi Heize currently absent, you should return with me. Jiang Xingyu firmly declined. No, I refuse to go back with anyone besides Shi Heize. Jin Bai's expression turned cold. That is an order. Initially, her interest had been piqued upon reading the reports on human subjects uploaded by Shi Heize, discovering that human cubs were surprisingly soft and pudgy, seemingly weak. They were nothing like the legendary creatures described in history books. Thus, she dismissed Jiang Xingyu as insignificant. Now witnessing her audacity to defy her, she shot Jiang Xingyu a frosty glare. Forcing you to return is a privilege. Do not compel me to take action. Unfazed, Jiang Xingyu retorted, Are you a human trafficker? Do you intend to harm me? Her accusation of human trafficker instantly heightened the vigilance of all the parents present. A concerned beastman father rushed over to shield Jiang Xingyu, asking, Little one, is this your mother? Jiang Xingyu shook her head. I don't know her. She threatened me if I didn't go with her. The beastman father immediately called the police. The officers arrived within a minute. Having been on patrol and swiftly responding to the report of a potential abductor, the beastman police were notably tall, their muscular builds reminiscent of lions, exuding an aura of strength. Yet, their tone was gentle. Little one, have you encountered a bad person? Jiang Xingyu nodded, pointing at Jin Bai. This sister, I don't know her, but she wants me to go with her. The police promptly surrounded Jin Bai, who was now livid, her face turning green with rage. Having basked in admiration for over 20 years, this was the first time she had been the subject of disdainful scrutiny, glaring at Jiang Xingyu. She addressed the officers. I am from the Research Institute, here with an application to take this human cub for research purposes. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Human cub, they turned to Jiang Xingyu, who appeared exceptionally cute, adorned with a bunny headband, initially mistaking her for a rabbit baby. Upon hearing Jin Bai's statement, their curiosity piqued. I've heard that humans become quite formidable when they mature. This is my first time seeing one. Since many beastmen had never encountered a genuine human, Jin Bai's words immediately captured everyone's attention. The two bodyguards frowned. They had been instructed to keep this matter discreet, but their young lady's flamboyance was excessive. Jin Bai, however, believed that humans were so weak, not at all resembling the formidable beings described by her superiors, and saw no reason to protect them. She intended to reveal to all beastmen that humans were indeed mere softies, not the legendary protectors of the planet. She aimed to position herself as the future protector of the beastmen's planet, rather than the feeble humans. Jiang Xingyu, on the other hand, thought Jin Bai must be deranged. Was she deliberately exposing her human identity to attract attention? The surrounding beastmen indeed drew closer. Intrigued by her, I heard humans are smarter than beastmen, but this little one seems rather ordinary aside from being cute. Indeed, I previously heard that 500 years ago, a human female warrior protected our beastman planet. Surely, she didn't look like this, right? This one appears far too fragile. Jiang Xingyu's innocent and adorable appearance seemed to have no connection to that of a warrior. It was no wonder the beastmen viewed her as incapable. Observing the growing skepticism among the beastmen regarding humans, Jin Bai felt a surge of triumph. Folding her arms, she smirked in contempt. What human warrior? Our beastman warriors are the strongest. A mere human cub? I could crush it with a single hand. Jiang Xingyu, although Shi Hei's urged her to maintain a low profile, allowing this woman to trample upon the dignity of humanity was utterly unacceptable. With a cold smile, she remarked, One hand? Are you certain? Jin Bai was indeed certain. If you doubt it, let us compare. I shall deal with you using only one hand. Jiang Xingyu curled her lips into a smile. Very well, but the time limit is set at 1 minute. Jin Bai smirked. You said it yourself. If you end up dead, don't blame me. Chapter 40. Jiang Xingyu fights against villains. Upon hearing that Jin Bai intended to spar with the little human, the police expressed their disapproval. Miss Jean, she is still a child. Although they were uncertain whether humans were truly as formidable as the legend suggested, it was clear that this young girl had not yet reached adulthood. Jean Bai, being of age, challenging a mere child was undeniably unfair. Yet, Jean Bai countered, "Don't you wish to see what abilities humans possess?" 500 years ago, scientists elevated humanity to great heights. Who truly knows if humans have any merit? If humans are utterly inept, then the exaggerated praises found in textbooks are merely misleading the youth. The Beastmen parents found some merit in her argument, yet still believed that scientists would not make baseless claims. However, observing the adorable little human, she appeared far from capable, leading everyone to remain skeptical. The police insisted that any competition should wait until she matured. Jean Bai, however, scoffed, "It's only a minute. Nothing serious can happen. I only need 30 seconds to subdue her without causing harm. What is there to worry about? Besides, don't you want to discover what humans are truly capable of?" Naturally, curiosity piqued among the crowd. Given the brief duration, it seemed unlikely to result in any real injury, and thus they acquiesced. The police frowned and turned to Jiang Xingyue, "Little one, what do you say?" Jiang Xingyue offered a friendly smile. "It's all right, officer. Just be our witness. If I win within a minute, this woman must apologize to us humans." The officer chuckled at her confidence. "Do you truly believe you can subdue her?" Jiang Xingyue nodded. "Within a minute, it is indeed feasible. If it were a prolonged battle, that would be different." Seeing her confidence, the officer refrained from intervening. "Very well, then. It shall be 1 minute." They cleared a designated area, and a crowd gathered outside the yellow line to watch. The officer produced an hourglass to commence the countdown. 1 minute. Begin. Now, only Jean Bai and Jiang Xingyue remained on the field. Jean Bai, gazing down at the significantly smaller Jiang Xingyue, smugly remarked, "If you plead for mercy now, I might let you off the hook." Jiang Xingyue returned her smile. "Plead for mercy? I'm afraid not. Humans possess sturdy bones, especially this mouth of mine. Pleading for mercy is out of the question, unless faced with life-threatening danger." Suddenly, she pointed her finger at Jean Bai. Jean Bai narrowed her eyes and leapt 10 meters into the air. The crowd gasped. Her leaping ability was astonishing. She then aimed her size 42 foot towards Jiang Xingyue's head. Everyone instinctively reached out to pull Jiang Xingyue away. Yet, to their surprise, she remained motionless, fixing her gaze on Jean Bai's shadow. "Freeze." Jean Bai felt as though she were caught in a dream. Unexpectedly, her entire body was suspended in the air. Unable to move, even her mouth was sealed shut, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. Jiang Xingyue observed the 30-second countdown, her lips curling into a smirk. "Let me reiterate. We humans have a saying. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If you continue to provoke me, I shall eliminate you." With that, she commanded Jean Bai's body to be tossed aside. Jean Bai's rigid form was flung to the ground with a thud. Landing painfully on her backside, it wasn't until 50 seconds had passed that she regained movement, furiously springing up, intent on crushing Jiang Xingyue with a kick. However, as her foot extended, her high heel appeared to be immobilized by an unseen force. In disbelief, she stared at Jiang Xingyue. "What kind of monster are you?" Jiang Xingyue's smile widened, her dark eyes glimmering with a golden hue. Just then, she prepared to shatter Jean Bai's high heel. At that moment, Bai Mai arrived, shouting, "Stop this at once." Jiang Xingyue's expression cleared instantly. The golden hue in her eyes reverted to black. Jean Bai collapsed to the ground, having fallen twice, utterly humiliated. She abruptly morphed her hand into that of a hyena, aiming a blow at Jiang Xingyue's back. Bai Mai's eyes hardened, and with a swift motion, he swatted Jean Bai's claw aside. The police intervened, declaring, "Time's up. Miss Jean, you have lost." The other beastmen snapped back to reality, erupting into applause. "Wow, this little human is truly impressive." Indeed, despite her young age, her strength was remarkable. It seemed the legend of human female warriors was indeed true. It appeared that their planet would soon boast another human female warrior. Everyone was filled with joy. The police busily maintained order, urging the crowd to disperse. Jean Bai, infuriated, glared at Bai Mai. "What kind of monster have you and he eyes cultivated to be able to immobilize her? I have never encountered such a superpower." Bai Mai maintained a facade of amusement, though his eyes were icy. "Miss Jean, you have overstepped your bounds." He pondered why his friend had such an aversion to this fiery woman. Her brashness and cruelty towards a child were indeed detestable. This fiery woman was truly venomous. He resolved never to compliment her physique again. Having lost face, Jin Bai shot Jiang Xingyue a venomous glare. "Just you wait." Jiang Xingyue called out to her, "Hold on. You still owe me an apology." Naturally, Jin Bai would never apologize. Looking down imperiously, "What will you do if I refuse? Are you brave enough to kill me?" Jiang Xingyue shook her head. "I will not kill you, but I shall report you in the news tomorrow. I intend to inform everyone that you are as foolish as a pig, not only refusing to admit defeat but also bullying a child. I will ensure you are humiliated across the entire planet." "Jin Bai, what do you want from me?" Regardless, she would not apologize. Jiang Xingyue understood that Jin Bai would not offer a sincere apology. While in a short span of time, Jin Bai would undoubtedly not return. Bai Mo Yin was aware of this, but it was likely that the researchers from the institute would come again. After all, today Jin Bai had been defeated by her, and the institute would certainly want to take her back for further study. However, there was no need for concern. He promised to accompany her when the time came. Jiang Xingyue nodded, placing her trust in him. Bai Mo Yin advised her to assess the situation carefully when the time came. She must not appear overly arrogant, yet neither should she seem too weak. He could see that Shi Heezy did not wish for this little human to become too formidable, lest she be taken away for training. Yet, being too meek would only invite contempt. Jiang Xingyue felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed that no matter where one went, a hierarchy of disdain always prevailed. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Xingyue proceeded to feed her 2 battle pets as usual, then sat down to complete her homework. Just as she was about to eat, a delivery arrived, prompting her to step outside to sign for it. Without a second thought, she walked out. "Hello, where is the package?" she inquired as soon as she finished speaking. Darkness suddenly enveloped her. A cloud of smoke billowed from a sack, and as she realized it was a trap and attempted to flee, her head spun, and she promptly fainted. "Damn it! Someone is plotting against me." In a vehicle nearby, a voice questioned, "Miss, are we really going to do this?" Jin Bai, unperturbed, replied, "What is there to fear? The higher-ups have given their consent. Didn't they say they wanted to test her super abilities? Simply casting her into the adventure forest will reveal everything. Besides, Shi Heezy is also in the adventure forest. He can keep an eye on her. I'm merely doing a good deed." Although the bodyguards felt uneasy about the plan, fearing retaliation from Shi Heezy should he discover what they had done, they were bound by their allegiance to the Jin family and had no choice but to follow orders. Thus, they drove Jiang Xingyue to the adventure forest, fitted her with a recording device, and left her there. Jin Bai gazed at Jiang Xingyue, lying in the forest, and sneered, "Dare to oppose me? This is your consequence." The adventure forest was teeming with beasts, and if this little creature lacked the ability to survive, it would serve her right. After all, she had incurred Jin Bai's wrath. Jiang Xingyue slumbered for 30 minutes, feeling as though someone was licking her face. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was startled by the sight of a large tongue. "Goodness!" she exclaimed, taken aback. The creature, equally startled, leaped several meters away. Jiang Xingyue then discerned that it was merely a silly roe deer. Where had she been taken? A glance around revealed a lush forest, albeit one that exuded an air of eeriness, with wisps of white smoke wafting from the depths of the woods. Perhaps it was miasma. The foolish deer, noticing her stillness, approached cautiously, tilting its head in curiosity. Jiang Xingyue activated her smartwatch to ascertain her location, only to discover she was at the entrance of the adventure forest. Who on earth had brought her here? She attempted to call Bai Mo Yin with her genius watch, but the call ended after only 2 rings. The signal appeared to be poor. She tried to dial for help, but the call could not go through. Reluctantly, she began to make her way out. However, the night had fallen, and while the moon illuminated the surroundings, the path remained uncertain. It was unwise to wander aimlessly. One could never know what beasts lurked within the forest. Yet waiting here was not an option. She had no food, and her smartwatch was running low on battery. Clearly, those who had brought her here wished for her demise. Was it Jin Bai, that woman with a heart as small as a needle's eye? At this moment, she could only hope that the butler would notice her absence and seek out Bai Mo Yin to rescue her. Meanwhile, in the Shi household, Butler Huang Niu received a sudden assignment and hurriedly departed. Assuming Jiang Xingyue was in the pet room playing with her 2 battle pets, he locked the door behind him. It was not until the following day that he sent Bai Mo Yin to fetch Jiang Xingyue for class. However, upon arriving at the house, Bai Mo Yin discovered that she was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an immediate visit to Jin Bai. "Where have you taken Jiang Xingyue?" he demanded at that moment. Jin Bai, clad in silk pajamas and a facial mask, feigned ignorance. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Bai Mo Yan's anger flared. "If you refuse to speak, I shall go to the security team and post that you are having an affair with Professor Wu." Professor Wu's wife was notoriously fierce. Should she learn of Jin Bai's alleged infidelity, it would surely make her untenable at the institute. Jin Bai maintained an air of superiority in public, garnering the admiration of many men in the security team who regarded her as a goddess. If word got out that she had forsaken her suitors for an older married man, her popularity would plummet. Jin Bai slammed her palm on the table. "You are speaking nonsense. I have no such relations with Professor Wu." The age gap between them, coupled with her public declaration of intent to marry Shihizi, a wealthy and handsome man, had ensured that no one would associate her with a man of Wu's age. But what if Bai Mo Yin had evidence? Jin Bai dared not respond, fearing a trick, and merely stated, "Sending that human to the adventure forest was sanctioned by the Institute. I only left her at the entrance. Whether she ventured deeper into the forest was entirely her choice. Everything was approved by the Institute. I did not manipulate anything." Though she had contemplated doing something underhanded, she feared retribution from Shihizi if it appeared too obvious. Besides, she had video proof to back her claims. She had not anticipated that Bai Mo Yin would discover the truth so swiftly. Bai Mo Yin, who had initially approached this matter with the intention of tricking her, was now genuinely disappointed. "I once thought, despite your temper, that you were at least a person of principles. It seems I was mistaken. Your mind is as narrow as a hair's breadth. How can you hold such a position as vice president of the institute?" Pathetic. Chapter 42. Arrived in good spirits, but cannot return. Bai Mo Yin stormed off, hastening to the entrance of the adventure forest. He had visited this place before. The exterior was manageable, with patrols stationed 1,000 meters away. But the depths of the forest were perilous. Not only were there numerous beasts, but the mutated ones possessed lethal capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary beasts. Should a non-powered beastman venture into the forest's depths, the likelihood of being killed by a beast was exceedingly high. He had not anticipated that the researchers from the Institute would be so reckless as to toss a child into the adventure forest for the sake of testing superpowers. How utterly inhumane. It was no wonder Shihizi had refrained from reporting the true circumstances of the little human to the Institute. He must have been fully aware of the insanity of these researchers. Observing Bai Mo Yin's furious departure, Jin Bai felt a surge of anger herself. How dare he threaten me? Her gaze turned icy as she tightened her grip on the champagne glass. Instructing her subordinate, "Deactivate the signal tower in the adventure forest. I want to see how those three will manage without external assistance." "Yes," her subordinate affirmed, promptly setting off to execute her orders. Meanwhile, Bai Mo Yin arrived at the entrance of the adventure forest, using binoculars to survey the surroundings but failing to spot Jiang Xingyue. A single night could bring about numerous unforeseen events. He worried if something had befallen the girl. He checked his gear and notified the Bai and Shi families. Should the three of them perish in the adventure forest, both the Institute and Jin Bai would pay dearly. After sending the message, Bai Mo Yin realized, with growing alarm, that the signal had vanished. Typically, there was reception within 100 meters of the forest entrance, but why was there none now? He immediately suspected Jin Bai's involvement and cursed under his breath, "Damn it," with no signal to call for help. He had no choice but to venture in himself. After all, Shihizi had entrusted him with the little human, and he could not afford to lose her. He hefted his backpack and resolutely stepped inside. The sun was still up, and Bai Mo Yin activated a loudspeaker, calling out, "Jiang Xingyue, where are you?" "This is Bai Mo Yin." The announcement echoed repeatedly through the forest. "Jiang Xingyue, this is Bai Mo Yin." "Where are you?" "Not far away." Jiang Xingyue, hearing the familiar voice, exclaimed, "Hey, you're finally here." She hurriedly shouted in the direction of the sound, "Bai Mo Yin, I'm over here." The previous night had been dark and foreboding, so she had chosen not to wander but instead climbed a towering tree, fashioning a makeshift shelter from branches to ride out the night. With no food available, she conserved her strength and slept most of the morning. Hearing Bai Mo Yin's voice now filled her with hope. Her savior had arrived. "I'm here, Bai Mo Yin." Bai Mo Yin, upon hearing her clear voice, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Stay put, I'm coming to get you." He used his binoculars to locate her, quickly spotting the little human perched on a branch 30 meters high. She had cleverly crafted a leafy disguise for herself. Displaying remarkable ingenuity, Bayamo Yin swiftly made his way to her, and upon confirming her safety, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Jiang Xingyue smiled gratefully at him. "Thank goodness I didn't wander off. Otherwise, you would never have found me." She was not a child. In the face of uncertainty, finding a secure place to conserve her strength was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Although Bayamo Yin noticed her face was smeared with dirt, she was thankfully unharmed, prompting him to hastily retrieve some bread and milk from his backpack to offer her. Jiang Xingyu eagerly accepted, inserting the straw into the milk and drinking heartily. She devoured the bread just as voraciously. Heaven knows she hadn't eaten since last night and was on the verge of starvation. Seeing her in such a state stirred a sense of guilt within Bayamo Yin. During Shi Heizei's presence, his little human had been plump and well cared for. Now, just a few days without him, she had visibly lost weight. Clearly, he was an inadequate temporary guardian. With a pang of remorse, Bayamo Yin gently ruffled her hair, asking, "How did you come up with the idea of hiding in a tree?" Typically, younglings in such bewildering situations would venture deeper into the forest, yet she remained perfectly still. After swallowing the last morsel of bread, Jiang Xingyu replied, "I sensed no danger here, especially since the silly deer has not been devoured despite spending the night. If there were any threats, the foolish creature would have surely been consumed." Thus, she speculated that this merely marked the forest's entrance. As long as she refrained from venturing further in, perhaps help would arrive swiftly. Bayamo Yin commended her, saying, "I will escort you back. We can let your family Shi Heizei settle the score upon his return. Alone, he could not confront an entire research institute, and they would have to await Shi Heizei's counsel." Speaking of Shi Heizei, Jiang Xingyu gazed into the depths of the forest, asking, "Do you think Zai is also in this forest?" Bayamo Yin shook his head, uncertain. Shi Heizei's missions were always shrouded in secrecy, and given the vast expanse of the exploration forest, he could not ascertain whether this was indeed the correct location. However, Jiang Xingyu felt strongly about it. Professor Wu intends to harm Zai. We should go assist him. Although Shi Heizei appeared formidable, one person's strength could not contend against many, and Professor Wu would undoubtedly lay ambushes within the forest. They might be able to aid Shi Heizei. After pondering for a moment, Bayamo Yin made a decision. "I will check if my vehicle remains. If it does, I will take you back. If not, it would indicate someone truly intends for the three of us to perish in this forest, and we shall have to venture deeper." Bayamo Yin moved like a nimble grasshopper, leaping from tree to tree until he finally reached the ground. Upon stepping outside, he discovered, to his dismay, that his vehicle was indeed missing. Damn it! These people are truly despicable, intending to plunder and murder. Resigned, Bayamo Yin returned to find Jiang Xingyu. "The car has been stolen. We cannot return, even if we sought help from the patrol 1,000 meters away. It is likely they too have enemies lurking among them. It would be better to press on and regroup with Shi Heizei." Bayamo Yin prepared a small backpack for Jiang Xingyu, beginning to divide their provisions. "If we encounter danger, we may be forced to separate. Ensure you carry this food and do not lose it." He packed some bread, apples, jerky, and water into her backpack, keeping a bit of jerky for himself. Originally, he had only intended to buy a few snacks for Jiang Xingyu, fearing she might cry, and ended up purchasing more than anticipated. Now, it proved fortuitous. Jiang Xingyu cherished the food, though it was scant. They needed to exit promptly. Bayamo Yin advised her, "There are also edible things in the forest. Just observe what the monkeys eat and mimic their choices. Anything animals avoid is likely toxic." Jiang Xingyu nodded in agreement. The two donned their backpacks and ventured into the forest together. Bayamo Yin inquired, "Do you know Heizei's plan?" Jiang Xingyu nodded, responding, "He came to find the director. It is said the director's whereabouts are near the marshlands." Bayamo Yin frowned. "The marshlands? That poses a danger. Has he mentioned any other plans?" Jiang Xingyu, meeting his earnest gaze, resolved to trust him for once. "He mentioned someone is plotting to assassinate him, and he will set traps. I am unsure where." Bayamo Yin understood. "I know where. Follow me." Jiang Xingyu was taken aback. "You know?" Bayamo Yin nodded. "I have known him for over a decade, and we have fought side by side for just as long. I can roughly predict his intentions." Jiang Xingyu recalled that the explorers had also arrived in the past few days. However, without signal in the forest, it was uncertain whether they could successfully capture footage, or if Shi Heizei would leave them any signals. The two navigated through branches, leaping as they went. Bai Mo Yin hoisted Jiang Xingyu onto his shoulders, bouncing her up and down as she soared through the air. Her head tilted back, she felt branches occasionally lash against her face, akin to a slap. Leaving her fearing she might bruise, with dark circles under her eyes, she questioned, "Why must we leap through the trees?" Bai Mo Yin explained, "Because there are many wild beasts below that I have previously trained in this exploration forest. But there were many of us then. I have experienced being chased by beasts, hence my reluctance to tread upon the ground." Jiang Xingyu winced as branches struck her face, wondering if there were no dangers among the trees. Bai Mo Yin replied, "There are risks, but they are relatively fewer. The ground teems with beasts. Up here, we only face monkeys or birds, which pose little threat. Occasionally, snakes can be more perilous, but as long as I move swiftly, they won't pursue." Just as he spoke, he accidentally leaped onto a tree teeming with snakes. The serpents, a vibrant green, camouflaged seamlessly with the branches. Yet Jiang Xingyu sensed something amiss. The snakes' tongues were crimson. Her scalp prickled. Bai Mo Yin, "These numerous serpents' tongues can't all belong to snakes, can they?" Bai Mo Yin was taken aback. That it seems so. No sooner had he finished speaking than hundreds of snakes lunged toward them. The sight of the serpents, their red tongues flickering, sent chills down their spines. "Run!" Bai Mo Yin shouted as he sprinted, carrying Jiang Xingyu swiftly toward the trees. To their horror, the snakes leaped after them. They ran deeper into the forest until the serpents ceased their pursuit. Exhausted, Bai Mo Yin collapsed onto the ground, panting. Jiang Xingyu dismounted from his shoulders, patting her racing heart. Those snakes were revolting. Despite being on another planet, she found herself genetically averse to snakes. Bai Mo Yin also patted his chest. "That was terrifying. I share your distaste for snakes." However, this place felt different. Moments ago, they had glimpsed the sky through the leaves. Yet now it was dark, the sun obscured. Jiang Xingyu's scalp tingled. Could this be the deeper part of the forest? Here, the foliage was denser, resembling an umbrella, entirely blocking out the sun, with sunlight failing to penetrate. The area appeared exceedingly gloomy. Bai Mo Yin handed Jiang Xingyu a flashlight. "I can see in the dark. You take this." She accepted it and hopped back onto his shoulders, feeling the eerie stillness. A palpable sense of insecurity. Outside, the sounds of animals echoed, yet here it was unnaturally silent. Such tranquility among the wildlife could only indicate the presence of a formidable predator. Bai Mo Yin considered this as he cautiously navigated with Jiang Xingyu. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "I recall the director mentioning that the depths of the forest are home to mutated beasts. The vicinity of such creatures is eerily silent, as any noise attracts their attention, leading to the swift demise of the source." Jiang Xingyu whispered, "What sorts of beasts?" Bai Mo Yin replied, "Among them is a mutated tiger, possessing red fur and crimson eyes. This breed is exceedingly vicious and prefers silence. Should its prey make a sound, it will immediately kill." Jiang Xingyu, alarmed, touched her neck. "What are its mutated abilities?" Bai Mo Yin whispered, "The mutated red tiger possesses strength 100-fold that of its original state. Many superpowered beastmen cannot hope to match it. Those undeterred by death have attempted to tame the red tiger but met their demise instead. Its paw can shatter a century-old tree, let alone a beastman. A single strike can pulverize their bones." Jiang Xingyu's heart raced faster. Swallowing hard, she asked, "Can we circumvent it?" Bai Mo Yin shook his head. "No, this entire area is the territory of the mutated tiger. There are no other paths. Shi Heizei must traverse through here to reach the marshlands. Once we cross this, we can find him." Jiang Xingyu extracted the dagger bestowed upon her by Shi Lao Wu. Hoping they wouldn't encounter the mutated tiger, if they did, they would have to confront it head-on. Bai Mo Yin also prayed. Under normal circumstances, mutated tigers rest during the day, preferring to hunt under the cover of darkness. Since it is still daytime, let us hope it remains asleep. They cautiously traversed the mutated tiger's habitat, nearing an exit. The scents beyond were markedly different. Once they crossed, the mutated tiger would likely not pursue them. Bai Mo Yin quickened his pace, eager to reach safety. However, just 10 meters away, a colossal figure suddenly sprang forth, followed by an ear-splitting roar. It is said that when the tiger roars, the forest falls silent. Animals within a 100-mile radius are so terrified that they dare not stir. Jiang Xingyue and Bai Moyan both trembled at the sound of the colossal roar. Jiang Xingyue, quick to react, shouted, "Run!" Bai Moyan stood frozen, gazing at the shadow ahead, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "We can't escape, it's right in front of us." Following his gaze, Jiang Xingyue indeed spotted a 10-meter-long mutated red tiger. This tiger was significantly larger than an ordinary one, its claws resembling massive stones that left deep impressions in the ground with each step. Jiang Xingyue began to sweat as well. "Are we going to die here?" Bai Moyan shivered. "Perhaps. Why don't you serve as bait to give me a chance to escape?" Jiang Xingyue shot him a look. "I wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth." The tiger's head was larger than the two of them combined. They would have to rely on their wits. "If it lunges at us, I'll stab its nose and eyes with my dagger, and I'll kick it in its sensitive spot." Just as Bai Moyan was about to nod, he exclaimed in confusion, "What? Kick what?" Jiang Xingyue gave him a look of exasperation. "Kick its sensitive spot, you fool." The mutated tiger seemed incredibly robust, likely impervious to blades. However, its sensitive area was undoubtedly its Achilles heel. And as for its nose and eyes, she wasn't certain if the dagger would penetrate, but they had no choice but to try. Bai Moyan nodded. "All right, then you hide behind me." In Chapter 44, they ventured into the forest to find Shihi eyes. Jiang Xingyue took refuge behind Bai Moyan, planning to launch a surprise attack when the mutated tiger was distracted. The tiger was also observing them. It appeared to possess some intelligence, as it did not immediately attack but instead scanned the surroundings for any lurking beastmen. Once it confirmed there were no ambushing beastmen, it let out another thunderous roar that startled birds from the sky, some plummeting to the ground, stunned by the sheer volume. Then, using its massive claws, it scraped the ground and lunged towards Bai Moyan. Instinctively, Bai Moyan jumped into the air, only to find that the mutated tiger's jumping ability surpassed his OWT, soared upwards, swiping at him with a paw. Bai Moyan reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. He leaped onto a tree, hoping to conceal himself with the branches. However, the mutated tiger, possessing an acute sense of smell, quickly pinpointed his hiding spot and swatted down. Breaking the branch, Bai Moyan had no choice but to leap to another tree. To his dismay, this mutated tiger could also leap between trees, relentlessly pursuing him. Even Bai Moyan, formidable as he was, would eventually tire. At that moment, Jiang Xingyue dashed under the mutated tiger, brandishing a branch and swiftly aimed for its vulnerable area, thrusting upwards. The tiger's expression shifted as it tensed, its stomach churning violently. The fierce visage it had worn moments before transformed into one of distress. It then bolted away, clutching its legs. Bai Moyan, panting heavily and bewildered, asked, "What did you do to it?" Jiang Xingyue brandished a pouch of laxative powder, grinning, "From chemistry class, beast laxative powder. Just happened to have it on me." Bai Moyan sat down to catch his breath. "You're quite clever," he observed as the mutated tiger scurried towards a designated area for its business. "I wonder how long that will take." Jiang Xingyue held up a finger. "A day," Bai Moyan gasped, terrifying that a day of stomach issues? "How painful. Let us hurry." Bai Moyan stood, hoisting her onto his back, eager to escape the territory of the mutated tiger. Upon crossing into the yellow, damp soil region, he realized it led to the marshes. However, they couldn't step directly into it, or they would sink. They needed a tool for assistance. That a small kayak would be ideal, but neither had brought one. Jiang Xingyue suggested, "What if we cut down a tree? A 10-meter-long log could serve as a makeshift kayak." Bai Moyan agreed. "Let us give it a try." However, they lacked a saw. Surrounding them were many thick, sturdy trees, but without tools, they would likely remain uncut. Bai Moyan transformed his hands into large claws. "Let me give it a try." He attempted to tear through the roots with his massive claws. Yet the roots remained steadfast. It seemed these trees had also mutated and were not easily felled. Jiang Xingyue brandished her dagger. "Let us see if this works." Bai Moyan took the dagger, examining it. It was indeed a fine weapon. Rumor had it that the dagger could manifest different effects based on the wielder's abilities. He was eager to test how much strength he could exert. "Step back a bit," he instructed Jiang Xingyue. She sighed in compliance, moving to a safe distance. Bai Moyan summoned his superpower, gripping the dagger, leaping into the air for momentum. and then aimed for the tree's roots. A powerful gust of wind accompanied his strike. The dagger struck the roots, producing a sharp crack as they splintered, though not completely severed. Bai Moyan sighed. It seems I'm still not strong enough. Frustrated, he kicked the tree, and it toppled over. He used the dagger to trim excess branches, dug 2 holes, and fashioned 2 simple paddles. Come on, he beckoned Jiang Xingyue. She dashed over, excitement evident. Is this really going to work? Bai Moyan was confident, recalling how his coach had trained them to navigate the forest by sitting on logs. Jiang Xingyue figured he must have been trained in the guard squad, so his wilderness survival skills should be adequate. She climbed aboard. They first pushed the log boat into the marshy waters, then boarded and began paddling. Upon entering the water, they realized the marsh stretched endlessly, vast and expansive. Jiang Xingyue expressed her concern. With such a large marsh, where will we find solid ground? If we can't find a place to land, we'll starve. Bai Moyan scanned the distance with binoculars, reassuring her. After about an hour of paddling, we should see the shore. When we came before, it took us 2 or 3 hours. Now that I have landmarks in mind, I believe we can reach the other side in an hour. However, something swam in the water towards them, 2 nostrils visible, but details were unclear. It resembled a crocodile. Bai Moyan turned around, startled to see it was a marsh crocodile. You take control of the boat. If the marsh crocodile attacks, I'll handle it. Jiang Xingyue sighed, focusing on stabilizing the boat. Thankfully, their kindergarten education proved useful, allowing her to steer the log without it spinning wildly. The marsh crocodile swiftly approached, and as it drew near, they realized it measured 6 or 7 meters in length. Goodness, it lunged at them, almost as if it could fly, opening its enormous jaws to snap at Bai Moyan. He had been watching intently. As it lunged, his sharp dagger slashed across its belly. The blade glided over its iron-like skin, sparking as it struck. Fortunately, the dagger was sufficiently sturdy, and the crocodile's belly wasn't as fortified as its back, allowing it to cut through. The marsh crocodile, taken aback by the attack, let out a roar and plunged into the water, quickly swimming away. Jiang Xingyue and Bai Moyan both exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it hadn't mutated. Otherwise, a creature of that size, if mutated, would have posed a lethal threat. Bai Moyan felt the danger acutely. That Shi Hei's had dared to enter alone was reckless. He checked his phone, finding it completely devoid of signal. They would have to resort to primitive means to contact Shi Hei's. Removing a flute from around his neck, he produced a bird call, a sound capable of traveling 3 kilometers. If Shi He could hear it, he would respond. After waiting for some time without a reply, Jiang Xingyue grew anxious. What if Ziz is in trouble? Bai Moyan frowned. He is likely caught up with some monster. He continued to paddle while blowing the flute. Only after half an hour did they hear a bird call in the distance. It was a series of staccato notes, suggesting it was hastily played. Bai Moyan and Jiang Xingyue exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted. Over there! The sound originated from a patch of red forest on the opposite bank. Jiang Xingyue quickened her paddling. Bai Moyan also paddled vigorously but remained vigilant. When we reached the shore, stay quiet. I suspect there might be a trap. Jiang Xingyue noticed his guarded expression and nodded in agreement. In Chapter 45, they finally located Shi Hei's. Upon reaching the shore, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. A forest entirely of red trees. Even the birds soaring above and the squirrels among the branches were all red, as if only crimson could thrive in this realm. Bai Moyan quietly retrieved a can of red hair spray from his backpack, spraying it over his hair, followed by changing into a set of red clothing. He then turned to Jiang Xingyue, spraying her hair and applying some to her fair hands. Jiang Xingyue looked bewildered. Do we really need to be red too? Bai Moyan nodded, observing that all the animals in the forest bore red fur. With one of us having black hair and the other blonde, we would stand out too starkly. It wouldn't be long before we fell prey to wild beasts. The red hue could serve as camouflage. Jiang Xingyue nodded in agreement, asking what kinds of beasts lurked within. Bai Moyan reminisced, there are numerous creatures. However, those ferocious beasts are not the primary concern. We must be cautious of 2 massive red pythons dwelling deep within the Crimson Forest. It is said that these mutated red pythons can emit lightning, and many hunters who sought to capture them have perished from their strikes. I suspect Shi He is there. Jiang Xingyue, perplexed, inquired why he would be there. Bai Moyan pondered for a moment. Because Director Sun is likely to be near the mutated red pythons. long ago. I heard he expressed interest in these two mutated serpents, rumored to potentially give birth to either a Jiao or a dragon. The Beastman planet has not seen dragon beastmen for a millennium, and Director Sun has always found this quite regrettable. Upon hearing that the red mutated pythons might produce dragons, he would naturally wish to investigate. If Shihei is looking for him, he must come to the Crimson Forest. Those who wish to assassinate Shihei will undoubtedly also venture here. Jiang Xingyu surveyed their surroundings and indeed spotted several small wooden boats anchored not far off. They were likely those of internet-famous adventurers. Yet, without any signal, she wondered if they had captured anything significant. Bai Mo Yin suggested, "Let us proceed inside." Habitually, he hoisted Jiang Xingyu onto his back for easier escape. Should danger arise, it would also be convenient to toss her away. Jiang Xingyu. "I thank you," she expressed. Cautiously, they ventured into the red forest. At that moment, the sun blazed overhead, and the animals appeared to be napping. The Crimson Forest was eerily silent. Jiang Xingyu, peering through binoculars, spotted several lone sneakers in the distance. They did not appear to belong to Shihei, likely belonging to those internet adventurers. As they ventured deeper, a mist began to rise from the forest. "Oh no, it's miasma," Bai Mo Yin exclaimed, immediately leaping into the air while carrying Jiang Xingyu. The air was clearer above, and he donned a mask, offering one to Jiang Xingyu, who hurriedly put it on. Bai Mo Yin perched on a tree, searching for Shihei's location. Jiang Xingyu pointed towards a dense patch of red, indicating it was likely there, as the red mist was thickest in that direction. Bai Mo Yin nodded but dared not approach carelessly. He casually caught a bird, tethered it to a makeshift bough, and shot it towards the area of red mist. With a swish, the bird soared into the air. Upon entering the red mist, the bird widened its eyes and opened its beak, but before it could emit a sound, it succumbed. Bai Mo Yin frowned. The red mist was toxic. Moreover, it was a vast mass, denser than fog, rendering visibility impossible. Jiang Xingyu sighed. If only there were a factory blower, a large one could disperse the mist effortlessly. Bai Mo Yin raised an eyebrow. "I have wondered, how could he have forgotten?" He possessed a large fan in his space. Jiang Xingyu shot him a look, incredulous that he could forget such a thing. Bai Mo Yin hurriedly rummaged through his space, retrieving an enormous fan and a solar power outlet. He plugged it in and pressed the switch. The powerful gust immediately began to disperse the billowing red mist, revealing the scene within. Jiang Xingyu peered through her binoculars and finally got a clear view. "Look over there, it's a group of people." The adventurers lay scattered on the ground, some draped over trees, others with their heads down. Their equipment appeared to be shattered. It seemed this group had encountered those intent on assassinating Shihei. Otherwise, their filming gear would not have been destroyed. Clearly, Shihei had already crossed paths with his would-be assassins. Jiang Xingyu, anxious, called out to Bai Mo Yin, "We must hurry." She was determined to save Shihei. Bai Mo Yin sighed, retrieving 2 gas masks from his space, handing one to Jiang Xingyu. They then leapt towards the mutated red pythons. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the Crimson Forest, they finally beheld 2 colossal red trees entwined like conjoined twins. Coiled around these trees were 2 20-meter-long mutated red pythons. Their red eyes now fixated on Jiang Xingyu and Bai Mo Yin. Both Jiang Xingyu and Bai Mo Yin instinctively recoiled in fear. Good heavens, those mutated red pythons are enormous. The snake's tongues were as long as a grown man. The 2 massive pythons began to draw closer, their tails moving with alarming speed. As the serpentine tails approached, Bai Mo Yin leapt into action, springing 10 meters into the air while carrying Jiang Xingyu. Yet, astonishingly, the 2 pythons could stretch their tails to the same height, sweeping through the air and ensnaring them. "Oh, we're done for," Bai Mo Yin shouted, his voice louder than Jiang Xingyu's. She wore an expression of despair, fixated on the massive jaws of the mutated red pythons. As the serpentine tails pulled them closer to the gaping maw, Jiang Xingyu focused her thoughts and commanded, "Freeze." The python's jaws halted in mid-attack. Jiang Xingyu seized the opportunity to flee, shouting, "Zai, where are you?" Meanwhile, Shihei, pinned beneath the weight of a red python, was gravely injured and weakly attempted to call out to them, but no sound escaped his lips. Instead, he produced a whistle, emitting a faint sound. Jiang Xingyu immediately froze. Turning back to it was Zai's voice, emanating from the direction of the red python. Bai Mo Yin anxiously scanned the area but saw no one. It was Jiang Xingyu who widened her eyes in realization, spotting Shi Heizei beneath the python. Bloodied and trapped, Bai Mo Yin finally caught sight of him, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Good heavens, he is hidden there. How are we to rescue him?" Jiang Xingyu proposed. "I'll distract the python. You pull Zai Zai out." Bai Mo Yin, horrified, questioned her ability to do so. That's a mutated python capable of swallowing an elephant. You, a mere human, cannot face it. Jiang Xingyu was acutely aware of the danger, but time was of the essence. "I have freezing abilities. I'll give it a try. We need to get Shi Heizei out first. If worst comes to worst, I might even return to Earth." With that, she turned to lure the massive red python away. Chapter 46. Shi Heizei injured, taking advantage of the momentary stasis of the two gigantic red pythons. Bai Mo Yin hurriedly pulled Shi Heizei from beneath their weight. The pythons were immensely heavy, pinning Shi Heizei down with great force. Bai Mo Yin exerted all his strength to drag him free. Once he had Shi Heizei on his back, he dashed away, knowing the pythons would not leave the Crimson Forest. After covering some distance, the spell binding the pythons would wear off. Once they realized their prey had vanished, the pythons erupted with rage, their 2-meter-long tongues hissing angrily as they pursued the scent of blood. At that moment, Jiang Xingyu leapt from above, landing atop one of the red pythons, her dagger swiftly plunging into its eye. The python writhed in agony, thrashing its body violently. The other massive python, sensing Jiang Xingyu, opened its gaping maw and lunged toward her. Jiang Xingyu quickly utilized her supernatural abilities to freeze them again. However, her freezing power lasted only 2 minutes as the two red pythons regained mobility. They chased her down, even uttering human-like threats. "Kill her! Get rid of her!" Terrified, Jiang Xingyu screamed and ran even faster. Who would have imagined that mutated red pythons could be so formidable? She sprinted towards the edge of the Crimson Forest, only to have the enormous tails sweep towards her. With 20 meters of snake behind her, the sight alone was frightening. Jiang Xingyu could only run while searching for a target. Focusing her powers, she aimed at the eyes of the red pythons and unleashed a blast. It required immense concentration to target such large eyes. Once she locked on, she shouted, "Break!" One of the red pythons suddenly had its eyes burst open, thrashing its tail in agony. The might of its tail was formidable, devastating the trees and animals in its path, leaving them lifeless. The two serpents, entangled in their pain, twisted together like a knotted rope. Unable to extricate themselves for the moment, Jiang Xingyu felt darkness envelop her vision, nearly losing consciousness. Perhaps it was from overexerting her supernatural abilities. She sensed herself on the verge of fainting. However, she could not afford to succumb now. Once the two massive red pythons regained their composure, they would undoubtedly pursue her. Desperately, she pinched her thigh, using the pain to rouse herself. Upon regaining her senses, she began to sprint with all her might towards safety. The other awakened adventurers also fled in haste. Bai Moyan glanced back and noticed Jiang Xingyu outrunning him. Gritting his teeth, he immediately chased after her, as the red python closed in once more. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the group as they dashed out of the red forest. Upon exiting the forest, the red pythons indeed ceased their pursuit. The group exhaled in relief. Collapsing to the ground to catch their breath, Bai Moyan was particularly winded, panting heavily. After catching his breath, he checked on Shi Heizei. Finding him unconscious, he hurriedly listened to his heartbeat. Thankfully, he was still alive. Quickly, he administered medicine to Shi Heizei, providing both detoxification pills and heart-saving elixirs. Just as he was about to ask Jiang Xingyu for water, he saw her emerge, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Bai Moyan realized that her earlier sprint had pushed her to her limits. Observing her sprawled out, she appeared more rigid than a green onion. He hurriedly checked her condition, noting her heartbeat still present, and gave her a heart-saving pill. The other adventurers clamored for one as well, and Bai Moyan obliged. He inquired about their experiences within the forest. The adventurers, patting their chests in relief, recounted, "We originally intended to observe the red pythons laying eggs and perhaps steal one. Little did we know, before we even reached the python's nest, we were knocked out by the red miasma. If it weren't for Bai Moyan blowing away the miasma with a large fan, we would have succumbed to poisoning long ago." Bai Moyan, exasperated, retorted, Didn't you bring gas masks for a forest expedition? The adventurers sheepishly admitted they had, but they had run out midway. They had confidently believed their supplies would suffice, unaware they would encounter such a dense concentration of miasma. Bai Moyan then asked, "Did you encounter anyone else?" They nodded. "Yes, we ran into others who were also after the red snake eggs. That group was quite malicious and even damaged our equipment. We suspect they were sent by a rival company." Bai Moyan mused that they were likely assassins dispatched by Professor Wu. Fearing that these adventurers might capture footage they shouldn't, he asked them, "Didn't you lose all your footage?" The adventurers chuckled. "Of course not. Our cameras may be broken, but the memory cards are intact. One adventurer proudly produced a memory card. I yanked it out the moment danger struck. Clever, right? The others chimed in with similar sentiments. They relied on filming for income, and losing their material would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, whenever danger arose, they immediately removed the cards. It seemed the masked individuals were also wary of prolonged exposure to the miasma. Hence they refrained from searching their bodies. Bai Moyan, intrigued, asked what they had captured. The adventurers exchanged knowing smiles. "We'll reveal that once we return. After all, we rely on this for views." Bai Moyan wished to obtain a copy, but the adventurers declined, so he let it go, prioritizing Shihei's rescue. He removed Shihei's jacket, discovering a large gash on his chest. It did not appear to be inflicted by a snake's fangs, but rather seemed like a dagger attack, likely laced with poison. Bai Moyan frowned, promptly cleaning the wound and administering detoxification medicine. His antidote could neutralize a myriad of poisons, yet he was uncertain if it was potent enough against the adversary's toxin. After a prolonged wait, Shihei finally stirred awake. Bai Moyan offered him water. His lips were chapped, and upon opening his mouth, he asked, "Where is Xingxing?" Bai Moyan sighed. "You are barely clinging to life, yet you still inquire about that little human?" Shihei, his lips slightly pale, replied, "I think I saw stars." In his delirium, he felt as if his little human had come to rescue him. Bai Moyan dragged the unconscious Jiang Xingyue over. "See? You weren't mistaken. Your little human has indeed come to your aid." Shihei's previously lethargic demeanor instantly sparked to life. He glanced at the sleeping Jiang Xingyue, then at Bai Moyan, shooting him a glare. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on her? How did she end up in the forest? Do you have any idea how perilous it is here?" Bai Moyan shrugged. "Of course I know. It was an unexpected turn of events. Let us just head back for now." Shihei understood that Bai Moyan was not irresponsible and nodded, indicating to return. He pointed to a nearby large tree. "Dean's son is buried over there. Go dig him out." Bai Moyan thought he had misheard. "Buried there? Dean's son is dead?" Shihei shook his head. "He is not dead. He stole a snake egg, and I feared the red pythons would catch his scent. So I buried him." Bai Moyan found it acceptable. Relieved that he was still alive, he hurried over to start digging. Chapter 47. Reluctance to let the young girl suffer. Bai Moyan transformed into his true form, using wolf-like claws to excavate Dean's Yuan. At that moment, Dean's son's face was ashen, his lips trembling, and with tears in his eyes, he pleaded, "Thank goodness you dug me out. I thought I was going to suffocate down there." He had already been weak from the python's tail strike and, being buried, faced the risk of asphyxiation. Had Bai Moyan arrived any later, he would have perished from lack of oxygen. Bai Moyan sighed. "Dean's son, I must ask, how could you dare venture into such a perilous place alone? A sensible person would at least bring a team for safety. How could one recklessly charge in alone?" Dean's son, lacking foresight, exclaimed excitedly, "I suddenly predicted that the red python would lay eggs that day, so I rushed over. Everyone else was asleep, and I feared wasting time. Hence I hurried alone." He continued, "You see, the mutated red pythons become weak for an hour after laying eggs. I intended to seize the opportunity to steal a snake. EGG.ITS said that one of these eggs may contain a mutated dragon or a flood dragon. I wanted to take it back for research." He cautiously revealed a red snake egg from his bag for Bai Moyan to see. Bai Moyan regarded this behavior as utterly reckless, risking one's life for a mere legend, causing Shihei to sustain serious injuries. Upon hearing about Shihei's injuries, Dean's son suddenly recalled, "What about Hei's?" Bai Moyan retorted, "He was injured while trying to save you." Dean's son appeared guilt-ridden. "I have medicine on me. Hurry and take me to see him." Bai Moyan led him to Shihei's. Upon seeing Dean's son safe, Shihei breathed a sigh of relief. Dean's son hurried to examine his wounds. Discovering it was the poison from a scorpion. The scorpion's potent venom could paralyze or stop the heart, potentially damaging the central nervous system. Fortunately, Dean Sun had brought antidotes. He swiftly helped Shi Hiai's remove the poisoned flesh, disinfected the wound, stitched it up, and administered 2 antidote pills. This antidote is my latest development. I thought I would be the first to use it, yet here you are. Shi Hiai's was not particularly concerned about his injuries. At the moment he was struck, he had frozen the wound to prevent the venom from spreading through his organs. Now, with timely treatment, he too felt a sense of relief. He then cradled Jiang Xingyue in his arms, asking Dean Sun, "Look, my Xingxing has fainted. Can you check on her?" Dean Sun took Jiang Xingyue's pulse, stroked his beard, and smiled. "She is fine. It's just overexertion of her abilities. A good sleep will suffice." Sure enough, after a brief slumber, Jiang Xingyue stirred awake, immediately spotting Shi Hiai's handsome face. Her eyes widened, a smile gracing her lips. "Ziz!" She joyfully leapt into Shi Hiai's embrace, causing him to hiss in surprise. He did not shy away, instead chuckling as he gently ruffled her hair. "How did you end up here? Where was that usual cleverness of yours?" Jiang Xingyue shrugged. "Someone disguised as a delivery person tricked me outside, and when I went out, they bagged me and tossed me here." Fortunately, Bai Moyan had arrived, or she shuddered to think of the consequences. Shi Hiai's felt a surge of anger, his large hand tenderly ruffling her hair. "It's all right. I'll take revenge for you." Jiang Xingyue laughed. "I'm perfectly fine. No need for revenge on my behalf. What about you? Who hurt you? I'll avenge you." Shi Hiai's also chuckled, pinching her cheek. "You've lost weight." After saying this, he shot a glare at Bai Moyan, as if questioning how he had cared for her. Bai Moyan felt guilty. "It's my first time caring for a human. I lacked experience. I'll become familiar with it with time." Shi Hiai's shot him a pointed look. "You still wish to care for her in the future? Dream on. Just look at how emaciated he has become. His once plump face has lost considerable weight, not to mention his slender arms and legs. It is simply a form of cruelty." Bai Moyan. "How exaggerated can this be? It's only been a few days. How could he have lost so much weight?" Clearly, Shi Hiai's has overly indulged this little girl, unable to bear even a hint of hardship for her. Bai Moyan was left speechless. "What about the group of assassins sent after you? Have they fled?" Shi Hiai's shook his head. "2 are dead, and 2 have escaped. They wore masks, and just as they approached him, the red python happened to awaken. The 2 masked individuals were swallowed by the red python. The other 2 were kicked away and managed to flee." Bai Moyan frowned. "Are you certain they were sent by Professor Wu?" Shi Hiai's shook his head, uncertain. That group bore no insignia, clearly well prepared for the encounter. Without evidence, it is impossible to prosecute Professor Wu. Dean Sun seemed to have thought of something. "You need not concern yourself with this matter for now. I will investigate it thoroughly." Shi Hiai's and Bai Moyan exchanged glances. What method could you possibly employ? In their minds, Dean Sun had always focused solely on research, never meddling in other affairs. What could he discover in this instance? Dean Sun huffed like a child. "I simply do not enjoy meddling in trivial matters, but I am not a fool. It is evident someone wishes to harm Shi Hiai's. That group even intended to kill him. Fortunately, he was buried in advance, allowing him to overhear the conversation of those masked figures. They mentioned that if they encountered Dean Sun, they would kill him too. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. Having served as dean for many years, he had rarely made enemies. Unless it interfered with others' interests, no one would seek to kill him. As for whose interests were at stake, he suspected it was Professor Wu. However, he currently lacked evidence and would investigate further upon his return. Jiang Xingyue, not as burdened with thoughts, simply suggested, "Let us return for now. There are too many wild beasts here. Staying even one more day could be life-threatening." Shi Hiai's nodded, lifting her onto his shoulders. Jiang Xingyue quickly declined. "I shall ride on by Moyan instead. That fellow is healthy, and I could easily keep pace while perched on his neck." Shi Hiai's expression darkened. Did he think that a little human could become so accustomed after merely a few days with Bai Moyan? He coldly rejected. "No need. He does not favor children." Bai Moyan. Would he be infuriated if he revealed to Shi Hiai's that he had already been carrying Jiang Xingyue all day? However, considering that this good brother had a jealous temperament, it would be best to keep silent to avoid a beating. To his surprise, Jiang Xingyue's mouth was quicker than her mind. "Ziz, Bai Moyan has already carried me for an entire day. I will simply ride on him. You should rest well." The main concern was that Shi Hei's bore injuries. She could not bear to tire him further, risking the reopening of his wounds. Shi Hei's felt warmth in his heart, but also a tinge of jealousy. He disliked the little human seeking the company of others. Even if they were friends, it was unacceptable. Thus, without further ado, he placed Jiang Xingyue upon his shoulders. Sit tight. Jiang Xingyue had no choice but to comply, thinking to herself that the nature of the Black Wolf was indeed quite domineering. Even injured, he would not relent. They still needed to traverse the swamp to return, and as Bai Mo Yin contemplated felling a few tree stumps, Shi Hei's reminded him that the group of internet-famous adventurers possessed small kayaks. Bai Mo Yin's spirits lifted. That sounds splendid. We shall use their kayaks. Chapter 48. Dean Sun had once encountered a human girl. Upon hearing that they wished to use the kayak, several internet-famous adventurers were naturally agreeable. They could tell that Shi Hei's and his companions were far more capable than themselves. With Shi Hei's present, they felt safer. Thus, the group organized the allocation of kayaks and set off together. Jiang Xingyue sat on Shi Hei's lap, occasionally feeding him snacks. Here's a small cake. Open wide, Shi Hei's obliged, opening his mouth to eat. After finishing, he ruffled her hair. Thank you, Xingxing. Jiang Xingyue smiled brightly. No need to thank me. Though they had only been apart for a few days, it felt as if months had passed. Their bond had only grown stronger upon reuniting. Bai Mo Yin watched with a sour expression. Humans truly are different from pets. The little creatures he raised did not exhibit such affection for him. Humph. One day he would apply to raise a human so he need not feel envy. Dean Sun observed from the side, also finding it remarkable. When he first discovered this human, everyone in the research institute had desired to claim her for themselves. Understanding the madness of the researchers, he suggested that Shi Hei's adopt her. After all, Shi Hei's mental state was relatively stable, and he would not subject a young human to chaotic experiments. It was evident that Shi Hei's had indeed taken excellent care of the human, and she had grown fond of him. Dean Sun felt a sense of relief, telling Shi Hei's, "You are caring for the little human well, but her superpowers still require enhancement. Upon your return, you must provide her with ample training. I will provide you with a manual for training human superpowers. Also, this little human is a girl, correct? She will require careful nurturing as she matures. There are certain considerations for her upbringing that demand meticulous attention." Shi Hei's, having never raised a girl, listened intently. Do you have any materials on that? Please provide me with a copy. Dean Sun nodded. Indeed, I previously raised a human girl, and I shall send you the materials once we return. He had cherished that information. Had he not seen how well Shi Hei's treated this little girl, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Bai Mo Yin, however, caught a whiff of gossip. You have also raised a human girl? When did that happen? Dean Sun reminisced. That was more than 50 years ago. Back then, as I was driving home from work, a human girl suddenly fell from the sky onto my car. I was taken aback and quickly checked on her. Fortunately, she was merely in a brief stupor. Once she regained consciousness, she was quite wary of her surroundings. Thankfully, I was patient and cared for her until she trusted me. She told me she came from Earth and did not know how she ended up there. She wished to return at that time. I promised to help her, but those above learned of her existence and took her away. She was terrified, clinging to me and reluctant to leave. But there was nothing I could do. My authority was not sufficient at that time, and I could only watch them take her away. Their intention was to study her, to see if she possessed formidable combat abilities. The girl was indeed clever, yet she bore no superpowers. Despite their attempts to administer many drugs and training, they could not awaken her powers. Ultimately, during a battle, she sustained severe injuries, leaving no trace of her body. That was the first time I felt pain. I had promised to take her back to Earth, yet I ended up causing her demise. I failed her. As he recalled this, Dean Sun's eyes filled with sorrow. He cautioned Shi Hei's, "Do not let your little human be taken away. She can only thrive by your side." Shi Hei's felt the weight of his grief, his heart tightening suddenly. "What became of the human girl you adopted?" Dean Sun's eyes reddened, his heart aching, his voice choked. "She died in the cosmic war. She was struck by a weapon, her body exploding like fireworks, leaving no remains." Upon hearing that devastating news, I was rendered speechless. I locked myself in the laboratory for a year, sleeping away the pain. It was not until a friend informed me that if I could discover a way back to Earth, perhaps I could see that girl again. Maybe she had already returned to her original Earth. Hearing this spurred me to action, leading me from a mere researcher to the position of institute director. This time, in search of the red python egg, I hoped to find a true dragon, for I had heard that dragons could traverse space. I thought, if I could ride a dragon back to Earth, perhaps I could find her. Shi He-Eyes and Baiamo Yin felt his sorrow, their hearts heavy, especially Shi He-Eyes. He held the already sleeping Jiang Xingyue tightly, vowing that such a tragedy would never befall him. His little human must not perish. Dean's son naturally hoped Jiang Xingyue would fare well. He gazed lovingly at the slumbering Jiang Xingyue, presenting a diamond-like, radiant superpower crystal chip. This is a superpower chip I developed. When implanted in a human, it can instantly condense their superpowers. The stronger her powers become, the more formidable the chip will grow. Once the chip reaches a certain strength, the superpowers within her will naturally flourish and become inexhaustible. It may even allow her to traverse space. Originally, this was intended for that human girl, but she is no longer here. He turned to Shi He-Eyes regarding this power chip. I have not used it on humans before. You may discuss among yourselves whether to implant it in her. Shi He-Eyes accepted it first, inquiring about any side effects. Would implantation be detrimental to her health? Dean's son shook his head. I have tested it on gorillas, and it exhibited virtually no side effects. The superpower chip can integrate with a person, even enhancing their physical condition. As for its impact on returning to Earth, that remains uncertain. Shi He-Eyes carefully stored the chip, contemplating discussing it with Jiang Xingyue upon their return. Baiamo Yin, eyeing it with envy, asked, Dean, could you spare me a chip? Dean's son shook his head. Such a chip would be ineffective for beastmen. The orc, endowed with extraordinary powers, is inherently equipped with such a chip. Consuming more would only result in a fatal explosion. If you wish to perish, you may certainly give it a try. Baiamo Yin promptly waved his hand, declining the offer, as he had no desire for an untimely demise. The group navigated the river in kayaks to the opposite shore. Baiamo Yin suddenly recalled that there was a tiger suffering from diarrhea in the vicinity, urging everyone to hasten their passage. The group had been aware of the tiger's presence upon their arrival and were about to retrieve some food when they noticed Baiamo Yin had already seized Jiang Xingyue and darted away. As he made his escape, Shi He-Eyes immediately pursued him, instinctively compelled to reclaim the suddenly snatched little human. Dean's son, feeling abandoned and fearful for his life, also sprinted away with great urgency. The other internet-famous adventurers, witnessing the experts flee, followed suit with equal fervor, their speed escalating several-fold. The group swiftly exited the tiger zone, panting heavily from exhaustion. Baiamo Yin, utterly fatigued, reached out to release Jiang Xingyue, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Shi He-Eyes. Is this how you introduce me to humans? The latter remarked, his expression indicating that such casual handling was not unfamiliar to Baiamo Yin. Feeling somewhat guilty, Baiamo Yin replied, I was simply exhausted. Chapter 49. There must be humans who have visited the orc planet. Shi He-Eyes carried Jiang Xingyue on his back, noticing her awkward sleeping position and surmising she must have gone an entire night without rest. Coupled with the overexertion of her powers, this had led her into a deep slumber. He secured her and continued onward. Baiamo Yin followed closely, laden with various bags. Thanks to the markers they had made upon arrival, the return journey would be considerably easier. Once they emerged from the adventurous forest, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Shi He-Eyes promptly sent a signal, and soon after, a hovercraft arrived to collect them. Several internet-famous adventurers also joined their ride to depart. Shi He-Eyes first reported to the escort team before proceeding to the sovereign's study. Your Majesty, Professor Wu may be from an enemy planet. Initially, he believed Professor Wu resented him for being a young captain of the escort team. However, as time passed, he began to suspect that the professor's motives for wanting him eliminated were far more complex. Observing the professor's methods, which were starkly different from those of the orc planet, he deduced the possibility of Professor Wu being an enemy operative. The sovereign furrowed his brow at this revelation. Do you have evidence? Indeed, Shi He-Eyes replied, producing a memory card and activating a holographic display for the sovereign's view. The footage showcased some of Professor Wu's unintentional gestures and the techniques employed by a group of masked individuals, which bore striking similarities to those of the enemy planet. However, these did not conclusively prove anything. After viewing the footage, the sovereign nodded. I shall keep an eye on this matter. You should return and recuperate. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Xingyue, he smiled gently. Is this the human girl? She appears rather petite. Shihiai's nodded. Indeed, she is somewhat frail. She may not be well suited for the role of a female warrior. Ever since hearing from Din Sun about a human girl who perished on the battlefield, he privately wished to shield Jiang Xingyue from a similar fate. The sovereign neither agreed nor disagreed. Merely waving his hand, take her back for now. We shall consider her future once she is grown. Unable to secure a firm commitment, Shihiai's could only acquiesce and escort Jiang Xingyue home. Upon their return, the elderly steward, old Huang Niu, was flustered to see one of them gravely injured and the other unconscious. Shall I call a doctor? Or perhaps head to the Orc hospital? Shihiai shook his head. No need. We are both fine. Din Sun, aside from his prowess in invention, is also quite skilled in medicine. My wounds have already healed halfway. A few days of rest will suffice. Only then did the steward relax. Though he still felt a twinge of guilt, if I had known someone would call me out to fetch something that night, I would have stayed put. He had assumed it was a delivery from home for Shihiai's. And who could have anticipated that, in his absence, Jiang Xingyue would be abducted? The mere thought had sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyue had returned safely. Moreover, observing her height, it seemed she had grown a bit taller. Shihiai's, skeptical, retrieved an electronic measuring tape and beeped it against Jiang Xingyue's head. Human height, 1 meter 30, weight, 50 gene. Shihiai's grimaced. 50 gene? What difference is there between that and being skin and bones? Yet, Jiang Xingyue's slender frame clearly suggested she belonged to the type that consumes but does not gain weight. The steward echoed this sentiment. It's likely she's been snacking at Mr. Bai's place and hasn't he consumed her regular meals. As for us bulwarks, we consistently eat hearty staples and avoid frivolous foods. It's undoubtedly Mr. Bai who has led her astray with snacks. Shihiai sighed in exasperation. I suppose I should make a point to take her along in the future. I feel more at ease with her by my side. He reflected that his grandmother had always raised children to be plump and healthy. While Jiang Xingyue's frail appearance indicated a lack of proper care, he carried her to the bathroom and instructed the robot to give her a thorough wash. Meanwhile, he retreated to another bathroom to cleanse himself of the grime. When Jiang Xingyue awoke, she found herself refreshed and surrounded by the delightful aroma of food. Upon glancing around, she realized she was home, as if awakening from a dream. Zizha, she softly called, and Shihiai's appeared before her. You're awake? Jiang Xingyue looked up at his perfectly sculpted chin and instinctively reached out for an embrace. Shihiai's lifted her effortlessly. Are you hungry? I've ordered a feast for you, featuring all the specialties from the grand restaurant. Jiang Xingyue patted her rumbling stomach. I want to eat meat. Shihiai smiled indulgently. There's plenty. I ordered you a variety of Chinese dishes. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Xingyue was greeted by a table brimming with Chinese delicacies, and her mouth watered in anticipation. Indeed, wherever humans reside, there will always be Chinese cuisine. Shihiai's replaced the child-sized chair with a regular one, allowing Jiang Xingyue to dive into her self-service mode with a fork and plate. Is this sweet and sour pork? She took a bite, savoring the crispy texture with a hint of sweet and sour. Delicious. There was also squirrel fish, which was equally delightful. Wow, the crispy pork is so crunchy. To her surprise, there was even Cantonese dim sum. She was overjoyed. She firmly believed that humans must have once lived on the Orc planet, and they had to be from Huagua. She would bet on it. After all, only Huagua people possess such refined palates for exquisite cuisine. Jiang Xingyue relished the meal, eating to her heart's content until she felt pleasantly full, at which point Shihiai's allowed her to set down her chopsticks. Observing her round little belly, he pondered how she could consume so much yet remain slim. Was it the case that children during their growth phases simply did not gain weight? He recalled his own experience of consuming vast quantities without any change in weight. By 17, he could devour an entire roasted lamb, and the following day, his weight remained unchanged, despite the 12 gene of meat left after the bones were removed. He surmised that the little human was likely experiencing a similar phenomenon, growing taller without gaining weight. But that was acceptable. Let her grow first, and once her height stabilized, he would ensure she gained some healthy weight. Girls should ideally have a bit of flesh for their health. Jiang Xingyue observed him finishing off the remaining Chinese dishes and silently marveled at how much Shihiai's had consumed. Nevertheless, he maintained an impressive physique, indicating that he, too, was quite the hearty eater. They exchanged glances, each assessing the other's weight yet refraining from mentioning it, as neither relished discussions about personal weight. The next day, the principal called, instructing Shi Heis to transfer Jiang Xingyue to the elementary school division. As she had completed all the knowledge covered in kindergarten and was due for advancement, Shi Heis nodded, well aware of the little human's intelligence. It was indeed time for her to proceed to elementary school. He personally drove her there that morning. The elementary school teachers were not much different from those in kindergarten, maintaining a relatively relaxed demeanor. However, the students in the elementary division were noticeably more mischievous than their kindergarten counterparts, each one strutting around with an air of arrogance. Yet, when Shi Heis cast a glance at them, the rowdy children immediately lowered their heads, as if instinctively intimidated by someone with formidable powers. Jiang Xingyue felt envious, wondering when she, too, could command such fear simply by lifting her head. The thought was undeniably thrilling. Shi Heis chuckled. That day will come. You are already quite powerful, are you not? Jiang Xingyue's face lit up with joy, her small features beaming with pride. Yes, I am indeed strong. Chapter 50. Encountering the little tyrant again after registering Jiang Xingyue, her elementary school teacher instructed Shi Heis to return home. This time, he felt considerably more at ease. Advising Jiang Xingyue to interact well with her classmates, if they hit you, hit them back, but do not turn them to dust. Jiang Xingyue obediently nodded. I understand. Shi Heis affectionately ruffled her hair before departing. However, he did not stray far, opting to remain in the car, observing the classroom dynamics through binoculars. The moment the first-grade rascals noticed Shi Heis had left, they swaggered over, proudly lifting their chins, and inquired of Jiang Xingyue. Are you the legendary human? Jiang Xingyue nodded. Yes. Surprised? Unexpected? The little tyrant was momentarily taken aback, having never heard such a response before. He quickly regained his composure, glaring at Jiang Xingyue. I'm the boss of this class. My name is Jean Batian. From now on, you shall call me Boss Jean. Upon hearing the surname Jean, Jiang Xingyue thought to herself, Jean Bai, who are you? Jean Batian proudly declared, she is my cousin. Realizing they were family, Jiang Xingyue's impression of the Jean family soured, recalling how Jean Bai had bullied her previously. Pushing aside the domineering Jean Batian, do you intend to follow in the footsteps of your family's Jean Ba, who bullies others through her power? Jean Batian, far from feeling any shame, wore a proud expression, declaring that it was an honor for you to be bullied by my cousin. The Jean family, with their vast wealth and influence, deigns to torment her, which speaks to their regard for her. Jiang Xingyue, truly a sight to behold. Indeed, no matter which planet one finds themselves on, there are always good people alongside the formidable, with a pointed finger. Jiang Xingyue levitated Jean Batian into the air, tossing him out as if he were mere refuse. With a swift whoosh, Jean Batian, bewildered by the abruptness, fell unceremoniously, landing with a resounding thud, his anger boiling over as he shouted at Jiang Xingyue. You dare to throw me? Jiang Xingyue merely waved her hand again, sending him hurtling out of the classroom once more. Enraged, Jean Batian bared his sharp, hyena-like teeth, threatening, I will kill you. Suddenly, he transformed, his head morphing into that of a hyena, jaws gaping wide as he lunged toward Jiang Xingyue. Almost overwhelmed by the foul stench of his breath, she retaliated with a swift kick. Her tiny foot, paired with an unexpected force, sent Jean Batian crashing backward against the wall with a resounding bang. Dazed, he felt the world spinning, as if he were about to faint. Meanwhile, the elementary students exchanged glances, astonished by the strength of the newcomer. They relished the sight of Jean Batian being bested, for they had all endured his bullying in the past. The hyena beastmen often operated in groups. Though not particularly strong, they were notoriously bothersome. Hence, the classmates held little affection for Jean Batian. Now, witnessing his downfall, they felt a wave of relief and rushed to befriend Jiang Xingyue. Xingxing, are you truly human? This group of young beastmen was not well acquainted with humans, but they had heard tales of human female warriors during history lessons, fueling their curiosity about Jiang Xingyue. They gathered around her. One rabbit girl expressing envy, wow, your skin is so smooth. It feels so slick, without any fur. Another crocodile beast girl chimed in, and your hair is so abundant, it looks wonderful, unlike mine, which has barely any. Just thick crocodile scales on my scalp. Before reaching adulthood, the beastmen displayed prominent beast traits. For one to appear entirely devoid of their beast characteristics, they must possess extraordinary abilities. Thus, they all assumed Jiang Xingyue was incredibly powerful. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Xingyue acknowledged, actually, this smoothness is just my natural state, not a result of any ability. Yet, she refrained from revealing this, believing that maintaining an air of mystery would instill fear in her adversaries. So, she smiled and added, it's quite simple. Really, as long as you all cultivate your powers, having lovely hair and such is easy. However, her female classmates felt otherwise, knowing that on a planet dominated by beastmen, only a handful could completely conceal their beast traits. Although beastmen ultimately took on human forms as adults, they inevitably retained one or two unmistakable features of their true nature. Only individuals like Shi Hei's, with extraordinary abilities, could completely resemble a human, leaving no trace of their beast origins. Jiang Xingyue, intrigued, inquired, who else can completely mask their true form? Aside from Shi Hei's, she hadn't encountered any other beastmen without discernible traits. Her classmates replied, our national leader and several of his brothers appear entirely human, with no hint of their beast forms. Take our principal, for instance. Her abilities are impressive, yet her fox-like eyes are far too conspicuous. Jiang Xingyue nodded in agreement, realizing the strength of the planet's ruler. The girls were adept conversationalists, and by the end of the morning, Jiang Xingyue had formed genuine friendships with them. They even made plans to visit each other's homes for art sessions after school. The boys, on the other hand, preferred to entertain themselves, as at this age, they typically shied away from mingling with girls. Once Jean Batian regained his composure and saw Jiang Xingyue enjoying her time with her classmates, he ground his teeth in frustration. However, since it was class time, he dared not cause a scene, opting instead to wait until after school to summon his older brother for revenge. Thus, upon the end of the school day, Jean Batian hurriedly sought assistance. The girls noticed his actions and warned Jiang Xingyue to be cautious. He surely intended to call his brother from the middle school. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brow, pondering why the Jean family was so insufferable. The other girls nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Jean family held grudges fiercely, harboring resentment over the slightest of matters for a lifetime. It was unlikely Jean Batian would let Jiang Xingyue leave without exacting revenge. Jiang Xingyue lamented that every time she attended school, such incidents seemed inevitable, and she feared this would continue even into her university years. Her classmates suggested, why not call your parents? They seem quite formidable. Indeed, when Shi Hei's had made his entrance that morning, they had sensed his powerful aura. If she summoned Shi Hei's, surely Jean Batian would hesitate to retaliate. However, Jiang Xingyue shook her head. Relying solely on parents won't suffice. Shi Hei's cannot be expected to protect me every day. I must rely on myself. Let's face this head-on first. Her classmates, resolute in their support, declared, we will stay and help you. Jiang Xingyue felt a surge of gratitude. Responding, thank you all. How about I treat you to some shopping at the mall this weekend? The girls were elated, eagerly agreeing, sure. I want to buy a dress. Me too. The princess-themed dresses have new styles out. Let's go together this weekend. When girls gather, joy abounds. Unfortunately, Jean Batian arrived to disrupt the camaraderie. He had summoned his older brother from the middle school. Exuding an air of entitlement, he pointed at Jiang Xingyue, declaring, brother, it's this vile woman who bullied me. Avenge me. Chapter 51. Oh, I apologize. Jiang Xingyue regarded the youth before her, sporting bleached hair, piercings on his lips, and arms crossed as he glowered down at her. Unable to restrain herself, she rolled her eyes and replied, what do you want? Jin Bawang, with his yellow hair and tattoos of Qinglong and Baihu adorning his arms, arrogantly confronted Jiang Xingyue, demanding, did you bully my brother? Jiang Xingyue corrected him, stating, he simply lacks skill. He brought this upon himself. Her actions had merely been self-defense, but bullies seldom acknowledged such justifications. In their minds, any resistance equated to wrongdoing. Since neither side was in the right, she resolved to retaliate. Jian Bawang, with a haughty glance, proclaimed, I generally do not strike women. If you apologize to my brother, I will let you off the hook. Jiang Xingyue replied with a nonchalant "Oh, I am sorry." Everyone fell silent for a moment. What did she mean? She apologized. Not only Jean Batian, but even her female classmates were astonished. Xing, why did you apologize? Jiang Xingyue shrugged, feigning indifference. He said that if I apologize, he won't hit me, that it's just a simple exchange. Her classmates were taken aback, having expected her to stand firm. They had prepared to support her in a brawl, only for this to happen instead. Jean Batian was equally baffled. What do you mean? Why did she apologize? If she apologizes, how can I retaliate? Normally, when I bully others, they never apologize. This peculiar human was certainly not following the conventional script. Jin Bawang was momentarily taken aback, yet he upheld his word. Fine, since you've apologized, I'll take my leave. Jian Batian grasped his brother's arm, exclaiming, Brother, you haven't avenged me yet. Jin Bawang shot him a disdainful glance. I keep my promises. Since she has apologized, there will be no fighting. The men of the Jin family do not strike women. Unlike his foolish younger brother, who would pick fights at whim, Jin Bawang had matured somewhat in middle school. Disciplined by strict teachers, hence refraining from unnecessary violence, I'm leaving. The middle school youth turned away, showing no desire to linger, leaving Jin Batian seething with rage. He angrily pointed at Jiang Xingyue, accusing, This is your scheme. Isn't it? You waited for my brother to come before backing down, clearly intent on driving me mad. Jiang Xingyue nodded candidly, Indeed. I sought to infuriate you. Jian Batian's composure crumbled. Ah, you? He was incensed. However, since his brother refused to fight, he felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. Raising his fist, he lunged at Jiang Xingyue in a swift motion. She executed a spinning kick, her shoe connecting squarely with his face, distorting it in the process. Jin Batian fell to the ground. The onlooking classmates erupted in laughter. Overcome with frustration, he began to cry, You're bullying me. Jiang Xingyue scoffed, Fool. Grabbing her female classmates, she declared, Let us go to the snack shop. The girls were thrilled, exclaiming, After we buy snacks, shall we go for a picnic? With only 4 o'clock at hand, they had an hour to enjoy the outdoors. Jiang Xingyue, in high spirits, took their hands and headed out together. She had blossomed into a more youthful appearance, no longer the small child she once was. Clad in a primary school uniform paired with a pleated skirt, she radiated youthful exuberance. Rabbit girl Li Xiaoxiao led them to the nearby snack shop. Inside, an array of treats and toys awaited, and the group eagerly pulled out their pocket money. I have 100. I'll buy the drinks. I only have 20, so I'll purchase a chocolate bar. Jiang Xingyue observed that her friends did not have much pocket money left, so she decided to cover the remaining expenses. Let me buy a cake, and we can enjoy it together. The other girls were delighted and inquired, Xingxing, how much pocket money do you get in a day? They received a mere 50 yuan each day. Jiang Xingyue shook her head, admitting she did not know. Shihi Eyes had only given her a card, and she was unaware of its balance. The other girls assumed she was short on funds and advised her to spend less. Jiang Xingyue, without flaunting her wealth, smiled and suggested, How about we go shopping for clothes this weekend? She had grown to a height of 1.3 meters, rendering her previous attire unwearable, necessitating the purchase of new garments. The other girls, of similar stature, fantasized about the types of clothing they wished to acquire. Jiang Xingyue sent a photo of their gathering to Shi Hizi, informing him that she was spending time with her female classmates and would return by 5 o'clock. Shi Hizi replied, All right, I'll come to pick you up at 5. In fact, he had arrived early to collect her and had seen her sitting on the grass with her classmates, enjoying snacks and laughter, so he refrained from interrupting. He waited in the car, attending to work matters in the meantime. When the clock struck 5, he called Jiang Xingyue, I've arrived. Jiang Xingyue brushed off the grass from her clothes and said to her classmates, My Ziz is here. I must return home. The girls waved goodbye. We're leaving too. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Jiang Xingyue ran cheerfully towards the car, her voice bright. Zi Shihizi observed her glowing smile and chuckled, Have you made new friends? Jiang Xingyue nodded enthusiastically, Yes, they are all wonderful. We plan to go shopping for clothes this weekend. Shihizi did not oppose her making friends, as he understood that every girl needs a few close friends to find joy. Therefore, he was supportive of her outings with her companions. However, he was wary of boys. Those at this age often exhibited a rather juvenile demeanor, and he did not want her to fall into the wrong crowd. Jiang Xingyue refrained from mentioning the earlier fight and instead asked, How is the investigation regarding Professor Wu progressing? Have those internet celebrity adventurers captured any evidence? Shihizi shook his head, stating that the group had not recorded anything of significance. Occasionally, they captured fleeting images of individuals in black attire, which held no value for him. However, the national leader had begun to harbor suspicions about Professor Wu, which he considered a positive development. In the evening, I will take you to a banquet at the Research Institute. When you see those superpowered beastmen, you need not fear. I will be there to ensure your safety. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. A banquet at the Research Institute? Is it a trap? Shihizi chuckled as he ruffled her hair. In a sense, yes, those individuals are fervent researchers. They might become a bit overzealous upon seeing you. But do not worry, I will protect you. Jiang Xingyue nodded, sensing that this banquet was anything but ordinary. Shihizi first took her to a restaurant for a meal. Although it was a banquet, he preferred not to let Jiang Xingyue eat the food served there. Who knew what peculiar dishes those researchers might offer? It was better to fill her stomach beforehand, so she could skip the banquet fare. Jiang Xingyue agreed, stating, I want to eat plenty. Shihizi, exasperated, replied, haven't you already consumed a lot of snacks? He had seen her indulging in cake, milk tea, and chips, and she had eaten quite a bit. Jiang Xingyue blushed. It wasn't much, just a few appetizers. She felt her stomach was still empty and could manage 3 bowls of noodles. Shihizi remarked, you certainly have quite an appetite. In Chapter 52, Jiang Xingyue finally meets the professors. Shihizi ultimately ordered her 2 bowls of rice, relying on side dishes to supplement her meal. He chose a pork trotter rice dish and a curry rice dish, hoping these 2 main courses would suffice. Jiang Xingyue was pleased and added several side dishes, cold fish skin, stir-fried beef tendons, and a refreshing salad, all of which were simply delectable. Shihizi had presumed she enjoyed Chinese cuisine but was pleasantly surprised by her enthusiasm. She could eat it every day without growing weary, whereas Western cuisine lost its appeal after just a few bites. It seemed this child was rather picky, relishing only these fragrant dishes while shunning dry, bland bread. Shihizi had originally thought these greasy meals were unhealthy, yet seeing her savoring them, he could not resist partaking in an extra bowl. After their meal, they proceeded to the banquet hall of the Research Institute. Jiang Xingyue reminded him, aren't you going to take me home to change into something more presentable? She had just come from school, looking rather disheveled, and the lingering aroma of the meal clung to her. With her keen sense of smell, she was acutely aware of the scent of sweat mingling with food, akin to a dirty child. After all, she was attending a banquet. Why hadn't he taken her back to freshen up? However, Shihizi believed this was quite fine. If you appear too pristine and beautiful, I fear they might take an interest in you. After all, who wouldn't he be drawn to an adorable little human? But if you look like a messy child, those who dislike children will likely keep their distance. He certainly did not want those fervent individuals to swoop in and snatch away his little human. Jiang Xingyue conceded that he had a point and decided to go along with it. Shihizi parked the car and took her hand as they entered. It was still early, yet a considerable number of attendees had already arrived. The professors from the Research Institute had come early, planning to dine in the banquet hall. The long tables for the buffet were already set up, and a group of professors, still in their work attire, had begun to fill their plates with food. Jiang Xingyue watched curiously as the professors clad in white lab coats bustled about. Most were tall and bespectacled, exuding an air of sophistication. Their beastman traits were somewhat subdued, suggesting they possessed decent superpowers. Shihizi had previously enlightened her about these professors, noting that each had their peculiar quirks. Professor Yang was a vegetarian who abhorred meat, while Professor Wen consumed only meat, avoiding vegetables entirely. Professor Hong preferred a balanced mix of both. Jiang Xingyue understood. Then I shall eat meat in front of Professor Yang and vegetables in front of Professor Wen. That way, I can irk them both. Shihizi smirked, stroking her head. You are quite the clever one. Jiang Xingyue smiled back, thinking to herself how he was genuinely fearful of her being taken away by another professor. As they entered, the professors, with their keen senses, immediately turned their attention to Jiang Xingyue. All eyes were on the young girl as they scrutinized her. Professor Yang, ever curious, approached her with a plate of vegetable salad. Examining Jiang Xingyue from head to toe, this child has grown quite rapidly. She is already 1.3 meters tall. Professor Wen chimed in, is it typical for humans to grow at such a pace? Historically, it was recorded that human growth cycles extend over 20 years. How has this little human grown so much in such a short time? Could it be related to the gravitational pull of the planet? Jiang Xingyue was at a loss for words. She had simply been an adult before her arrival, and her sudden diminishment in size probably did relate to planetary factors. However, she refrained from divulging the truth, as she was not yet acquainted with them. The professors continued to circle around her, some even reaching out to test her superpowers by placing fingers above her head. Professor Wen nodded, acknowledging her potential. Her superpower aptitude was decent, though her foundational abilities were rather weak. The other professors could not measure anything but perceived the little human as somewhat frail. One asked Shihizi, haven't you provided her with enough food? Shihizi shook his head, Her physique does not lend itself to gaining weight. The other professors frowned, expressing concern that if she wished to become a female warrior, her slenderness was inadequate. The previous director's son had adopted a girl who was also too frail, resulting in her swift demise. If only she had the stature of the female warrior from 500 years ago, who stood at 1.9 meters and weighed 170 pounds. Now that was robust. With such delicate bones, she would shatter at a mere pinch, rendering her unfit for battle. Shi Hezi intentionally showcased Jiang Xingyue's slender arms and legs to convince them that his little human was ill-suited for the battlefield. He certainly did not want the tragedy that befell Director Sun's adopted girl to befall his own. The professors indeed fell for this ruse, all lamenting Jiang Xingyue's height and weight. And he joined in, agreeing, yes, her physique is clearly inadequate. Jiang Xingyue silently observed his performance, even feigning a fall. Ouch, that hurts. She was merely pretending. However, Shi Hezi took her act seriously, quickly scooping her up to check if her slender arms and legs were injured. The other professors frowned deeply, their expressions indicating, too fragile, too weak. Jiang Xingyue pretended to feel dejected, burying her head against Shi Hezi's shoulder, but in reality, she was stifling laughter. Shi Hezi mirrored her displeasure. Training her is still feasible. Do not speak so harshly. The other professors collectively dismissed. All right, we will test her superpowers shortly. If they prove inadequate, she can return home to be kept as a pet. Shi Hezi's brow furrowed with concern. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Xingyue, silently urging her to perform at a moderate level during the upcoming evaluation. Do not be mediocre, yet do not be overly exceptional. Jiang Xingyue understands. Once the professors finish their meal, they will escort them to the superpower testing chamber. This chamber is typically reserved for assessing the abilities of highly gifted young orcs. Shi Hezi was tested there during his childhood. At that time. As soon as he entered the room, several bolts of lightning struck towards him. Fearing electrocution, he activated his freezing ability, instantly encasing the lightning in ice. The outcomes of the tests conducted in this chamber are always varied, leaving one to wonder what they would conjure for Jiang Xingyue. That a hint of trepidation fills her. If it becomes too terrifying, I fear I may inadvertently reveal my abilities, Shi Hezi reassures her. Do not worry, prioritize your own safety, I will assist you with the rest. He would never allow her to be harmed simply to conceal her powers. Rather, he encourages her to protect herself first. Jiang Xingyue comprehends this. Professor Wen opens the testing door and addresses Jiang Xingyue. Please enter. Jiang Xingyue glances back at Shi Hezi before turning and stepping inside. Shi Hezi is even more anxious than she is. For the damage inflicted within this testing chamber is not illusory. It can indeed cause real harm. Nevertheless, he knows this challenge is unavoidable for Jiang Xingyue and can only hope she emerges unscathed. Otherwise, he might very well obliterate the chamber. Once the testing door closes, Professor Wen presses a button and the test commences. Jiang Xingyue anxiously surveys her surroundings. The room is rather empty, devoid of any furnishings, with only transparent glass doors surrounding her. Yet, the air pressure feels unusually low, reminiscent of the oppressive sensation encountered in space during a crisis. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down towards her. Chapter 53. What kind of person is your sovereign? Jiang Xingyue swiftly dodges to the side as the lightning appears to sense her movement. Instantly, several bolts crackle in her direction. Startled, Jiang Xingyue screams and covers her head while continuing to flee. The testing chamber is relatively small, yet the lightning behaves like tentacles, striking everywhere. Jiang Xingyue evades and contemplates how long this lightning will persist. The group of professors outside the glass door furrows their brows. Glancing at Shi Hezi, is this the impressive ability you spoke of? Shi Hezi, unfazed, replies, I think it's decent. The other professors deem his response as mere flattery, believing he is overly indulgent towards this little human. Seeing the merit in her where there is none, in reality, this little human possesses quite average aptitude. The only aspect where she excels is her agility, which surpasses that of a monkey. However, this trait hardly qualifies as a warrior's strength, diminishing her stature as a formidable female fighter. The professors are left discontented. The lightning continues to strike, but Jiang Xingyue senses its potency diminishing, prompting her to stealthily make her way towards the door. The lightning, sensing her intent to escape, redirects its focus towards her. Jiang Xingyue feels the moment is right and utilizes her immobilizing ability against the lightning. Several bolts are immediately stilled. The professors watch in astonishment, realizing she possesses some merit after all. If this little human's immobilizing ability could encompass the entire planet, that would indeed be impressive. Their eyes gleam with fervor as they promptly amplify the lightning's intensity, eager to discover the extent of Jiang Xingyue's power. However, as the lightning intensifies, Jiang Xingyue begins to leap about uncontrollably like a monkey, shrieking in panic. The professors frown. Where is her immobilizing ability? Why isn't she employing it? Shi Hei's too furrows his brow, suppressing the urge to terminate the test, muttering, her immobilizing ability is inconsistent. It cannot be relied upon for combat. The professors share his realization, feeling a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Why can't she be a bit more formidable? Had they not witnessed the battle records of a female warrior from 5 centuries ago, they might have doubted humanity's prowess altogether. Yet, the sovereign had mentioned that human talents are diverse. Some excel in research, others in combat, and some in the arts. Not every human is suited to be a female warrior. Hence, they now believe Jiang Xingyue may not be cut out for this role. They inquire of Shi Hei's, what else can she do? Shi Hei's observes Jiang Xingyue bouncing around in the testing chamber and responds helplessly, she can eat quite a lot. The professors exchange incredulous glances. What kind of skill is that? Can mere gluttony compare to that of a voracious orc? Shi Hei's lists some of Jiang Xingyue's other attributes. She knows how to act cute, can fight, and has a knack for irritating others. Do these count? The professors shoot him a disdainful look, clearly uninterested in his commentary. Enough, the test is concluded. Take her to see the sovereign, they declare. Initially, they had anticipated some surprises, but were instead left with a sense of the mundane. The professors deactivate the testing equipment and allow Jiang Xingyue to exit. When she emerges, her forehead is slick with sweat. Goodness, that nearly exhausted her. Fortunately, the lightning did not strike her. Yet, she notices her agility seems to have improved significantly, perhaps due to her growth spurt or an enhancement of her abilities. Conversely, the other professors regard her as unremarkable. After all, the geniuses who come to this testing facility are all exceptionally gifted, and she stands out as particularly ordinary. They even stamped her evaluation with a mark indicating below-average performance. Jiang Xingyue is indifferent. She never intended to become embroiled in the conflicts of the Orc planet, nor would she ever step onto the battlefield for them. She is merely a transient visitor here, and it is far better to maintain a low profile as a guest. Shi Hei shares this sentiment. The Orcs are combative, and there is no need to involve innocents in their strife. As long as the sovereign harbors no intentions against Jiang Xingyue, he can rest easy. He takes her hand. Come, let me take you to meet the sovereign. It is Jiang Xingyue's first encounter with the so-called sovereign, and she is quite curious. What is your sovereign like? Is he amiable? Shi Hei's chuckles helplessly. How should I put it? Our sovereign is a multifaceted individual. He is quite kind and approachable towards ordinary Orc citizens, yet maintains a commanding presence before his subordinates. Most importantly, his thoughts are exceedingly difficult to decipher. Even assistants who have been by his side for many years cannot accurately gauge his intentions. Thus, he too is unable to fathom the sovereign's mind. Jiang Xingyue comprehends. It seems that the thoughts of any sovereign are inherently elusive, much like ancient monarchs whose intricate thoughts were inscrutable to those around them. Should this be the case, she knows how to navigate the situation. Shi Hei's leads her into the elevator, ascending to the 100th floor, where the sovereign's office is situated. In the elevator, Shi Hei's advises her not to be nervous. Jiang Xingyue looks up at him and smiles. I am not nervous. It is he who appears to be the more anxious of the two. Indeed, Shi Hei's is tense. Unable to grasp the sovereign's intentions, he is naturally concerned for Jiang Xingyue's safety. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Jiang Xingyue inquires, if the sovereign were to capture me, would you rush in to protect me? After a moment of silence, Shi Hei's nods, I would. The ice flame Black Wolf's instinct is to protect, even against more powerful foes. As long as the person he wishes to save is inside, he would bravely charge in to rescue them. With his assurance, Jiang Xingyue beams with satisfaction. She had initially thought Shi Hei's was the type of loyal subject who would follow their sovereign's commands to the letter. She never anticipated he possessed such independent thought. Jiang Xingyue's curiosity piqued, she asks, to what extent would you be willing to serve your sovereign? Shi Hei's shakes his head. It's not about serving. When I joined the guard, I took on a mission. My mission is to protect the planet and every citizen upon it.as for serving. That is not quite accurate. Jiang Xingyue understands. The mindset of the orcs on this planet differs from that of humans on Earth. They have not been indoctrinated by feudal ideologies. Rather, they each possess their own beliefs. Ding dong. The elevator arrives at the 100th floor and opens its doors. Shi Heis takes her hand and leads her into the sovereign's office. He knocks on the door. Come in. The electronic door opens automatically, revealing Shi Heis impeccably dressed in a suit, guiding Jiang Xingyue inside. Jiang Xingyue, on the other hand, appears disheveled, her hair a mess, resembling a filthy child who has rolled around on the playground. The sovereign gazes at Shi Heis and Jiang Xingyue with an inscrutable expression. Jiang Xingyue remains composed, unperturbed by his scrutiny. Noticing her audacity to meet his gaze, the sovereign can't help but chuckle. What are you looking at? Jiang Xingyue grins and replies, my classmates all say the sovereign is quite formidable, and I'm curious to see for myself. The sovereign chuckles, so, what have you discerned? Jiang Xingyue shakes her head. I cannot tell. Chapter 54. Shi Yinfeng arrives. Those in positions of power often yearn for the admiration of those beneath them, as reverence differs significantly from fear. The sovereign aspires to be a wise ruler, naturally relishing the adoration of others rather than being perceived as a venomous serpent. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Xingyue's words, he could not help but let out a soft chuckle, treating her as one would a child. He inquired how her classmates discussed him. Jiang Xingyue candidly replied, we are all speculating about what the esteemed sovereign truly is. However, no one can seem to decipher it. The sovereign, regarding her with raised eyebrows, asked, and what do you believe my true form to be? Jiang Xingyue shook her head, expressing her ignorance. Her demeanor was one of innocent bewilderment, genuinely lacking any hint of knowledge. The sovereign, in high spirits, burst into laughter. You are quite amusing, Shi Heis, standing nearby, also allowed a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, his little human was adorable, even managing to bring joy to the sovereign. Who would dare claim otherwise? The sovereign noted Shi Heis' proud expression and subtly curved his lips in response. He permitted Jiang Xingyue to go out and play for a while Shi Heis remained behind to converse. Jiang Xingyue obediently followed the guards outside. Once the door closed, Shi Heis respectfully bowed to the sovereign. Your Majesty? The sovereign gestured for him to take a seat. Holding the test results that had just been presented by the professors, he asked Shi Heis, what do you think of the little one's abilities? Shi Heis replied thoughtfully, I find them adequate, yet they do not meet the standards of the guard squad. The sovereign nodded in agreement. Not contesting his assessment, he then inquired, which field do you believe she is suited for? Shi Heis furrowed his brow, contemplating his response. At present, she seems solely focused on enjoyment and leisure, with no evident talent in any particular area. His words were indeed factual. Since Jiang Xingyue had arrived at his home, her behavior had mirrored that of an ordinary young beast man, indulging in food and fun, showing no interest in weapons or combat. He had documented all this in his report, which he believed the sovereign had already reviewed. The sovereign maintained a neutral expression, though a hint of disappointment was discernible. Previously, Director Sun had mentioned that not every human possesses the innate talent to become a female warrior. It appeared that the human he had taken under his wing lacked combat aptitude. He harbored a desire for more exceptionally gifted humans to join their planet, yet the vast distance between the two worlds made recruitment exceedingly challenging. Shi Heis was eager to inquire about how humans arrived on their planet, as he had promised to assist Jiang Xingyue in finding a way back. He sought to extract information from the sovereign, but the latter merely responded vaguely, I am uncertain of the specifics. Perhaps they come through a black hole. The phenomenon of black holes remained a mystery even to their planet. Who could truly ascertain what lurked within that dark vortex? Previously, humans had appeared quite suddenly, confounding many professors who could not unravel the enigma. Shi Heis, not having gleaned the information he sought, did not betray his disappointment, but rather expressed curiosity. If we were to discover a method to open this transport tunnel, could we not explore other planets? The sovereign nodded, acknowledging that Director Sun was still conducting research on the matter, suggesting they would discuss it further once results emerged. Return and continue to investigate this little one's talents. One day, she will surely find her niche. Shi Heis nodded and rose to take his leave. Then I shall return now. The sovereign inclined his head, permitting him to depart. As Shi Heis turned to leave, the sovereign observed his retreating figure, his gaze inscrutable and profound. Shi Hiyai's found Jiang Xingyue and took her hand as they headed home. Jiang Xingyue responded with a soft following him down the stairs. On their way home, she asked, "What did the sovereign discuss with you?" Shi Hiyai's furrowed his brow, replying, "It seems he has not given up on nurturing you." He pondered whether the sovereign had discovered Jiang Xingyue's pretense of weakness. Yet, Jiang Xingyue remained untroubled. "Let us take it one step at a time. As long as my life is not threatened, I shall work for the sovereign. After all, I still wish to return to Earth one day." Upon seeing her innocent demeanor, Shi Hiyai's felt that she was perhaps being overly simplistic in her thoughts. He suspected the sovereign's intentions were far more complex. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by the presence of Shi Yinfeng. The moment Shi Yinfeng spotted Shi Hiyai's, he appeared as though he had found a lifeline. "Second brother, save me," Shi Hiyai's, annoyed at his younger brother's antics, inquired. "What trouble have you caused this time?" Shi Yinfeng, with a look of grievance, replied, "I didn't do anything. Mother wants me to go on a date with the spoiled young lady from the Ice City family, and I don't want to go. So I came to seek refuge with you." He had no fondness for that demanding young lady, loathed the prospect of becoming a son-in-law, and detested blind dates. Hence he had fled. He cast a mournful glance at Jiang Xingyue. "What happened to your promise to plead my case to second brother? Have you forgotten entirely?" Jiang Xingyue, taken aback, finally recalled. "Oh, I completely forgot amidst everything that has been happening lately. Having accepted Shi Yinfeng's gift earlier, she had inadvertently overlooked his request." Shi Yinfeng's expression was one of deep disappointment. "Then please tell second brother that I wish to apply for the guard squad of the star team." Jiang Xingyue nodded. "I will speak on your behalf." She traversed from one end of the sofa to the other, wrapping her arms around Shi Hiyai's arm. "Ziz, your fifth brother wishes to apply for the guard squad you joined." Shi Hiyai's, his forehead creasing with 3 lines, remarked, "I heard you." Being on the same sofa, he had heard every word exchanged. His hearing was perfectly intact. Jiang Xingyue offered an awkward chuckle, "Since I accepted his dagger, I ought to at least advocate for him." Shi Hiyai's tousled her hair, dismissing her. "You should go wash up. You smell a bit." Jiang Xingyue lowered her head, taking a whiff, and indeed, she was rather odorous. She hurried off to the bathroom to clean up that eye in the living room. Only Shi Yinfeng and Shi Hiyai's remained. Shi Yinfeng gestured with his fingers, pleading, "Second brother." Shi Hiyai's, displeased with his sibling's display of affection, raised a hand to silence him. "Do you genuinely wish to join the guard squad of the planetary capital?" Shi Yinfeng nodded eagerly. "I do." He had always desired it. The guard squad of the planetary capital was significantly cooler than that of the provincial city. As a child, he had watched his second brother emerge from the planetary guard squad, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness. He had long dreamed of being as formidable as his brother. Shi Hiyai sighed. Recognizing that his younger brother had been overly sheltered by their mother, "I advise you. The training in the planetary guard squad is arduous, and there is no shortage of intrigue and rivalry within. Are you certain you can adapt to such an environment?" Chapter 55. Sending Shi Yinfeng to the guard squad. It was the first time Shi Yinfeng had heard such words from Shi Hiyai's. Previously, he had only known that Shi Hiyai served as the captain of the planetary guard squad, which he considered to be a rather impressive feat. This was the first time he had heard Shi Hiyai speak of the darker side of the guard squad. He listened intently. "I understand that conflict exists everywhere. Even in the provincial guard squad, there are factions and divisions. Intrigue and rivalry are also present." Yet, he still wished to give it a try. Shi Hiyai's understood this mindset. Humans often longed for what they did not possess. Those within the walls yearned to escape, while those outside sought entry. He did not deter him. Nodding, "Tomorrow there happens to be an opportunity to register. I have a family member who can recommend you. That I will take you to sign up." Shi Yinfeng cheered. "Yay, thank you, second brother." He leaped up, exuberantly bouncing around the room. Shi Hiyai's observed his younger brother's innocent demeanor, thinking that he still resembled a child who had yet to grow up. After Jiang Xingyue finished her shower, she changed into clean clothing, her hair still damp. She initially intended to have a robot dry her hair, but Shi Hiyai's took the hairdryer, standing behind her. "Allow me." Jiang Xingyue tilted her head back to look at him, smiling brightly. "All right." Shi Hiyai's expertly handled the hairdryer with one hand while gently lifting her hair with the other. He blew her hair dry with the dexterity of a seasoned hairstylist. Shi Yinfeng watched in astonishment, realizing for the first time that his brother had such a peculiar hobby, enjoying the act of drying a little human's hair. It was akin to a boy delighting in styling a doll's hair. It seemed that beneath Shi Hiai's exterior, there resided a heart that cherished such adorable creatures. Now, he knew what to gift his brother for his birthday. After Jiang Xingyue's hair was dry, she scampered over, calling for Shi Yinfeng. Come on, let us eat. Their dining area was separate from the living room. Due to Shi Yinfeng's arrival, 3 additional dishes were prepared for dinner. Shi Yinfeng caught a whiff of the aroma. Wow, second brother, your takeout is quite lavish. Unlike his home, where he was seldom allowed to indulge in takeout without his mother's incessant nagging. Observing the table laden with Chinese cuisine and barbecued meat, Shi Yinfeng wasted no time, diving into the barbecue. This lamb is so tender. There's no gamey taste at all. It's delightful. This barbecued beef rib is also quite good. The flavor is entirely different from the way we make it back home. Shi Yinfeng savored his meal heartily, while Jiang Xingyue and Shi Hiai's maintained a more refined pace. Having already eaten before returning home, they were not particularly hungry at the moment. In contrast, Shi Yinfeng devoured his food as if he had not eaten in ages. Jiang Xingyue stared in disbelief. How long has it been since you last ate? How could you be this famished? He finished off half a lamb and a half rack of beef ribs. Once Shi Yinfeng had his fill, he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. I was locked up for 3 days. During that time, I did not eat a single bite. How could I not be hungry? Jiang Xingyue exchanged a glance with Shi Hiai's. Is that so? In the realm of the ethereal, Shi Yinfeng found himself entangled in a heated altercation with the eldest daughter of the Bing family. Their dispute escalated to physicality, resulting in her striking him, to which he retaliated by pushing her to the ground. Enraged, she hurried home to lodge a complaint. Consequently, she faced punishment. Naturally, Shi's mother could not bear to inflict harm upon him. Yet she deemed it acceptable to impose restrictions on his meals. However, Shi Yinfeng was unyielding in his rejection of this punishment, for he believed he was in the right. It was clearly Miss Bing who had initiated the conflict. Why should he be penalized for defending himself? After enduring 3 days of hunger, he decided to flee. Jiang Xingyue praised him, exclaiming that he should have escaped the very next day. How could you endure for 3 days? Shi Yinfeng chuckled. Do you think I didn't want to leave the next day? It was simply because I couldn't find the key. Curiously, Jiang Xingyue inquired if he had ultimately located it. Shi Yinfeng shook his head, confessing he had not found it. Thus, he resorted to climbing out of the chimney, for both the doors and windows were securely locked. He had to make his escape while everyone was deep in slumber. At that moment, his family was likely still unaware of his departure. After all, Shi's mother had intended to starve him for 5 days, planning to negotiate with him once he was too weak to resist. Shi Yinfeng scoffed, declaring that he had no intention of marrying that headstrong and willful young lady from Ice City. Tomorrow, I shall enlist in the Planetary Guard. By then, it will be of no consequence to them. Shi Hiai's did not object, but Jiang Xingyue interjected. If your mother finds out, she will surely scold Ziz, won't she? After all, it was Shi Hiai's who had assisted with the registration, so he would undoubtedly face reprimand as well. Moreover, the Bing family would likely express their grievances towards Shi Hiai's. Shi Yinfeng sighed in frustration. What am I to do? Am I truly destined to become the son-in-law of Ice City? Jiang Xingyue turned her gaze towards Shi Hiai's, asking Ziz, what is your perspective on this matter? Shi Hiai's elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, the young lady from the Bing family is indeed not suited for the 5th son. I have encountered her, and she is nothing more than a thoughtless and impulsive individual. Should he marry such a temperamental and irrational wife, their union would hardly be a happy one. As for any potential reprimands, he remained indifferent. Having assumed the role of an elder brother, he felt a sense of responsibility to protect his younger sibling. Nevertheless, there would need to be an explanation from the Bing family as well. Shi Hiai's retrieved his high-tech phone and retreated to his study to make a call. Shi Yinfeng and Jiang Xingyue stealthily followed to eavesdrop, but the soundproofing of the study proved too effective for them to overhear anything. Upon completing his call, Shi Hiai's emerged to find the two of them listening in. He informed Shi Yinfeng, I will take you to register tomorrow. Shi Yinfeng beamed with joy, exclaiming, second brother, you are truly my deity. My one and only deity. He cast a rare glance at him, humorously declaring, divine gold. Jiang Xingyue stifled a giggle, finding Shi Yinfeng's antics both exasperating and amusing. The following day, Shi Yinfeng was the first to rise. The thought of registering for the Planetary Guard filled him with exhilaration. He promptly tidied himself, shaving and styling his hair, even selecting clothing from Shi Hiai's wardrobe, convinced that his brother's attire was the epitome of style. In essence, he was a devoted fan of his elder brother, eager to emulate him in every way. Shi Hiai's, disturbed by the clamor of his younger sibling, felt the urge to reprimand him, but Shi Yanfeng, with a mischievous grin, announced, "Second brother, breakfast is ready. I made all your childhood favorites, and I prepared a portion for Xingxing as well." Shi Hiai's glanced at the other bed, where Jiang Xingyue, draped in a princess-style veil, slept soundly. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Since growing up, she seemed to place greater emphasis on privacy. Although she had not mentioned the matter of separate rooms, she always drew the curtain at night, claiming that girls preferred to sleep this way for a sense of security. Previously, he had viewed her as a mere child, not considering the implications. Yet now, witnessing her desire for personal space, she appeared more like a little adult. It was indeed time to provide her with her own room, as children of her age typically sought independence. Shi Yanfeng, however, still regarded Jiang Xingyue as a child, and he playfully pulled aside the veil, insisting, "Hey, Jiang Xingxing, rise and shine. Today, I'm going to register for the guard, and you must come to cheer me on." Chapter 56. Taking Shi Yanfeng to register, Jiang Xingyue, having been abruptly awakened, was irked and instinctively kicked Shi Yanfeng in the face. Nearly disfiguring him, Shi Yanfeng yelped, "You ambushed me." Jiang Xingyue glared at him, still grumpy from sleep, and commanded, "Get lost." Yet, unfazed by her outburst, Shi Yanfeng continued to plead, "Xingxing, please get up. You must cheer for me today." Although he had secured a spot for registration, he knew that the process would involve rigorous selection before he could gain entry. His heart raced with excitement and anxiety, prompting him to seek the support of those around him. Jiang Xingyue initially contemplated kicking him again, but the sight of his eager expression softened her resolve. With a reluctant sigh, she relented. "Fine, I'll get up." She trudged to the bathroom to brush her teeth and change clothes. By the time she emerged, Shi Yanfeng was eagerly waiting at the door, adopting a theatrical pose and announcing, "Miss Xingxing, this way, please." Jiang Xingyue found his antics amusing, resting her hand on his, channeling her inner empress. "Little Fengzi, let us embark." Shi Yanfeng, though confused, played along and replied, "Please, take your time." Shi Hiai's, casting a cold glance at the two of them, could no longer tolerate the scene and barked, "Aren't you two coming to eat?" His tone was firm, and Shi Yanfeng, not daring to provoke him, promptly abandoned Jiang Xingyue and hurried over. Fearing she might miss out on breakfast, Jiang Xingyue dashed after him. Shi Hiai's habitually poured her a glass of milk, urging her to eat nutritiously. Since noticing her slight frame, he had made it his mission to ensure she received proper nourishment. Jiang Xingyue drank the milk, having discovered that the milk from the Beastman planet was indeed rich in calcium. Following her last health check, her doctor had mentioned a calcium deficiency, but after a week of consuming Beastman milk, her levels had normalized. She tilted her head back, finishing the glass, leaving a ring of milk around her mouth. Shi Hiai's handed her a napkin to wipe it off, then remarked upon her ill-fitting clothes, "We'll go shopping for new clothes tonight." Jiang Xingyue replied, "I've already arranged to go with my classmates on Saturday." Shi Hiai suggested, "Let us buy a little tonight, and you can get more on Saturday." Jiang Xingyue agreed, "All right, 2 shopping trips sound great." Shi Yanfeng was taken aback by his usually cold and distant brother's warm and considerate demeanor. The gestures of buying clothes and offering milk made him seem both paternal and maternal. With a cheeky grin, Shi Yanfeng leaned closer, teasing, "Second brother, you're not thinking of becoming a hands-on dad, are you? After all, many people today want children without the commitment of marriage." He observed that Shi Hiai's did not appear to desire marriage, yet he also sensed a reluctance to face loneliness in old age. Perhaps he intended to raise this little human to care for him in his twilight years. Shi Hiai shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you wish to forego registration?" His incessant chatter was irksome. Shi Yanfeng quickly backtracked. All right, I'll be quiet." He hastily stuffed his mouth with food, ensuring he savored every morsel before heading to training, lest there be a lack of good food later. Jiang Xingyue watched him devour his meal, joining in with her own hearty eating. Shi Hiai's brow furrowed as he observed, "I told you, bringing Shi Yanfeng here will spoil my little human." It was evident that when Jiang Xingyue was with him, her eating habits became far more refined. Now, however, she was devouring her food like a piglet, taking 3 bites of a bun before swallowing, and immediately reaching for another. He glanced at Jiang Xingyue, correcting her. "Eat properly, Jiang Xingyue paused, her actions halted by his words. Shi Hiai's activated the 80-inch screen, displaying her eating habits. See how you eat. On the large screen, her ungainly manner was evident, though it appeared appetizing. It lacked elegance, resembling a little piglet. Jiang Xingyue's face flushed with embarrassment. Delete that. I don't eat like that anymore. She set down the bun and attempted to mimic Shi Hiai's refined eating style. With a resigned smile, he turned off the display. Meanwhile, Shi Yanfeng remained oblivious, continuing to eat heartily. After finishing, he hurried to rinse his mouth, keen to maintain his image. Jiang Xingyue noted that despite consuming so much, his stomach remained flat, confirming that he had a bottomless appetite. At this early hour, Shi Hiai's led them to the registration area. Jiang Xingyue found the place intriguing, as it was bustling with people. The registration zone for the guard was crowded, with many seeking to enlist, but whether they would succeed in passing the preliminary selection remained uncertain. Shi Hiai's guided Shi Yanfeng to the registration desk, where the attendant stood respectfully upon seeing him. Captain Shi, they greeted. Shi Hiai's nodded and requested that they assist Shi Yanfeng with his registration. Coincidentally, members of the Jin and Wu families had also arrived. Including the young master of the Bing family, Shi Yanfeng was taken aback. Why is that brat here? He had never clicked with either Miss Bing or the young master, as their eyes met. Both exchanged a disdainful snort. That I secured him an additional spot, Shi Hiai's explained. Although the young master of the Bing family was still a month shy of the registration age, the upcoming deadline would mean a 4-year wait for the next opportunity. Shi Hiai's had granted them a favor, viewing it as compensation for the trouble caused by Shi Yanfeng. The young master regarded Shi Hiai's with admiration, addressing him as Big Brother Shi. Shi Hiai's offered a reassuring pat on the young man's shoulder, advising him to get along well with Shi Yanfeng. After all, they are old acquaintances in the midst of the new recruits. If they do not band together, they are likely to be bullied. The young master from Ice City is quite obedient to Shi Hiai's. Nodding in agreement, Shi Hiai's also advises Shi Yanfeng to keep a tight lip among the newcomers and not to divulge everything to others. Furthermore, in case of any incidents, he must promptly document everything to avoid suffering in silence. Shi Yanfeng understands, nodding obediently. I got it. At this moment, Jin Bai approached with a flirtatious glint in her eyes. Shi Hiai's, did you bring your brother to register? Coincidentally, my brother also wishes to join the guard team. Let them three keep each other company, shall we? Shi Hiai's neither opposed nor agreed, simply muttering ambiguously, let them play. However, Jin Bai interpreted this as consent, her mood brightening. Do you have time this weekend? I would like to invite you to dinner. Shi Hiai's declined, stating he would be on a business trip. After saying this, he turned and left, brushing past Professor Wu. Professor Wu called out to him, Captain Shi, you performed admirably on this mission. Has the Lord rewarded you? Shi Hiai's halted, casting a cold gaze at him. Serving the planet is my duty. I require no reward. Although he had not yet caught on to Professor Wu being a spy from the enemy planet, he was confident that one day he would uncover his secrets. Professor Wu smirked disdainfully. It seems you are quite loyal to the Beastman planet. He initially intended to win Shi Hiai's over, but Shi Hiai's was too resolute in his convictions and not easily swayed. Unable to recruit him, he contemplated ways to undermine him. Unfortunately, this wolf was too cunning. Despite several schemes, he had failed to bring about his demise. It appeared he would have to devise other strategies. Chapter 57. Taking the little human to buy clothes, Shi Hiai's departed with Jiang Xingyue, while Professor Wu watched their retreating figures, his eyes darkening. Shi Hiai's, I will not let you off the hook. Jiang Xingyue sensed the piercing gaze behind her and turned to meet Professor Wu's dangerous eyes. She said to Shi Hiai's, that Professor Wu seems unwilling to give up. He will likely cause you more trouble. Shi Hiai's, exuding confidence, responded, it's fine. I can handle it. He was not concerned about lacking leverage against Professor Wu. If the latter attempted to harm him again, it would only expose his own vulnerabilities. Jiang Xingyue sighed, why does he want to harm you? Can't we coexist peacefully? Shi Hiai's shook his head and led her to the car, quietly informing her. Professor Wu might be a spy for the enemy planet. I just can't find evidence of his treachery for now. He had privately investigated Professor Wu, but the records indicated that he had been on the Beastman planet since birth, with physical traits identical to theirs. Even the older professors at the Research Institute had grown up with him, and the Lord had known him since childhood. Thus, no one would suspect him of being a spy for the enemy planet. Jiang Xingyue, curious, asked, "How do you know?" Shi Hiai's expression darkened slightly. "I have seen him conversing with a shadow on 2 occasions. Although I was at a distance, I sensed that the shadow was indeed from the enemy. Their aura is distinctly different. The beastmen exude a relaxed energy, while the enemy's presence is taut and aggressive, as if they are always ready to fight." Jiang Xingyue understood. So the enemy's people are emotionally unstable? Shi Hiai's chuckled, "Pretty much. After all, every war has been initiated by the enemy planet. Despite the vast distance between the 2 planets, their advanced technology allows for battles in the space between them. However, neither side has truly benefited from these conflicts." Jiang Xingyue inquired, "Which planet is stronger?" Shi Hiai's replied, "The people of the Beastman planet are more intelligent, adept in warfare, and possess advanced weaponry. However, the enemy's warriors are incredibly strong, with one of them able to match 10 of us, and their weaponry is predominantly explosive in nature. They rely on their fearless ferocity. Sometimes, they fight recklessly, which makes them formidable. Nevertheless, the advanced technology of the Beastman planet has evolved significantly, allowing a single weapon to resolve conflicts. Hence, the enemy has refrained from making any rash moves in recent years. After all, those with superior weaponry speak with authority." Jiang Xingyue grasped the concept, "So we need to develop powerful technology. This way, the enemy will think twice before waging war." Shi Hiai's, pleased, ruffled her hair. "Indeed, the Lord has been diligently cultivating scientists in recent years. Work hard and see if you can excel in research. So you won't be sent to the battlefield." Jiang Xingyue nodded. "All right, I will strive for that." Uncertain if she could return to Earth, she felt the need to prepare for both possibilities. If she could not go back, she must contribute something on the Beastman planet, lest she become a burden to Shi Hiai's. Conversely, becoming stronger would also benefit her return to Earth. Thus, she resolved to study diligently from that moment on. Shi Hiai's perceived that she had not only grown physically but also matured in her thinking. Contentedly, he touched her now delicate face and smiled. "You have grown quite a bit." Jiang Xingyue, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Of course, I am a little adult now." Shi Hiai's found it amusing and sincerely asked, "Do all humans grow this quickly?" The growth cycle of beastmen is already considered rapid. Some can walk as soon as they are born. Others might not have eyes at birth, but undergo changes within a few months. Yet none grow as dramatically as humans do, going from a mere cub 1 month to a blossoming young lady the next. This transformation is indeed quite astonishing. Jiang Xingyue felt a bit shy and explained, "Actually, I was already an adult. I just shrank due to the magnetic field's influence." She added earnestly, "Not all humans grow like this. Most have a growth cycle of 18 years, from birth to adulthood." Shi Hiai's nodded, acknowledging the records that supported her statement. He also recognized that Jiang Xingyue was rather unique. Perhaps she had never truly been a cub, but had merely undergone a sudden change in size. Nonetheless, since she did not mention it, he chose not to pursue the matter as long as she posed no threat to this planet or to him. Her growth rate was inconsequential. Upon arriving at school, Shi Hiai said, "I will pick you up after school to buy clothes." Jiang Xingyue cheerfully replied, "Okay." She happily exited the car, only to run into the group of female classmates from the previous day. "Xingxing, you came?" Jiang Xingyue smiled as she ran towards them. "Good morning." The classmates joined hands, saying, "Let us go to class," from the car. Shi Hiai's observed their camaraderie, feeling a twinge of jealousy. His little human seemed quite popular and appeared genuinely happy. Well, as long as she was content, that was what mattered. He made a U-turn and drove to work. At 4 in the afternoon, after school, Jiang Xingyue's classmates initially intended to invite her to take sticker photos. There were numerous such booths near the elementary school, and they wanted to give it a try. However, Jiang Xingyue remembered Shi Hiai's was coming to take her shopping for clothes, so she said, "Let us do it another time. Tomorrow, perhaps? I don't really like my outfit today. I'll wear something prettier tomorrow." The other classmates glanced at her attire and agreed that she should indeed wear something nicer. "All right, let us go together tomorrow." After parting ways with them, Jiang Xingyue stepped out of the school gate and spotted Shi Hiai's car. She joyfully ran over, and as she approached, the car door opened automatically for her. Sitting inside, she beamed, "Z's, which mall are we going to for clothes?" Shi Hiai's activated the navigation, heading to a popular shop. His little human had grown taller and was no longer the cub she once was. She needed clothes that reflected her new stature. He had done his research and learned that young girls loved fashion and desired beautiful attire. Thus, he consulted a fashion website and found a trendy clothing store that was particularly favored by young girls. Jiang Xingyue was excited. Previously, she had only worn cute children's clothing. Now that she had grown, her options had expanded significantly. Upon arriving at the trendy store, they indeed found many young girls selecting outfits. Shi Hei's led her inside. He first glanced at the racks of dresses, vibrant and adorned with lace, all resembling princess gowns. Then he looked at the sets of cute tops paired with lovely pants. They were quite appealing. Allowing Jiang Xingyue to choose freely, he encouraged, "Take whatever you like. There's no limit." Jiang Xingyue adored his generous demeanor and, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Then I'll take a lot." Shi Hei's chuckled, handing her a basket to fill. She gleefully scoured the store, picking out her favorites and holding them up to the mirror for a glance. She didn't even bother trying them on. If she liked it, she simply took it. Chapter 58. Shi's mother arrives. Shi Hei's patiently waited on the sofa, checking his phone messages. Just then, a message from his mother arrived. "Where are you?" Shi Hei's furrowed his brow slightly and after a moment replied. "Is there something?" Seeing his tone, Shi's mother became even more irritated. "Has your brother come looking for you?" "Yes." His succinct response only fueled her frustration as she stomped her foot. "You need to come back home right now." Shi Hei's understood. His mother had come to the capital to find him, he sighed, knowing that a lecture awaited him upon his return, and simply replied, "I'll be there shortly, madam." She was filled with frustration upon realizing that he could not return immediately. The steward, however, respectfully poured her some tea, explaining that the young master was quite busy at the moment, with a heavy workload each day, making it uncertain whether he would return on time. Although madam she understood his commitments, she did not press him. Instead, she wandered into the living room, opened the refrigerator, and glanced around, only to find it stocked with snacks and beverages. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Is this all he consumes regularly?" The steward shook his head, clarifying that these were merely what Miss Jiang Xingyue ate. With a frown deepening, madam she pondered whether Shi Hei's typically cared for humans in such a manner. Though he seemed to be quite fond of that little human, why did he only provide snacks? It appeared that, indeed, the young man was rather unrefined, lacking an understanding of the importance of a balanced diet for a child. No wonder the little human looked so frail. It was evident that the second son was not adept at parenting. Determined to remedy this, madam she promptly grabbed her bag and headed to the supermarket. Returning with a bounty of lamb and beef, she also purchased some medicinal herbs, intending to prepare a nourishing beef stew for both Shi Hei's and Jiang Xingyue. The steward observed her actions, thinking to himself that despite Madame Shi's unappealing manner of speech, her heart was not malicious. At least, she always cooked for Shi Hei's whenever she visited. Though the mother and son often quarreled, they still cared for one another. However, their interactions were somewhat clumsy. If only Madame Shi could express herself more gently. Meanwhile, Shi Hei's waited for Jiang Xingyue to finish her shopping before proceeding to the checkout. He carried 4 large bags filled with clothes and called out to Jiang Xingyue, "Let's head back." Jiang Xingyue, feeling satisfied, rushed over to assist him, sweetly saying, "Ziz, when I grow up and earn money, I will buy you lots of clothes." Shi Hai smiled. Although her words seemed somewhat fanciful, it was the first time someone had promised him such a thing, and he found it quite touching, accepting her sentiment. "All right, I look forward to it when Xingxing has the means." Jiang Xingyue beamed with happiness, adding Shi Hei's to her list of those she wished to support in the future. Previously, she had only considered her parents, but now Shi Hei's joined that list. He placed the clothes in the back seat and drove her home, informing her along the way, "My mother has come." Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. "Your mother? Is she here to confront Shi Yanfeng?" Shi Hei's nodded but added, however, "She arrived too late. Once Shi Yanfeng joins the guard team, he is prohibited from leaving unless there is a significant incident, unless he fails training and is dismissed. He cannot leave on his own accord." Jiang Xingyue expressed her concern. "Then your mother will likely cause a scene, right?" Shi Hai shook his head confidently. "No, she knows me well. Now that things are set in motion, the most she will do is scold him a bit. She wouldn't he truly jeopardize his future. That said, Shi Yanfeng will undoubtedly face some consequences." Jiang Xingyue worriedly asked, "She won't hit you, will she?" Shi Hei's assured her, "No, she isn't my adversary." Jiang Xingyue chuckled, "As long as she doesn't strike you, I have no objections." Shi Hei's reciprocated her smile, suggesting, "If you wish to avoid her nagging, you can practice your superpowers in the backyard." Jiang Xingyue agreed. "Don't worry, I can't tell your mother won't truly bully me. She'll just vent a little." Upon arriving home, they were greeted by the rich aroma of beef stew wafting through the air, accompanied by a hint of herbal scent, indicative of a nourishing broth. Seeing them return, Madame Shi, clad in an apron, snapped, "You're only just back now." Jiang Xingyue cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Madame Shi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young girl, asking, "Who are you? That little human cub? How have you grown so much, resembling a young lady?" Jiang Xingyue replied with a grin, "Perhaps it's the ample sunlight here. A little exposure and I grow taller." Though Madame Shi found it peculiar, she acknowledged that every beastman had a different growth cycle and perhaps humans were indeed unique, so she did not dwell on it further. She shot a pointed look at Shi Hei's, commanding, "Eat first." Shi Hei's responded with an "Oh," and went to change clothes, followed by Jiang Xingyue, who also changed into something fresh. Once seated, Madame Shi served each of them a bowl of beef stew, alongside fragrant bread, lamb chops, and a box of fresh strawberries. Jiang Xingyue eagerly took a sip of the rich broth, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Wow, this soup is so delicious," Madame Shi puffed with pride. "Of course, my soup-making skills are quite commendable." Yet, she rarely cooked at home, leaving her family seldom able to enjoy her culinary creations. Each time she visited Shi Hei's, she would prepare a pot of soup, only to leave in a huff after their arguments. Shi Hei's quietly sipped his soup, finding solace in the knowledge that his mother cared for him, especially since his brothers hadn't had the chance to enjoy her stew. Satisfied by their enjoyment, Madame Shi felt content, though her demeanor remained frosty. "Eat your vegetables," she instructed. The dietary habits of wolf beastmen were diverse, encompassing meat, vegetables, and fruits. Jiang Xingyue and Shi Hei's obediently finished their meals, feeling nourished and hopeful for growth. After the meal, as they moved to the living room, Madame Shi inquired about Shi Yinfeng. Upon learning he had run away, she suspected her younger son would seek refuge here. But she hadn't expected to find him absent upon her arrival. Shi Hei's did not conceal the truth, stating, "He is engaged in training with the guard team." Madame Shi's brow furrowed, "That rascal. He truly doesn't make things easy for me. Is he that reluctant to marry the young lady from the I-City family?" Shi Hei's refrained from dissuading her, simply stating, "If he wants to fight for it, let him. Otherwise, he won't be able to let it go." Madame Shi understood this well. Otherwise, she would have already retrieved Shi Yinfeng for a proper scolding. Yet, children are often like that. The more they are denied something, the more they yearn for it. It was better to let him venture forth and learn through experience that her intentions were for his benefit. With a deep sigh, she began to admonish Shi Hei's. "Why didn't you try to stop him?" Shi Hei's leisurely sipped his coffee, relaxed. "He doesn't listen. I'll leave everything to Shi Yinfeng. After all, that boy always found ways to trouble him." Indeed, hearing this only intensified Madame Shi's anger towards her younger son, but she did not direct her ire at Shi Hei's. Instead, she muttered, "You should eat more nutritious food and refrain from those snacks. And don't feed that little girl junk food. Look at how thin she is." Jiang Xingyue, who was seated on the sofa munching on potato chips, had a naturally petite frame, having inherited it from her mother. Otherwise, she too wished to be tall and robust, possessing formidable strength. Madame Shi was convinced that Jiang Xingyue's slender build was a result of Shi Hei's inadequate care. She insisted, "You need to ensure she gets proper nutrition. When you were young, I always made you nourishing soups. Drink more, and you'll gain weight." She glanced at her sons, all of whom were robust, if not overweight, as the Black Wolf family preferred strength over excess weight. However, Madame Shi found Jiang Xingyue's slight frame unsatisfactory, feeling that a mere slap could easily topple her. Jiang Xingyue thought to herself that the aesthetic preferences of beastmen leaned towards robustness, regardless of height. They favored sturdy physiques, unlike some in her hometown who only admired the pale and slender. The more Madame Shi scrutinized Jiang Xingyue's thin arms and legs, the less satisfied she became, suggesting, "How about I take the little human back with me for a couple of months? I am confident I can help her gain some weight." Shi Hei's raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Aren't you the one who said you didn't like her? You previously stated you didn't want my little human to appear before you again. What has changed?" Madame Shi coughed lightly, attempting to justify herself. "Well, since I've taken her in, shouldn't I care for her a bit better? Otherwise, people might think we can't provide proper care." Her mindset was akin to initially opposing her son keeping a cat, only to later accept it and wish to assist in its upbringing. Shi Hei's could only shake his head in resignation. "She still needs to attend school. The school lunches are quite nutritious. His implication was a polite refusal of her proposal. Madam, she pouted in dissatisfaction. What kind of nutritious lunch can a school provide? It's all prepackaged meals that I've seen the news. Some proprietors care less about cooking than their customers, relying on pre-made meals. Unlike our family, which only consumes fresh food to maintain robust health, he eyes considered her point. In the future, I will have her bring her own meals from home. Madam, she was finally satisfied, adding, otherwise, you might as well hire a chef. Robot-cooked meals lack the right finesse. While he eyes didn't share her enjoyment of such luxuries, he acknowledged that given Jiang Xingyue was growing, arranging for private meals that were freshly prepared and delivered daily might be a good idea. Jiang Xingyue hadn't anticipated that they would discuss her for such an extended period. However, as long as they didn't pester her, she had no objections. After discussing Jiang Xingyue, Madam, she shifted her focus to Shi Yinfeng, questioning, is it all right for the fifth son to join the guard team? I've heard that the guard teams in the capital are divided into factions. Being new, I wonder if he might face bullying. Shi eyes was not worried. He is not foolish. After a few days, he'll figure out how to navigate social dynamics. In his youth, when he joined the guard, he faced numerous challenges and hardships. However, it is said that a young person learns from their mistakes, and with each misstep, wisdom blossoms. Shi Yinfeng is not lacking in intelligence. With a bit more experience, his growth will be swift. Shi Mama harbors a fair degree of trust in Shi Heizei. After all, they are brothers, and naturally, one would not wish harm upon their own kin. The only concern lies with the Bingqing family, which poses a delicate situation. She inquired of Shi Heizei, have you taken any shortcuts for the Bingqing family? How else could they quiet down after just a few disturbances? Shi Heizei did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. However, he clarified that it was not precisely a shortcut. The young heir of the Bingqing family already possessed considerable talent. He had merely offended some individuals here, which led to his being dismissed due to a mere month's age difference. With a slight adjustment in connections and the heiress' own sufficient abilities, they finally consented to allow him entry. Shi Mama sighed in relief. That as well. The head of the Bingqing family also desired for his children to join the national team's guard. However, due to past grievances with this side, they had been denied selection quotas. Now that the young master of Bingqing could enter, it would certainly ease the tensions between the two families. As for Shi Yinfeng, she felt at a loss regarding her youngest son. She asked Shi Heizei, do you also believe that your brother is unsuitable for the young lady of the Bingqing family? Shi Heizei shook his head, stating, the fifth brother's maturity is still developing. Let him grow for another couple of years, and we shall see what choices he makes. In his view, marriage is a matter of great gravity. If one cannot wed a soulmate, it is better not to marry at all. He has no desire to entangle himself for the latter half of his life with someone he does not cherish. Shi Mama sighed twice. None of you 5 brothers are a source of comfort. The eldest appears dutiful yet is quite opinionated. The second seems reserved but pays no heed to my counsel. The third and fourth are gentle in demeanor yet possess a multitude of schemes. The youngest, while seemingly cheerful, is the most rebellious. I am truly at my wits' end. I have borne 5 sons, yet not one brings me peace. Noticing the 2 new strands of white in her hair, Shi Heizei offered, children will find their own fortune. Do not concern yourself with us. Spend some time traveling with my father instead. Shi Mama shot him a reproachful glance. It is easy for you to say that. None of you have settled on your marital prospects. How can I find the heart to travel? She probed Shi Heizei. What you mentioned earlier about having someone you like, could it be a fabrication? Shi Heizei nodded. Indeed. Shi Mama's eyes widened. She had suspected as much. Shi Heizei's temperament did not seem conducive to infatuation. She cautiously inquired, the family places considerable importance on your marriage. If you do not have someone in mind, would you be open to introductions from the family? Shi Heizei resolutely declined. No, please do not let them bother me. If they do, I shall not return for the new year. Shi Mama's eyes widened in disbelief. Instinctively, she wanted to protest, but recalling last year's quarrel that led to his absence from home, she held her tongue. Instead, she slumped onto the sofa, clutching her chest, with a look of despair. What have I borne but a collection of debt collectors? None of them have provided me with solace. Jiang Xingyue approached to console her. Auntie, they have all grown up. They are adults now, and your nurturing obligations have been fulfilled. Perhaps it is time to dedicate more time to yourself. With so many children, each with their own opinions, intervening too much will only lead to frustration for both parties. It would be wiser to reserve time for yourself and enrich your own life. She Mama cast a sidelong glance at her. You are still young and do not comprehend a mother's anxieties. Jiang Xingyue frowned. If motherhood entails such anxieties, then I shall forego it. She Mama, you little rascal. How have the thoughts of today's youth become so peculiar? Is not the purpose of having children to worry about them for a lifetime? Who would shy away from such concerns? Jiang Xingyue perceived that Shi Mama's mindset bore a resemblance to those of her own hometown. It seems the role of motherhood is universally fraught with worry. Fortunately, her parents understand the importance of self-love. Although they cherish her, they also prioritize their own needs and allocate time for themselves. She is grateful that they are not overly rigid. Otherwise, her prolonged absence might have led them to despair. Shi Mama, feeling disheartened, retired to her guest room early. Shi Heizei, however, appeared largely unaffected. Jiang Xingyue inquired, "How long will your mother be staying here?" Chapter 60. Shi Heizei knows how to make money. Shi Heizei chuckled. Do you not wish for her to stay here? Jiang Xingyue shook her head. Not at all. I was merely asking. After all, Shi Mama harbors no ill will towards me now, and I do not mind her presence here. However, if she continues to nag, I might not want to return home early after school. Shi Heizei sighed in resignation. At most 3 days, if you would prefer her absence, I can enroll her in a travel group. Jiang Xingyue looked at him slyly. You do not wish for her to leave early? Do you? You unfilial child. Shi Heizei shrugged, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Enrolling her in a travel group would allow her to unwind and make new friends. I am the most filial of them all, contributing both time and money. Jiang Xingyue recognized his cunning plan and laughed. Indeed, you are the most filial. She had previously heard that wolves are among the few animals capable of caring for their elderly, and it appeared this trait extended to beast men, who also displayed remarkable filial piety. Although their devotion might stem from a desire for peace, it remains commendable. Jiang Xingyue leaned in to discuss, what travel group will you enroll your mother in? She had been on the Beastman planet for quite some time and had yet to explore. Shi Heizei, noticing her enthusiasm, asked, do you wish to travel as well? Jiang Xingyue nodded. What attractions are there here? Shi Heizei pulled out a tablet and showed her. There are quite a few enjoyable places. To the south, there is the sea. To the north, snow. And there are mountains and deserts with many natural wonders. Of course, there are also high-tech attractions. For instance, there is a ride that soars into the clouds, genuinely reaching the edge of the sky. But such travel groups tend to be quite expensive. Jiang Xingyue wished to experience each kind of adventure. Should you enroll your mother in a scenic tour or a high-tech experience? Shi Heizei opened a travel group page, contemplating, let her enjoy the scenery. Although beast men can take on human forms, their innate genes still yearn for nature. Yet, having grown accustomed to life in the city, it would not suit them to slither in the forest. At most, they might enjoy horse racing or boating. Jiang Xingyue spotted a snow mountain tour and suggested, how about enrolling in this snow tour? The school has a 2-day break next week. We could go play in the snow. Shi Heizei checked his work schedule and found he had 2 days off next week. So he agreed. All right, let us sign up together. Jiang Xingyue noticed he selected the most expensive option and curiously asked, Zai, do you earn that much? Observing his well-maintained lifestyle, she was uncertain where his funds originated. Shi Heizei explained, the Shi family provides each of us a sum of money or a company upon reaching adulthood for us to manage ourselves, as long as we run them well. All earnings belong to us personally. Each child in the family has their own enterprise, but mine is the most substantial. Jiang Xingyue inquired, why is yours the largest? Aren't they all equal? Shi Heizei nodded. Yes, they are equal, but I managed to take one public and made it to the top 500 companies in the galaxy. Once a company grows strong, the profits naturally surpass those of others. Jiang Xingyue gasped in admiration, you're impressive. I never expected someone who appears so cultured could excel in business. Shi Heizei, pleased by her admiration, replied, well, during our childhood at the family school, we were all taught the ways of business. As long as one is not too foolish, they can successfully run a company. I left home early and disliked asking my family for money, so I aim to expand my own enterprise, thus achieving financial independence and greater freedom. After all, not relying on the family allows one to act freely. Jiang Xingyue admired him even more, her eyes sparkling as she asked, what does your company do? You seem exceptionally talented, being both scholarly and adept in business, truly a remarkable figure. Shi Heizei smiled modestly, I am in the internet sector. Initially, it was not smooth sailing due to insufficient expertise. However, I dedicated my spare time to learning. After over a decade of study, my theoretical knowledge and practical experience improved, making it easier to operate. Jiang Xingyue nodded. The internet indeed offers lucrative opportunities, especially since you are in the realm of internet giants. However, he had never mentioned his field to others. He preferred to remain low-key and away from the limelight. Jiang Xingyue was utterly impressed. Do your parents know that you are making such significant profits? Shi Heizei shook his head. I am unsure if they are aware. They have asked, and I have told them I am in the internet business. As for how successful I am, the family is not overly concerned. They place more importance on my career prospects than on business. Therefore, they did not press further, and I do not volunteer that information. However, my grandfather is aware, which earns me respect from the elders. Jiang Xingyue gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, true strength is the ultimate path to success. It is no wonder that he always acts with such grandeur. It turns out he is indeed not lacking in wealth. Shi Heizei never anticipated that he would be admired by her multiple times in a single evening, leaving his spirits soaring as if he were floating on clouds, unable to resist the urge to play some music. During his previous ventures of making substantial profits, he never felt such elation. He never imagined that being gazed upon by a small human with bright, adoring eyes would bring him such joy. Now, he feels invigorated with a new motivation to earn money. Tomorrow, I shall order a private dining package for you, and from now on, let a professional gourmet curate your lunches. I hope it will contribute to your health, he declared. Jiang Xingyue, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped into his embrace, gazing up at him with adoration. Ziz, you are too good to me. She felt on the verge of tears. It is no wonder that so many women fall for the domineering CEOs in novels. With such gentleness, thoughtfulness, and generosity, especially with a face as handsome as his, who could resist? She felt herself on the brink of falling for him. Shi Heizei, under the scrutiny of her sparkling eyes, couldn't help but smile. Gently ruffling her hair, he asked, how about I redecorate a room for you tomorrow? He had noticed her subtle desire for her own space, but her hesitation suggested she might fear he wouldn't adjust well. Which is why she had yet to voice it. He might indeed feel a bit out of sorts, but seeing her so obedient made him believe that her happiness was of utmost importance. Jiang Xingyue was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Ziz, having such a wonderful roommate like you is the greatest blessing of my life. Shi Heizei smiled helplessly. As long as you are happy. He never expected anything in return for taking care of her. Her happiness was sufficient. Especially since she was so considerate and grateful, he felt that any kindness he bestowed upon her was entirely worthwhile. Choose a style that you like. Once you've settled on one tonight, we can finalize it. Tomorrow, I shall have someone come to renovate. Jiang Xingyue was deeply touched. Although she too had grown up in love, the affection from her parents was different from that of Shi Heizei. His indulgence towards her seemed entirely selfless. The fact that he could be so giving without any blood relation was indeed noble. Chapter 61. Shi's mother was delighted to cook for them. Jiang Xingyue felt compelled to express her gratitude. After all, good people are hard to come by, and someone as wonderful as him is a rarity indeed. She must have done something virtuous in her past life to stumble upon such a great fortune. Her desire to reciprocate his kindness grew stronger. Ziz, rest assured, if you ever need me, I would brave any peril for you. Shi Heizei, his eyes crinkling with mirth, gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, his tone soft. Your health and happiness are the best rewards you could give me. Jiang Xingyue gasped, throwing herself into his embrace. Please, do not be so kind to me. If you continue this way, I might just fall for you. It is no wonder that girls are enamored by the CEOs in novels. Such tenderness and thoughtfulness are irresistible. Shi's mother, hearing their animated chatter from upstairs, came down to investigate. Upon descending, she found Jiang Xingyue rolling about in Shi Heizei's arms. Shi's mother frowned. This little creature, why is she so raucous? What time is it? Shouldn't you be asleep? Do you have school tomorrow? Shi Heizei replied nonchalantly, you should go to bed. Shi's mother said nothing further and returned upstairs to rest, reminding herself that staying up late would only lead to wrinkles. Jiang Xingyue also got up, realizing it was time for her to sleep as well. She had many lessons to attend to the next day. Meanwhile, Shi Heizei retreated to his study to continue working. The next morning, Jiang Xingyue was awakened by the tantalizing aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. The rich scent of lamb offal soup beckoned her, stirring her appetite. She even fancied she could hear the crisp sound of meat-filled buns sizzling. Unable to resist, she climbed out of bed. breaking her usual routine of only rising when the alarm rang. Shihizi was already up, having gone for a morning run. Upon returning and showering, he found his mother preparing breakfast. Usually, she would maintain a regal demeanor in their hometown and wouldn't cook for anyone, but at her son's home, she had relaxed considerably and often found herself drawn to cooking. It seemed that preparing meals here served as a form of stress relief for her. She had gone out early to buy groceries and, upon returning, was kneading dough while watching videos. The buns she made were perfectly crispy, filled with tender, marbled lamb, utterly delectable. Even Shihizi, who typically had a restrained appetite, swallowed hard and walked over. "Mom?" Jiang Xingyue bolted over as well. "Auntie, are we having meat-filled buns for breakfast? It smells divine." She's mother looked at the two hungry kids and felt her spirits lift. "Go brush your teeth and wait. The soup will be ready shortly." She turned up the heat, letting the soup boil before adding the chopped meat into the buns and serving each of them a bowl of lamb offal soup. Accompanied by fruits and vegetables, Jiang Xingyue gazed at the lavish breakfast and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie, for cooking for us." She then glanced at Shihizi, who finally managed to utter, "Thank you, Mom." Seeing their gratitude only brightened Shi's mother's mood further. "Eat up," she said, sitting down to join them. Her manner very refined. It seemed that Shihizi had inherited his elegant eating habits from her. He not only ate with grace but also enjoyed his meal cleanly, a testament to his upbringing. Jiang Xingyue, influenced by their demeanor, also adopted a more refined approach to her eating. Normally, she relished devouring her food as if afraid it might lose its flavor if delayed. But in the presence of such elegance, she opted for a more subdued manner. Observing that both of them had polished off their meals, Shi's mother felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The suppressed emotions from the previous night seemed to dissipate in that moment. It appeared the masters were correct. Cooking for children and seeing them clean their plates was indeed a form of stress relief. She retrieved a lunchbox for Jiang Xingyue and Shihizi. "Here are your lunches." The two exchanged glances, surprised that she had even prepared this. They expressed their gratitude once more. "Thank you, Annie." "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Xingyue sweetly added, "Auntie, I promise to enjoy it all. I will share with my classmates." Telling them this is the best cuisine in the world, they will surely be envious. Shi's mother initially wished for her not to boast, given her noble status, not wanting others to know she was just a devoted homemaker. However, hearing Jiang Xingyue's adoring tone made her feel rather pleased. "All right, it's just a small meal. Don't exaggerate too much," she replied, trying to suppress her smile. Jiang Xingyue noted how the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. It seemed that the elderly enjoyed sweet words. She intensified her praise. "Auntie, your cooking is the best I've ever tasted, and after eating, I feel invigorated." Nearby, the butler thought to himself how she could claim to feel great after consuming junk food. Nevertheless, seeing the lady so delighted by the flattery made him smile as well. It was clear that having a girl around brought a better atmosphere to the home. When it was just the young master, the mood was often dreary, unlike today's cheerfulness. The old butler felt a sense of contentment. Jiang Xingyue, brimming with sincerity, suggested, "Auntie, let us go shopping tonight for some clothes, shoes, and bags that you like." Shi's mother had been flattered for 10 minutes, and her mood was still quite pleasant. "I have plenty of clothes. There's no need to buy more." She usually came here to spend money on her son and hadn't he considered spending Shihizi's money. However, Shihizi took out a card. "Tonight, I'll take you shopping and treat you to some desserts." It was the first time Shi's mother had been invited by her son to dine out, and she felt quite surprised. She readily agreed. "All right then, since you are so sincerely inviting me, I shall prepare for tonight." As the time for class approached, Shihizi drove Jiang Xingyue to school in the car. She chatted with him. "I think your mother is quite nice. She just enjoys hearing compliments. If you sweetened your words a bit, your relationship might improve." Shihizi had never considered this. His biological mother had always been stern and rarely laughed. Combined with his own cold demeanor, their interactions had always been frosty, devoid of joy. He felt their current happiness was largely due to Jiang Xingyue, who had a remarkable talent for bringing cheer to others. Even his lofty mother, a paragon of refinement, was made joyful by her presence, showcasing how endearing this small human truly was. Jiang Xingyue believed that Shi's mother had grown more forgiving with age, perhaps becoming less rigid and more understanding towards her children. Had she been like this in her youth, she would have been unyielding, never apologizing. With Jiang Xingyue mediating, things had indeed improved. "I will pick you up tonight." Shi Hezi said as Jiang Xingyue got out of the car, nodding, all right. She happily headed off to school. Shi Hezi was also in good spirits until, at the end of the workday, just as he was about to leave, someone came to whisper in his ear, Captain, trouble. Your brother got into a fight. Shi Hezi furrowed his brow. How did he get into a fight in just one day? If our mother finds out, she will surely be furious. Chapter 62. Shi's mother and Jiang Xingyue go shopping. Shi Hezi grabbed his phone and messaged Jiang Xingyue, after school, you return home first and take my mom to the mall. Let her buy whatever she wants on the card. Jiang Xingyue sensed something was off and asked, is something wrong? Shi Hezi did not conceal the matter either. My brother got into a fight, and I must address it. Jiang Xingyue, is it serious? Shi Hezi replied, it's still unclear, but I will go and take a look first. As for Mrs. Shi, please do not inform her yet, lest she finds out and causes a scene at the team. Jiang Xingyue understood, saying, all right, I will take her shopping first. Jiang Xingyue returned home in the butler's car and went to change clothes upon arrival. Mrs. Shi was also in her room, dressing up elegantly. Since it was her son's first invitation for a meal, she wished to present herself in a refined manner so as to bring honor to her son. After donning her exquisite gown and perfecting her makeup, she descended the stairs only to discover that Shi Hezi had not yet returned. Frowning, Mrs. Shi inquired of the butler, where is Hezi? The butler, feeling a bit guilty, replied, the young master has a sudden work commitment and cannot leave for the time being. Please accompany Xingxing to the mall for a while. The young master will return shortly. Mrs. Shi felt slightly disappointed, but understood that it was good for a young man to be busy, as it indicated that his superiors valued him. Jiang Xingyue had changed into a loose, comfortable sports outfit, with her hair styled in a bun and sporting fashionable white sneakers, exuding youthful vibrancy as she cheerfully said, Auntie, let us go. Mrs. Shi observed her lively appearance with satisfaction. If only she had given birth to a daughter, she would have dressed her up beautifully. Unfortunately, her child's father did not measure up, leaving her without a daughter. Once in the car, the butler drove them to a high-end luxury shopping mall. Mrs. Shi, known for her discerning taste, was pleased with the butler's arrangements. Upon entering the mall, a professional staff member warmly greeted them, saying, good afternoon, madam. Our mall is holding a promotion today. Spend 1 million and receive a cash bonus of 10,000. And if you spend 2 million, you will additionally receive a full-body massage chair. Would you like to participate? Jiang Xingyue initially thought Mrs. Shi would not take part in such promotions, as she appeared quite proud and not the type to seek minor advantages. To her surprise, Mrs. Shi accepted the promotional flyer, inquiring earnestly, is this promotion applicable throughout the store? The staff member smiled and confirmed, yes, as long as your receipt totals 1 million, simply press the call button, and a staff member will promptly deliver your cash bonus. Mrs. Shi found the idea rather intriguing and immediately took Jiang Xingyue's hand, saying, let us go buy some clothes. As they walked along the moving walkway, designed to save the high-heeled ladies from tiring themselves out, Jiang Xingyue realized why the affluent women seemed to shop effortlessly. They hardly had to walk at all. Mrs. Shi also relished this luxurious service, accompanied by 2 staff members who carried their bags and poured drinks for them, while another butler led the way. Madam, this youthful clothing brand is quite popular on our planet. Each dress is unique and will not be duplicated. Mrs. Shi, adorned in her haute couture outfit and sporting a $1 million watch and a dazzling diamond ring, scrutinized the garments on display and queried Jiang Xingyue, do you like this style? Jiang Xingyue was taken aback that she would ask for her opinion. Having assumed Mrs. Shi would simply make her selections, she nodded, suggesting, shall we take a look inside? Seeing that Jiang Xingyue was not averse to the idea, Mrs. Shi took her hand and led her inside. Upon entering, a young and beautiful sales associate greeted them, saying, good afternoon, madam and miss. We have just received several new arrivals today. Please have a seat on the sofa, and I will arrange for them to be modeled for you. Jiang Xingyue and Mrs. Shi settled onto the sofa, and soon several models appeared to showcase the clothing before them. Jiang Xingyue exclaimed in astonishment, I can't believe even the Beastmen planet has such a setup. Mrs. Shi, however, seemed unfazed, as if she were accustomed to such spectacles, and promptly marked a few selections in the catalog. The sales associate immediately took Jiang Xingyue's measurements. Once her size was confirmed, arrangements were made to deliver the items to her home. Requiring no effort on their part, Jiang Xingyue marveled at the luxurious treatment afforded to the wealthy. Mrs. Shi then led her to another ladies' store, one with a more youthful, campus-inspired aesthetic, filled with vibrant and stylish ensembles. Mrs. Dachi was quite pleased and purchased over 10 outfits for Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback, asking, "Isn't that a bit excessive? I am still growing, and if I gain another 10 centimeters, I want to be able to fit into these clothes." Mrs. Shi, however, was unconcerned, stating, "If they don't fit, we can sell them. It won't be a loss. These are all top brands, and even secondhand, they will fetch a good price." Jiang Xingyue was surprised, not expecting her to engage in secondhand sales. Mrs. Shi chuckled, "I may be wealthy, but I am not foolish. Items that can be resold should certainly be sold. We have money at home. But we mustn't be wasteful." Jiang Xingyue's perception of her began to change slightly, and she took the initiative to grasp Mrs. Shi's hand, suggesting, "Let us buy some clothes for Z's, shall we? We've been here for a while, and it's all been Shi's spending money on us. We haven't bought him anything yet." Mrs. Shi nodded in agreement. Yes, winter is approaching, and it is indeed time to buy him some clothes. The two of them ventured into a high-end menswear store. The garments were evidently upscale, particularly the suits, which boasted excellent quality. Jiang Xingyue touched the fabric of a suit, imagining how Shi's would look wearing it. With a white shirt concealing his chiseled abs and visualizing the allure of his long fingers adjusting the tie. It was quite enticing. As a beauty enthusiast, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing her intense focus on the suits, Mrs. Shi approached, remarking, "This suit would suit Hi's quite well." She summoned a sales associate to inquire about any purchase records for Hi's. The associate confirmed there was one and promptly arranged for a custom suit to be made in Hi's size, to be delivered once completed. Jiang Xingyue also selected 2 sets of loungewear and sleepwear for Hi's, noting how comfortable the fabric was, perfect for him to wear at night. Mrs. Shi observed Jiang Xingyue's attentiveness towards her son with approval, nodding in satisfaction. As long as this little human treats her son well, she would consider her part of the family. Once they had finished shopping, however, Hi's had still not appeared, leading Mrs. Shi to feel something was amiss. How could he be so busy? What if something had happened? Mrs. Shi pulled out her phone to call Hi's. Jiang Xingyue quickly placed a hand over hers, stammering, "It's just a matter within the security team. He is likely attending to it now. Please don't disturb him." Upon hearing security team, Mrs. Shi immediately thought of Shi Yanfeng. Surely that boy hasn't caused any trouble, has he? She was well aware of Shi Yanfeng's character. Rising abruptly, she declared, "No, I must go and check." Jiang Xingyue restrained her, advising, "If you go, you will only complicate matters. Let them handle it themselves." Mrs. Shi, feeling displeased, retorted, "Am I the sort to complicate matters?" As Mrs. Shi stood up in agitation, Jiang Xingyue hurriedly urged her to sit down. "Others are watching. Please be mindful of your image." It was only then that Mrs. Shi remembered they were still in a luxury mall. Although some staff suppressed their gazes, the feeling of being observed was palpable. Finally, Mrs. Shi sat back down, taking a sip of coffee to calm her nerves. After managing to suppress her anger, she asked Jiang Xingyue, "What exactly is going on? Did Shi Yanfeng get into a fight in the security team?" Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise, marveling at how accurately she guessed. However, she was still unaware of the specific details. Ziz has already gone to handle it. Let us wait for the outcome here. Yet Mrs. Shi could not remain still. No, I must go and see for myself. It would be torture to wait here. She grabbed her bag and promptly left. Jiang Xingyue hastily followed her, sending a message to Hi's in the process. "Ziz, your mother has found out and is now on her way to find you." At that moment, Hi's was preoccupied and did not notice the message. By the time he did, Mrs. Shi had already arrived at the entrance of the security team headquarters. The security guard was inquiring of her. "Who are you looking for?" Mrs. Shi, wearing sunglasses and suppressing her anger, replied, "I am looking for Hi's. I am his mother." Upon realizing she was Hi's mother, the security guard's tone softened, saying, "The young master is likely in his office. Let me escort you there." Mrs. Dachi thanked him and followed the guard inside. Jiang Xingyue trailed behind her, intrigued as it was her first visit to the security team in the capital. The guard did not stop her from observing. Rather, he proudly remarked, "Our security headquarters is quite impressive. Isn't it?" Jiang Xingyue nodded. Indeed, it was quite grand. The surrounding buildings towered above, exuding an air of strictness. Every corner appeared deserted, yet personnel were stationed discreetly, making it seem as though no one was present. With her enhanced vision, Jiang Xingyue could even make out 10 team members camouflaged against the wall, appearing as part of it, something most would fail to notice. On the top floor, advanced weaponry was displayed, seemingly ready to annihilate any intruders with a mere press of a button. Jiang Xingyue redirected her gaze and followed Mrs. Shi into the second-floor office. Inside the office, a crowd had gathered. In addition to the new students involved in the fight, several parents had also arrived. Shihi's eyes bore a grim expression, as did the other instructors. One parent slammed the table, demanding, "We need an explanation. We entrusted our child to you with the hope that he would protect the planet, not be beaten up." Shihi's maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "The surveillance footage shows that your son initiated the provocation and subsequently tampered with Shi Yinfeng's food. The root of the issue lies with your son." Upon hearing the words, the parent immediately expressed discontent, questioning why her son would bully that little blonde boy when he had done nothing wrong, clearly implying that it was a case of someone abusing their power. "Do not think I am unaware," she continued. "Shi Yinfeng is the younger brother of your esteemed captain. Who's to say he isn't taking advantage of your influence to deliberately torment newcomers?" Jiang Xingyue sensed something amiss upon hearing this. Before she could respond, Shi's mother rushed forward, behaving like a shrew, accusing, "Are you intentionally spreading falsehoods? My son would never bully someone without cause. It is patently obvious that your son instigated this conflict. I suspect you are purposefully targeting my son. Why else would he be the only one your son chose to fight among so many freshmen? You are likely orchestrating this to tarnish Shihi's reputation." She continued vehemently, "I suspect you are nothing more than a spy." The accusation was bold, and the opposing parent was visibly enraged, retorting, "You slander us. It is your Shi family who has been the bully." Unfazed, Shi's mother challenged, "Then explain how we are the bullies. Out of all the new students, why is it only your son who has caused trouble? Are you really suggesting he bears no responsibility?" The rival parent persisted, claiming, "It is clear your son has been emboldened by the captain's protection to act recklessly. This is your family's fault." Shi's mother, with a steely resolve, declared, "Let us produce the memory recovery chip and reveal the truth. New recruits are required to have memory chips implanted to prevent infiltrators from enemy planets. These chips accurately record a freshman's daily activities, and verifying one as a spy is straightforward and effective." Upon hearing about the memory chip, the opposing parent faltered slightly. He had forgotten about its implications, quickly attempting to defend himself, claiming the chips could be dangerous for those with weaker abilities and should not be carelessly examined, as it could adversely affect their mental strength. Shi's mother, seeing through his excuses, coldly exposed him. "I take it you are afraid to play it back? Clearly, you know your son's character all too well. If you dare not show the memory chip, it only proves your son was at fault for instigating the confrontation with mine." The parent, his chest rising and falling with anxiety, glanced at his son, whose guilty expression confirmed their culpability, forcing him to concede. "While my son may have erred, your son is not blameless either. It was merely a childish scuffle, and look at the blood from that nose." Shi's mother, undeterred by his feeble reasoning, fixed him with a piercing gaze. "You just accused Captain Shi of wrongdoing, and I cannot believe you did so without malice. I refuse to entertain any private negotiations on this matter. I will file a complaint." The opposing parent, caught off guard by her unwavering stance, had not anticipated such resolution. What could have been a simple matter of compromise was now escalating into a formal charge. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his once haughty tone turned meek. "Madam, I admit I was impulsive. This is merely a conflict between children. Might we settle this privately?" Shi's mother shot him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, "Settle? You dare to tarnish the names of my sons? If you wish for your children to thrive here, you will not find peace until I see you brought to ruin." Her resolve was unyielding, and the onlookers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The highest-ranking instructor of the Guardian Corps entered, his presence icy and commanding. "All of you, step forward." Shi Yinfeng and the other freshmen shrank back in fear, seeking their parents' reassurance, yet even the parents trembled before the formidable instructor, well aware of his power to imprison entire families on a whim. They had expected a minor scuffle, never anticipating the arrival of the chief instructor. Jiang Xingyue, glancing anxiously at Shihi's, whispered, "That instructor looks quite stern. Do you think he will punish you?" Shihi's nodded solemnly. "He will. After all, it is the first day of training, and though I bear little responsibility, Yinfeng is under my watch." Chapter 64, where Shi's mother finally empathizes with Shihi's, unfolded as Jiang Xingyue's concerns grew. Before she could voice them, Shi Hei's was summoned for questioning. Shi's mother, anxious, craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. She regretted allowing Yin Feng to participate in the training. If this jeopardized Shi Hei's standing in the Guardian Corps, she would not hesitate to reprimand her younger son. Jiang Xingyue attempted to reassure her. That instructor does not seem unreasonable, and this incident is not Shi Hei's fault. After all, he isn't even an instructor and is not responsible for the newcomers. He is merely caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, Shi Hei's returned shortly after, alongside the other parents. Their faces were drawn and pallid, reflecting their regret and fear. Shi's mother felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that these parents had likely faced penalties. Evident in their glum demeanor and high spirits, she approached Shi Hei's, inquiring, "What transpired? Has the truth been revealed?" Shi Hei's affirmed, "Yes, it has been clarified. It was indeed a group effort to bully Yin Feng. However, Yin Feng is no pushover. He can hold his own .7 against one, and they still lost." Naturally, with their parents siding with them, they attempted to distort the narrative. What should have been a simple resolution escalated due to the other parents' insistence on implicating Shi Hei's, which ultimately attracted the chief instructor's attention. The instructor's fearsome demeanor, coupled with his considerable abilities, diminished the arrogance of the parents, prompting the freshmen to confess the truth. In the end, all 7 aggressors were expelled, and the matter was announced publicly, specifically directed at the freshmen. While skirmishes among newcomers were commonplace, they were only permissible during designated competition times. Any private violence would certainly result in disciplinary action. The expulsion served as a stark warning to the others. The Guardian Corps was no place for trivial disputes, and failure to set an example would foster an environment of impunity. Upon witnessing the resolution of the situation, Shi's mother exhaled in relief, only to turn and glare at Yin Feng. "On your very first day, you bring trouble upon your older brother? How foolish! Is this what I have taught you?" She had invested considerable effort in raising her younger son, only to find him so disappointing. Yin Feng, feeling guilty, lowered his head, but they started it first. He had been pampered at home and was not accustomed to being bullied. Shi's mother smacked him lightly on the back, fuming, "If you must retaliate, at least choose a target who isn't under surveillance. Such a blatant confrontation leaves ample evidence against you." With a pained expression, Yin Feng replied, "I understand. I will be more cautious next time." He had been careless, forgetting the omnipresent surveillance cameras. Next time, he would need to be more discreet in his retaliation. Seeing him acknowledge his mistakes, Shi's mother softened, asking, "Did the instructor impose any punishment on you?" At the mention of punishment, Yin Feng sighed. "The instructor has mandated that I must engage in sparring with 7 opponents every day after training for an entire month. This will surely wear me out." Shi's mother felt he deserved it. "You should consider yourself fortunate not to have been expelled. From now on, act with more seriousness." Yin Feng, his head hung low, declared, "I must be on my way. There is training this evening." Yet Shi's mother, still concerned, quickly produced a package of food for him, urging, "Make sure to eat something. It's likely you will miss dinner otherwise." With misty eyes, Yin Feng replied, "Mother, you are the best." He hastily consumed a few beef buns, realizing the urgency of the situation. Upon finishing, he heard the instructor calling his name and quickly dashed out. Shi's mother watched him leave, torn between sympathy and exasperation. Must he endure such hardship here? Life back home would be so much easier. At that moment, Jiang Xingyue remarked, "Your son Shi Hei's endured similar hardships when he was younger. You are quite biased." The comment struck a nerve, causing Shi's mother to feel guilty. She glanced at Shi Hei's. However, Shi Hei's waved her off graciously. "Let us go. I'll drive you home." He too felt hunger pangs. Though Shi's mother had not noticed, Jiang Xingyue reminded her, "You gave Yin Feng the beef buns, yet Shi Hei's hasn't eaten." Another pang of guilt struck Shi's mother. "I didn't mean to." She had given Yin Feng the buns knowing he would have no further sustenance, while Shi Hei's would soon have a meal at home. Yet, Jiang Xingyue's words made her realize her bias towards her younger son, prompting her to glance apologetically at Shi Hei's. "My dear, I am sorry. I have beef brisket simmering for you at home, your favorite." In truth, she had prepared it in advance, anticipating Shi Hei's return to enjoy it. She knew he preferred her home-cooked meals over those from restaurants, hence her thoughtful preparation. Shi Hei's drove ahead. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, though his tone remained calm. "We can discuss it when we return." Jiang Xingyue observed the corners of his mouth curving into a smile, realizing that he was no longer angry, and she smiled in return. After all, the fact that Shi's mother was willing to apologize demonstrated her deep affection for Shi Heis. Additionally, during their time in the security team's office, she sensed that, in comparison to Shi Yinfeng's future, Shi's mother was far more concerned about Shi Heis being implicated. This alone indicated that she cared for him deeply. In large families, it is often impossible for parents to attend to each child equally. However, as long as there is love for each child, the children will naturally feel it. Shi Heis felt it, which allowed him to easily forgive. Upon arriving home, Shi's mother hurried to check on the beef brisket simmering in the pot. The brisket in the pressure cooker had become tender and aromatic, and the rice was also ready. The white rice paired with tomato braised beef was incredibly appetizing. By the time Shi Heis emerged from his shower, dinner was already on the table. Shi's mother had changed out of her elegant attire into comfortable loungewear. Adorned with a lovely apron, inviting Shi Heis to eat, he responded with a brief acknowledgement and sat down to begin his meal. He ate with decorum, yet the bowl soon emptied, revealing his hunger. Seeing this, Shi's mother felt a pang of sympathy and began to scold Shi Yinfeng again, saying, "I told you that boy is not easy to deal with. Why not just transfer him back?" However, Shi Heis shook his head, expressing that he had his own life to pursue and preferred his brother to have the freedom to make his own choices. For the first time, Shi's mother felt that her son exceeded her expectations. She felt a swell of pride for his outstanding achievements but was not adept at praising him, so she simply placed more food in his bowl, saying, "Eat more. You look like you've lost weight today." Jiang Xingyue interjected, "It's only been a day. It can't be that exaggerated." Nevertheless, the older generation's way of acknowledging their mistakes often manifested in peculiar ways. She simply assumed that Shi's mother was beginning to show concern for Shi Heis, which she found quite endearing. After Shi Heis had finished his meal, Shi's mother finally inquired, "Was someone trying to harm you today?" She had a lingering feeling that the incident was directed at Shi Heis. However, she noted that the other party's methods were not particularly sophisticated, or perhaps they had acted impulsively, which explained the numerous flaws in their plan. Shi Heis nodded, not denying her suspicion. The incident had indeed arisen unexpectedly, as the opponent had received a bribe mid-approach and hastily decided to target Shi Heis. Nonetheless, the multitude of flaws made it apparent that everyone in the security team, having been together for many years, was not easily fooled, allowing them to resolve the matter swiftly. Shi's mother frowned and asked, "Do you have many enemies in the security team?" She was aware that factions existed within the team, but had not anticipated that Shi Heis would be so targeted. Shi Heis did not intend to divulge the darker aspects of the team to his mother, downplaying the situation by saying, "I'm doing fine. You need not worry about me." Recognizing his reluctance to elaborate, Shi's mother felt increasingly guilty, insisting, "If anyone bullies you, just tell your mother, I am not a weak and helpless parent. I can fight for you when necessary." Shi Heis felt her sincerity, and the grievances of those years spent alone in the capital diminished significantly. Perhaps his mother was not as indifferent as he had imagined. However, he had grown accustomed to independence and lacked the habit of voicing his grievances, so he merely nodded in response. Changing the subject, he asked, "Did you and the others go shopping at the mall?" Jiang Xingyue recalled the pajamas she had bought for him and hurried to fetch them. She presented the shopping bag to him, her large eyes sparkling, saying, "Ziz, I bought you pajamas and loungewear." The fabric she had chosen was incredibly comfortable and soft to the touch. Shi Heis felt the material and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Thank you, Xing. I really like them." He was not stingy in expressing gratitude to Jiang Xingyue, knowing that otherwise, this little person would continue to pester him with questions. Shi's mother observed their interaction, which seemed more natural than her own relationship with her son, evoking a bittersweet sensation within her. Yet, she also felt that her son's emotional distance was her own fault, a consequence of her actions. Sighing, she suddenly remembered, "Oh no, I forgot to take my cash of 1 million. She had promised herself that upon reaching 1 million, she would receive cash, but in her haste to leave, she had forgotten. Quickly, she called them all, and as soon as the manager answered, he promptly delivered the cash envelope to her, along with a massage chair. This was because Shi's mother's total expenditure had actually amounted to 2 million. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback, both by Shi's mother's memory of this detail and by the fact that they had spent 2 million in just an hour. It was quite extravagantly wasteful. However, Shi Heis was unconcerned with the amount they spent and turned to his room to try on the clothes. The gray loungewear that the little person had purchased fit him perfectly, and he was very pleased. After changing, he asked Xi's mother, "Our research institute is offering summer benefits, providing family members with a trip to the snow-capped mountains. Would you like to go?" Xi's mother was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Your research institute offers such benefits?" He eyes nodded, explaining that while the benefits varied each year, this year's offering of family travel vouchers had been his suggestion. He had hoped to encourage his mother to take a trip and had proposed the idea, which the institute accepted, granting each employee 2 family slots. Xi's mother felt a rush of happiness upon realizing that it was He-Eyes who had provided her with the family slot. "Should I invite your father?" she inquired. He-Eyes nodded affirmatively, and she immediately called Xi's father. Upon hearing about the benefit from their son, Xi's father felt equally delighted. Although they could afford a small tour group, this gesture from their son held a different significance. Thus, the couple decided to go on the trip, scheduled for the following day. Xi's mother reasoned that since there was no way to reverse her younger son's involvement in the security team, her presence at home was of little use. She might as well take a 2-day trip to relax. However, before leaving, she made sure to buy a large quantity of ingredients, preparing numerous dumplings and beef buns for He-Eyes, storing them in the freezer for him to enjoy each day. He-Eyes, unusually obedient, assured her, "We will finish them." Jiang Xingyue was even more considerate, bringing along various local delicacies for her to enjoy on the journey. "Auntie, these snacks are both sweet and savory. You and Uncle can have them as treats on the road." Seeing her thoughtful demeanor, Xi's mother felt a pang of regret for not having a daughter. However, this little person was quite endearing and caring. With her accompanying He-Eyes, she felt she could worry a little less. The next day, Xi's mother was picked up by the tour group. Upon waking, Jiang Xingyue noticed the absence of a person in the house, yet the table was set with food. She glanced at the note left by Xi's mother, filled with reminders for them to eat well. The refrigerator was stocked full of ingredients, suggesting that Xi's mother had stayed up late to prepare. He-Eyes, upon seeing this, felt pleased and indulged in another bowl of beef dumplings. Jiang Xingyue was in high spirits as well. "Ziz, now that your mom has left, will you miss her?" He-Eyes tilted his head in thought, replying, "Not really, that I'm used to living apart from my family, so I don't feel much longing. Besides, we have at least 3 family gatherings each year, so it's not like we don't see each other." Jiang Xingyue understood that children who lived away from home tended to be more independent. He-Eyes set down his fork and asked her, "What about you? Do you miss your family?" Jiang Xingyue nodded. "I do. I miss my parents and the 4 elders at home. I also miss my classmates and best friends. But wishing doesn't help. I can't go back." Seeing her little nose scrunch up, fearing she might cry, He-Eyes handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth and reassured her, "I found in the database that the distance between Earth and our Beastman planet is approximately 10,000 years. Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened. 10,000 years? Are you saying it would take that long to reach Earth by spaceship? He-Eyes nodded, confirming that the data indicated a journey of 10,000 years. However, there were exceptions. It seemed that if one could open the time-space tunnel, they could return in an instant. Yet, the location of this time-space gateway was unknown to anyone. Jiang Xingyue felt troubled. She recalled that she had seen the star map while stargazing on a mountain, and that map seemed like a large doorknob. When she gently pressed it, the time-space portal appeared to have opened, pulling her through to S. For why she had been drawn over, she could not explain, as even scientists struggled to make sense of such phenomena in space. Nevertheless, if she encountered that star map again, perhaps she could return. But where could she possibly come across that star map? He-Eyes pondered along with her. I recall that in space, there is a small asteroid where various star maps can be clearly seen. However, to reach there, one would need a permit to enter space and utilize a spaceship. Moreover, that location lies between 2 Beastman planets, and if we were to approach suddenly, we could be perceived as a provocation by the enemy planet, potentially triggering a war. Jiang Xingyue grasped the implications, asking, "So what identity should we assume to avoid provoking a war?" He-Eyes thought for a moment, stating, "First, you must join the space research team. After all, not everyone can venture into space. It requires proper authorization. For instance, certain space researchers are permitted to ascend for their studies. Furthermore, they must remain within designated areas of the Orc planet, without exceeding the boundaries established by the host planet." Jiang Xingyue was taken aback by the multitude of regulations. She feared that her aspirations were futile. Lacking any substantial knowledge of space, she doubted her chances of joining the space research team. Were there truly no other opportunities to gaze at the stars? Shi eyes perused the internet and found that such opportunities did exist, yet he was uncertain whether these stars could unlock the portals of time and space. Jiang Xingyue pondered that they should explore various locations. Surely one of them would offer a means to open the gateway. After all, if she could arrive here, she must also be able to return. Shi eyes nodded, committing this to memory. All right, then we shall visit 3 places each year to observe the stars. Why 3 places? He inquired. Because I only have 3 vacation days each year, Jiang Xingyue replied with a smile. Good, she added. Next week, they had already agreed to embark on a trip together, perfectly timing it to choose a location that offered stellar views. While the capital had stars, they were scarce compared to those found in nature. Thus, they decided to adhere to their original plan of visiting the snowy mountains. Unexpectedly, the newly established security team had also selected the snowy mountains for their outdoor training. Shi eyes was called to join the new recruits as a temporary outdoor instructor. The new recruit team was quite large, comprising a full 10 buses. Jiang Xingyue was among them, seated at the front, having grown another 5 centimeters to a height of 1.35 meters, allowing her to occupy the front seat. Shi eyes was also in the front, responsible for supervising the new recruits in their vehicle. Shi Yanfeng was pleasantly surprised to see him there. Brother, are you our instructor for this bus? He exclaimed. Shi eyes regarded him with a stern expression and instructed him to return to his seat. In official matters, he always maintained a professional demeanor, and given their familial ties, he felt the need to keep a distance. Shi Yanfeng, not lacking in intelligence, discerned his brother's intent to avoid any impropriety and obediently returned to his seat. Yet, upon reaching their destination, he immediately leaned over to whisper, Brother, what's the training task this time? Can you tell me in secret? Shi eyes shot him a look of disbelief, replying that they would receive a unified announcement shortly. Rendering his inquiry unnecessary, Shi Yanfeng chuckled awkwardly. I was just worried the task might be too difficult and lead to failure. Jiang Xingyue averted her gaze, cautioning, Stop bothering Ziz. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention. Given Shi Ai's sensitive position, should anyone accuse him of favoritism, it could become quite troublesome. Shi Yanfeng understood her warning and retreated quietly. Shi Ai's instructed Jiang Xingyue, Please find a shaded spot and wait for me. I'll assign their tasks, and then we can go have some fun. Jiang Xingyue nodded obediently. All right. Upon seeing her compliant expression, Shi Ai's cold demeanor softened, and he handed her a weapon. There are many wild beasts in these snowy mountains. Should you encounter any evolved creatures, remember to throw the weapon at them. Since they were taking the new recruits out for training, the chosen location was undoubtedly perilous. Shi Ai's wished to challenge Jiang Xingyue, which is why he agreed to her accompanying him. After all, a strong physique and combat experience would aid her growth and enable her to protect herself. Jiang Xingyue nodded earnestly, assuring him, Don't worry. I will take care of myself. Shi eyes gently caressed her face before turning to focus on the new recruits. Jiang Xingyue chose a large tree to climb for a better view. Today, Shi eyes donned a professional security instructor uniform, his long legs clad in black knee-high boots, a fitted belt cinching his waist, and a distinctive instructor's hat atop his head. His already stern features appeared even more imposing in the attire. He scanned the faces of the recruits, confirming their numbers before announcing the mission. Deep within the snowy mountains lies a treasure mountain, home to many rare treasures, but also inhabited by numerous mutated beasts. Whether you find the rare treasures or tame the mutated creatures, both will earn you points. However, let me make one thing clear. There must be no infighting among comrades. Teamwork is essential. The primary goal of this outdoor training is to teach the recruits the importance of collaboration. In the wilderness, only through teamwork can one achieve victory. If individuals resort to infighting for personal gain, the outcome will ultimately be failure. The recruits eagerly responded, affirming their understanding. However, the actual results would require careful observation. Shi eyes wasted no time, instructing them to put on tracking earpieces before sending them off to complete their tasks. The duration of this mission was set for 3 days. Regardless of the outcome, they were to regroup here after 3 days. Shi eyes used binoculars to watch the recruits as they entered the mountains, opening a tracking tablet filled with their locations and real-time images. Once he finished his tasks, Jiang Xingyue jumped down from the tree to join him. Ziz, is it dangerous in the snowy mountains? Shi eyes nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed quite perilous for the new recruits. However, with the instructor supervising, fatalities were unlikely. At most, there would be some injuries. He too needed to keep a watchful eye. However, he opted to drive an armored vehicle. Jiang Xingyue climbed into the vehicle, intrigued by its design. "Z's, is this car impervious to weapons?" Shi Hiai's affirmed. "Indeed. Not only is it resistant to blades and bullets, but it can also withstand explosions. It is designed for wartime use. Under normal circumstances, he would not utilize such a conspicuous vehicle for missions. But given Jiang Xingyue's presence, it felt safer. He pressed a button, and the black armored vehicle transformed into a pristine white, blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. The vehicle was exceptionally comfortable, spacious, and equipped with a bed and ample provisions. Shi Hiai's monitored the recruits' movements on the screen while gradually following their path. The sun was still high, and since wild beasts typically remained hidden during the day, he parked the vehicle and took Jiang Xingyue to build a snowman. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Jiang Xingyue was greeted by the refreshing air, immediately feeling at ease. While it was sweltering summer in the capital, here it was a cool 20 degrees, neither too cold nor too warm. Shi Hiai's explained, "The temperature varies greatly between day and night here. It can be 20 degrees during the day, but drop to -20 at night." Jiang Xingyue inquired, "Are there many wild beasts here?" Shi Hiai's nodded, "Not many during the day, but quite a few come out at night." When he was a new recruit, he had trained here and recalled being startled by the sight of numerous ferocious beasts at night after the tranquility of the day. "Tonight, I will have you spar with a few beasts. Afterward, you can return to the vehicle." This was necessary as he still needed to oversee the recruits. Jiang Xingyue nodded, "All right, I'll practice my skills tonight." Chapter 67. The beasts arrive. She had been practicing for so long at school, only sparring with classmates, never engaging in a serious fight. After all, there was a need to maintain some decorum among classmates, preventing the use of true strength. However, facing wild beasts outdoors would be an entirely different matter, and she was rather excited about it. Shi Hiai's initially intended to train her individually, but with so many new recruits, he could not spare the time. Ultimately, he devised a compromise, allowing Jiang Xingyue to follow closely behind the recruits. In the ensuing chaos, she could seize the opportunity to practice against a few wild beasts. This arrangement also allowed him to keep a watchful eye on her. After all, the monarch had permitted him to bring Jiang Xingyue along primarily to help her develop her explosive potential. He would certainly train her, but not in the manner the monarch envisioned. After all, Jiang Xingyue was an independent individual, not a puppet of the monarch, and he had no intention of taming her. At noon, Shi Hiai's caught a rabbit and taught Jiang Xingyue how to start a fire and cook in the wilderness. Jiang Xingyue looked at the adorable rabbit and exclaimed, "How can we eat such a cute bunny?" Shi Hiai's, not grasping her humor, assumed she was reluctant to eat it and admonished her, "In the wild, having something to eat is a blessing. Don't be picky." Jiang Xingyue retorted, "No, you didn't get my joke. I meant that the bunny is so cute. We shouldn't just roast it. We should add some cumin and barbecue seasoning to honor it." Shi Hiai's replied, "Indeed, the more beautiful the female, the more ruthless they are." Ultimately, they simply roasted the rabbit, and after satisfying their hunger, they continued deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, they found that the snow was becoming increasingly abundant, blanketing the landscape in pristine white, to the point where it could induce snow blindness. Shi Hiai's handed her a pair of sunglasses. "Don't look at the snow for too long during the day. It's not good for your eyes." Jiang Xingyue put on the sunglasses and asked, "How long until it gets dark?" Shi Hiai's checked the time and replied, "Soon. The sunlight here is brief, and the nights are long. Sometimes, you might only see the sun for 3 hours in a day, with most of the time being night." Indeed, before long, darkness enveloped the landscape. Jiang Xingyue gazed at the moon in the sky, marveling at the beauty of nature's moonlight. Looking up at the starry sky, she noted that there were indeed more stars visible than in the bustling city. However, the arrangement of these stars was not what she had envisioned. Further into the wilderness, they discovered the remnants of the recruits' lunch. Some had brought food from home, while others had purchased supplies along the way. Jiang Xingyue curiously asked, "How much food did they bring for 3 days?" "3 days' worth," came the reply. The newcomers are not foolish. They are well aware that venturing out means a lack of sustenance, and thus, they have procured a considerable amount of food in advance. However, their provisions inadvertently attract the attention of famished beasts. Yet, should they choose to discard their food, it remains uncertain whether they can source nourishment amidst the snow-laden mountains. Hence, the decision to keep or relinquish their supplies poses a formidable dilemma for them. Jiang Xingyue gazed at the empty boxes on the ground, speculating whether they had consumed all their provisions. Shi Hiai scoffed, finding the situation both infuriating and amusing. A bunch of imbeciles. With 3 days remaining, they had already devoured their rations. It would be intriguing to see how they would manage in the following 2 days. As dusk descended, the moon became obscured. Shihizi possessed exceptional night vision, allowing him to navigate effortlessly without a flashlight. Jiang Xingyue, on the other hand, struggled. Her vision was adequate during the day, but in this profound darkness, she felt utterly disoriented, akin to a blind person unable to discern her path. Observing her plight, Shihizi sighed, questioning the inadequacy of human night vision. Jiang Xingyue nodded in agreement, noting that in comparison to the beast folk, human night vision was akin to being blind with open eyes. After all, beast folk had evolved from formidable animals, possessing not only superior physical strength but also heightened senses that far surpassed those of humans. With no option but to lead her by the hand, he encouraged her to rely on her auditory and tactile senses. During his own training, he had been blindfolded, honing his other senses in the darkness. Seizing the moment, he decided to guide the little human in a similar fashion. Jiang Xingyue closed her eyes, following his advice to attune to her other senses. Perhaps due to the enhancement of her powers, her senses had sharpened considerably. Although her vision remained unclear, she gradually adapted through her hearing and touch. Slowly, her eyesight even seemed to clear a tad. With a glimmer of excitement, Jiang Xingyue exclaimed to Shihizi, "I think I can see a bit in the dark." Shihizi's lips curled into a smile. Pleased with her progress, "Well done. From now on, I shall not hold your hand. Simply follow my lead." Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "All right." Subsequently, Shihizi indeed released her hand, and she diligently followed his footsteps. He would quicken his pace, and she would match it. He would slow down, and she would do the same, keeping closely behind, albeit slightly breathless. After all, he was considerably faster, while she, standing at 135 centimeters, had to run to keep up. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the forest, indicating that a pack of wild creatures had emerged. Jiang Xingyue instinctively recoiled, acutely sensing the imminent danger. Shihizi shielded her behind him, reassuring her that the beasts were headed in the direction of the newcomers. He inhaled deeply, detecting the aroma of instant noodles wafting from several kilometers away. The beasts, with their superior sense of smell, had caught wind of the enticing scent as well. In the frigid wilderness, the allure of food would surely exacerbate their hunger. Shihizi perked up his ears, attentively listening to the sound of approaching footsteps. At least 50 of them. It remained uncertain whether they were a pack of wild wolves, hyenas, or other mutated ferocious creatures. Jiang Xingyue expressed her concern. "I have yet to witness the wildlife on your planet. Are they fierce?" Shihizi nodded, acknowledging their ferocity. However, he added that animals acted out of instinct for survival. Jiang Xingyue understood this. After all, animals acted solely to exist, and one could not impose human reasoning onto them. She then inquired, "What differentiates a wild wolf pack from your wolf beast folk?" Shihizi explained, "It is simply the distinction between animals and beast folk. One has evolved, while the other has not. One possesses the intellect and powers of beast folk, while wild animals remain unrefined, akin to the difference between humans and gorillas." Jiang Xingyue comprehended. "So, where shall we position ourselves to observe?" Shihizi glanced at the newcomer's location on the tablet, frowning as he noted that they had taken refuge in a cave, likely having heard the roars of the beasts. Unable to intervene directly, he chose a vantage point on a nearby hill, parking the vehicle to observe the unfolding events from within. Meanwhile, Shi Yinfeng and the others in the cave had also heard the approaching footsteps of the beasts. "I estimate there are at least 30 to 40 of them. Let us assign 2 to each person," he suggested, believing this would expedite their efforts. The young master of the Bingxing family nodded in agreement. As did the others. However, the young master of the Jin family exchanged a glance with Professor Wu's nephew, their eyes betraying a hint of ulterior motives. Chapter 68. Shi Yinfeng versus the Giant Hyena. The leading giant hyena sniffed at the cave entrance, confirming the presence of beast folk and the scent of food within, and immediately began to grunt. The other hyenas, receiving the command, charged into the cave. The newcomers, having previously observed wildlife, had expected the hyenas to be no taller than their thighs. They were taken aback to find the intruding hyenas towering over them. Shi Yinfeng was astonished. How tall are they? He had never encountered such towering hyenas before, standing nearly 180 centimeters. The other newcomers were equally startled. Just moments ago, they had felt confident, believing the beasts to be mere creatures of lesser stature. Yet they now found themselves confronted by such formidable adversaries. Moreover, the number of hyenas was not limited to one, and each was as tall as the beastfolk. The newcomers began to panic, wondering if they could indeed contend with such formidable opponents. Moments earlier, they had planned to assign 2 hyenas to each fighter, but given the size of the hyenas, would 2 not be capable of overpowering them? Shi Yanfeng furrowed his brow and quietly organized. Let us fight together and form a wall. When the hyenas charge, we shall strike. After eliminating a group, they would deal with the next wave as it came, thus maximizing their chances of protecting their comrades. The other newcomers found this strategy agreeable and nodded in agreement. The young master of the Jin family and Professor Wu's nephew offered no objections, joining in, though their expressions remained shrouded in calculation. Taking the lead, Shi Yanfeng positioned himself at the forefront of their formation, with the young master of the Bingxing family closely following. The other newcomers, seeing their leaders, quickly fell into line. They formed a shield wall, weapons at the ready, their vigilance directed toward the advancing giant hyenas. The giant hyenas, though possessing poor eyesight, had an acute sense of smell, swiftly pinpointing the exact location of the newcomers. The lead giant hyena made a probing dash forward, prompting Shi Yanfeng to thrust his sword. The giant hyena reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to evade the strike. It grunted and issued commands to the other hyenas, who promptly rushed in from outside the cave to reinforce their leader. The cave, originally small, felt exceedingly cramped with the entrance now blocked by the giant hyenas. The newcomers were filled with dread. They had effectively sealed their escape route. Moments ago, they had brimmed with confidence. Yet now, with the hyenas blocking the entrance, they realized that even an attempt to flee was futile. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yanfeng resolved that they must eliminate the hyenas. It was either the hyenas or themselves who would perish tonight. The newcomers steeled themselves. All right, then let us do this. Shi Yanfeng charged forward, shouting to the newcomers, capture the leader first. Let us take down that lead hyena. Understood. The group of over a dozen newcomers surged toward the leading giant hyena. The remaining newcomers flanked them, ready to deal with the other hyenas. Shi Yanfeng, brimming with youthful bravado, brandished his sharp sword toward the neck of the lead hyena. Yet the lead hyena was no fool. It leaped aside with agility. Beasts, by nature, possess greater sensitivity than beastfolk, especially those that have mutated. The lead hyena lunged at Shi Yanfeng's throat, but he managed to parry with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, the young master of the Bingxing family thrust an ice spike into the hyena's abdomen. Unfortunately, the hyena's mutated hide was too thick, and the ice spike only grazed its surface. Shi Yanfeng, in a moment of jest, teased him, "You always boast about your ice spike technique. Yet here you are, unable to pierce even a hyena's belly. Truly the king of bluster." The young master of the Bingxing family flushed with embarrassment. He had always taken pride in his abilities, but facing real combat today, he found himself doubting whether he was truly as formidable as he thought. Shi Yanfeng kicked the approaching hyena, urging him not to dawdle. "Focus. We must fight." The young master of the Bingxing family, feeling the urgency, unsheathed his ice blade and aimed for the hyena's eyes. If the hyena's hide was thick, they would target its eyes and nose instead. Shi Yanfeng and the young master of the Bingxing family coordinated their attacks, both aiming for the nose of the lead hyena. The sharp daggers sliced through the hyena's nose, drawing blood. The other newcomers, witnessing this, were heartened. "Let us focus on their noses and eyes," agreed. The freshmen united their efforts, piercing the noses of several hyenas. The colossal hyena, sensing their formidable strength, took a step back, yet it did not retreat. These creatures were exceptionally patient, willing to wait until the freshmen exhausted their stamina before departing. A new wave of hyenas rushed in from outside the cave, launching themselves at the freshmen with ferocity. This group of hyenas displayed cunning intelligence. Aware that their noses could be injured, they targeted the freshmen's backs and rears instead. One freshman, caught off guard, suffered a painful bite on his backside, howling in agony, which caused the others to clench their behinds in alarm. The scent of blood excited the other hyenas, prompting them to charge forward en masse. Their large size, combined with sharp teeth and claws, made them a terrifying adversary. Although the freshmen managed to evade some attacks, their energy was steadily waning. This situation was untenable. they would soon be completely drained. Should they call for the instructor to rescue them? Yet, could a single instructor contend with so many formidable hyenas? They had signed a death waiver before departing, and if the instructors failed to save them, their fate would be sealed. Shi Yanfeng had no desire to involve his brother. Fearing it would lead to his injury, gritting his teeth, he exchanged a glance with the young master from Ice City and charged forward. The Ice City young master nodded in agreement, and the two of them launched a coordinated attack on the lead hyena. The lead hyena, undeterred by their assault, swatted at them with a massive paw, sending Shi Yanfeng hurtling against the mountainside. He felt a crushing pain in his chest. The Ice City young master rushed to his aid, asking, "Are you all right?" Shi Yanfeng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wiped it away fiercely, feeling exhilarated rather than frightened. He had never been struck like this before. These accursed hyenas would be brought down today. A smirk crossed the Ice City young master's lips. "All right, let us do this together." Despite their previous discord, they found an unexpected synergy today. "Let us go." Once more, Shi Yanfeng and the Ice City young master collaborated, leaping onto the back of the lead hyena. This giant hyena stood a staggering 1.8 meters tall and measured 1.7 meters in length, a truly colossal beast. As the two boys clung to its back, the hyena attempted to dislodge them while its companions lunged forward, seeking to bite them. However, Shi Yanfeng brandished a dagger, gripping the coarse fur around the hyena's neck and targeting the tender flesh of its abdomen. Plunging the knife deep, the hyena let out a pained howl and collapsed to the ground, startling the other hyenas into momentary retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice City young master swiftly delivered two more strikes to the wounded giant hyena. The lead hyena, now on the brink of death, ceased its struggles. The other hyenas, sensing their leader's demise, exchanged glances and began to back away. The freshmen collectively exhaled in relief. What a relief! Although they had all sustained minor injuries, none were severe. As the giant hyenas retreated, smiles began to appear on their previously tense faces. "We are saved." Chapter 69. Shi Yanfeng leads the charge. Initially, the freshmen had viewed Shi Yanfeng as somewhat arrogant. Yet they were surprised to discover his commendable combat abilities and protective nature. Consequently, they flocked to him, exclaiming, "Shi Yanfeng, you were incredible." Others joined in the praise. "Thanks to you, we would have been doomed otherwise." Flattered, Shi Yanfeng scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "Hey, we're all in the same class. It's only right to help one another." The group's perception of him shifted, and they began to admire him, eagerly vying for his attention. Jin Tiancheng, the young master from the Jin family, felt a surge of irritation as he watched his peers fawn over Shi Yanfeng, interjecting, "What's the big deal? Didn't we all contribute?" Wu Yaozu, Professor Wu's nephew, wore a disdainful expression. However, only the two of them expressed assent. The others were already discussing their next route. Shi Yanfeng stated, "We should continue deeper into Treasure Mountain. But as we venture further into the snowy peaks, we will encounter more beasts. We must remain united." The other freshmen nodded in agreement. "All right, we will follow your lead." At that moment, Shi Hiais and Jiang Xingyue were observing from their vehicle. The freshmen's ear studs had recording capabilities, allowing Shi Hiais and Jiang Xingyue to witness the teamwork unfolding from their vantage point. Jiang Xingyue remarked, "Shi Laowu certainly has some skill. He exhibits a natural leadership quality." That Shi Hiais nodded. The Black Wolf Beastmen possess an innate organizational ability. However, his physique and reflexes still leave much to be desired. Compared to other Beastmen, he is passable. But he only meets the minimum standards for evaluation. As they saw the group emerge, Jiang Xingyue inquired, "Are they planning to venture further into the mountains?" Shi Hiais confirmed, "They have yet to locate the treasure and will continue deeper. However, the beasts in the deep mountains are more ferocious. They will soon face the peril of being hunted by wild animals." Jiang Xingyue shivered slightly. "Perhaps I should refrain from participating in the training. Being so small, she had no desire to be turned into a mere pancake." Shi Hiais chuckled, his stern features softening. "If you're afraid, then don't train. After all, you're not being evaluated." Jiang Xingyue sighed in relief. "That's a relief. I'm not equipped for such dangers." They drove onward, following Shi Yanfeng and the other freshmen deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the forest grew increasingly silent. Even the birdsong ceased. The freshmen felt a twinge of fear, wondering, what if we encounter danger along the way? Is Instructor Shi nearby? They had all heard of Shi Hiais' name. knowing that he had once single-handedly defeated hundreds of beastmen to earn his position as captain. While they had not witnessed it firsthand, they had at least heard the tales, hoping that he would come to their aid. Shi Yinfeng, however, wished to avoid involving his brother in their troubles, urging, "If we rely on the instructor for protection, we will likely receive a 0 for our scores." Did they want to return home with nothing to show for their efforts? Naturally, the freshmen were opposed to this. They had all come with high hopes and ambitions. No one wished to return with a score of 0. Just as they were being persuaded, Jian Tianqing interjected, "You wouldn't want your brother to protect us? Would you? After all, if we all perish, wouldn't the championship be yours?" His words were harsh, igniting Shi Yinfeng's anger. "If that's your mindset, then call Instructor Shi over and ride in his vehicle instead. Why bother with training?" The Ice City young master chimed in. "Exactly that. If you're so afraid, just leave the do. You expect everyone to return with a 0 score." The other freshmen found Jian Tianqing to be rather bothersome and chose to ignore him. Moving forward together, leaving him fuming. Wu Yaozu, however, was shrewd enough to advise him to cool down. "My father has informed me that there are giant, man-eating brown bears in the deep mountains. They should have awakened by now." Though the area was covered in snow, it was summer, and the snow in the deep forest had melted, meaning the giant bears would be on the lookout for food. However, the beasts in the deep mountains found it challenging to catch prey, making the group of beastmen prime targets for the giant brown bears. A malicious glint sparkled in Wu Yaozu's eyes as he smirked. "When the time comes, we'll spray this on them and watch from the trees as they get mauled by the bears." Jian Tianqing's gaze turned excited as he looked at the invisible scent spray in Wu Yaozu's hand. "All right, then I'll see how they act so arrogantly." At that moment, Shi Hei's and Jiang Xingyue, still in their vehicle, noticed Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu. Jiang Xingyue immediately recognized that these two were troublemakers, their wicked smiles indicating their nefarious intentions. She turned to Shi Hei's. "Do you think they're plotting to harm their teammates?" Shi Hei's recalled how, in the cave, neither Jian Tianqing nor Wu Yaozu had assisted in battling the giant hyenas. Instead, they had hidden in a corner. His brow furrowed. The descendants of the Jin family seemed to decline with each generation, and even those from Professor Wu's lineage appeared increasingly cunning and treacherous. He planned to send the footage back to the monarch and several instructors for review. It was certain that these two would fail the evaluation. As Shi Yinfeng's group progressed halfway through their journey, an ominous sensation washed over them. "Why do I feel like there's a wall blocking our path?" The Ice City young master furrowed his brow. Sensing it was not a wall, but rather a massive beast, they all raised their heads, only to behold a 4-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide mutant brown bear. The wall they had perceived was merely the giant bear standing up, creating the illusion of an obstruction. The freshmen gasped in shock and instinctively retreated. "What should we do? This mutant brown bear is far larger than the giant hyenas. We might not be able to defeat it." Shi Yinfeng frowned as he quickly assessed the mutant brown bear, concluding that they would have to target its eyes and nose as they had with the hyenas. If that failed, they could aim for its underbelly. The freshmen nodded in unison. "Then we will split into 2 groups. You aim for the bear's eyes, and we'll attack its underbelly." The freshmen could hardly contain their laughter for a moment before striking a combat pose. The colossal brown bear loomed above them, fixated on their chattering assembly, mistakenly assuming they were advancing. Instantly, it opened its maw, intending to devour the little orcs as if they were mere snacks. At that moment, Shi Yinfeng suddenly sprang into action, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed directly at the bear's nose. The gigantic creature, caught off guard by the ambush, erupted in fury. Its massive paw swiped at him. Shi Yinfeng deftly evaded, while the others seized the opportunity to leap onto the bear's back and strike. Despite their daggers being quite sharp, they were astonished to find the mutated bear's hide impervious to their blows. The bear, thoroughly annoyed by their incessant stabbing, swatted them away with its razor-sharp claws. The others swiftly retreated, but one slender boy was not quick enough and found himself pinned to the ground by a bare paw. "Ah, help me!" he cried. The paw was enormous, and as it bore down, the freshman felt as though his very insides were being crushed. Chapter 70. Encountering the enormous mutated bear, Shi Yinfeng noticed the freshman in peril and immediately rallied the others. "You all distract its rear. We will rescue him." The other freshmen promptly rushed to the bear's backside to attack. Infuriated by the incessant annoyance, the bear opened its jaws wide and lunged viciously. One freshman was bitten on the arm. resulting in a sickening crack as it shattered. The sheer pain sent shivers down the spines of the others, yet they hastily rushed to his aid. The moment the bear tasted blood, it became even more exhilarated, snapping its jaws wildly at the freshman. Several were caught off guard and sustained injuries. Shi Yinfeng managed to rescue the freshman, nearly crushed beneath the bear's paw. However, the giant bear had been fixated on him. Seeing him come to the rescue, it lunged forward, aiming to crush Shi Yinfeng's head within its gaping maw. Jiang Xingyue, watching from the vehicle, felt a surge of fear. This is bad. Just as she was about to shout for Shi Hei's to intervene, the young master from Ice City unleashed his ice spike powers, driving a sharp ice shard into the bear's ear. The bear, feeling a sudden sharp pain, tilted its head and collapsed. Its massive body loomed over the freshmen, who were terrified and fled. Fearing being crushed, Shi Yinfeng commanded, "Now's our chance. Strike at its vital points." Just as the freshmen prepared to act, Jin Tianqing and Wu Yaozu stepped forward, insisting, "We should run now. Otherwise, if we anger this giant bear, none of us will escape." The freshmen hesitated, torn between fleeing and fighting. Enraged, Shi Yinfeng exclaimed, "While the bear is down, we must finish it off. We might earn high marks. If we flee now, what difference is that from forfeiting? Besides, if we run, the bear will pursue us. Bears have an insatiable hunger for food. Even if stung by bees, they will not relinquish their prey. If we do not eliminate this bear now, it will chase us relentlessly for 3 days and nights. At that point, we won't just fail the mission. We will be utterly exhausted." The freshman found merit in his argument and prepared to attack. However, the bear was quicker, calling out into the forest as if summoning allies. Soon, other giant bears began to stir. When food is plentiful, bears are willing to cooperate. As 4 additional colossal bears approached from all directions, the freshmen were filled with regret. "Damn it, had we known, we should have acted sooner. Now look at the mess we've gotten ourselves into." With more bears charging in, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Wu Yaozu and Jin Tianqing, fearing for their lives, bolted. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Should we run? We must prioritize our lives. Thus, everyone began to flee towards the edge of the forest. Shi Yinfeng and the young master from Ice City felt exasperated at their comrades' lack of resolve. They could only drag the injured ones along as they escaped. Shi Hei's and Jiang Xingyue, observing from the vehicle, furrowed their brows. Indeed, they are still not united. Had they banded together, they could have subdued the giant bear and avoided all this trouble, Jiang Xingyue remarked. Shi Hei's, however, did not view this as a problem. If they trusted one another enough and possessed strong cohesion, they could succeed despite any wavering from others. Alas, they remained a disjointed group. He continued driving, following closely behind, noticing that the freshmen had all scrambled up into the trees. Though they were aware that giant bears could climb, there was no other place to hide at that moment. 4 or 5 enormous mutated brown bears approached, sniffing around the tree trunks, already aware that the humans were concealed above. They raised their massive paws and began to shake the trees vigorously. The freshmen clinging to the branches felt tears welling up. How can they be so clever? If they keep shaking like this, we will fall. The others gritted their teeth, holding on tightly, hoping that if they could just endure, the bears might leave. The bears, displaying remarkable patience, continued to shake the trees with all their might. Their strength was formidable, giving the impression that the trees might snap at any moment. The freshmen, having expended considerable energy during the fight and subsequent escape, began to tire. Clinging to the tree trunks proved increasingly difficult, and soon one of them could no longer hold on and fell. As he dropped, he landed directly atop one of the bears, screaming, "Ah, help!" He leaped up and in just a few strides, the bear caught him, clasping him in its paw, ready to bite down. Jiang Xingyue, witnessing this from the vehicle, felt a surge of panic. Should she intervene? Shi Hei's urged her to remain calm. Let us observe the others' reactions first. Shi Yinfeng was the first to notice his companion in distress, immediately rushing forward. The young master from Ice City, Bing Jilin, followed suit, charging in from either side to strike at the bear's eyes. The bear, sensing danger to its vision, swiped at Shi Yinfeng and Bing Jilin. As the bear swatted, the freshman it had captured fell, quickly attempting to flee. Yet, upon realizing Shi Yinfeng was there to save them, he trembled in place. Shi Yinfeng shouted, "We will distract its sight. You strike below." The freshman understood. and while Shi Yinfeng and Bing Jilin engaged the bear, he leapt to stab at its vulnerable underbelly. The bear roared in pain. Before it could react, Shi Yinfeng and Bing Jilin plunged their weapons into its eyes. The bear's vision darkened, and it toppled backward, unconscious. The other bears paused, momentarily stunned. Shi Yinfeng sensed their hesitation. Weighing their chances against the group, he exchanged a glance with Bing Jilin, and they made the decisive move to eviscerate the fallen bear. The sight of such brutality sent the remaining bears fleeing into the forest. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone. Jiang Xingyue, watching from the vehicle, was drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, Shi Laowu was clever, and so was the young master beside him. Shi Hiai's nodded, promptly uploading the live feed of the event. The sovereign and others were currently watching, all offering commendations for Shi Yinfeng. The freshman, however, remained oblivious, utterly exhausted after a night fraught with conflict. One suggested, "Let us find a cave to rest and replenish our strength." Everyone turned to Shi Yinfeng, as if awaiting his decision. Shi Yinfeng glanced at the sky, noting that the night felt particularly prolonged, and indeed, they needed to regain their strength. He nodded, "Very well. Let us find a safe cave. Ideally, one with a smaller entrance to prevent giant beasts from entering." The others joined in the search, eventually discovering a mouse hole halfway up a hill. Though referred to as a mouse hole, the cavity was quite spacious. The freshmen squeezed inside, unceremoniously tossing out the sleepy mouse that had been residing there, leaving it bewildered. Jiang Xingyue, not fully understanding, sensed that they were cursing quite intensely. She asked Shi Hiai's, "Is it safe for them to sleep here?" Shi Hiai's calmly replied, "At most, it will be safe for 2 hours. After that, nocturnal beasts will emerge to hunt." Jiang Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed they would not be sleeping soundly that night. Chapter 71. Divergence leads to conflict. Shi Hiai's utilized high-tech communication devices to contact several instructors, confirming that all freshmen were still alive. As for what would transpire next, everyone awaited with bated breath. Jiang Xingyue, yawning and preparing to sleep, was suddenly jolted awake as the vehicle was struck by a massive force. She turned to the window, only to be met by the visage of a gigantic beast. Startled, she managed to stifle her scream. Sensing the presence of humans in the vehicle, the beast began to paw at it. Shi Hiai's, having concluded his call, turned around to see the small human startled. His blue eyes, cold as ice, suddenly ignited with a fierce intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent the creature outside scurrying away in fear. Jiang Xingyue marveled, "How impressive!" She leaned closer to observe his eyes. Just as she drew near, those fiery eyes transformed back into gentle, harmless blue ones. Jiang Xingyue found it fascinating. "Z's, your eyes can change?" Shi Hiai's nodded. "Yes, they can change." His eyes would change color in accordance with the fluctuations of his superpowers. Jiang Xingyue gazed intently and suddenly caught a glimpse of her own reflection in his azure irises. It was a delicate, petite face, with large, dark, profound eyes that momentarily flickered with a hue of glassy gold. Jiang Xingyue widened her eyes, realizing, "My eyes? It seems they can change too." Shi Hiai's smiled gently and responded, "It is likely due to the enhancement of your superpowers, or perhaps, after spending a considerable time on the Beast Man planet, the magnetic field has influenced these changes." Jiang Xingyue felt enlightened, so that was how it was. She turned her gaze towards the new students nearby, who were blocking the cave entrance, and curiously inquired, "Will they be safe by sealing off the entrance?" Shi Hizi shook his head. "Among their ranks are injured members. The blood seeping from their wounds could betray our location." At that moment, Shi Yinfeng, inside the cave, recalled that the scent of blood would attract wild beasts and hurriedly began tending to his teammates' injuries. He had previously learned outdoor bandaging techniques. While his methods were not particularly refined, at least he managed to staunch the bleeding. The injured members grimaced in pain, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Weakly, they asked, "Will we be able to get a good night's sleep tonight?" If it became unbearable, they contemplated requesting the instructor to send them back. Shi Yinfeng examined their wounds. 2 of his teammates were gravely injured, one with a fractured arm and another with a bleeding posterior. Ultimately, he decided to seek assistance. Although this meant forfeiting their opportunity to join the Guardian Corps, survival was preferable to demise. The 2 injured members consented to return, as they had no desire to perish here. Upon receiving the signal for help, Shi Hezi drove over to facilitate the evacuation of the two injured. As Shi Yinfeng was about to open the cave entrance, Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu emerged to obstruct him, stating, "If you open the entrance now, the wind will carry the scent of blood, attracting the beasts." The other teammates agreed with his reasoning, feeling conflicted. Then what should we do? If we don't open the entrance, how will the injured leave? Yet if we do, we'll attract the beasts. This situation was indeed complicated. Observing that two of his teammates were starting to show signs of fever, Shi Yinfeng insisted, "We cannot just watch them perish." The others appeared equally troubled. Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu retorted coldly, "Their lives matter, but what about ours? If you open the entrance and attract the beasts, you'll be putting us all in danger." Shi Yinfeng glared at him. "Are you willing to abandon your teammates? Just stand by and watch them die." Bing Jilin shot a glance at Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu, declaring, "You are truly selfish, only caring for yourselves while disregarding your teammates." The rest of the group, feeling somewhat ashamed by this rebuke, finally suggested, "Let us open it and get them out. After all, we came here together. It would be best if we could return together." Shi Yinfeng thought they were decent individuals, albeit easily swayed by Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu, yet their hearts were not malicious. Thus, he proceeded to open the entrance. Unexpectedly, Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu attempted to block him again, exclaiming, "No, don't open it." Shi Yinfeng, exasperated, retorted, "If you are so afraid of death, then just go back with the instructor. Don't hold them back here." Both Jing Tianqing and Wu Yaozu could hear the footsteps of beasts approaching nearby, naturally preventing him from opening the entrance. The two joined forces to stop him, prompting Shi Yinfeng to call upon Bing Jilin for assistance. The four of them promptly engaged in a scuffle. Shi Hezi, having driven the vehicle to the cave entrance, overheard the commotion from within. Jiang Xingyue also took notice, wondering if they were fighting. Shi Hezi could surmise what was transpiring inside. It was typical during new student training to encounter disagreements, especially in moments of peril when selfish individuals would inevitably clash. The outcome would depend on who possessed the superior skills. Jiang Xingyue believed Shi Yinfeng would prevail. Just as she thought this, she witnessed Shi Yinfeng kick the entrance open. The other new students swiftly dragged the two injured ones out. Shi Hezi exited the vehicle and activated the live recording device, questioning the two injured individuals. "Are you certain you wish to abandon training and return for treatment?" They nodded affirmatively. Shi Hezi relayed the information back, placing them in the trunk, and inquired of the others, "Does anyone else wish to forfeit training and return?" A flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of the remaining new students, but ultimately, they stepped back, declaring, "We will continue training." Shi Hezi nodded approvingly. "Then let us head back and cooperate well." Encouraged by his support, the new students regained their confidence. While Jiang Xingyue observed from the vehicle, she suddenly noticed a snow-white figure approaching Shi Hezi's left side. She shouted, "Ziz, be careful." Shi Hezi quickly stowed away his communication device and leapt into the air. The snow-white beast leaped after him. The new students, frightened, retreated into the cave and hastily blocked the entrance. However, the scent of blood had already wafted outside. The ravenous beasts had caught wind of the food and were now on the move. Shi Hezi landed atop the mountain, and the snow-white creature bared its teeth as it lunged towards him. It was an unmutated snow leopard, small in size yet incredibly agile. As the leopard pounced, Shi Hezi executed a swift, spinning kick, sending the creature flying. He returned to the vehicle, and upon seeing him safely return, Jiang Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief. She asked, "Shall we take the injured back?" Shi Hezi nodded, "To the rescue station outside. There are doctors there. After dropping them off, I will return to keep watch here." After they departed, the lurking mutated beasts, having observed the powerful beast-man leave, began to make their way towards the scent of blood. Inside the cave, the new students sensed the surrounding stillness and, believing the coast was finally clear, settled down against the mountainside to rest. However, Shi Yinfeng took the lead in patrolling the area. He was quite organized, allowing the others to rest while designating 3 individuals to keep watch. Just as everyone had begun to doze off, Shi Yinfeng suddenly heard the sound of claws scraping against the snow. This was bad. The beasts had arrived. He hurriedly roused everyone. "Wake up! The beasts are coming." The students jolted awake, gripping their weapons tightly. Chapter 72. Suddenly no signal. The new students strained their ears, trying to discern exactly how many beasts were outside the cave. Bing Jilin, with heightened sensitivity in the snow, frowned and estimated, "There are about 20 of them." I just can't tell if they are mutated or not. If they are ordinary beasts, we can deal with them using our daggers. But if they are all mutated, we may have to resort to using our firearms. Before they had left, the instructor had provided them with shooting weapons, which they had intended to save for the third day. After all, using their weapons on the first day would leave them in a bind for the second. However, sensing the imminent danger, they had no choice but to retrieve their firearms early. The group grasped their weapons. Prioritizing their survival, Shi Yinfeng gestured for them to take cover. Just as the new students huddled against the mountainside, a claw suddenly smashed open the entrance. However, since the opening was only large enough for a single person to crouch through, the large beast could not enter but instead reached in with its claw to swipe at them. The claw snagged on a rock and was crushed in an instant. The new students gasped in horror. Astonished by the sharpness of the clawed, it was evident that they were in for a perilous night. Shi Yinfeng instructed them, when the time comes, aim for their heads and shoot quickly. It's best to take them out in one hit. Otherwise, we'll waste our ammunition. The new students nodded in agreement, understood. We'll aim for the heads. Seeing that the beasts outside could not enter the cave, they opted to surround it instead, patiently waiting. After all, they had all the time in the world. Inside the cave, when the new students noticed the stillness outside, they mistakenly believed the beasts had departed. Shi Yinfeng threw an empty canister outside. With a loud bang, the canister was flattened upon impact. Next, they heard the sound of teeth gnawing on the canister, and with a crunch, the tin was shattered into pieces. The new students felt a chill run down their spines. With such sharp teeth, if they bit into them, their bones would surely shatter into fragments. Terrified, the new students pressed themselves against the wall. What should we do, Shi Yinfeng? Will those beasts leave by tomorrow? Shi Yinfeng shook his head, uncertain. However, he recalled the instructor saying that when beasts wished to devour their prey, they could wait patiently for an entire week. They had only brought enough food for 3 days. Having consumed a portion of it already, leaving merely enough supplies for 1 day in their backpacks. Moreover, there was no water in the cave. Without water, they could not last a week. The new students grew anxious, contemplating whether they should endure until tomorrow to see if the beast would leave. If they did not, they would have to attempt to fight their way out. Others nodded in agreement, hoping that the beasts would vacate on their own. Jian Tiancheng and Wu Yaozu complained coldly. If you hadn't insisted on opening the entrance, we wouldn't have attracted the beasts. Shi Yinfeng shot him a glare. If you're going to say that, then when you get injured in the future, we won't bother to help you. Better to avoid attracting the beasts. You? Jian Tiancheng and Wu Yaozu hadn't anticipated his retort, and they angrily distanced themselves to confer. Wu Yaozu suggested, should we seek help? But we can't ask the instructor. That would mean failing the assessment. Let us contact our families instead. When they had left, they were required to surrender their phones, but they had secretly retained another device. They were now preparing to send a message home. However, they soon discovered that there was no signal. It seemed they were quite far from the signal zone. Jian Tiancheng, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "What do we do if there is no signal? One cannot truly endure hunger here for 7 days and nights," Wu Yaozu remarked. "Let us wait until tomorrow to see if the signal improves. I anticipate that the signal will be somewhat better during the day." However, they waited throughout the night, and dawn never came. As if they were experiencing the phenomenon of polar night, Shi Hei's returned after escorting the injured back. Jiang Xingyue had already fallen asleep on the small bed. Outside, the darkness persisted, with meteors occasionally streaking across the sky. Shihizi approached her gently and tucked her in with a small blanket. The vehicle maintained a constant temperature and had commendable sound insulation. Observing her sweetly slumbering face, Shihizi quietly took out his phone and captured a photograph. This image was not uploaded to the records. He saved it solely for himself. Such a delightful visage of sleep was not something he wished to share with that group of elders. As the vehicle neared the cave, the surrounding beasts stood up. Entering a state of vigilance, Shihizi halted the vehicle, keen not to attract the attention of these creatures. He turned off the engine and used binoculars to observe the group of beasts. Sensing no approaching threat, the beasts lay back down, continuing their watch at the cave's entrance. Shihizi relayed the on-site situation to the group chat. Other instructors were also sharing their circumstances. Each new student team had encountered beasts, and the instructors were diligently recording their observations. One instructor voiced in a voice message that the beasts they encountered appeared to have upgraded. 4 years prior, when they came, these beasts were not particularly large. One instructor could easily handle 20 of them. However, this time, they discovered that the beasts had grown stronger and had even mutated. If these creatures possessed super abilities, the instructors would not be able to combat 20 mutated superpowered beasts alone. Consequently, they were now exchanging their weapons for those specifically designed to deal with these mutated beasts. Each person was armed with 2 firearms to aim for the heads of the mutated creatures. If the head was not struck, the beast's resilience was quite formidable, capable of exhausting one's stamina. Shihezi also assembled the modified weaponry and secured it on his back. Looking at the peacefully sleeping little human, he walked over and donned her with a protective vest and a sturdy helmet. These pieces of equipment would shield her from harm. The instructors in the group were deliberating whether to call for reinforcements, given that this year's batch of new students seemed rather inexperienced. While they could handle the beasts individually, they could not protect so many inexperienced individuals. Had they not been concerned about the new students' potential demise, they would not have considered calling for help. One instructor concurred, suggesting they should call for assistance, as this year's new students were all pampered scions. Any mishap might lead to their families seeking retribution. Another instructor, however, expressed dissatisfaction, recalling that when they trained years ago, they had signed a death agreement. If one perished, that was the end of it. There were not so many complications. This year's parents seemed overly protective, and it was questionable what kind of elite could emerge from such indulgence. In a protective squad filled with such sheltered princes, who would protect whom remained uncertain. Nonetheless, they still sought Shihezi's opinion. What do you think, Sir Shi? Given that Shihezi held dual positions and had an excellent combat record, the instructors naturally sought his insight. Just as Shihezi was about to respond, he suddenly noticed the signal had vanished. The other instructors also observed the anomaly. What happened? Why did the signal suddenly disappear? They could even sense a buzzing sound nearby, as if an unidentified entity had arrived. The instructors frowned. It seemed there were numerous unknown creatures present. This situation was becoming somewhat tricky. With no means to call for help, they could only rely on themselves. Shihezi glanced at his phone without signal and turned to observe the commotion not far away. The group of beasts remained sprawled out, showing no intention of leaving. The following morning, Jiang Xingyue woke from a deep slumber, only to find the interior of the vehicle shrouded in darkness, with the outside world equally obscured. Chapter 73. Shihezi teaches Jiang Xingyue to drive. As Jiang Xingyue rubbed her eyes and noticed Shihezi resting with his eyes closed in the driver's seat, she refrained from making any noise to disturb him. Instead, she leaned against the window to observe the scenery outside. The night still lingered, without a hint of sunlight, yet her watch indicated it was already 7:30 in the morning. Using binoculars, she scanned the nearby cave and discovered that the group of beasts was still lying there. This binocular set possessed night vision capability, allowing her to see the pack of white beasts resting in the snow. They appeared to be a mutated pride of lions, as their fur was a striking white, distinct from the typical golden manes she had envisioned. Furthermore, these mutated lions were exceptionally robust, with formidable claws capable of dispatching a beastman in a single blow. Jiang Xingyue felt uneasy, sensing that the situation was not easily resolvable given the lion's steadfast presence. After Shihezi awoke from a brief nap and heard some movement, he opened his eyes to find the little human had already risen and prepared breakfast for him. "Ziz, I made you a sandwich." On this outing, Shihezi had brought ample provisions, remembering his mother's advice to ensure Jiang Xingyue had sufficient nourishment as she was still growing. Thus, he stocked the vehicle's refrigerator with plenty of food. Jiang Xingyue had simply prepared a sandwich and brewed 2 cups of milk. "Ziz, come eat," Shihezi acknowledged with a hum, Longlegs striding over to sit on the bed's edge with her to share breakfast. As they ate, Jiang Xingyue inquired, "The mutated lions won't be leaving today, will they?" Shihezi nodded, observing their bulging bellies, indicating they would not depart until they secured food. It would take at least 3 to 5 days, and potentially up to half a month. Jiang Xingyue gasped in disbelief. "That long? Aren't they hungry? Can't they search for food elsewhere?" Shihezi chuckled, affectionately wiping the crumbs of toast from the corner of her mouth. "Once they ascertain food is available in the cave, they will not leave. They will only depart if they confirm there is nothing to eat inside. Moreover, mutated lions can go without food and water for half a month. Beastmen simply cannot outlast them." Jiang Xingyue began to worry for Shi Yinfeng and the others, realizing that the new students' provisions could not sustain them for that long. Shihezi nodded in agreement, stating they could last a maximum of 5 days, and that would be under conditions of hunger. Once their food supply was depleted, they would emerge with little strength left to fight. Jiang Xingyue placed her hand on her forehead. Acknowledging their youth and lack of experience, Shihizi, amused by her little adult demeanor, smirked and asked, "What do you think they should do?" Jiang Xingyue rested her chin on her hands, contemplating. Either they should emerge tomorrow and confront the lion pride in a decisive battle, or they can only seek your assistance. However, she hesitated. But if they call for help, can you handle so many mutated lions alone? Shihizi nodded. I could probably manage, but the risk of injury exists. Beastmen are powerful, yet mutated beasts are formidable as well. They are not invincible and can indeed sustain injuries. Upon hearing that he could be injured, Jiang Xingyue immediately grew anxious. Why not call for help from the outside? More people means greater strength. It's always better to avoid injury if possible. Shihizi gazed at her worried expression and gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, "Currently, we have no signal to call for external assistance. If trouble arises, it will certainly fall upon us instructors to intervene." Jiang Xingyue sighed. What terrible timing for the signal to vanish. This is truly frustrating. After mulling it over, she proposed, "What if we lure the beasts away with food? That way, the new students could escape." However, Shihizi shook his head. Food would only attract more beasts. Right now, there are at most 20. If another 20 show up, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Jiang Xingyue wilted under the weight of despair. Then what can we do? This won't work, nor will they. Shihizi smiled softly as he caressed her face, saying, "Let us wait and see." Until the last moment, no one can predict what will unfold. We should first observe what actions the new students take. Jiang Xingyue felt an inevitable confrontation loomed ahead. She tugged at Shihizi's sleeve, urging, if danger arises, you must protect yourself. Though Shihizi had heard her concern before, it still warmed his heart. Previously, when assigned missions, the directives focused solely on completing tasks, not on safeguarding his own well-being. Today, being asked to protect himself by the little human made him feel cherished. "If I need to go out, you must stay in the vehicle and not leave without permission, understood?" Jiang Xingyue nodded. Okay. She resolved to avoid being a hindrance to him. By the way, can this vehicle ram into beasts? If the situation gets chaotic, maybe I can drive and crash into them? Shihizi shook his head. No, that's not permissible. You don't have a driver's license. Jiang Xingyue protested, but the operation should be similar. Right? Driving is just like that. Shihizi maintained his stance. The operation is different. Don't drive recklessly. Undeterred, Jiang Xingyue insisted, I'm going to take a look. She settled into the driver's seat, only to discover that the entire cockpit was utterly unlike any regular flying vehicle she had encountered. She called for Shihizi, come teach me. Her playful demeanor made it difficult for Shihizi to refuse, so he relented and instructed her. This is the ignition switch, and this is the accelerator. Here is the steering control. You can also operate the steering wheel manually. These are the mechanism controls, which can be activated in case of danger. He activated the vehicle screen, revealing an array of buttons that were incomprehensible to her. Considering the possibility that she might need to drive if an emergency arose, he decided to let her practice, guiding the vehicle to a more open area. Give it a try. Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise. You're really letting me drive? Shihizi sighed in resignation, for now. Under normal circumstances, she would not be allowed to drive, but in this urgent moment, it was a matter of immediate necessity. You take the wheel, and I will guide you, said Shihizi. Although Jiang Xingyue felt a twinge of anxiety, she recognized the time constraints and promptly took her place in the driver's seat. Fastening her seatbelt, Shihizi instructed her to press the start button and then accelerate. The procedure was akin to driving a small car, yet the mechanics differed slightly. Having spent her leisure time racing in arcade games and being a competent driver on Earth, Jiang Xingyue adapted quickly. Within 5 minutes, she was already maneuvering the armored vehicle forward. As for the other procedures, there was no time to delve into them now. Just as she was about to drive back, a commotion erupted nearby. It seemed that the new students had engaged in a brawl with a mutated pride of lions. Shihizi furrowed his brow, opened the car door, and said, I'll go check it out first. Find a safe place to park the vehicle and stay inside. With that, he leaped out of the car and vanished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xingyue called out, Ziz? But Shihizi's figure had already disappeared from sight. She hastily drove the vehicle back, but due to the poor road conditions and her own nerves, the car jolted and nearly swerved into the river. She slammed on the brakes, spun the wheel, and with considerable effort managed to steer the car back onto solid ground. By the time she returned to the cave, the new students were already embroiled in combat with the lions. It turned out that after Shi Yinfeng and his companions had taken a brief nap, they gathered everyone for a hearty meal. Once satiated, they resolved to confront the lion pride in a decisive showdown. Chapter 74. The mutated lions leap onto Jiang Xingyue's vehicle. When Jiang Xingyue drove back, she noticed Shi Yinfeng barking orders for his companions to aim for the heads of the mutated lions, intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, the mutated lions were far from foolish. They even recognized the weapons in their hands. The lead lion roared mightily, its powerful voice nearly deafening the new students. Gripping their ears in pain, the students felt their heads throb. Seeing that the roar had an effect, the entire pride opened their mouth wide and began to roar in unison. This roar carried a supernatural ability, its penetrating decibel level causing dizziness among the students. Fortunately, they managed to steady themselves and quickly retrieved earplugs to muffle the sound. With the chaos momentarily subdued, Shi Yinfeng was the first to regain his composure. He leaped into the air, weapon raised, aiming at the central mutated lion, and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as a brilliant beam shot forth. He had anticipated striking the lion's head, but to his astonishment, the mutated lion swiftly swatted the projectile away and roared in apparent anger. The mutated pride, incensed, suddenly sprouted armors resembling helmets atop their white manes, and even their joints were covered in white armor plates. This armor seemed impervious to blades and bullets. The new students quickly realized the dire situation. Boss, could it be that our modified weapons won't penetrate the lion's armor? Shi Yinfeng felt the weight of the situation. Let us test it first. If it doesn't work, aim for their eyes. The only armored parts are their foreheads and joints. Their eyes and noses are unprotected. The students nodded in agreement, promptly concentrating their fire on the lion's eyes. As gunfire echoed, their shots struck the pride, thoroughly inciting the mutated lion's wrath. The massive pride charged forward in fury. Jiang Xingyue watched from the vehicle, observing Shi Hei's standing atop the highest point of the mountain, recording the events below. The new students remained oblivious to his presence, as did the lions. Yet Jiang Xingyue distinctly saw him scattering around, as if casting a net over the scene. Suddenly, several new students not only failed to hit a mutated lion but were swatted by one, their clothing torn and flesh exposed. The scent of blood heightened the lions' excitement, prompting them to rush in and tear at the injured students. The terrified students cried out for help, and Shi Yinfeng along with Bing Jilin hurried to rescue them. Striving to pull them back, however, the mutated lions moved even faster, one claw striking Shi Yinfeng's arm with such force that he nearly dislocated it. Fortunately, Bing Jilin used his ice spike ability to pierce the lion's eye, causing it to release its grip. As more students fell victim to injuries, the mutated lions grew increasingly exhilarated. They advanced toward the students, ready to feast. The students huddled together, fear etched on their faces. What do we do? Our weapons are spent, and we haven't even hit them. They had thought that with weapons in hand, they would be invincible, but it seemed the mutated pride was no easy foe. With their weapons depleted, it appeared they had no choice but to rely on their supernatural abilities. They exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Let us use our abilities. Initially, they had planned to conserve their strength until the third day for a grand offensive. But the moment of crisis had arrived. They could only combine their powers to repel the mutated lions. Shi Yinfeng took the lead. Why freezing ability can immobilize them for 20 seconds. Deal with what you can, and flee from what you can't. Bing Jilin chimed in. I'll assist you. Both wielding ice-based abilities, they directed their powers toward the 20 mutated lions charging at them, unleashing a freezing attack. Instantly, a frigid blue mist enveloped the lions, freezing them in place. The students seized the moment, brandishing daggers aimed at the lions' hearts. However, their efforts proved futile. The ice was too thick, preventing the daggers from penetrating, while thinner patches shattered upon impact, rendering the freezing ability ineffective. Just as they thought they had a momentary advantage, the mutated lions suddenly broke free, their mouths agape as they lunged toward the students. Shi Hei's shook his head as he observed from the mountain. This brother of mine, his freezing ability still needs refinement. While he can freeze small fish and shrimp effortlessly, it falls short against the mutated lions. It was clear that his training would need to be intensified upon their return. Jiang Xingyue continued to watch from the vehicle. Her focus remained on Shi Hei's. As long as he was unharmed, She would not intervene as the mutated lions broke through the ice. Other new students unleashed their powers. Some wielded fire, others electricity, but the effects were fleeting and lacked sufficient lethality, leaving the lions merely with superficial wounds. Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu, initially hiding in the cave, had no desire to risk their lives for the foolishness of their peers. However, when the mutated lions charged towards the cave, they feared a collapse and hurriedly emerged. The moment they did, they found themselves pursued by the lions. Quickly, they wielded their powers against the pride, but the mutated lions were formidable opponents, intent on devouring them. Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu were startled when they spotted a snow-white armored vehicle not far off and rushed toward it, pounding on the door. "Open up!" Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. She had not anticipated a sudden intrusion. Although her position was somewhat distant from the mutated pride, these two had unwittingly attracted the lion's attention. Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu paid no heed, banging on the door with urgency. "Let us in," Jiang Xingyue frowned, uncertain whether to comply. If she opened the door, what would happen if the lions charged in? The advanced equipment inside would be at risk of destruction, jeopardizing Shi Hei's safety. Furthermore, these two were hardly trustworthy. If they entered and drove off in the vehicle, what would become of the other students? Thus, she chose not to open the door, opting instead to unlock the trunk. Seeing that she refused to open the door, Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu raised their weapons to the glass door. "I'll say it again. Open the door." With that, they fired at the glass. The sound of gunfire echoed as the glass was struck, but fortunately, it held firm against the assault. Jiang Xingyue's anger flared. How dare they? Their lack of gratitude for her opening the trunk was one thing, but now they had the audacity to aim weapons at her. Were it not for the armored vehicle's resilience, her head would have been blown apart. Infuriated, she slammed the trunk shut and prepared to drive away, only to find the mutated lions closing in. The overwhelming roar, with its ear-splitting decibel level, caused Wu Yaozu and Jian Tianqing to jump back in fright. They even tossed food from the vehicle, hoping to divert the lions' attention. The mutated lions indeed caught a whiff of the canned meat's aroma and immediately leaped atop the vehicle. The two, witnessing this, hastily fled. Jiang Xingyue felt an urge to curse their ancestors for their foolishness. The enticing scent of the canned meat had attracted 3 or 4 of the mutated lions, who now perched atop the vehicle, licking the lunch meat cans. Chapter 75. The lion pride takes an interest in Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue watched in horror as the 4 towering mutated lions loomed over the vehicle. Her mind racing. She couldn't fathom how much food Jian Tianqing and Wu Yaozu had smeared on the car. Would the mutated lions leave after they finished eating? Jiang Xingyue could only wait inside the vehicle. Shi Hei's, perched atop the mountain, sensed the commotion below but refrained from approaching. It was unwise for him to venture towards the armored vehicle at this moment, as it might attract the attention of other mutated lions. Once the food was consumed, the mutated lions would naturally vacate the vehicle's roof. Meanwhile, Shi Yanfeng, witnessing the situation, grew concerned for his older brother's safety and rushed over. The other mutated lions, seeing him flee, instinctively gave chase. Jiang Xingyue had initially been occupied with studying the 40-plus buttons in the vehicle, intending to pass the time. To her surprise, Shi Yanfeng, that reckless 6th child, led a pack of mutated lions directly towards her vehicle. Shi Yanfeng's intention was to rescue her. From a distance, he had spotted Jiang Xingyue's wide-eyed expression within the cabin, seemingly frightened. Thus, he came to her aid. Upon noticing 4 mutated lions atop her vehicle, he swiftly utilized his freezing ability to immobilize them, shouting for Jiang Xingyue to flee. Jiang Xingyue felt exasperated, thinking that if he hadn't come, she wouldn't need to run at all. However, seeing the pack of lions behind him, she had no choice but to drive away. As soon as her vehicle began to move, the lions pursued her as if her car were a delectable morsel. Jiang Xingyue felt overwhelmed, cursing Shi Yanfeng for his recklessness. At that moment, Shi Yanfeng had taken refuge in a tree, slowly realizing he might have caused a calamity, yet simultaneously saving his companions from peril. The lions, now focused on the armored vehicle, provided the newcomers with a moment to breathe. Shi Yanfeng, observing the impervious armored vehicle, ultimately decided to return and urged everyone to hasten their escape, lest the mutated lions turn back and it would be impossible to flee. The group promptly complied, eager to exit the forest. However, as the lions were currently outside, they could only run in the opposite direction. Although they were uncertain of their destination, survival was their immediate priority. Shi Hiai's, noticing the commotion on both sides, furrowed his brow, wishing he could deliver a kick to Shi Yanfeng for his foolishness in leading the mutated lions to the vehicle, potentially scaring his little human companion. Just as he was about to rush over to assist Jiang Xingyue against the mutated lions, a sudden outcry for help reached his ears. Help! Save me! It's the vines! These vines are lethal. Several newcomers had stumbled into a patch of mutated vines. These vines were carnivorous plants, extending their tendrils to ensnare the newcomers, wrapping tightly around them from head to toe, suffocating them. With no air to breathe, the newcomers were on the verge of asphyxiation. Shi Hiai's could only rush over to their aid. With a swift motion, he summoned his ice ability, transforming it into ice blades that severed the vines binding the newcomers. As they tumbled to the ground, they gasped for air, quickly retrieving their daggers to hack at the vines. Yet, these vines possessed regenerative capabilities. As soon as one was cut, new ones sprouted forth. Shi Yanfeng joined forces with Bing Jilling once more, employing their freezing abilities against the vines. Freeze! The vines were temporarily immobilized. Run! The group hastily dashed towards safety. They had come to understand that the deeper they ventured, the greater the danger. It was wiser to retreat. Having already engaged the lions, they were prepared to face them once more if necessary. Shi Hiai's observed their retreat, shaking his head in dismay. It appeared this year's batch of newcomers lacked the requisite qualities. Not only was their resolve feeble, but they were also overly fearful for their own lives. Unlike previous newcomers, who, even in the face of danger, would charge bravely forward, never considering retreat, the current group prioritized their own survival above all else. This was a fundamental violation of the Guardians' Code. They lacked the spirit of sacrifice, making their ability to protect the planet dubious at best. Nevertheless, Shi Hiai's did not call them back. The Guardians never imposed their will upon others. Since they chose to retreat, he would allow it. He followed closely behind, only to discover that Shi Yanfeng had already engaged the mutated lions in battle. The reason was that the lions, with their keen sense of smell, had detected food within the vehicle and were vigorously gnawing at the doors, even puncturing the tires. These tires, which were impervious to weaponry, were no match for the powerful jaws of the mutated lions. In an instant, the vehicle became ensnared in a rocky pit, rendering it immobile. Jiang Xingyue felt utterly speechless, lamenting that trouble had befallen her while she sat inside the vehicle. Remaining calm, she resolved to wait for the lions to depart, confident that the vehicle contained ample supplies. It was merely a matter of how long the lions could endure hunger. Outside, however, Shi Yanfeng assumed Jiang Xingyue was in danger and rushed over, intending to distract the lions. Yet, the lions paid him no heed, seemingly drawn to a more enticing aroma emanating from within the vehicle. If they could breach the car, they would undoubtedly feast on a more delectable treat. Thus, as Shi Yanfeng approached, the lions showed no interest in him, instead focusing their attention on the vehicle, gnawing incessantly. With a loud crack, the rearview mirror was torn off. Although the vehicle's exterior was resistant to weapons, continued gnawing would undoubtedly cause damage. Jiang Xingyue's composure began to wane. She couldn't shake the feeling that the lion's sharp teeth could pierce through the vehicle's roof. In that case, there would not be enough left for her to escape. Other newcomers noticed the escalating situation but dared not approach, opting to flee instead, urging Shi Yanfeng to escape with them. Yet, fearing for Jiang Xingyue's life, Shi Yanfeng summoned all his powers to freeze the lions. For a fleeting moment, the lions were indeed immobilized, allowing him to urge Jiang Xingyue to exit the vehicle. Uncertain, she hesitated, questioning whether they could truly escape. Shi Yanfeng insisted she act quickly, emphasizing that her safety was paramount. Reluctantly, Jiang Xingyue unlocked the door, bolted out and swiftly locked it behind her, then dashed off alongside Shi Yanfeng. He carried her on his back, leaping away with haste. Once the mutated lions thawed, they immediately caught a whiff of a more delectable scent, one they had never encountered before. Seemingly more enticing than food itself. Following the aroma, they pursued the pair. Shi Yanfeng was taken aback. How could they be pursuing them again? Had they not been interested in the vehicle? Glancing at Jiang Xingyue on his back, he wondered if the lions were, in fact, interested in her. Jiang Xingyue was equally perplexed, uncertain of the reason behind the lion's fixation. She had thought it was the food inside the vehicle that attracted them. Not realizing they were drawn to her, she certainly did not wish to be regarded as food. Urging Shi Yanfeng to run faster, He too wished to comply, but his 2 legs could not outpace the lion's 4. Soon, they found themselves surrounded by the pack. With a fierce roar, the lions charged at them. In that moment, with no one to assist, Shi Yinfeng glanced at the 20 mutated lions and sensed impending doom. He shielded Jiang Xingyue behind him, declaring, "I'll freeze them. You escape first." But Jiang Xingyue could not abandon him. With no allies left, they would face the danger together. This was the perfect opportunity for her to hone her own abilities. Shi Yinfeng felt touched. It was just like family to stand by him in the face of danger. He contrasted their situation with that of the other newcomers, who had previously faced peril yet now fled without a thought. In that fateful moment, as the pack of mutated lions charged towards them, Jiang Xingyue and Shi Yinfeng exchanged a determined glance. Simultaneously, they unleashed their powers. Freeze, explode. Shi Yinfeng poured all his strength into freezing the 20 mutated lions, while Jiang Xingyue released her explosive force aimed at the lions' protruding fangs. The moment the lions struggled, her explosive ability shattered their teeth. The once ferocious lions suddenly writhed in pain, howling and clutching their mouths, demonstrating that toothache was indeed a formidable foe. Seeing their distress, Jiang Xingyue grasped Shi Yinfeng's wrist and urged him to flee. As they ran, Shi Yinfeng glanced back in disbelief. The lions had ceased their pursuit. It seemed that a toothache was a universal affliction for any creature with teeth. While sprinting, he inquired, "How did you come up with the idea of exploding their teeth?" Jiang Xingyue, aware of her limitations, explained, "With such a massive pack of mutated lions, we certainly couldn't kill them with our abilities. But targeting a single tooth is feasible. It's just one tooth, not too many, making it easier to execute. If we aim to obliterate the entire pack, the energy expenditure would be immense, and we might even end up spitting blood from overexertion. So, targeting their teeth is the best option." Shi Yinfeng gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "No wonder they say humans are clever. You are indeed very intelligent." Jiang Xingyue felt a sense of pride, responding, "Right? I think so too. He. Just then, the hurriedly arriving Shi Hi's observed the two, who were still jesting. He suppressed the urge to confront Shi Yinfeng with a punch, striding over to scoop up Jiang Xingyue, placing her securely on his neck. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his head. "Ziz, are we going back?" "The vehicle is still there," Shi Hi's replied with a non-committal hum, glancing at Shi Yinfeng. "Are you going to continue training? There's only one day left."